A short while after Lei Sheng left, the rest of men also dispersed. After returning to Chen Yao's apartment, Chen Yao looked upon Yue Zhong and smiled. The problem has been resolved. The 3 Japanese has been arrested and is awaiting criminal prosecution. It will not be long before they will be charged in a court of law. Yue Zhong smiled and looked around. Yao Yao, are you there? A small figure emerged from among Yue Zhong's men and stood in front of Yue Zhong. This small figure is Yao Yao. She looked at Yue Zhong and nodded her head. Yue Zhong looked at Chan Yao and Ji Qingwu said, "Both of you come with me? I have something good for you to see. The rest of you need not follow us. Just stand guard over here." Yue Zhong stopped the rest of the men. Then he brought just Yao Yao, Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, and White Bone and stepped into the darkness. It is deep into the night. Although the city has lampposts and lights, there is a limit to the electricity supply, and brightness of each lamppost is limited. There is a lot of places that the light did not shine upon. Under the cover of the darkness, Yue Zhong and the rest made his way to the outside wall of a large villa. White Bone held out his hand, and a bone emerged from his hand. The bone penetrated into the wall. At the same time, the bone that is struck to the wall begins to extend and grows, becoming a bone ladder. Using the bone ladder, the 4 of them easily climbed over the wall and entered the villa grounds. Outside of the courtyard, there are 2 tall and muscular bodyguards, dressed in a Western suit. Yue Zhong sneaked out from the cover of the darkness and quickly executed 2 hand chops on the bodyguard's neck. The bodyguards fainted from the impact of the blow. Yue Zhong and Yao Yao then boldly walked into the villa. Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu eyes flashed a hint of doubt before following behind Yue Zhong. Yao Yao brought Yue Zhong and the rest of them to a room in a second floor and point her finger at a room. There is a sound of men heavy breathing and women moaning emerging from that room. From outside the room they could hear some sounds. "Mayor Zhong, thank you for your help today. I will definitely reward you well for your help. Are you satisfied with the products today?" "Not bad. I really like it." President Guetian, Chun Yao is Chun Jianfeng's niece. "You better not provoke her anymore." "Hi, I understand. But Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, these 2 women are really pretty. If I can teach them a lesson, they will definitely become a pair of excellent bitches. But it is a pity that they are Chun Jianfeng's men." "Hang." Chun Jianfeng is a pedantic, incompetent man, and it is unlikely that he can protect his position for long. Once he is finished, the 2 girls will be assigned to me. At that time, I will ask President Guetian to help me teach them. "Hi." Listening the lewd talk from inside the room, Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu were shaking with anger. Yue Zhong immediately used his strength and kicked the door. With his enhanced strength, the secured door was knocked off its hinges and sent flying, and allow Yue Zhong's party to witness what is behind that door. In the room, there are several pretty girls who were on all 4s. These women were leashed like a dog with a collar around their neck, and they were being tortured with adult toys. Some of the women are still twitching and moaning. San Jingxiong and Jintian had a whip in their hands. In front of them is 2 women who has badly bruised from flogging and were barely conscious. There were also 4 women who are on the big bed, serving Gue Tansho and 1 more righteous-looking man. Looking at this scene, a feeling of anger rushed up Yue Zhong's head. This is China's territory, and to let these foreigners stand on Chinese soil and let them recklessly abuse Chinese women made him feel very enraged. But the thing that made him most enraged is that there are so many Chinese men who are helping foreigners to bully their own men. Longhai City even set up a special region to protect these foreigners, while letting uncountable Han Chinese struggle to make a living like ants. To Yue Zhong, he did not understand if this land is built by Chinese men or ghost. With difficulties, Yue Zhong held back his anger. Through Chun Yao's satirical look, "Miss Chun Yao, I thought you said that Gue Tansho has already been arrested by the law and is awaiting trial in a court of law? Who are these 3 men, and who is the man on the bed?" Chan Yao's face turned pale, as if a part of her heart has collapsed, and in a hoarse voice, she asked, "Mayor Zhong Aigua, how come you are here?" Zhong Aigua is man who had weathered storms and is not afraid. He frowned and used a blanket to cover his body, and in a voice full of anger, he shouted, "Chan Yao, This is a private property. Did you know that you are guilty of the crime of trespassing? If you leave now, I will not hold you responsible. But if you do not leave, I will call the police. Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu faces looked very terrible. They have not expected that Mayor Zhong Aigua will so confidently shouted loudly against them. Shut up! Yue Zhong coldly pulled out a .54 pistol and pointed at Zhong Aigua. Looking at the handgun in Yue Zhong's hand, Zhao Aigua, who was arrogantly acting in front of Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu, immediately shut up and beads of perspiration covered his back. For an important official like Zhong Aigua, he is most afraid of thugs who cannot be reasoned with. Gue Tansho took a look at Yue Zhong and immediately barked a command at the 4 girls who were kneeling on the ground. Captain Yue Zhong, it is a pleasure to have you at my house today. Li Nu, Hui Nu, Xin Nu, Lan Nu, quickly go and serve Captain Yue Zhong. The 4 women standing near the door moved, and with lifeless eyes, they crawled towards Yue Zhong and like dogs, sticked out their tongues to lick Yue Zhong's shoes. Seeing this, the women, such as Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu, were sad and angry. Captain Yue Zhong, from now onwards, these women are your sex toys. They have undergone my training, and each of them are the most loyal sex slaves. No matter what fetish you have, they will obey your commands without question. Gue Tansho smiled confidentially. Yue Zhong did not even glance at the 4 pretty women, but instead asked Gue Tansho, "How did you get out from the jail? Did you stage a jailbreak?" Gue Tansho immediately explained, "Captain Yue Zhong, we are not escaped prisoners. We are law-abiding and have paid our bail and is set freed." Yue Zhong looked at Chen Yao and sneered. "Did you hear that? These men are set free legally. After they were freed, they immediately come over to play with the women. Where is justice that you wish me to see? These women here are the results of your justice. Who is really protected by your brand of justice?" Chapter 152. Assassin. Under the barrage of heavy questioning by Yue Zhong, Chun Yao's face was physically and mentally exhausted. Her face turned pale, and she was rooted to the spot and did not know what to do. "President Qidian, from now all the women here are my citizen. Please go and die." Yue Zhong looked at Chun Yao, who was having a heavy heart and struggling inside, then smiled at Gue Tansho and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and Gue Tansho's eyebrows had another hole with blood oozing out of it. He collapsed with a surprised expression. Before he died, he did not expect that the man who was just chatting and smiling with him will suddenly kill him. Yue Zhong barked an order to White Bones, who was standing by his side. "White Bones, kill all the men." White Bones stepped forward like an arrow, and his axe seemed to have a life of its own. With one cleave, its axe cut through San Jingxiong and Jintian body. The upper and lower halves of the body spilt apart, with blood spurting from the wounds, and the intestines and other body parts of these men spilling out from their body. They did not die immediately, but were frantically crawling on the ground and letting out cries of pain. Zhong Aigua looked at the 2 Japanese men who were just decapitated, and his face turned ash-white. In fright, he quickly tried to inflate his sense of self-worth. "Do not kill me! Don't kill me! I am the deputy mayor of Longhai Base. If you do not kill me, I am willing to listen to whatever you say." Yue Zhong looked at Zhong Aigua III and replied, "Sorry, you are worse than a scum, and have no value being alive." As soon as Yue Zhong's words have left his mouth, White Bones chopped down, and his axe cleaved open Zhong Aigua's head. Warm blood spurted from the wounds and splashed on the female bitches. Looking at the carnage, the women who were trained to be bitches could not help trembling in fright, and their eyes also showed traces of fear when they looked at Yue Zhong. Ji Qingwu walked up to Yue Zhong and looked at him in the eyes. "What are you going to do with these women?" In the Longhai City base, killing of Special Administrative Region officials is a great crime. If news of Yue Zhong killing Zhong Aigua is leaked out, even Chun Jianfeng must eradicate Yue Zhong. This is a matter of principle. The problem is compounded by the fact that people living in the Special Administrative Region has special rights and is untouchable. If Yue Zhong is allowed to kill anyone in the Special Administrative Region, then wouldn't all the people in the Special Administrative Region be in danger? Ji Qingwu was worried that Yue Zhong will kill these women to prevent any news from leaking out. Yue Zhong looked at Ji Qingwu and replied, "Do not worry. If they listen to me, of course I will not kill them. But they also cannot stay in this place, and must be sent to my camp in the darkness of the night. Once they are sent to Stone Horse Village, they are my citizens, and I will protect them. After the apocalypse, for mankind to survive, the population is very important. Women can give birth and is hence a valuable resources. If these women do not go crazy and anger Yue Zhong also will not kill them without reason." Ji Qingwu then relaxed. Yue Zhong looked at Ji Qingwu with eyes full of passion. "Miss Ji, you have seen what happened today with your own eyes. Do you still want to stay here and waste your time and efforts? Follow me back to Stone Horse Village, and I will give you a stage where you can realize your capabilities to the fullest." The last time Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu met, Ji Qingwu was very outstanding, and is darling. Her skills are above average, and her heart is still kind but is not rotten. To date, among all the women that Yue Zhong has met, she has the most combat spirit, heroic spirit, and is the most attractive woman. If she is willing to work under Yue Zhong will be able to get another general who is capable of taking care of things by herself. Translator. Hello, author. Are you creating a massive harem? Have some pity on men like myself who don't even have one girlfriend? Ji Qingwu considered for a while, and looked at Chun Yao besides her. She bit down on her lips and struggled internally to make a decision. Actually, she has long wanted to leave Long High Survival Camp, but is not at ease leaving her good friend alone in this place. Seeing this, Chun Yao bit her lips and blinked her big, charming eyes at Yue Zhong. "Is it okay with you if I follow you to Stone Horse Village?" Yue Zhong could not help looking into at Chun Yao's beautiful eyes, and asked, "Of course you are very welcomed. But Chun Yao, if in the future, your uncle and I get into conflicts, can you sit on the fence and not help either party? Long High Survival Base is a stepping stone for Yue Zhong. If there is a chance for him to take command, he will definitely swallow up Long High Survival Base and will not show any mercy." Yue Zhong has never requested that Chun Yao to stand on his side, but he also do not want her to stand on her uncle's side. Chun Yao bit down on her teeth and nodded her head. "Okay." Chun Yao has seen enough of the ugly side of Long High City Survival Base laws and justice, and it has shaken her faith in the city. Yue Zhong looked at the corpses of the 4 men. "Yao Yao, please take them to leave this place. I will clean up the place." Yao Yao, in her military clothes, lead all the women, including the comfort women, out. Once the women has left, Yue Zhong immediately used his fire skill and burnt all the corpse into ashes. Before he left, he also burned the corpses of the 2 bodyguards in the entrance of the villa. Around the fence, Yue Zhong found a corner, and using the ladder made from white bones, he sent all the comfort women out of the special administrative region. After he made all the arrangement to ensure the safety of these women, he then led Chun Yao and the other 3 women back towards the special administrative region. "Be careful." Suddenly, Yue Zhong had a creepy feeling, as if he was in danger. He immediately launched the shadow steps and increased his speed to the limit and stepped towards his right. Just as he stepped out, a bullet that was aimed at his head missed, but there is another bullet that hit his right shoulder and was repelled back. The force of the bullet is too small, and is insufficient to penetrate the water python scaled armor that Yue Zhong wore. Even though he is safe, Yue Zhong could not help but to be alarmed. The assassin has hidden himself and his killing aura well, and his skills is really scary. Only when the assassin has fired the gun did Yue Zhong felt a sense of danger. This level of skill is only made possible by peak-level assassins. The 3 ladies, Yao Yao, Ji Qingwu, Chun Yao, immediately took cover. Yue Zhong traced the direction where the bullet appeared from. With his passive night vision ability being strengthened by the cover of darkness, Yue Zhong was able to see and assess the situation well despite the fact that the area was enshrouded in darkness. From a point where there is no light, he could dimly spy a man wearing dark clothes, a dark mask, and armed with a gun. It looked as he had merged into the darkness. Yue Zhong took out his .54 handgun and fired continuously. At the same time, he was closing in towards the men in black. The masked man was also very fast, and was able to evade Yue Zhong's bullets. The masked man can even occasionally return fire. As Yue Zhong burned through the clip of bullets, he did not even hit the man in black once. Instead, he was forced to retreat under the return fire and finds it hard to close in on the man in black. Note: 1. Physically and mentally exhausted. 2. Did not know what to do. Zhong Igua. 3. I do not know if the name is a paradox or had a deeper meaning. His name means, love the country. If he killed love the country, does it mean that Yue Zhong does not love the country anymore? Given Chinese censorship, does it means trouble? Chapter 153. Chang Yu. This chapter is a sponsored chapter and is not part of the regular chapter. This is sponsored by Mr. Melvin Smith. Please join me to give him a big round of applause for his donation to help to offset the web hosting charges. Thank you, Mr. Smith. God bless you. Note: to celebrate our first donation, I bought some chicken meat. Fruits and veggies thought his novel finally can sell, and he actually cried as he ate the meat. For many months now, our diet comprised mainly of bread or some rice and veggies. Meat is luxury we can afford only during Chinese New Year. After brunch, he shoved a small stack of messy handwritten papers at my face and forced me to translate more. I took a glance at the papers and groaned. As usual, his thoughts are unorganized, and it will take several hours for me to sort through the mess and return to LBDNA. What an excellent marksmanship, thought Yue Zhong. After Yue Zhong activated the shadow step skill, his speed and movement became much faster, even though he was still occasionally forced to find cover under the masked assassin's exquisite marksmanship. His massive increase in speed still allowed him to close in on the assassin. As he closed in, he immediately lurched an attack with his knife, and the speed of his knife slash is fast as a meteorite. If Yue Zhong just focused on marksmanship, Yue Zhong admitted that he is inferior to the masked assassin. Although he had trained diligently in his marksmanship skills whenever he had the opportunity to do so, the time he had spent training is too short. The mysterious assassin is not weak, and at the moment Yue Zhong closed in on him, the assassin immediately abandoned his gun and pulled out a Chinese jian sword. His jian drew a beautiful arc as it landed on Yue Zhong's weapon, and Yue Zhong's knife was harmlessly deflected to the side. But Yue Zhong did not give up. Using his superior speed, he launched a series of quick jabs with his knives towards the assassin. Under his enhanced speed, the rapid knives attacking the assassin seemed like a hurricane of blades. Although the assassin's speed cannot be compared to Yue Zhong, his swordsmanship skills is superb. He executed a series of defensive sword movements that protected himself from almost any angle, and with great difficulty, he managed to block or parry the series of knife attacks that Yue Zhong had lurched at him. Just when the two of them are engaged in fierce combat, from the darkness behind the assassin, a shard of sharpened bone spike suddenly exploded and headed towards the man in black like a missile. The assassin's eyes flashed with a light, and his sword parried the bone shard and slightly altered the trajectory of the bone spike. At the same time, he twisted his body and managed to avoid the projectile that will pierce through him if it hits. Taking advantage of the momentarily lapse in concentration, as the assassin put all his efforts into avoiding the bone shard, Yue Zhong managed to land a heavy kick on the man's waist. The force of the kick sent the men flying for a few meters. From the darkness of the night, a hail of sharpened bone shards were fired out, heading towards the masked assassin. The man in black splat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the kick. As he landed on the ground and became aware of the hail of bone shards heading towards him, his speed suddenly exponentially increased by a factor of 3. Like an arrow fired from a bow, he quickly escaped the area before the hail of bone shards can hit him, and in a few heartbeats, disappeared into the darkness of the night. There was a shimmer of light in Yue Zhong's eyes, and Yue Zhong also disappeared into the darkness of the night. Under the cover of the night, the man in black endured his injuries and struggled to make his way through a maze of streets and alleyways. Finally, he entered an inconspicuous room within a very quiet alley. Cheng Yu Gu, 2, what happened to you? Cheng Yu Gu, 2, are you injured? The room has only one lighted candle. Under the dim light of that candle, it is possible to see that the place of less than 30 square meters was crammed with 9 children. Each of these children have not even reached the age of 13. Immediately after the man in black entered the room, The rest of the children surrounded him, and their face was full of worried expressions. I am all right. Chang Yu took off his mask and revealed a handsome but pale face. He had a coughing fit and coughed out another big mouthful of blood. The blood filled his hands. Looking at the injured Chang Yu, the 9 children panicked and rumbled through the room, overturning all the drawers in each cabinet in the house to find some medicine for Chang Yu. After the apocalypse, medicine and food has become scarce supplies. After combing through the home, the children only found a few band-aids and some painkillers. At this time, a massive white bones axe landed on the door of the house and cleaved it apart. Yue Zhong walked in confidentially. Kids. Yue Zhong was momentarily surprised by the sight of the 9 kids in the room. His bloodlust for Chang Yu, who was trying to assassinate him a moment ago, has somewhat dissipated. After the apocalypse, with the passage of time, men slowly turned increasingly evil as morals completely broke down. For a piece of bread, a woman can sell her body. For a steamed bun, a man can kill another. Rape and murder in this post-apocalypse world is common occurrence. In order to feed themselves and their families, some people will even turn into cannibals and eat other men. In this world where order has collapsed and there is moral degeneration, Chang Yu is, to Yue Zhong's eyes, a man among man for protecting these children. Looking at Yue Zhong, Chang Yu seemed to plead, "Do not hurt the children. I will follow you." Before the apocalypse, Chang Yu was a top-ranked killer and is proficient in a variety of killing skills. His swordsmanship skills is considered top-notched in the city, and he had a wide variety of contracts to kill within Longhai City. After the apocalypse, like the majority of the men, he retreated to Longhai Survival Base. Although Chang Yu has extraordinary skills, his luck is not so good. At that time when the system god gifted him with a wooden bat, it happened that he is armed with gun and a sword. Of course, with these 2 weapons, he did not even glance at the wooden bat, and threw it away without a thought. Compared to a wooden bat, he is more accustomed to fighting with a sword and gun. This action means that he did not get any experience for using his own weapons to kill zombies. This world is set up so that only those who use the system gifts to kill zombies will get experience points and rewards. Once the secret of evolution is discovered, Chang Yu has already retreated to the safety of the Longhai Survival Base Camp, and all the items from the God and Devil worlds were strictly controlled. It is with great difficulty that he killed an evolver with a Tang imitation sword, and was able to use his skills to kill some zombie and evolve to level 8. But at this time, it is very rare for the normal zombies drop skill books. Without any strong skills, he is unable to become a peak evolution expert. During his peak condition when he was uninjured, he is not a match for Yue Zhong. Now that he is severely injured by Yue Zhong's kick, he poses even less of a threat to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at Chang Yu and directed his sights towards one of the kids in the room. With a cold voice, he asked, "Who sent you to assassinate me?" Chang Yu struggled internally for a moment, but seeing the cold look on Yue Zhong's face and that he is looking at the children and not at him, he finally gave up and revealed, "Ice King Zhang Yun." To Chang Yu, the 9 orphans in the room with him are far more important than the code of conduct for assassins. Code of conduct of not revealing the one who hired them. It's him again. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a hint of murderous intent. To date, Ice King had already attempted to kill him twice. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that he will definitely take revenge on Ice King Zhang Yun and kill him without showing a shred of mercy. Yue Zhong then asked, "How much did he pay you for the job?" Chang Yu replied, 1 ton of food. Translator notes. Kidding? So much? Did I make a mistake? In Chinese it reads, if it is 1 kg or 5 kilograms, I could believe it. Before the apocalypse, each time Chang Yu kills, he charges about $100,000. But after the apocalypse, 1 ton of food is enough for this former peak assassin to sell his life. Yue Zhong looked at Chang Yu and said, "I am the leader of the Stone Horse Village. Chang Yu, work for me. If you are willing to work for me, the children will have better lives. They can study in a bright and spacious classroom together with their classmates, and every day they will get to eat some food. If you are willing to work, even having bread and milk for them every day is not a problem." Chang Yu has top-rated combat experience and skills. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong is a high-level evolver, he will not be a match for this former top-rated assassin. His biggest problem is that Chang Yu has bad luck. If Yue Zhong is willing to develop him further, in future Yue Zhong will be able to get a very capable general. Chang Yu replied, Captain Yu, if you are willing to take good care of them, I will sell my life to you. At this time, Chang Yu was feeling that he was cruelly oppressed and had no choice in the matter. If he wants to let the children continue to live, he had to work with Yue Zhong. Everyone had things that they hold dear to their heart. To Chang Yu, these orphans are what matters to him. They allow him to hang on to the shred of his humanity in a perverse world. After the apocalypse, many people have killed themselves as they do not have any more faith in this cruel world. As well, many people had lost their faith, and their spiritual pillar collapsed. While these people are still alive, they are dead inside and are no different from a living zombie. Only if a man have faith and held on to his beliefs will he struggle to survive in this cruel world. Original translation. 1. Original translations reads, fast like ghost. But it does not make much sense, so I just put increase in speed. G2, although it means brother, but Chinese men has a habit of calling close friends brothers, and brothers usually have no blood relationships. This is especially prevalent in triad society in Hong Kong. 3. To be suppressed. For please note that what the author is trying to say in the last 2 lines is highly ambiguous. I translated in a way that made sense to me, without changing the meaning of the sentence where possible. Chapter 154. Assault on Ice King Group. Yue Zhong and Chang Yu first ensured the safety of the 9 children that Chang Yu is protecting by moving them to Yue Zhong's camp. Once the children are safe, Yue Zhong then asked Chang Yu, what do you know regarding strength of the Ice King Group? At this time, Chang Yu has already taken the medical grass medicine, and is feeling much better. Color had returned to his face. He seemed to consider for a while before carefully replying Yue Zhong. Of the Ice King Group, the strongest among them is Ice King Zhang Yun. Nobody knows how strong he had evolved, but all the men who had crossed swords with him in the past had already died. Other than Ice King Zhang Yun, there is one more man called Zhao Xiong who is also a powerful evolver. Zhao Xiong specialized in speed, and is Zhang Yun's most loyal follower. It is rumored that after the apocalypse, Zhang Yun had once saved his life. In addition, Ice King also have about 100 more underlings. Yue Zhong considered the information carefully, before asking, do you know where the Ice King Group's headquarters is? Yes, I know. It is in a massive villa at the end of Xinghua Road. Yue Zhong then spoke to Chen Yao. Chen Yao, please may I trouble you to pass a message to your uncle, Chen Jianfeng? Please inform him that the Ice King Group wants to kill me, and I retaliated in self-defense. Please ask him to let the military exercise restraint, and do not interfere in the fight. But only do this 5 minutes after we have left the premises. N means yes in Chinese. Bring me to the Ice King Group's headquarters. I want to destroy him. Yue Zhong stood up, and his killing intent burst forth. Sitting down and waiting for others to attack him is not his style. The area around Xinghua Road is the territory of Ice King Zhang Yun. Ice King Zhang Yun is one of the 4 strongest evolvers in Long Hai Survival Camp. Although Xinghua Road is not part of the Special Administrative Region, the lights in a massive villa at the end Xinghua Road still shone bright, as if there is no difference before and after the apocalypse. A team of about 12 people were patrolling outside the villa grounds. Just when the team of bodyguards rounded the corner, 12 sharpened bone shards were fired from among the tall grasses. Each bone shard hits one member of the bodyguards in his head with unparalleled precision, and the impact of this sneak attack was shocking. All of the team of bodyguards were immediately killed by the bone shard, and not one remained standing. What an amazing skill! Chang Yu was hiding among the grasses when he saw the strength of white bones, and could not help feeling afraid. Even at his peak period, he could not kill a team of 12 bodyguards without making any sound and without alerting anyone. That White Bones is able to easily accomplish this task clearly illustrated the difference between an evolver and an ordinary man. After killing this team of patrolling bodyguards, Chang Yu quickly moved from cover to cover and made his way to the entrance of the villa. At the entrance, There was 2 bodyguards that was protecting the area, but they posed no threat to someone of Chang Yu's caliber, and was quickly eliminated with 2 gunshots. Chang Yu's guns were equipped with a silencer to avoid alerting the rest of the guards. Yue Zhong also brought his men and quickly slaughtered his way into the villa. Inside the villa, Chang Yu's skills did not put his reputation as a top killer in the pre-apocalypse age to shame. His marksmanship was outstanding, and any men who appeared within Chang Yu's sights were immediately shot and killed before they even realized what is happening. After entering the villa, Yue Zhong's men immediately dispersed and charged towards the door of each room within the villa. Upon reaching each of the room, they would break open the door, and then killed the men who were sound asleep. A lot of Ice King Group's men were still asleep when they were killed. In addition, some of the women who were in the villa was also killed. But Yue Zhong's men were a tad too noisy in carrying out their massacre, and after killing a number of men, they were finally discovered, and the villa was shook awoke under a burst of extremely shrill cry, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Ice King Zhang Yun, who was sound asleep with 4 beautiful women in his arm, was jolted awake by this cry. He pushed aside the women who were soundly sleeping besides him, and immediately grabbed his level 2 protective vest armor and equipped it in an instant. A massive white bone axe crashed on his door, and the force of the impact broke the door into pieces. Yue Zhong stepped into the room, and using his Type 79 submachine gun, he wildly opened fire and spread a hail of bullets into the room. Against the hail of bullets, Zhang Yun sucked in his breath and activate his evolver skill, Ice Manipulation. A sheet of ice mirror seemed to appear in front of his body. The hail of bullets landed on the ice mirror, but only managed to nick a small white dot on the mirror and immediately bounced off the mirror. While Zhang Yun may be arrogant and despotic, his reputation is well-deserved and his skills are indeed top-notched. He used the ice manipulation skill again, and in an instant, 5 chucks of ice cones appeared from thin air and shot towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong dared not to receive this attack and dodged to a side to find cover among the walls. The 5 chucks of ice cones hit the place where Yue Zhong was originally standing in, and the force of the impact created 5 fist-size holes on the wall. Very impressive. Yue Zhong's heart turned cold. This Ice King Zhang Yun's skills is indeed extraordinary for being able to manipulate ice to this extent. The strength of these ice cones can be considered equal to a level 1 ice magic spell. But seeing that Zhang Yun can manipulate ice almost at will, it means that he has strong spiritual force, and should have applied more than 1 point of skill on his ice manipulation ability. Yue Zhong took out a heavy grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw the grenade into the room. Grenade! When Zhang Yun saw the heavy grenade, his face immediately turned pale, and used his ice manipulation ability again. Under his skillful usage of ice manipulation ability, the heavy grenade was enveloped and frozen in a chuck of ice, and harmlessly dropped towards the ground. Once he did this, Zhang Yun immediately rushed out from the room. Each second of using his ice manipulation skills consumed some stamina and spiritual strength. If he could not finish the fight in a short period of time, he will exhausted his spiritual strength and stamina, leaving him unable to fight. Just when he rushed out of the room, he immediately saw that Yue Zhong had already retreated at least 10 m away from him. Even worse, Yue Zhong had readied a massive Type 89 style 12.7 mm heavy machine gun, and it was pointed towards him. Once Zhang Yun appeared in Yue Zhong's sights, the massive 12.7 mm heavy machine gun that can easily tear an armored jeep apart immediately let loose a long barrage of heavy fire. The numerous massive bullets seemed to turn into a hail of golden lines that streaked towards Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's face turned even paler, and again he used his skill of ice manipulation to create a thick wall made of ice to block these bullets. Countless number of bullets repeatedly slammed against the ice wall, and created a massive hole in the ice wall that was expanding each second as each bullet penetrated deep into the ice wall and tore some of the ice out. Damn it! Why is there a heavy machine gun over here? Immediately after creating the wall of ice, Zhang Yun immediately ran back towards his room. His ice manipulation skill may be very powerful, but it is not invincible. Creating an ice wall that can withstand a barrage of bullets from the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun had drained a massive portion of his spiritual force and stamina. If he is continuously assaulted by Yue Zhong's barrage of bullets, it is certain that he will die here today. White Bones, attack! Yue Zhong commanded White Bones, who was standing beside him. White Bone immediately grabbed his massive bone axe and rushed towards Zhang Yun. To ensure that he get the maximum benefits for his unique ice manipulation ability, Zhang Yun had continuously poured all his skills points into stamina and spiritual force each time he leveled up. The rest of his statistics are average and is only enhanced by equipment that he had gathered from the system. Therefore, it is no surprise that his speed is inferior to White Bones. Just as he reached the window and is about to make his escape, White Bones finally reached him and a massive axe chopped down towards him. Zhang Yun waved his hand, and the ice jade ring on his finger immediately launched its special skill. An ice magic array appeared from thin air, and a cone of ice slammed against White Bones. The impact sent White Bone flying for several meters. In addition, White Bone's body also shown signs of being frozen, and is covered with a thin layer of ice. What is worse is that the bones in the chest area has been penetrated by the cone of ice, and countless cracks appears on the bones close to the chest area. Notes from translator. There is no need to thank me for this chapter, but thanking the sponsors Mr. Torsten Tim and Mr. Alexander Hacker who made this chapter possible is a very kind gesture and is so much appreciated. Chapter 155. Goodbye Zhang Yun. After Zhang Yun managed to force White Bones back, he immediately jumped down from the window. He is equipped with numerous items from the system, and with the item's enhancement to his stats, he did not sustain any damage even after jumping down from the third story. Translator note. Weird? I recalled he was in bed with 4 beauties, and only had time to put on his protective vest before Yue Zhong charged into his room. This means he should be naked from his chest down and does not have much equipment on him. Where did these equipment come from? 40 grenade launcher. I googled and there is really a R40 grenade launcher. The author knows his military weapons well. Zhang Yun had just escaped from the window and had only ran a short distance, when Yue Zhong carried a massive Type 40 grenade launcher and appeared from window next to his room. Yue Zhong took aim at Zhang Yun and launched a rocket grenade. Damn it! Zhang Yun looked at the Yue Zhong lugging that Type 40 grenade launcher and his face turned even paler. Translator notes. Hello author. His face has already turned pale so many times and cannot be any paler already. Zhang Yun had no idea how Yue Zhong managed to bring so many heavy weapons into Longhai survival camp. He does not even have a Type 40 grenade launcher. This type of weapon is only available to highly ranking officers in the military, and just one rocket fired from the grenade launcher can blow an armored camp into pieces. Zhang Yun desperately used all his stamina and spiritual force to create a wall of ice in a semicircle around him. With a massive boom sound, the rocket grenade connected with the wall of ice and immediately exploded. A wave of fire and smoke rapidly spread out from the point of the impact and completely engulfed Zhang Yun in its blast radius. After the smoke has dissipated, a charred black body collapsed to the ground. This body is the corpse of Zhang Yun, who had been roasted alive from the grenade. While Zhang Yun's ice manipulation skill allowed him to create a barrier of ice wall to protect himself against the barrage of bullets against 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. But that was the limit of his defensive skill. Against a powerful weapon of war such as a Type 40 grenade launcher, even his ice wall could not withstand the impact. It is true that evolvers are very powerful and have superhuman powers. But the weapons of war that was developed using the best and the brightest minds of mankind is in no way inferior to evolvers. It is because of this reason that in this survival camp, the strongest power is not the 4 strongest evolvers of which Ice King Zhang Yun is a part of, but is the military that have experience in conducting wars. Of course Zhang Yun's skills are very strong, but he did not even have a chance to fully utilize his powers before he is killed by Yue Zhong's clever use of military weapons. Once Zhang Yun is dead, Yue Zhong jumped down from the window and searched Zhang Yun's corpse to see if he can get any equipment from the system. But Yue Zhong's luck is not very good. The items on Zhang Yun's corpse had been blown into dust from the impact of the grenade launch. However, all is not lost, as somehow the ice jade ring managed to survive the carnage and is not broken. Level 3 treasure, Ice Jade Ring, grants 6 points of spiritual power when war, and have a special property. Once a day it can create an ice cone. Yue Zhong immediately equipped the ice jade ring. To him, spiritual power is also important. After Zhang Yun was killed, the Ice King's men were left without a leader. Under the attack of evolvers like Ji Qingwei, Chen Shitu, Chang Yu, Kong Tianyu, etc., if the Ice King's men refused to surrender, they were killed outright. Once the second strongest men in the Ice King group, Zhao Xiong, saw things were not going on well for the Ice King group, he immediately made his escape. Not long after, the Ice King's men who chose to surrender were tied up and led out of the villa one after another. Other than the men, the villa contains a lot of food and at least 10 women. Yue Zhong party escorted the captives and the women towards his camp. On the way back to the camp, there are occasional policemen and soldiers who saw the procession. However, all of them had already been instructed by their superiors to pretend that they did not see anything. Even if there were no instructions from the top, they also had no desire to stop Yue Zhong's party or create any troubles for this group of fierce-looking men. The news of the Ice King being assassinated quickly spread through the grapevine in Longhai City. Ice King Group is actually an evil group that oppressed many people. Learning that the Ice King was killed, many oppressed citizens clapped and cheered in happiness. But the rest of the factions in power residing in Longhai Survival Camp had a different attitude. They were apprehensive of Yue Zhong's power. After all, Ice King Group is relatively powerful within Longhai Survival Camp. The fact that Yue Zhong managed to destroy the group in the span of one night made them feel threatened. I need you to give me an explanation. The next day, Chun Jianfeng summoned Yue Zhong and looked at Yue Zhong without any expressions on his face. Yue Zhong's face did not change color, and he calmly replied, Ice King Group has twice sent people to kill me, and even framed me for things I did not do. With these provocations, surely I am permitted to fight back. Chun Jianfeng stared at Yue Zhong with a poker face. It is impossible to read Chun Jianfeng's thoughts from his face as he spoke. Even then, you should just report the issue to the relevant authorities and inform us about this issue. We of course will not just sit still and will send someone to take action. But you selfishly acted and kill Ice King Zhang Yun. How are you going to resolve this problem? Yue Zhong looked at Chun Jianfeng and suddenly he smiled. I looted 30 tons of food from Ice King Group. I will give you half. 20 tons. Chun Jianfeng then relaxed his poker face. In reality, he does not care about the Ice King Group. Destroying this poisonous cancer group means nothing to him. But what he wants is the Ice King Group's accumulated food supply. 20 tons of food. If all the food are turned into porridge, it will be enough to let 2,000 more survivors last for 1 or 2 more months. The reason why he summoned Yue Zhong today is to ask for some of the food supply that Yue Zhong's group had raided from the Ice King Group. Translator notes, off topic. Woa. I did not expect that both LBDNA and this chapter had the same theme, that of corrupted officers in China. Yue Zhong agreed. Okay. It is a deal. Chun Jianfeng stared at Yue Zhong with a serious voice. Let's forget about the matter yesterday. But I do not want this type of thing happening again. If this happens again, I will not let you off this easily. If Yue Zhong continues to act without regards for the law, Chun Jianfeng will not sit still. Not even if the ones that Yue Zhong killed are all scums from Longhai Survival Camp. Yue Zhong did not promise anything, but just replied, if no one tries to kill me, of course, I will not willfully create trouble. Chun Jianfeng raised his eyebrows and asked, regarding the raid on the granary, how are your preparations coming along? Dongfeng Military Jeep. There is really a Dongfeng Military Jeep in real life. The author really know his shit. No problems. After asking about preparation for the raid on the granary, Yue Zhong left the office of Chun Jianfeng. In the following 2 days, Yue Zhong's men transported all the people to Stone Horse Village. This include the female bitches, Chang Yu's 9 children, and workers who agreed to work in Stone Horse Village. On the day of the agreed joint exercise to raid the granary, Yue Zhong forces sent 1 infantry fighting vehicle, 5 Dongfeng military jeeps with guns mounted on them, 2 Dongfeng military trucks, 5 Hummers and 2 fire trucks. On the Longhai Survival Campsite, the military also sent 1 infantry fighting vehicle. For large trucks, 6 Dongfeng military jeeps with guns mounted on them, 6 jeeps, and 3 ambulance. Other than the military, other factions and powers from Longhai Survivor Camp united together under one group. As this mission is viewed as very important by Longhai decision-makers, the various factions and powers were promised by the military that if they were willing to help the military attack the granary, they will be rewarded with a portion of the food. After the apocalypse, food becomes of paramount importance. If there is food, then there will be people who are willing to work with them in exchange for food. With more people, it means more power. Therefore, the various factions and powers are willing to help the military fight in return for a portion of the food supplies. Also, with the military and Yue Zhong's men being positioned in front, there is less risk to them, and they are more willing to take risks. Once the appointed hour arrive, all the vehicles set off for the granary in Shanglin County. Surprisingly, along the way, the party did not even see a single creature, not even zombies. This made Yue Zhong felt that something is not right. The granary is located at the outskirts of Shanglin County. Surrounding the granary are vast tracts of farmland. However, some tracts of farmland that is supposed to be full of crops are now overgrown with a strange type of weed. The remaining farmland seem to be barren and do not have any crops. As the group of cars entered the area near the granary, suddenly a shrill cry resounded through the sky. Then hundreds, if not thousands of black rats seemed to crawl out from various rat holes. Each rat is as big as a cat, and the swarm of rats rushed towards the group of cars. Chapter 156. Rat Tide. Level 5 Monster. Mutant rat hunt in massive groups. Due to Yue Zhong's eyes of perception passive skill, he immediately received the information as soon as he saw the mutant rats. The mutant rat joined together and become a massive black tide, and surrounded the team. Open fire! Open fire! The leader of coalition of various factions and powers could not help panicking when he saw the endless stream of rats, and immediately shouted out orders. Immediately the coalition of various factions members all madly fire whatever weapons they had at the mutant rats. There were too many mutant rats in the rat tide. Even though the shooting skills of the coalition of various factions members were relatively poor, most of the bullets still hit the rats and killed many rats, and those rats that were shot or killed were rapidly crushed by the weight of the other rats behind it as the swarm tided forward. The problem is the number of mutant rats is many, and despite the fact that a large number of rats have been killed, like a tidal wave, the rats' tide does not seem to slow down at all as it rushed towards the team. Seeing the massive swarm of rats continuously getting closer and closer, the coalition leader was unable to keep his cool under pressure, and tried to escape using the same route that they came in from. As the jeep entered into the sea of mutant rats, the mutant rats within the rat tide seemed unafraid and attacked the jeep. Although hundreds of mutant rats were crushed and sent flying from the impact of the jeep crashing through them, there were many mutant rats that managed to latch on the jeep, and the jeep seemed to be surrounded by mutant rats. Even worse, the window of the jeep is completely covered, and this made it impossible for the driver to see anything. Without any visibility, the driver was unable to steer properly, and the jeep crashed into a barren field. Countless mutant rats immediately surrounded and attacked the jeep in a frenzy. There were bursts of sharp shill sound as countless black mutant rats attacked the steel plating on the jeep and managed to bore a large hole through the plating. Then the mutant rats swarmed into the jeep and bit down on the men inside the vehicle. From the jeep, there came a sound of screaming, and splatters of blood splashed on the windows of the car. The car shook for some time and finally stopped moving. Translator notes: "This is really scary to me due to my superb imagination. I am so glad I am not in that jeep. What happened to this jeep seems to foreshadow what happened to the other vehicles that tried to run and rush out from the rat tide. These were all swallowed by the swamp of rats." Then there were screams of agony as the men inside each vehicle were eaten alive. Echoes throughout the granary area. Translator notes: "Erg. More gore. If the teeth of the mutant rat is strong enough to rip about the steel plating on the jeep, of course there is no need to mention what would happen to the other normal vehicles that did not have steel plating." Each faction leader immediately roared out, "Don't run away, idiots. Open fire. Quickly open fire. And kill these rats." Each of the surviving men immediately spread a sea of bullets into the rat tide. The IFV, the weapons mounted on each Donghai military jeep, and Yue Zhong's heavy machine guns all concentrated fire on the rat horde. Under the stream of concentrated fire, The black-colored rat tide faltered, and it seemed as there was an invisible knife cutting through the middle of the rat tide, parting the waters into two sides. Countless numbers of mutant rats were torn into shreds from the concentrated fire. Although there was a temporary respite, the number of mutant rats were really uncountable, and despite the concentrated fire on the middle of the rat tide, there were some rats that managed to avoid the hail of bullets and successfully landed among the team members. For the rats that managed to enter Yue Zhong's camp, Ji Qingwu used her superior sword skills, Tang imitation blade and mysterious footwork skills to slice apart the rats. Many rats were sliced into two pieces, as their blood splattered all over the floor. Qian Shitu, Kong Tianyu and the other evolvers from Yue Zhong's camp also used the Tang imitation blades on any stray mutant rats that managed to get close. Individually or in a small number, these mutant rats were not scary at all. Even a normal human can easily kill one if they were unafraid of it. But if anyone is engulfed in the sea of rats, it is almost impossible to survive. For the few isolated cases of mutant rats that successfully managed to enter the coalition team's rank, some of the more skilled warriors were also easily able to kill them, but there were some that panicked, and it is with some difficulty that these rats were put down. These rats are only as big as a cat, and only had a bite or scratch attack and pose little danger to them. Only 6 of the collation team members were scratched by the mutant rats, and there was no causality among the team. The mutant rats seemed to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. If they retreat, they would be gunned down by concentrated fire, and if they rushed forward, those that managed to infiltrate each faction is easily put down. Although a massive number of rats were killed and the rat eyes turned bloodshot, still the rat tide remained unrelenting and continued to rush towards the team. Under the barrage of heavy fire, in less than 10 minutes, there were over 2,000 mutant rats that have been torn into shreds. However, there were also about 200 mutant rats that managed to enter the human camp, and the number is constantly increasing. In the coalition of factions/powers team, a man who was armed with a machete had just chopped a mutant rat to death. In the next moment, suddenly 2 mutant rats lunged at him. One of the rats bit his shoulder, and the teeth that can break apart a steel plate took out a big chunk of flesh. The other mutant rat bit him on his leg, and tore off a large stripe of meat and blood. Arr! The man could not resist letting out a miserable cry. His left hand grabbed the rat that was on his shoulder, and threw the rat to a side. Immediately after the man threw the rat away, another 4 mutant rats rushed towards him, and latched onto his body as they chomped their sharp teeth into his flesh. The man desperately struggled in pain while crying out for help, growing weaker with each successive bite. After a short while, his cries disappeared and he stopped moving. There was no one around to save him as more and more rats has successfully rushed through the bullet storm and entered the camp. Other than the evolvers who were equipped with many protective items, or Yue Zhong's team members who were well equipped with snakeskin armor, the rest of the teams began to show signs of people dying, and the death count of humans also began to rise. Due to the non-stop firing of the heavy machine guns that was mounted on the vehicles, all the heavy machine guns began to heat up and turn red hot. The battle between the men and rats had only lasted 10 minutes, but now the guns were now white hot and could not continue to fire. Seeing this unfavorable situation, Yue Zhong seldomly commanded his man, "Spray the oil." The tanks on the 2 fire engines on Yue Zhong's team did not contain water, but oil. The firemen has already readied themselves to hose the rat horde with oil, and was just waiting for Yue Zhong's command. Upon hearing the command, they immediately sprayed the oil in a semicircle around the ground in front of Yue Zhong's team. Chang Yu then lighted a bottle of Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards the oil on the ground. Upon contact with the Molotov cocktail, the ground that was sprayed with oil caught fire and burned all the mutant rats within the area into ashes. On the Longhai military campsite, they had also prepared 2 ambulances loaded with barrels of flammable oil. They also spilled the flammable oil on their territory and set fire to it, forming a wall of fire. The reason that man is superior to animals is because man has intelligence and is able to think of ways to deal with problems. But the mutant rats were not the same. Even though there is a wall of fire blocking their path, the mutant rats still continue their strategy of rushing through the fire in swamps. But each mutant rat that passed through the sea of flame were burned to death. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Hundreds of mutant rats were burned. Still the rat tide continues to swarm over the fire, as if they want to use the corpse of the fallen to create a gap in the fire. Side notes. Translator notes. Thanks for the nightmare of rats gnawing at me. Wait, that is fruits and veggies. He is so hungry that he bit my leg while asleep. Due to the accident today, he did not had any dinner and felt asleep next to his phone, even though the rice with veggies is in the fridge. Well, his loss and my gain? Chapter 157. Follow me. The mutant rat strategy was unfortunately for them flawed. This was because the mutant rat's fur were combustible, and the use of flammable oil made it very hard to put out the fire. As a result, all the mutant rats that rushed into the flame were quickly incinerated by the inferno and perished. However, the zeal in which the mutant rat tide charged headlong into the blaze regardless of how many of them were killed had unsettled all the men. Kong Tianyu had just dispatched the last of the mutant rats that managed to enter into their ranks. Looking at the mutant rats that continuously rushed into the flames, he remarked, "It would be wonderful if they all rush through the fire and commit suicide. If there was only one mutant rat, even an ordinary man could muster up the courage to attack and kill it. However, if there were more than 3 rats attacking an ordinary man, the one that would be killed would definitely be the man. If there are more than 20 rats, even an evolver like Kong Tianyu would be in serious danger if he is not protected by the snakeskin armor." Initially, looking at the sea of mutant rats made the humans despair. It was estimated that there were at least 30,000 rats. Even if they had used up all their bullets, there were no guarantee that they would be able to kill all the rats. But if these rats were stupid enough to do a kamikaze charge by leaping into the flames, that would be an ideal scenario in the minds of the men. From among the granary came another shrill cry, and surprisingly, the mutant rats that were thoughtlessly throwing themselves into the sea of flames suddenly stopped rushing into the fire. Instead, they surrounded the fire at a safe distance and glared menacingly at the survivors entrapped within, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yue Zhong raised his eyebrows, and in his heart, he thought that the mutant rats must have a leader that was coordinating their attacks. The uncountable sea of mutant rats that were not afraid of death was already very difficult to handle. Now that there was a leader leading and coordinating them, the difficulty of killing these rats had increased by at least a factor of 10. There is a limit to the supply of oil that Yue Zhong and the rest of the humans had brought along, and it was not possible for them to continuously spray the oil. Under the combined firepower and fire, the humans had already killed over 4,000 mutant rats. But as they looked over the sea of fire, they saw that there were still countless numbers of mutant rats surrounding them. This sight chilled the men to their bones, and nobody desired to move out of the protection of the fire. As for Yue Zhong's team, in the short span of 10 minutes, they had already used up over 20,000 bullets. This reduced their bullet supplies by 1/3. If this continues on, their bullet supplies cannot last for even half an hour more. After observing this, Yue Zhong walked into the Longhai military group camp area and requested to speak with the military commander, Su Zhenggang. "What the F***K do you want?" Looking at Yue Zhong, Su Zhenggang raised his eyebrows and directly questioned Yue Zhong. Su Zhenggang is feeling very depressed. The number of mutant rats had exceeded his wildest expectations. In addition, there was a leader commanding the rats. This made him felt that the battle is impossible to win, and he already had the desire to flee. The flammable oil was made up of a combination of petrol and crude oil. After the apocalypse, petrol and crude oil were also very valuable resources. The 2 ambulances that were filled with barrels of petrol and crude oil accounted for 25% of the oil in Longhai Survival Base Camp. Su Zhenggang had no desire to waste the expensive oil on trying to take control of a granary that he felt was unconquerable. Yue Zhong looked into Su Zhenggang's eyes and said, "These rats have a leader. I want to take some men to kill this mutant rat leader. 10 minutes. I hope you can lead your men and my men to protect this camp for just 10 minutes. If at the end of 10 minutes, I have not returned, you may either choose to lead the men to retreat or continue to wait here." Looking at the current situation, if Su Zhenggang chose to flee the scene, the coalition of various factions and powers in Longhai Survival Camp will definitely retreat with the military. Once this happens, If Yue Zhong's men continued to remain in this area and defend the camp, it is certain that they will be annihilated by the mutant rat horde. Su Zhengang might have belonged to a different faction from Yue Zhong, but he was an upright man and a man of his word. If he made a promise to protect the camp, he would die to protect the camp rather than to retreat. It was for this reason that Yue Zhong trusted this man. Su Zhengang glanced at Yue Zhong and carefully considered for a moment. He was well aware of the situation in Longhai survival camp. Only with enough food would there be peace inside the camp. Only with enough food will it allow the survivors in the camp to continue to live. He gritted his teeth before agreeing to Yue Zhong's request. All right, I promise you that I will defend this camp for 10 more minutes. But once 10 minutes are up, even if you have not returned, I will lead all the men to retreat. Thank you. Yue Zhong returned to his camp and had his men formed a circle before explaining, I am going to kill the leader that is directing this mutant rat horde. This mission is likely to be a suicide mission and death is likely. Those who are willing to go with me step forward. For those who are not willing to risk your lives, I will not force you. All his men stepped out without hesitation. This show of support made Yue Zhong very touched. For this mission, all the men who had followed Yue Zhong had experienced numerous combats with zombies under Yue Zhong's leadership. Each of them was a hot-blooded man and a mighty evolver. Seeing that their leader Yue Zhong had chosen to put himself in the path of danger instead of being the first to retreat has stirred their hot-blooded feelings. They would follow Yue Zhong to the ends of the world if required. Yue Zhong was very touched as he addressed his men in a firm voice. Each one of you are the pride of my team. Jiqing Wu, please follow me to kill the leader of the rat horde. The rest of you must defend this place for 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes you do not see me returning here, then you are to leave this place. Kong Tianyu will be your temporary leader while I am gone. Remember, you must defend this place for 10 minutes and not leave this place before 10 minutes is up. Among all the men who chose to follow Yue Zhong, Jiqing Wu was the strongest evolver. To attempt to assassinate the leader of the rat horde, he would need the assistance of the strongest men under him. After Jiqing Wu, Kong Tianyu was the second strongest man in Yue Zhong's team, and had served him loyally since he joined Yue Zhong's team in Always Bright Village. Therefore, he assigned Kong Tianyu as his deputy commander in his absence. Kong Tianyu had a solemn expression as he replied, Yes, Captain Yu. Once he finished his announcement, he immediately chose to activate a special skill of wearing white bones as an armor. Then he grabbed Jiqing Wu in his left hand and fired a piece of bone deep into the ground. Using the extension of bone as an extensible ladder, he vaulted towards the sea of mutant rats. Once the bone ladder could no longer be extended any further, the two of them dropped into the sea of mutant rats. The mutant rats immediately attacked these two humans that dared to enter into their midst with a frenzy. As the two of them dropped into the sea of rats, Jiqing Wu quickly executed a circular blade dance, and her blade dance decapitated all the mutant rats in a small circle around them. For just 1 or 2 seconds, there were no mutant rats around them. Then the tide of rats continued to pour in. But the relief of a second or two is more than enough for Yue Zhong to penetrate another bone spike into the ground, and reused his bone ladder technique to launch himself and Jiqing Wu forward. Using this method of dropping and creating new extensible bone ladders, Yue Zhong speedily made his way towards the granary. Translator notes, Who? Freaking unbelievable man. This killed it for me. From afar, Yue Zhong could see that on top of the granary in Shanglin County, there was 7 special mutant rats. 6 of these rats were as big as a human being, and their skin were of cyan color. But what really set these rats apart was that they looked like humanoid rats. I will refer to these as rat men from now on, okay? The rat men stood upright on their hind legs like humans. The crawls on their hands, are filled with sharp claws that are at least 20 centimeters long. Translator notes, For a picture, please look at 2. In the middle of the 6 special rats is a gigantic silver white rat. This rat is as big as a bear, and there is a crown of white fur that extend from the top of its head like a crown. Each of its claws are at least 40 centimeters long, and its eyes flushed with intelligence. Translator notes, For a picture, please look at 3. Notes, 1. For those who says rats do not have any hands, the hands refer to the forelegs of the rat. The white color Gant King rat. The white color Gant King rat. A massive rat man. A massive rat man. Notes 2. Charity Christmas Special. Santa Clausy was so embarrassed by my poor English, so I challenged myself to do better. Well, all of you know that Christmas is coming soon, right? Next to where I live is an orphanage home for the children, fruits and veggies, and I play with them occasionally and help out whenever we can. The kids are from 8 to 12 years old. The younger ones are usually adopted more quickly. So I tell you this. For every grammar or typo error you found in this article, I will donate $1 of my local currency to the orphan home on or before December 25, 2015. So please go ahead and find as many errors as you can and let me know in the comments section. On December 25, 2015, I will post the donation receipt online as proof of my words, and a link to the orphan home. So readers, you can help to bring cheer to the orphans as well. And no, this is not a bullshit. Capped at $10. Please don't worry, I will have other chapters where I will make this offer also, so the donation to orphan home will accumulate over time. Surrender all hail His Imperial Majesty. Mythic Beast. Congratulations, T.O. Mythic Beast. Despite trying even harder than ever, Fruitulums proved to be inferior. In one comment, Mythic Beast managed to spot 10 or more mistakes and immediately hit the cap. Fruitulums admit defeat and surrendered. Fruitulums will keep his promises and donate $10 to the orphan home. Thanks for the corrections. Notes 3. Please join me to thank our donors. Pira Tantasatidianon, Connor Young, Yusuf Hussein, for sponsoring this chapter. Without their donation, this chapter will not be so quick. Chapter 158, Mutant Rat King. Yue Zhong's eyes of perception ability allowed him to examine the ratmen from afar. Level 26 Mutant Beast. Elite Rat King's bodyguards. Rat King's chosen bodyguards are willing to die in battle in defense of Rat King. Level 43 Mutant Beast. Mutant Rat King. Has the ability to control mutant rat swarms and elite Rat King's bodyguards. That must be the leader. Zhong Yu looked at the 7 massive rats with a gleam of light in his eyes. On this expedition, he was most afraid that he could not find the leader of the rat tide within the time limit of 10 minutes. If he could not find the leader, he would have no choice but to abort this mission. After all, his team and both the teams from Longhai Survival Camp did not bring enough ammunition to destroy the sea of rats. The mutant Rat King also saw that Yue Zhong was making a beeline towards it. Its tiny eyes flashed a hint of disdain, and it uttered a sharp whistling sound. At that instant, from the granary, another massive swarm of mutant rats poured out in droves. In addition to the mutant rats tide, another 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards also climbed up to the granary. In addition to the forces above, 20 additional elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards the direction of Yue Zhong. These elite Rat King's bodyguards were incredibly fast. At full gallop, they crossed the distance of over 100 m in the span of a few seconds and shot towards Yue Zhong like an arrow. Their speed was only slightly inferior to the fastest creature that Yue Zhong has ever faced, a level 20 hunter. At this time, Yue Zhong was still 200 m away from the granary. Yue Zhong moved his left hand, and a Type 79 assault rifle flew out. He pulled the trigger and the gun spewed out a stream of bullets that streaked towards the elite Rat King's bodyguards. 3. These elite Rat King's bodyguards' bodies were comprised of extremely hard muscles. Although these bullets were able to penetrate through the hide of these rats, they were stopped by the rock-hard muscles from penetrating any deeper into the organs. As a result, the wounds of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were superficial. After emptying a 20-round magazine clip, Yue Zhong had only managed to kill 4 normal mutant rats, and did not even manage to kill a single elite Rat King's bodyguard. These elite Rat King's bodyguards finally reached the area in front of Yue Zhong, and used their sharp claws to chip away at the bone ladder. The claws of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were extremely sharp, and the white bone ladder could not withstand the continuous attacks of the elite Rat King's bodyguards for long before breaking. Once the white bone ladder was broken, Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu immediately plunged towards the ground. The 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards were hiding and distributed among the rat tide. They were intently watching the descent of Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu. Once these two humans fell into the swarm of rats, they will be surrounded on all sides and be attacked by numerous rats. No matter how powerful Yue Zhong is, being attacked by countless numbers of rats at the same time would definitely finish him off. Yue Zhong's eyes turned icy cold, and taking in a deep breath, he quickly fired another bone spike that stabbed into the head of a normal mutant rat. The force at which the bone spike was fired from allowed it to penetrate through the skull of the mutant rat and continued to penetrate deep into the ground. It quickly extended to become another bone ladder. In this way, both of them were temporarily out of danger. But the elite Rat King's bodyguards who saw this scene immediately rushed towards the new bone ladder and again used their claws to break down the bone ladder. This left Yue Zhong with no choice but to continuously shoot out bone spikes using both hands. Thus, he created multiple bone ladders that enabled him to continuously move forward. In the event that one of the bone spikes is broken, it is unlikely to hinder his progress in moving forward. 5. But for every bone ladder that was shattered, the white bone armor on Yue Zhong's body became thinner and thinner. While white bones has the unique ability freely manipulate bones, these bones were refined from its body and are not unlimited in number. If the bones were continuously broken, beyond a certain limit, white bones could no longer create new bone spikes. Just before white bone reached its limit, Yue Zhong finally broke through the rat tide and reached the granary. The 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards also followed Yue Zhong and was just lurking below the granary. As Mutant Rat King saw Yue Zhong approaching it, it immediately jumped down from the granary. It landed on the ground, and the 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards that was already there immediately surrounded it. This party of elite rats then fled. Meanwhile, the rest of the elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu. It chose to escape? Yue Zhong spied that the Rat King had opted to escape and was greatly surprised. That is a level 43 mutant Rat King, and its level was way higher than him. That it did not even attempt to fight and immediately opted to escape is outside of Yue Zhong's expectations. Although the Rat King chose to escape, the 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards and the remaining rat tide continued to surround and rush towards Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu from all sides. Yue Zhong took one look at the endless tide of rats that was rapidly approaching him, and also chose to flee. He extended his right hand and fired a bone shard towards the roof of granary. Then, using the extensible bone shard like a retractable rope, he launched himself and Ji Qingwu to the rooftop of the granary. The 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards also quickly climbed towards the rooftop after the two intruders. For Yue Zhong just took a glance at the persistent bastards and tossed a grenade towards the rat swarm below. A loud boom sound rang out. With a massive explosion, a large number of shrapnel were flung in all directions. This killed at least 10 of the normal mutant rats and their limbs were sent flying in all directions. Yue Zhong then jumped down towards the empty space that was created by the explosion. Having stepped foot on solid ground, Yue Zhong continuously tossed grenades at the rat swarm, creating havoc among them. From the havoc, he slowly created a path towards the direction in which the Rat King has fled in. The 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards were quickly left behind by Yue Zhong's sudden movement. The mutant king rat may be as big as a bear, but its speed was not as fast as the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Hence, it was much slower than Yue Zhong. The distance between the pursuer and the pursued was continuously shortened. Seeing the situation, the mutant king rat issued a soft growl, and 4 of its elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu. Surprisingly for a rat, it is as cowardly as some human leaders, and is not willing to send too many bodyguards to deal with Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu out for fear of compromising its own safety. Looking at the 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards that were rushing towards them, Ji Qingwu eyes flashed with competitive spirit. "Let me go!" she exclaimed. Ji Qingwu was a naturally competitive woman and is full of fighting spirit. If not, she would not have used a beginner's staff to fight zombies in the beginning of the apocalypse. It should be known that even among the men, there were very few men that had the courage to use the beginner's staff to fight against the zombies. These men were not worried about whether they could not win against the zombie, but rather was afraid that they will be infected with the zombie virus. Yue Zhong loosened his hold and let Ji Qingwu down. 6. Ji Qingwu lightly landed on the ground and used her active skill, cutting-edge enhancement. Her Tang imitation sword was enveloped in a layer of blue light. Ji Qingwu's eyes gleamed with determination as she followed beside Yue Zhong. With each swing of her blade, several mutant rats were sliced apart like tofu. In the span of a few breaths, the 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards reached the area in front of Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu. Yue Zhong moved his hand, and a stinger gun appeared on his hand. He suddenly accelerated like a ghost and avoided the attacks of the elite Rat King's bodyguard in front of him. Then he pointed the stinger gun at the head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard and pulled the trigger. Bam! The elite Rat King's bodyguard head was blown apart, and its brains and blood combined together to form a work of art on the floor. 2. Note: Type 79 Assault Rifle. 1. Type 79 Assault Rifle. It is real, dude. The author knows his guns. 2. It should reads, Bam! The elite Rat King's bodyguard head was blown apart, and its brains and blood splattered on the floor. I am just kidding at the last line. My bad. 3. Translator notes: I thought he had a beauty, Ji Qingwu, in his left hand and is hanging on to the bone ladder with his right hand? Apologies. I forget that when translating I should have left my brains at the door and just translate. 4. Translator notes: it should be 36. Original 6. 30 new elites. So altogether 36. Okay. I apologize, I take out my brains now and leave it outside the door. Brains plus brainless chapter equals mass confusion. 5. Translator notes: why can't the rats swamp up the white bones ladder? Oops, sorry author. I forgot to left my brains at the door again. 6. Translator notes: if I was Yue Zhong, I would steal a kiss first before letting her down. Chapter 159. Chasing the Rat King. Another elite Rat King's bodyguard lunged towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong twisted his body and barely managed to dodge the attack. But at the same time, he moved his stinger gun and blasted away the brains of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Ji Qingwu did not have as many weapons as Yue Zhong. Neither had she evolved as much as Yue Zhong. She did not even have the shadow step skill that Yue Zhong had. But her swordsmanship skill was unparalleled, and her activated skill enhanced the deadliness of her blades. The Tang imitation sword in her hands wove a path of destruction, beheading an elite Rat King's bodyguard in a single stroke even though she was lower in level than that creature. The head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard flew through the air, and blood sprayed out in all directions from the wounds. A big experience point globe was immediately absorbed by her, allowing her to gain 2 levels with a single kill. Despite killing an elite Rat King's bodyguard, Ji Qingwu's legs had not ceased moving all this while. In the span of a heartbeat, she was standing next to the last elite Rat King's bodyguard. The last elite Rat King's bodyguard immediately swiped its claws at her. With her supple and flexible body, she is able to avoid the death blow aimed at her head by crouching down. Once the claws had swiped over her head, she sprung up and beheaded the last elite Rat King's bodyguard with a single stroke. Translator's rant. Needs to highlight to see it. Where is the experience orb? Although these elite Rat King's bodyguard were level 26 mutant beasts, their combat powers were much weaker than the level 20 boss hunter. Their only advantage over the boss hunter was their unmatched sharp claws. Other than that, their strength and speed were way inferior to the boss hunter. Amazing! I had selected the right person to bring for this mission. Yue Zhong saw the elegant way in which Ji Qingwu had killed the 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards, and was very glad that he had chosen to bring Ji Qingwu with him. Indeed, her performance did not disappoint him. The 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards dropped a skill book and some system survival coins. Yue Zhong just kept all of them into his spatial ring, and continued to rush towards the mutant king rat like an arrow. The objective of this mission was to kill the mutant king rat. If the mutant king rat is not killed, the entire mission would be a failure, and there would be countless number of deaths among the humans even if the humans chose to retreat. The mutant king rat saw that Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu had easily dispatched 4 of his bodyguards, and immediately quickened his pace. With a sharp howl, 10 more elite Rat King's bodyguards turned back and rushed towards Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu. Yue Zhong just took a glance at the approaching elite Rat King's bodyguards, and from his spatial ring, he rapidly received several hand grenades and threw them towards these beasts. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded throughout the room. The 10 elite Rat King's bodyguards had not even came close to Yue Zhong before they were caught in the explosion. For 6 of these creatures, all that remained of them are the stumps of their foot, while their bones and guts were spattered all over the area. The remaining 4 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards faced the exact opposite situation. Their legs had been torn apart by the force of the explosion, but their life was preserved. From a short distance away, the rapidly approaching Yue Zhong fired 4 more bone spikes at the surviving elite Rat King's bodyguards. Each bone spike were fired with incredible accuracy and pierced a massive hole through each of the surviving elite Rat King's bodyguards' brains. 4 massive experience globes were absorbed by Yue Zhong. Translators Rant 1. Needs to highlight to see it. Yue Zhong would not gain experience for using non-system weapons such as military weapons, grenades etc. to kill any system creatures. However, he would gain experience orbs if he used the bone spikes, as bone spikes were provided by white bones and hence was part of this system. Congratulations for reaching level 28. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Increase stamina and agility. Yue Zhong quickly made his choice and continued to rush towards the mutant king rat. The mutant king rat saw that Yue Zhong is very persistent in chasing after it, and continuously screamed a low-pitched shrill cry. From all directions surrounding the granary, more and more mutant rats continuously poured out from every nook and cranny, and each of them rushed towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong continuously waved his hands and tossed multiple hand grenades into the swarm of rats. A series of explosions decorated the room with splashes of mutant rat bones, innards and bones. Ji Wu stood beside Yue Zhong and guarded him. For each mutant rat that managed to come close to Yue Zhong, she sliced them apart with her blade skill. The 2 of them wreaked a path of carnage and destruction towards the mutant king rats. Although they had to deal with numerous attacks from the mutant rats, their speed is still relatively quick. But the speed at which Yue Zhong used up his grenades is very rapid. Once he had used up all his grenades, both he and Ji Wu would be caught in a hazardous situation. In the span of 10 breaths, Yue Zhong and Ji Wu are only 20+ meters away from the mutant king rat. Yue Zhong activated the Ice Jade Ring's Ice Cone skill. Magical runes appears in the air instantly and launched an ice cone at the foot of the mutant king rat. One of the elite Rat King's bodyguards immediately stood in front of the mutant king rat and used its body to protect the mutant king rat. The ice cone ended up penetrating a large hole in the body of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. At the same time, a powerful wave of force immediately freezed that elite Rat King's bodyguard. Yue Zhong took out his stinger gun and continuously fired towards the mutant king rat. One by one, the elite Rat King's bodyguards took turns to use their body to protect the mutant king rat. Feeling that it was in danger, the mutant king rat's cries became more and more desperate and urgent, and the 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards' eyes turned bloodshot as they raced towards Yue Zhong group in increasingly faster speed. The mutant rats also seemed to be frenzied as they lurched themselves at Yue Zhong without concern for their own lives. But each and every one of the mutant rats could not scratch a hair on Yue Zhong's body as Ji Wu easily sliced them apart. Yue Zhong readied his devil flame skill, and massive flames appeared in his hand. Suddenly he accelerated and like a flash of lightning, he disappeared from Ji Wu's side and appeared next to the mutant king rat. With his devil flames, he burnt the injured elite Rat King's bodyguards protecting the mutant king rat. They were turned into ashes. Translators Rant 2. Ji Wu was surprised by Yue Zhong's sudden burst of speed. Incredible! Had he evolved so much? Even if Yue Zhong had not used any active skills, his speed had already eclipsed Ji Wu by a wide margin. Seeing that it could not flee anymore, the mutant king rat swiped a paw that was as big as bear towards Yue Zhong. With his shadow step skills, he seemed to disappear from the mutant king rat's sights for a moment, only to reappear behind the mutant king rat. The mighty paws of the mutant king rat landed on the ground, and with a massive bam sound, the surrounding area also seemed to shake from the impact. There was a big imprint of the paws on the ground. If this paw strike had landed on a human body, it would have undoubtedly pounded a man into meat paste. If it hits Yue Zhong, even Yue Zhong would have been killed by the might of this blow. But Yue Zhong had long escaped behind the mutant king rat and had readied another fireball. He fired the ball of fire towards the back brain of the mutant king rat. There was a massive bam sound as the fireball hit the mutant king rat. After the smoke cleared, Yue Zhong was startled to see that the fireball has only created a black burnt mark on the hairs of the mutant king rat, and that fireball was unable to penetrate the skull. An impressively hard skin and skull. Yue Zhong cried out in alarm. This is the first time he had encountered a mutant beast that even his fireball was unable to harm. Chapter 160. The Battle Against Mutant King Rat. Although it is not injured, the mutant king rat was incensed by the attack. It shrieked out a cry of anger and turned around and attempted to smack Yue Zhong with its mighty paws. But with the shadow step skill, Yue Zhong was able to stay one step ahead. He dodged to the right side of the mutant king rat and used his stinger gun to fire 3 stinger bullets into the head of the mutant king rat. The stinger gun is powerful, and a single shot was able to seriously injure or kill the elite Rat King's bodyguards. However, the same weapon only managed to create 3 tiny wounds of about 2 centimeters diameter on the mutant king rat's head. Still, unlike the fireball, the stinger gun managed to make the mutant king rat bleed. Blood began to slip out from the wounds on the mutant king rat's head. Although it is injured, the 3 wounds are merely superficial wounds, and are far from enough to kill the mutant king rat. The mutant king rat cried out in pain. It was enraged and furiously lunged at Yue Zhong with both its paws. Yue Zhong was shocked. Even the might of the stinger gun is insufficient to kill it? With the shadow step skill, Yue Zhong easily dodged the attack and moved towards the back of the mutant king rat. He then fired 3 more times towards the mutant king rat's head. Again, the 3 stinger bullets only managed to result in another 3 minor holes in the mutant king rat's head. It turned its head and in one swift motion, lashed out with a paw containing all its strength. Each of the mutant king rat's paw strikes was as heavy as a mountain, and a single hit could even shatter a small jeep. With but a single strike, Yue Zhong would be spattered into meat paste. But the mutant king rat was not as agile as Yue Zhong. Sure, it could have killed Yue Zhong with just a single paw strike, but that was only if it could land a hit on Yue Zhong. With Yue Zhong's superior speed, and under the effects of the shadow step, Yue Zhong was practically dancing in circles around it. Once the mutant king rat made its move, Yue Zhong also moved at the same time. With his superior speed, Yue Zhong was again able to position himself behind the mutant king rat. This time, he fired 6 stinger bullets in a row into the hole created by a previous wound. These 6 consecutive bullets were able to take advantage of the earlier wounds and managed to penetrate deep into the brains of the mutant king rat. Although the mutant king rat has very hard bones and skin, its brains is made up of soft matter. The brains exploded under the onslaught, and with a last twitch of its body, the mutant king rat collapsed on the floor. Congratulations for reaching level 29. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Congratulations for reaching level 31. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Once the mutant king rat had passed away, a massive orb of experience was absorbed into Yue Zhong's body, allowing him to grant 3 levels at once. Put 3 points into agility and 3 points into stamina. In the battle with the mutant king rat, if not for the fact that Yue Zhong's speed was vastly superior to the mutant king rat, Yue Zhong would have died. It is a fact that he could not even withstand a single blow from that creature. Therefore, he unhesitatingly invested 3 points of his hard-earned skills into agility. Congratulations for reaching above level 30. You can learn 2 extra active skills outside of your job skills before reaching level 50. Congratulations for reaching level 30. You have received 1 point of skill enhancement point. Please choose a skill that you desire to enhance. Enhance Summon Skeleton skill. Yue Zhong immediately made a choice. He wants to enhance the skill to the maximum level and see how it will evolve. A sudden gush of knowledge entered Yue Zhong's sea of knowledge, and in his Summon Skeleton skill, an additional rune was engraved in it. A beam of black light emerged from the rune and empowered white bones, evolving it further. Your Summon Skeleton skill has received 2 new skills. New skills 1. Return to Hell. When you use this powers, your skeleton will return to Hell and may self-evolve. However, in Hell there are massive conflicts among the undead. Once your skeleton returned to Hell, there is a chance that your skeleton may continue to get stronger. However, there is also a chance that it may be killed by other undead and becomes a pile of bones. New skills 2. Immediate Summon. Using this skill, no matter where your skeleton is, it will immediately appear next to you. Cooldown: 1 day. See this page for the new white bone stats. Your Summon Skeleton skill has already reached the maximum level. If you wish to continue to improve on this skill, you must first master the skill. Summon Dark Skeleton. The Mutant King Rat also dropped 2 skill books and 200 system coins. Yue Zhong immediately grabbed the 2 skill books. One of them is a skill book that enhances stamina, while the other one is a skill book that enhances agility. Level 3 Passive Skill Enhancement. After learning this skill, your stamina will permanently improve by 10 points. Yue Zhong did not hesitate and immediately learnt this skill. With a flash of light, he felt the skill immediately enhancing his stats. Once the Mutant King Rat has died, the tide of mutant rats parted from Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu as if Moses commanded the sea to part. They fled in all directions. Translator notes: the elite Rat King's bodyguards also fled and were no longer as fearless as it was when it guarded the Mutant King Rat. Rats are actually cowardly by nature. Given a choice to fight or flee, they will naturally prefer to flee. The mutant rats have evolved from ordinary rats, and hence inherit the cowardice of its predecessor. The only reason they attacked so aggressively was because the Mutant King Rat had a unique ability to control them, and they were powerless to resist its control. Once the Mutant King Rat had died, they were freed from its control and immediately reverted back to their cowardly nature. Ji Qingwu was actually saved in the nick of time by Yue Zhong. While Yue Zhong was fighting the Mutant King Rat, she was trying her best to fend off the numerous mutant rats that kept attacking her. But the packs of mutant rats were unrelenting in numbers. As soon as she killed one, 2 more took its place. As the rat horde kept closing in on her, she found herself without the space needed to execute her superior sword skills and could only use normal strikes to defend herself. Bit by bit she was forced back, until she finds herself in a precarious situation. If not for the timely death of the Mutant King Rat, she would be the one who died today. Translator notes: without the tide of mutant rats pressurizing her, Ji Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Yue Zhong. Seeing Ji Qingwu, Yue Zhong passed the skill book that enhanced agility to her. He has never been selfish with empowering his men. Seeing the skill book, Ji Qingwu's eyes shone with eagerness, and immediately learnt the skill. After she had learnt the skill, Yue Zhong immediately asked Ji Qingwu for assistance. "Come and help. Help me cut away its skull." The skull of the Mutant King Rat was very thick and Yue Zhong found the task to be very difficult. However, Ji Qingwu had the skill, Cutting Edge Enhancement, allowing any weapons in her hands to be sharper than normal. To Yue Zhong, using this skill to slice apart the skull is a very useful ability. Translator notes: Ji Qingwu walked over and tried to use her enhanced Tang imitation sword to slice open the skull of the Mutant King Rat. Although the enhanced weapon was able to chip open a small hole in the skull, it could not slice off the skull in one stroke as Ji Qingwu had expected. Ji Qingwu's eyes flash a hint of surprise. After she had learnt the skill, Cutting Edge Enhancement, no matter what she tried to cut, it parted like tofu. This is the first time that she encountered something that can withdraw a blow from an enhanced blade. Ji Qingwu used her strength and continued to stab into the skull. After repeated attempts and expanding a lot of effort, she finally managed to stab the blade into the skull. Leveraging the blade like a saw, she slowly but steadily cut a hole in the skull. Yue Zhong immediately put his hands into the brains of the Mutant King Rat and tried to find any monster beads. Chapter 161: Flowers Among the Camp. Not long after Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu had left the camp, there was some activity going on in the middle of the camp that went unnoticed by the humans. 2 claws sneakily protruded out from the ground and continuously scattered the dirt around the area. Before long, a big hole appeared in the grounds in the middle of the camp. From that hole, 2 mutant rats variation climbed out. These mutant rats variation were the same size as a cat, but unlike the other mutant rats, they have pair of forelimbs were unusually developed and were filled with sharp claws. Holy shit! There are rats here. Translator notes. Rat variation. Looking at the mutant rat variations that were rapidly climbing out of the hole, the men were taken back and immediately fired at these rats. Under a hail of bullets, the first few mutant rat variations were killed as soon as they emerged from the hole. But the hole had already been dug, and from the hole, a massive number of normal mutant rats poured out. Fill the hole. Do not let them come out. The leader of a small team of men roared. 7 evolvers holding Tang imitation swords leaped out from among that team of men and rushed towards the hole. Everyone knew that if these mutant rats continuously poured out of the hole, all the men here would die today. The 7 men used Tang imitation swords to continuously slice apart any mutant rats they came across. Soon they formed circle around the hole, refusing to let a single one of these creatures escape and wreak havoc within the camp. Let me do it! A militant armed with a Type 79 assault rifles took advantage of the 7 evolvers' ability to prevent these mutant rats from climbing out of the hole. He rushed towards the hole and opened fired into the hole with a mixture of glee and reckless abandonment. Data-tata-tatea, a continuous stream of bullets shot through the mutant rats that were scrambling through the hole. After emptying all the bullets in his magazine, the militant pulled out 4 of the mutant rat variations' corpses that was covering the hole, and immediately tossed a hand grenade into the hole. Bomb! A loud explosive rang out. From the hole, a wave of heat, rocks and mutant rats' body parts were launched into the air, creating a massive cloud of dust. After the cloud of dust has dissipated, the hole was sealed with a mixture of rocks and sand. Suddenly a series of loud shouts sent a chill into the hearts of the men. There is also a hole here. Holy shit! There is another hole over here. Shouts and screams erupted among the humans as multiple holes suddenly appeared at various points throughout the camp. A swamp of mutant rats emerged from each of these holes and rushed towards the humans in a frenzy. Then the whole camp erupted in an outpouring of gunfire and screams. From Yue Zhong's side of the camp, Kong Tianyu bellowed, "Spray the gasoline! Quickly spray the gasoline!" Although there were many mutant rats emerging from the various holes, the number of mutant rats that managed to enter the camp through the tunnels were a lot lesser in numbers than the mutant rats tide that was outside the ring of fire. If the mutant rats outside the camp took advantage of the confusion within the camp and rushed towards the camp, then all of these men would die under the jaws of the rat tide. The 2 fire trucks constantly sprayed gasoline onto the flames, creating a buffer zone. The initial fire was running out of things to burn and was slowly dying out when it suddenly received this new source of fuel. Torrents of flames that was dying out received a new lease of life as the inferno erupted and raged even more fiercely. In the camp where Yue Zhong's team was defending themselves, several rat holes had been dug by the mutant rats' variations. From each of these rat holes, several mutant rats emerged and rushed towards the men. "Follow me!" Zhong Tianyu roared, as he grabbed a Tang imitation sword and rushed towards the closest hole. Chan Shirtu and the rest of Yue Zhong close combat team members also equipped their Tang imitation sword and moved forwards to intercept the mutant rats. The war between men and rats became chaotic as the 2 sides crashed together in close combat battle. Every moment there were massive number of mutant rats that were killed. At the same time, there were many men who had bitten to death or seriously injured by these rats. Yao Yao had also participated in this joint exercise. The Tang imitation sword in her hands seemed to be waving after images like a ghost as it danced among the mutant rats. Numerous mutant rats continuously died in her hands, and a large number of experience orbs entered into her body, continuously strengthening her. Little Greeny Eagle also used its wings to knock away the mutant rats that approached toward it. These mutant rats were unable to hurt it at all. With each peck, there will be a mutant rat corpse adding to the pile of dead mutant rats around it. The militants and normal humans in various camps were either injured or killed by the unending streams of mutant rats. Only the evolvers from the Longhai teams and those who wore the water python snakeskin armor like Yue Zhong's team of evolvers were able to escape injury. The scales and skin of the water python snakeskin armor was incredibly tough. Although the mutant rat's teeth were incomparably sharp and were able to chew through a steel plate, the action was not immediate and took place over a period of time. Similarly, these rats could bite through the water python snakeskin armor, but only if they had the time to chew through it. Of course, these battled hardened warriors were not going to stand still and give the mutant rats this luxury. Other than the close combat team, Yue Zhong's team also had many soldiers who were armed with Type 03 rifles. See notes for picture. They also fired at mutant rats in short bursts of fire. All the marksmen in Yue Zhong's team are made up of veteran soldiers. These soldiers had undergone strict military training. After following Yue Zhong, they were not only required to continue these training, but were also frequently called into raiding missions where they had to clear zombies. Under this strict diet of training combined with practical combat experience, their accuracy improved day by day, and their combat powers are way higher than normal soldiers. After all, soldiers who had experienced real combat were more useful in a war than soldiers who had just received military training. Kong Tianyu brought his men and rushed over to all the locations where the mutant rats were streaming in from. Each time when they fought their way to a rat hole, they would fire all their bullets into the hole and tossed in a hand grenade, closing that hole. Although this method is not foolproof, the mutant rat variations could continue to dig a path out of the plugged hole. Each hole plugged brought the men a brief respite from the attacks of the mutant rats, making the number of mutant rats that they need to handle at one time more manageable. The mutant rats were in reality only level 5, and if they did not have the advantage of numbers, they would not be a match for humans. Under Kong Tianyu's leadership, the mutant rats' corpses piled up, and each rat hole were filled up with debris from explosions. Just when the number of rat holes in the camp had been reduced to 30 or less, suddenly there were numerous claws extending from the ground at various locations within the camp. In a short span of time, 12 more massive rat holes were created by teams of 4 mutant rat variations in Concerto. From each of these 12 massive rat holes emerged an elite Rat King's bodyguard. 12 elite Rat King's bodyguards glared menacingly at the humans and let loose a loud roar. Seeing emergence of this new threat, the military men immediately aimed their guns at these monsters, and a rain of bullets sprayed out towards them from all directions. Although these elite Rat King's bodyguards were shot numerous times under the might of the bullet storm, these creatures did not immediately die from their wounds. With a shake of their body, they charged towards the group of humans and began slaughtering the humans with each flash of their claws. Looking at the carnage, it was as if powerful tigers had landed among meek lambs and began a massacre. 2 of the evolvers who were armed with Tang imitation swords did not even have the time to react to this new threat, when an elite Rat King's bodyguard's claws penetrated through the stomach of the first evolver and into the guts of the second evolver. As the elite Rat King's bodyguard withdrew its hands, the intestines of both men were discarded onto the floor, while sprays of blood emerged from the wound as the surprised evolvers lifelessly sunk onto the floor. Even as their life rapidly poured out of them, in a shower of blood-letting, they still did not understand how they died. If even these evolvers were no match for the elite Rat King's bodyguards, then normal humans were helpless against the might of the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Each elite Rat King's bodyguards craved out a path of carnage and destruction, littering the area around them with the blood-stained corpses of the humans it killed. Shoot the cannon! Fire the cannon! Kong Tianyu noticed that the strength of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were extraordinary, and he immediately roared the order. To be continued. In next chapter. If you want multiple chapters or faster releases, please donate. Chapter 162. A Fierce Battle. Once the soldiers had received the command, the soldiers manning the Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannons, one that were mounted on the IFV, immediately let loose a stream of heavy firepower. The Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannons used of armor-piercing rounds that could easily tear apart an armored jeep. Although the elite Rat King's bodyguards had hides that were able to shrug off normal bullets, these hides were unable to withstand the might of armor-piercing rounds. Under the concentrated fire, an elite Rat King's bodyguard ended up being shredded into pieces. On the Longhai military campsite, They also began to use the ZPT-90 25mm autocannons mounted on their IFV and open-fired on 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards, and tore these creatures apart. Under the 2 combined might of the 2 IFV firepower, 5 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards had been ripped apart. But the remaining 7 of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were scattered around the camp, creating paths of death and destruction among the men. Translator notes, the IFV could not fire at the remaining 7 elite Rat King's bodyguards as these creatures are too close to groups of men. These bullets would not discriminate against men or beast and would also tear their allies into shreds if the autocannon continued to fire. Therefore, there was a temporary ceasefire. Of the 7 elite Rat King's bodyguards, 4 of them had headed towards Yue Zhong's military group, 2 of these creatures had rushed towards the coalition group, and 1 of them had entered into the Long Hai military group. The 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards that made it into the ranks of the coalition group were like unstoppable killing machines as they massacred the men. When even evolvers could be disemboweled by a single swipe of its claws, the coalition, which comprised of ordinary men, could not withstand the carnage that each of these creatures wrought. Normal guns and weapons could barely scratch its hide, and the coalition were powerless to stop the rampage of these pair of killing machines. In the short span of a few breaths, there were at least 4 men that were disemboweled as their guts or hearts were ripped out from their bodies, collapsing in an orgy of bloodletting. To compound the problem, the coalition group was also assaulted by hordes of mutant rats pouring out from the rat holes at the same time. The elite Rat King's bodyguard that slaughtered its way into the Long Hai military group seemed to disappear as it blended into a group of mutant rats that it was leading. As the rapidly expanding numbers of mutant rats rushed into the camp, occasionally it will emerge from the tide of rats surrounding it. Each appearance was always accompanied by a horrifying flash of claws that cleaved apart a solitaire with each hit. Then, as if it was never there, the elite Rat King's bodyguard disappeared among the tide of rats again. The group of mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguard then headed towards a group of marksmen in the military and began a mass slaughter. As the IFV dared not to fire the autocannon for fear of hitting its own men, the elite Rat King's bodyguard was like a mighty and invincible beast among the marksmen. Even on the occasions that the men managed to land a hit with their machine guns, its hide allowed it to shrug off the damage. Xiao Wang, Lao Lu. ### dollar #% #@ hashtag. Mother F *** cur. Go and die. Looking at the corpse of 7 of his friends that were killed by the elite Rat King's bodyguard, one of the militants' eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and toss a hand grenade towards the rapidly approached group of mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguard. Boom! The surrounding mutant rats and the elite Rat King's bodyguard was blown apart by the force of the grenade, and the elite Rat King's bodyguard stood still stupidly as half of its body seemed to be missing. Then it collapsed. But as the explosion was too close, the one that threw the grenade was also caught in its blast radius. His right leg was blasted off, and his whole body was covered in blood and shrapnel pieces. He collapsed onto the ground and was barely alive himself. He found himself slowly dying as blood seeped out from his wounds, staining the earth with the red color of his blood. Then all is black. One of 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards had just entered Yue Zhong's group's camp when Little Greeny Eagle leaped down from the top of a vehicle and pinned it to ground with its claws. With a peck of its mighty beaks, it crushed the head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard and scattered the remains of its brains all over the floor. These elite Rat King's bodyguards were not stupid. Seeing how easily Little Greeny Eagle killed one of its own, they chose to avoid going near Little Greeny Eagle and headed towards the rest of the men. Yue Zhong's group were comprised of brave men who were not afraid of these creatures. Seeing one of the elite Rat King's bodyguards approaching them, 4 of the close combat team members gripped their Tang imitation sword tightly and rushed towards the elite Rat King's bodyguard. The team of 4 men were wearing water python snakeskin armor, and it gave them the confidence to engage these killing machines in close combat. Like an enraged panther, the elite Rat King's bodyguard also charged towards the men and swiped at one of them with its claws as if it was batting aside a fly. With a single hit, a terrifying force sent that man flying with. Blood oozed out from his mouth while in flight, creating a red color arc in the air. As he landed heavily on the ground, he seemed unable to get up and was barely conscious. A close look will reveal that his outer garments had been torn, and even the water python's snakeskin armor that could resist bullets had been imprinted with the creature's claws mark. Although the water python snakeskin armor had prevented the elite Rat King's bodyguard from disemboweling him in a single strike, it could not protect him against the force of the impact. The other 3 members of the close combat team swung their Tang imitation sword with all their might as they chopped towards the body of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Although these close combat team members were evolvers, they do not have any powerful skills from this system. As a result, their blades could only leave white color slash marks on the hide of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. They were dismayed to find that they could not even cut through the hide to make this creature bleed. There was an irritated look in the eyes of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. In its eyes, it considered the 3 men surrounding it as nothing more than pesky flies. It raised its left hand to swat away these files. The faces of these men turned pale. They had seen what a swipe of these claws could do to their comrade earlier. Before its paw could complete the slash, a small shadowy figure used incredible speed to appear behind the elite Rat King's bodyguard. With a thrust of its blade, the shadowy figure stabbed a Tang initiation sword into the right eye of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Then she retreated. All animals have at least 1 critical point on their body: their eyes. No matter how powerful these animals are, the eyes of a creature is a weak spot. The elite Rat King's bodyguard is no exception to this rule. The Tang imitation sword was able to stab deep into the creature's brain from opening created by the eyes. The elite Rat King's bodyguard struggled for a brief moment as it lashed about in its death throes, and desperately struggled to pull out the sword. But it was obvious that this creature is getting weaker and weaker. With a sudden stiffening of its body, it collapsed into a pool of light and dropped a skill book. A large experience orb entered into the body of the shadowy figure. Only then did the 3 men who was fighting the elite Rat King's bodyguard realize that the small shadowy figure is actually Yao Yao. Yao Yao picked up the skill book and saw that it is a level 3 agility enhancement skill book. With but a thought, she immediately opted to learn this skill, and the skill book vanished as a glow of light surrounded her and empowered her. Seeing this, the 3 close combat team members' mouths slightly curled, but they did not say anything. Yue Zhong had a very strict rule. All the items that were dropped by any creatures in the system had to be submitted to him. Only he was allowed to distribute these rewards based on merits of his men. Secretly keeping an item or learning a skill from a dropped skill book was a big offense, and once any transgressors were discovered, they would be sentenced to death. But Yao Yao had just saved their lives. In addition, she was on close terms with Yue Zhong. They had no intention of reporting Yao Yao for this violation of rules. On the other side of Yue Zhong's camp, one of the elite Rat King's bodyguard was locked in fierce combat with Kong Tianyu, Chun Shirtu, and 2 other close combat team members. That elite Rat King's bodyguard swiped a massive paw at one close combat team members and sent him flying. Although he is not disemboweled in one hit, his bones were crushed from the impact of the blow. Chun Shirtu had innately practiced a type of kung fu before the apocalypse. After he had attained the ability to evolve, he had participated in numerous raiding missions with Yue Zhong's team. Although he joined Yue Zhong's team relatively late compared to other members, his level is not low, and he is now a level 7 evolver. He stepped forward, and using his kung fu training, launched a mighty low kick at the elite Rat King's bodyguard's leg. The elite Rat King's bodyguard lost its balance and fell heavily into the floor. Chun Shirtu quickly used his military knife to cut the throat of the prone elite Rat King's bodyguard. If this is a man or an ordinary zombie, they will be decapitated by now. Alas, the knife was unable to even scratch a mark on the surface of the elite Rat King's bodyguard's skin. The elite Rat King's bodyguard used its hands to support itself and was trying to stand up again by pushing against the ground. Kong Tianyu was not going to let go of this excellent opportunity. He quickly stepped forwards and stabbed his Tang imitation sword through an eye socket of this beast. Then he used his body weight to push the sword deeper and deeper into the eye socket, while twisting and turning the sword in his hands. The blade drilled a path inside the brains of this elite Rat King's bodyguard, pounding it into a sticky brain paste. But Kong Tianyu has made a fatal error. He was standing in front of the elite Rat King's bodyguard as he used all his strength to drive the Tang imitation sword deeper into its brain. The elite Rat King's bodyguards lashed out in fury at the pain, and Kong Tianyu was unable to avoid its claws and was sent flying. However, a massive experience orb also entered into his body, and instantly promoted him to level 12 at one shot. At the same time, a valuable skill book was dropped. Chapter 163, Tragic Victory. Having killed an elite Rat King's bodyguard, Little Greeny Eagle searched the area for any more threats. Its sharp eyes spied the last elite Rat King's bodyguard in Yue Zhong camp, and with a terrible speed, it rushed towards it. With a single peck, its mighty beak crushed the brains of elite Rat King's bodyguard before the elite Rat King's bodyguard could react. Boom! Boom! Two mighty explosions rang out. The last two elite Rat King's bodyguards were taken down by two suicide bombers in the coalition group armed with live grenades in a kamikaze attack. But how did the various factions in the coalition group got hold of these weapons, especially grenades, in the first place? It should be noted that in China before the apocalypse, machine guns and hand grenades were restricted to the army or police. It is the same in Longhai survival camp. The truth is that a lot of the coalition group members had cultivated good guanxi relations with the military in Longhai survival camps. After the apocalypse, weapons are strength, and strength means survival in a post-apocalypse world. Many factions have donated food and women to get weapons such as machine guns and hand grenades from the military, and these weapons become the bottom-line insurance for their lives. Without the added threat of the elite Rat King's bodyguards, the rest of the men began to slowly turn the tide against the mutant rats that were still pouring out of the rat holes. The men quickly worked together to deal with the mutant rats in their territory and close up each existing hole with a grenade. Just when the situation was getting under control, again several pairs of claws protruded from the ground and scattered rocks and soil all over the grounds. With the mutant rat variations working in unison, 24 large holes were quickly created. From each of these holes, an elite Rat King's bodyguard emerged. Looking at this situation, all the men felt a hinge of despair. It was with great difficulty and heavy causalities before they managed to kill 12 of these monsters, and now there are twice as many elite Rat King's bodyguards. Even if they manage to kill or drive these creatures off, the death count will be very high, and many of them would undoubtedly perish. As well, even if they manage to drive off this wave of beast, will the next wave come in even greater numbers? Having experienced what these beasts could do if they ran unchecked, the men manning the Type ZPT 90 25mm autocannon in the IFV immediately focused all their firepower on this new threat. Under the roar of the autocannon firepower, many of the mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards were torn asunder. But as powerful as the IFVs were, there were only 2 of these machines. Although 8 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards were ripped into shreds, 16 of the monstrous creatures still managed to lead a large number of mutant rats into the areas where there are dense concentrations of men. Just when the elite Rat King's bodyguards and mutant rings were about to engage the humans in fierce combat, a surprising thing occurred. The swarm of rats suddenly scattered and fled in all directions, leaving the men alone. Even the elite Rat King's bodyguards that were unstoppable killing machines suddenly raised their head, sniffed into air, and ran back to the hole they appeared from. The 2 gunners from the IFV grinned and displayed their might as the autocannon burst apart some of the fleeing mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards. "Do not shoot anymore. Stop shooting. Stop shooting." Kong Tianyu yelled out a command. Yue Zhong's forces had limited ammo. It is for this reason that the IFV seldom use its Type ZPT 90 25mm autocannon. The autocannon is usually used for showing off their strength and not for actual combat. Only when the men in Yue Zhong's camp were facing a desperate situation did Kong Tianyu authorize the use of this weapon of war. The reason why Yue Zhong had trained a large number of close combat team members is because they want to conserve their ammunition. Although the firepower is very strong, but the consequences of reliance on these weapons is also very dangerous. Without bullets, a sword is much better than a rifle as a weapon. All the men in Yue Zhong team stopped firing, and the surviving close combat team members immediately chased and hacked apart any mutant rats within reach. Now that these mutant rats are fleeing and not attacking them in groups, the mutant rats are easy prey. Each mutant rats are level 5 mutant beasts, and each kill will enable the close combat team members to gain more experience and hopefully evolve further. After Yue Zhong has slayed the mutant rat king, the mutant rats and elite rat king's bodyguards are in confusion and dispersed in all directions as they fled the area. Seeing the actions of Yue Zhong's team members who continuously collected the experience orbs, the rest of the evolvers from the coalition group also charged out with their Tang imitation swords and tried to gain more experience. Watching the fleeing mutants rats and elite rat king's bodyguards, the surviving humans let out a cheer. In this battle, although approximately 100 men had been killed, they had attained victory at last. Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu returned to the camp. All around them is the corpses of rats, blood and guts of men, testifying to the intensity of the battle in the camp. Once he returned to the camp, Yue Zhong immediately sought out Kong Tianyu. Grabbing his arm, Yue Zhong asked, "Is anyone killed or injured?" For this mission, all the men that Yue Zhong brought out are elite troops from his party. Each of these men had killed at least 30 zombies. As well, all of these elite troops were equipped with water python snakeskin armor. Even if there is one death, Yue Zhong would be saddened by the loss of an elite troop member. Report: 2 of our men were seriously injured. However, they had already consumed the life recovery grass, and their life should not be in danger. Zhong Tianyu also passed a skill book and a small pile of coins to Yue Zhong. Captain Yu, this is a skill book that dropped and some coins. Level 2 skill, Super Strength Enhancement. After activating this skill, within 30 seconds, your strength will be increased by 30. However, after 30 seconds, current stamina will drop by 10 points. If current stamina is less than 10 points, you will be unable to use this skill. Yue Zhong tossed the book to Kong Tianyu. This time you have done well. This skill book will be yours. Yue Zhong was not interested in this skill. The surge in power of the skill could only be used for a short time, and learning this skill will also consume 1 slot and reduce the number of active skills he may learn. Thank you, Captain Yu. Kong Tianyu was very happy, and immediately learnt the skill. With a ray of light, the book disappeared, and the knowledge of that skill appeared in his mind. At level 10, he gained the ability to enhance 1 skill. However, at that time he did not have any skills. Now that he had a skill, he also chose to put his skill enhancement point to this skill. From his mind came a message: level 2 skill. Surge in strength +1. After using this skill, your strength will increase by 35 for a time period of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, your current stamina will be reduced by 10. If your current stamina is lower than 10, you may not use this skill. There is no cooldown on this skill. Kong Tianyu was very glad, and in his heart, he laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. With this I am now a true evolver." Once he activated this skill, for 5 minutes Kong Tianyu will become like Hercules, and normal men would not be able to withstand the might of his blows. Yue Zhong walked towards the injured men. Seeing Yue Zhong, the 2 men who were injured tried to get up and called out weakly, "Captain Yu!" Yue Zhong just helped them back to rest. There is no need to get up. Just focus on resting for now and slowly regain your strength. The 2 injured men was touched and feebly nodded their heads. This consideration for their well-being increased the feeling of loyalty they felt towards Yue Zhong. After ensuring that all his men were all right, Yue Zhong then walked towards the Longhai military camp. The Longhai military group painted a tragic scene. Other than the men who were smacked to death or disemboweled, there are 8 more soldiers who had been bitten by the mutant rats. These men were spread out on the floor, and blood seeped out from their wounds, while they cried out in pain. Su Jigang was holding an injured man in his arms. This man is wounded in several places, and he was crying as he begged Su Jigang. "Platoon leader, please shoot me and release me from this agony. I can't stand it. It is so painful. Please have mercy on me and end my sufferings." Su Jigang was fiercely holding back the tears in his eyes as he shouted, "Lang Zi, please hold on. I will definitely save you. You will definitely get well." To be continued. Chapter 164. Saving Lives. Lang Zi, the man who was being held by Su Zhengang, was among the bravest soldiers under Su Zhenggang's command. Both Lang Zi and Su Zhengang were initially assigned to the same platoon. Having experienced countless numbers of battles together, their relationships were as close as brothers. When the elite Rat King's bodyguard attacked the military group, Lang Zi is among the first men to step out to engage the new threat. With tears streaming down his face, Lang Zi begged, "Platoon leader, I know you are a good man, but I also know that we do not have any medicine. With my injuries, even I successfully made it back to Longhai military base. I will also die. Why don't you just shoot me and spare me the agony from these pain? Please, I am begging you." After the apocalypse, medicine, like food, became a valuable resource. After raiding Qingyuan County, a large number of medicine were acquired by the Longhai survival camp government. Due to limited supply of medicine, only men who were living in the special administrative region in the Longhai survival camp were able to get medical treatment. As for other men, even if they were injured, they were only able to either find ways to heal themselves or wait for death. As the army was the one who conducted the raid, Lei Chang, offside note. Lei Chang is the military commander in Longhai survival camp, had misappropriated a lot of medicines and kept them as his personal stash. However, these medicines were all for his relatives, his personal aides and himself. There is no way he would share the medicines with anyone else. Su Zhengong is not a personal aide of Lei Chang, and could not even get hold of any medicine from Lei Chang. Su Zhengang was a thoroughbred soldier. His loyalty did not rest with Lei Chang, but resided within the country and government. If Lei Chang should attempt to stage a military coup to take control of Longhai survival camp, Su Zhengang would resist the hostile takeover with all his might. What Lei Chang really desired are soldiers who obeyed all his orders without question and were willing to carry out his orders, even if his orders put them in conflict with the government or country. Therefore, Su Zhengang had never been on close terms with Lei Chang. In the military, there was a clear chain of command. This was the foundation on which the military was based on. Only and only Lei Chang could issue any military commands and mobilize the army, as Lei Chang is the army commander. As Su Zhengang was soldier under the command of the military, even if the government would like Su Zhengang to be in charge of this expedition, they must first receive Lei Chang's approval to do so. But Lei Chang was a man who looked after his own interest first. He would not always follow the government's instructions. At the same time, the government was worried about Lei Chang getting too much power. As a result, the relationship between the government and the military in Longhai survival camp could be described as being strained. Even if the government wanted to take control of the distribution of medicine in the army, it would be but an empty dream. The government did not have the power to take over the military, and Lei Chang would never agree to hand over the medical supplies. In the military, for men who were as seriously injured as Lang Zi, most platoon commanders would not hesitate to deliver the coup de grace and end the suffering of his soldiers. But how could Su Zhengang bear to kill them? These men had been in countless numbers of battle with him and are closer to him than his own brothers. The pain that the rest of the 7 injured men were going through were also visible on their face and actions as they winced, groaned, and trashed about. All of the injuries were very serious, and it is obvious that if they did not receive any medical treatment, they would die. The rest of the men in the platoon could only stand and watch the scene unfold with tears in their eyes, and feelings of sadness and being powerless to help swelled in their hearts. All of these injured men are men who had experienced several life and death situations with them. Their relationships were cultivated over the spans of several dangerous missions where they worked as one and trusted in each other to watch their backs as they overcame many obstacles together. Over time, an unshakable bond was formed between them. F***K. There is no justice in this world. We stand in the front lines of all battles, risking our lives for these bastards, and what do we get in return? They will not even spare any medicine for us? What are we in the eyes of these men? Are we still regarded as human beings? When the pets of the men living in the special administrative region were sick, they had access to a vet. Are we the soldiers who risked our lives to get more food for the population of Longhai survival camp, even inferior to pet dogs? A burly soldier threw his military cap to the floor in frustration as he let loose a stream of profanities at the government and military in command. Many rich men and women in the special administrative region kept dogs as pet. Even when there was a shortage of food and countless numbers of people in Longhai survival camp were starving and dying of hunger, these dogs were well fed with superior dog food or leftovers of human food. When these dogs were sick, they had access to vets and expensive veterinary medicine. In contrast, the living conditions for many survivors in Longhai survival camp were inferior to a dog. The burly men's words struck a chord with the sentiments in the hearts of the Sodders. Another soldier also took off his military cap and threw it to the ground in frustration. That's right. We are disposable. Even if we died, in the eyes of the top brass in the government or military, we are worse than a dog. Listening to these words, the morale of the soldiers dropped drastically. These men were often the first to engage in battle and the last to retreat. They often have to participate in many dangerous missions to raid food and other supplies, and have a high injury and death toll. These soldiers are also human. Seeing this unfair and biased treatment, all these soldiers were, of course, unhappy and fuming in anger. Lang Zi knew that he will definitely die. He took the opportunity to finally say the words that he had longed kept in his heart. Platoon leader, you bring the rest of our brothers. And leave. The further you go, the better. Do not follow Lei Cheng anymore. He wants the lives of us all. Lang Zi's words spelled out what many soldiers also felt in their hearts, but did not say it out. They all just stared at the platoon commander, Su Zhengang. They were not blind, nor were they stupid. They, of course, knew the Lei Cheng had regarded them as disposable men. Su Zhengang had tears in his eyes as he replied, Lang Zi, we cannot leave. We are military soldiers, government soldiers, and civilian soldiers. Now that the country is in danger, we, the military, have to protect the citizens. If we all leave, who will protect our people and country? There was a bitter smile in Lang Zi's mouth as he sighed. He had worked with Su Zhengang for so many years. Of course, he knew the character of Su Zhengang inside out. Su Zhengang was a man with strong convictions and belief. No matter what others people said to him, he would never give up on his beliefs. But this was also what made Su Zhengang so attractive to his men, and why Lang Zi was willing to fight alongside Su Zhengang. At this time, Yue Zhong stepped forward. I can heal them, and in addition, I have 70% chance that they will be completed healed. Yue Zhong said. Su Zhengang eyes shone with a flash of hope, but at the same time, he was wary of Yue Zhong. What are your terms and conditions? If you want me to betray the government or military in Longhai survival camp, I will not agree to your terms. Su Zhengang was not that stupid as to believe that Yue Zhong would help him out of the goodness in Yue Zhong's heart. The situation among these two leaders was quite awkward. After this joint mission had been concluded, it is likely that they might be enemies in the near future. Yue Zhong looked at the men who were injured and named his terms. If I heal you after you have recovered, you must join my team and become my men. Your boss, Lei Cheng, treated your lives as insignificant as grass. But I see you men as treasures. If you are willing to join me, I will give you nothing but the best. The best weapons, the best food, the best medicine. All these are available to you. If you have the ability, having 2 or more wives is also not a problem. In Yue Zhong's side, what he lacked most were professional soldiers. Also, he had raided a military base and received many military weapons like IFVs. There were few soldiers who were proficient in using these weapons. If he needs to train these soldiers from scratch, it would require a large amount of petrol, bullets, and time. Therefore, soldiers who were already trained are treasures in the eyes of Yue Zhong. Not only can he save on the resources needed to train these soldiers, but each soldiers that joined his party could immediately be put to work in defending his camp. Even if these soldiers could not drive or operate IFVs, these experienced soldiers only need more combat experiences and they would be elites among the men. These battle-hardened men would be much stronger and more stable in a real battle than the conscripted soldiers in his army. Su Zhengang pointed his fingers at the 8 men and said, Then please heal them. They are all good soldiers. I promise you that once you have healed them, I will strike them out from the military list, and they will be your men. If these soldiers did not get any help, they would die without any doubts. Su Zhengang could not bear the thoughts of men who he regarded as brothers dying, especially when an opportunity to preserve their lives is right in front of him. Yue Zhong nodded and took out some powder made from the life-saving grass and sprinkled them into a bowl of water. Then he let the men drink the bowl of water and sprinkle some powder onto the wounds of these men. Under the miraculous effects of the life-saving grass, The 8 men's wounds slowly began to heal, and their situation showed signs of stabilizing. Chapter 165. Mass Recruitment. Seeing that the wounds on these 8 soldiers were slowly closing and that their comrades' conditions were stabilizing, the surrounding soldiers also heaved a sigh of relief. These men had fought besides them in countless battles. Needless to say, there were close relationships between the injured soldiers and their platoon mates. Having seen the miraculous recovery of 8 of his subordinates, Su Zhengang sincerely thanked Yue Zhong. "There is no need for thanks. Since they are my men, of course I will naturally protect their lives." Yue Zhong replied. Looking at the rest of the soldiers crowding around these men, he asked, "All of you are the bravest soldiers I ever had the pleasure to meet. Would you like to join my team? I will give all of you the best benefits." Listening to Yue Zhong's recruitment speech, many soldiers were greatly tempted. Yue Zhong did not abandon these seriously injured soldiers, and even used miraculous medicines to heal the injured. In contrast, Longhai military group was not even willing to give these soldiers common medicine. These men were not as stubborn as Su Zhengang and naturally preferred to work for a caring commander than someone who regarded their lives as disposable. Su Zhengang was furious at Yue Zhong's attempt to pull his men to his side. But when he considered the injustices that his men had to go through, he could not find the heart to voice out his rage. After all, these men were as close to him as his brothers, and he also wanted the best for them. One of the soldiers stepped forward and looked into Su Zhenggang's eyes. With tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Platoon Commander Su, I apologize. I am no longer willing to risk my life for these bastards. Even the dogs in the Special Administrative Region have vets to take care of them when they were sick, while we soldiers who risked our lives to grab resources for these men could not even have any medical treatment when we were injured in the line of duty. We are men and have flesh and blood too, but they treated us even worse than dogs. I have no desire to work for them anymore." Another soldier bit down on his lips and clenched his fists. When he could endure it no longer, he also stepped out. "That's right. We all knew that if we use items from this system, we will be able to become stronger and evolve. But look at our men who had been fighting in battles with us. Which one of them ever had the chance to evolve? All the drops from system were kept by Lei Cheng. Look at the coalition group that were comprised of civilians. Even they have evolvers. We cannot even compare to these men." Indeed, in Su Zhenggang's platoon, not a single one of his men were equipped with any items from this system. Since Su Zhengang was not willing to follow all orders without question, the military commander, Lei Cheng, was very careful not to allow any system resources to fall in the hands of this group of men. It was apparent that he did not want this group OG men to gain power. Listening to the grievances of the 2 men who stepped out and stood behind Yue Zhong, one by one, more and more men stepped out and stood behind Yue Zhong's side. That these men were willing to follow Yue Zhong was not due to Yue Zhong's charisma. To these men, Su Zhengang and Yue Zhong were equally good leaders. However, in light of the unfairness and injustice from the military and government forces, these men were pushed to stand at Yue Zhong's side. They were fed up of the unjust treatments that they had received from these groups of people. Previously, they had no choice but to continue to endure these injustices as they were not confident of surviving alone in this post-apocalypse world. But now that they had chance to work for another faction that had promised to treat them better, they all jumped at the opportunity. There were no doubts in their minds at all that Yue Zhong would fulfill his promise to treat them better. They had seen that Yue Zhong was willing to use some miraculous medicine to save their comrades earlier. This action already spoke volumes of the extent that Yue Zhong went to take care of his men. "You guys!" Su Zhengang looked at the men standing behind Yue Zhong. He felt helpless. There were more than half of his men who had already moved to stand behind Yue Zhong. Su Zhenggang's eyes turned bloodshot as he fiercely glared at Yue Zhong. "Yue Zhong, do you want to force all of us to serve your faction?" Each of men still standing behind Su Zhenggang's side were alarmed. They had seen Yue Zhong's team members in action earlier, and his team indeed had the power to annihilate all of the remaining men standing behind Su Zhengang. Yue Zhong just calmly replied, "I do not have that intention, but these men joined me of their own free will by stepping behind me. Once they became my men, I will not easily let anyone snatch them away." Longhai Survival Camp still had a massive military presence. If Yue Zhong had opted to force all the men in Su Zhengang platoon to join his team, Longhai Survival Camp would take this transgression as a reason for war. From Yue Zhong's perspective, even if they win the war, they will only do so with heavy losses. A war will consume a significant number of resources such as bullet, medicine, and cannon ammo. Before he created a factory for producing more of these resources, he preferred to try to conserve whatever resources he had. If it was possible to avoid a battle with mere words, he would rather not fight. But if a battle is imminent, he will not shrink from it either. Su Zhengang suspiciously looked at Yue Zhong. How do you plan to distribute the food? Now that the coalition group had suffered massive loss of lives, and half of the surviving men in the military group had joined Yue Zhong's side, the balance of power had tipped in Yue Zhong's favor, and Yue Zhong's team was indisputably the strongest among them all. Su Zhengang was very worried about this issue. If Yue Zhong had chosen to take advantage of this chaos and rob them of their share, Su Zhengang would have no choice but to concede. Yue Zhong just glanced at Su Zhengang and replied, "Nothing has changed from our earlier agreement. I will take 50% of any resources we find. The other 50% you divide it among your party and the coalition. I will not interfere in this." Su Zhengang then breathed a sigh of relief, and with a bitter expression, he glanced at his former platoon men who opted to be with Yue Zhong's group. "Leave. Get out of my sight." Yue Zhong turned around and walked towards the coalition group. The soldiers who chose to leave saluted Su Zhengang for one last time. Then they gathered the 8 injured soldiers and walked towards Yue Zhong's camp. In the camp of the coalition group, there were 10 men who were injured. Yue Zhong requested for the men whom he felt that he could possibly save. In this cruel post-apocalypse landscape, medicine was a rare resource. Therefore, when Yue Zhong offered to save these men in exchange for their joining his team, of course no factions within the resources will refuse. One less injured soldier to take care of means that they could save on expensive resources like medicine and food. These injured soldiers were very thankful to Yue Zhong for agreeing to save their lives. Hence, after they had recovered, almost all of them agreed to work under Yue Zhong's banner. In addition, 6 smaller faction leaders brought all their men with them and requested to join Yue Zhong's team. In Longhai Survivor Camp, the bigger factions were thriving. However, smaller factions were struggling to get by. Being a leader of a smaller faction was not something cool, nor was it enviable. These faction leaders had to find various ways and means to feed their men. As their teams were small in number and relatively weak, they found it very hard to do so. That was why they were tempted by the offer of food from the military and had taken part in this joint expedition. Of course, Yue Zhong did not reject any men. As long as these men were willing to follow his rules, he was willing to accept any men. Right now, what he lacked most is manpower. After the battle, the camp is littered with the corpses of the mutant rats. Many men also take these rat corpses and proceeded to roast the rats. After the apocalypse, many men had not tasted meat for a long time. To them, the mutant rats' corpses were very tasty treats. Yikes! The camp was soon filled with the sweet smell of roast rats. Some of the smaller teams in the coalition group were packing the mutant rat corpses into the truck, and was prepared to stock up these creatures as exotic food. After skinning and drying these rats, it is also possible to make rat meat jerky from the meat of these corpses. Translator notes: in the military group and Yue Zhong's group, all the men were also stocking up the corpses of these mutant rats. These are rare treats and a delicacy to be had. Yue Zhong gave a command to Chan Shi to quickly take some members with you and retrieve all the corpses, the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Although the hides of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were inferior to that of the water python snakeskin armor, but these are also good materials for making leather armor. After all, these creatures could shrug off the impact of normal weapons and bullets, and normal zombies will not be able to break through these hides and infect his team members with the zombie virus. Although the water python snakeskin armor was much better than this ratskin hide, there is a limit to the number of armor that could be made given the limited number of snakes that Yue Zhong had encountered. At most, there will be 70 sets of snakeskin armor. These elite Rat King's bodyguard skin may be slightly inferior to that of the water python snakeskin armor, but the number of these creatures are not small in number. These elite Rat King's bodyguard hides will allow Yue Zhong to better equip his team members. Even the fur of the mutant rats could be used to create clothes. Although there were many tailoring machines in Stone Horse Village, there were limited number of materials that could be used to make clothes. Almost everyone else were wearing what they had worn before the apocalypse, and changes of clothes were rare. WAG 1990 explanation. It might imply that they just haven't created any clothes that will help them survive this apocalypse. Basically, it is saying that they are wearing normal, unarmored, civilian clothing that was made before the apocalypse and provides no protection whatsoever. Chapter 166. Little Greenie evolved. After collecting a large number of mutant rats' corpses, all these men then drove their vehicles toward their objective, the granary. Translator notes. After opening a storeroom in the granary, the men were delighted to discover that there was a small mountain of food inside. Bags upon bags of rice were stacked neatly into columns and rows, filling the granary. However, some of the bags of grains had been bitten open by rats, and a lot of the food were spilled onto the floor. The granary had 8 storerooms, but of the 8 storerooms, only 5 of them contained food. The remaining 3 storerooms were empty, but in the 5 remaining storerooms that contained food, about 20% of the food had been eaten by the rats. On closer examination, about half of the food in the granary was deemed to be eaten by the rats. Yue Zhong looked at the 3 empty storerooms that were supposed to be full of food, but he did not say anything. Looking at the amount of food still remaining in the granary, all the men from military or coalition group who participated in this mission went crazy with excitement. They continuously grabbed the stacks of food and moved them to their vehicles. Food in Longhai Survival Camp is more valuable than gold. Yue Zhong ignored the actions of other men. Instead, he had some of his men to guard his share of 2.5 storerooms worth of food, while the rest of his men continued to load the food into the vehicles. When the vehicles are full, he had the workers transport the food to Stone Horse Village to unload the food, then come back again. Meanwhile, the other half of his team continued to guard the food. There was too much food for their vehicles to load at one go. Now that the most pressing issue had been resolved, Yue Zhong then examined the spoils of war. During their chase of the mutant Rat King, Ji Qingwu and he had killed several elite Rat King's bodyguards, and 4 skill books were dropped. On closer examination, the 4 skill books were Level 2 Shadow Steps, Level 2 Massive Strength, Level 2 Heal, and Level 2 Continuous Miniature Fireball. Level 2 Heal. Using this skill, one may treat most types of injuries, including external wounds and internal injuries. The healing effect of this skill is relatively good. Using this skill will consume 20 spiritual points. Non-priest class who mastered this skill may only use this skill once a day. Level 2 Continuous Miniature Fireball. Using this skill, 5 miniature balls of fire can be summoned. All 5 fireballs will become a continuous stream of fireballs to attack an enemy. Using this skill will consume 20 spiritual points. Non-mage class that mastered this skill may only use this ability once a day. Yue Zhong swiftly decided how he planned to distribute these skills. Lu Yen should get the Shadow Step skill while Lu Wen will get the Healing skill. As for the Level 2 Massive Strength skill, I will grant this skill to Chen Shi too. His performance is very good. Chun Yao is a mage class, so giving her the Continuous Miniature Fireball skill will be best for her. Having determined how he would distribute the skill books, Yue Zhong took out the crystal that he had received from the mutant Rat King's brain. He was in conflict over if he should eat this crystal. He looked at the crystal. Unlike the red blood bead, he did not feel any temptation to eat it. Looking at the crystal in Yue Zhong's hands, little greeny eagle's eyes seemed to shine with a bright light. Flapping its wings, it rushed towards Yue Zhong. Before Yue Zhong could react, little greenie grabbed the crystal in its beak and immediately swallowed the crystal. Looking at little greeny eagle's actions, Yue Zhong had a flash of inspiration. Looks like the crystal is for mutant beasts to eat, he thought. The crystal and the red blood beads were very rare items. After killing so many mutant beasts, Yue Zhong noted that only mutant beasts of level 30 and above had a chance of dropping a red blood bead. As for the crystal, this is his first time seeing one. As expected, in the bodies of the level 26 elite Rat King's bodyguards, there were no red blood beads nor crystals. After swallowing the crystal, little greeny eagle seemed to use its wings to curl itself up and stopped moving as it slept. Seeing that little greeny eagle seemed to be all right, Yue Zhong also swallowed the red blood bead. The red blood bead seemed to turn into a fiery bead of fire as it traveled through Yue Zhong's body, continuously changing and strengthening his body. From his brain came a message from the system. Congratulations! Your vitality has been enhanced by 12 points, and your strength has been enhanced by 3 points. Whoa! Plus 12 vitality? This mutant king rat's red blood bead is really powerful. Yue Zhong could not help grinning in delight. Each of the 6 stats had their own use. Having more vitality would increase his rate of recovery when he is injured, and made his rate of recovery much faster than normal men. Little greeny eagle slept until late into the night. While it was sleeping, feathers began to drop from its body. Each feather was quickly replaced by new feathers that seemed to grow very rapidly. His body also seemed to grow bigger. After little greeny eagle woke up, it opened its eyes and spread its wings. Then with a leap, it flew into the sky. Yes, finally it can fly. This is great. Yue Zhong was very happy to see that little greeny eagle could fly. An eagle is a king in the sky. If little greeny had continued to be a flightless bird, it would have lost its biggest advantage. Now that little greeny could fly, Yue Zhong's forces had gained a powerful flying ally. Nobody noticed the moment when Yao Yao managed to slip in beside Yue Zhong. She looked at little greeny who was soaring happily in the sky, and she seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Little greeny circled several rounds in the air before landing beside Yue Zhong. It seemed to be rubbing its head against Yue Zhong and thanking him. Level 36 Mutant Green Feather Eagle. Have the ability to fly and rock hard feathers. Yue Zhong's eyes of perception's ability allowed him to observe the changes to little greeny. After swallowing the crystal, little greeny immediately raised 10 levels, and its powers have increased exponentially. Yao Yao also raised her hands and stroked little greeny's feathers. After it had transformed, little greeny's feathers become very sensitive. When it sensed Yao Yao touching it, it immediately flapped its wings. Poor Yao Yao was sent flying for 5 to 6 m away, and was covered in dust and soot. Being one of the mightiest creatures under the sky, little greeny eagle was very proud. Other than its master Yue Zhong, it did not allow anyone else to touch it. Only if Yue Zhong commanded it, perhaps it might allow others to touch it. Yao Yao crawled up from the ground. With her face full of soot, she stared daggers at little greeny eagle. Little greeny eagle did not even put Yao Yao in its eyes as it continued to rub its head against Yue Zhong. After thinking for a while, Yao Yao walked up to Yue Zhong and asked in her little Lolita voice, "Please, can I ride little greeny and fly in the sky?" she pleaded. Yue Zhong looked into little greeny's eyes, and little green immediately shook its head. It did not like the idea of anyone other than Yue Zhong riding it. Mutant beasts were way more intelligent than normal animals. Although little greeny could not speak, it could understand human speech. Yue Zhong could only smile at Yao Yao and replied, "It is not willing. I also do not wish to force it." Yao Yao stared at Yue Zhong, and with a grumpy look, she pouted and exclaimed, "It is just an eagle only. I will definitely catch a bigger and better bird than it in the future." Then she ran off and quickly disappeared from Yue Zhong's sight. Little greeny also flapped its wings and flew outside, and begun to feed on the corpse of the mutant rats. There were several thousand rats, and not all the mutant rat corpses had been moved into the vehicles. To be continued. Chapter 167, Big Cliff Village. After all the food have been moved out Shanglin County Granary, both Yue Zhong's Stone Horse Village and Long Hai Survival Camp men also breathed a sigh of relief as they went back to their respective villages. After Su Zhenggang returned to the survival camp, he was praised by his superior, Lei Cheng. Lei Cheng had noticed that Su Zhenggang had less men in his platoon, but he did not even ask about the death toll or injuries among Su Zhenggang's men. This made Su Zhenggang feel very upset. Since Lei Cheng did not ask, Su Zhenggang did not report that some of his men had defected to Yue Zhong's camp. Big Cliff Village is to the east of Stone Horse Village. Inside the village there was a small-scale steel factory. As well, there were also a lot of enterprises that provided services that complements the steel factory, e.g. creating knives from steel produced from the factory, etc. One day, an IVF 7 Dongfeng trucks, 5 jeep vehicles, 5 military jeeps loaded with heavy guns stopped outside Big Cliff Village. Alight quickly. You trashes better come down as fast as you can. Under Kong Tianyu's angry roar, from the 7 trucks, about 100 men who were dressed in rags disembarked from the trucks. Besides each truck were several men who were armed with Type 79 assault rifles or Type 03 rifles. These guards stared at all the men who dismounted from the truck. There was a flash of contempt in the eyes of the guards. Several men carrying large number of machetes and shields threw these weapons in front of the 100 men who were dressed in rags. Although the number of steel workshops in Stone Horse Village could not be compared to Big Cliff Villages, it also had a few workshops that produced knives using the steel from Big Cliff Village. The machetes and shields in front the men in rags were produced from these workshops. Kong Tianyu chuckled evilly as he stared at the men in rags and shouted, "Listen carefully, you scums. In accordance with the crimes you committed, you should be shot or beheaded already. But you are lucky that Captain Yu's team not only spared your worthless lives, but also waste precious food on you. He had allowed you to have food to eat and water to drink. Now is the time for you to show your worth. Immediately pick up the machetes and shields in front of you, and follow my orders to kill zombies. Understand?" After hearing Kong Tianyu's speech, each of these prisoners hesitating pick up a machete and shield from the floor. With the threat of several guns pointing at them, all of these men did not have any power to resist. These 100 or so men are prisoners from Yue Zhong's camp. Although these prisoners outnumber the number of guards, but compared to the threat of guns, IFV and heavy firearms mounted on 5 jeeps, these men were still powerless to resist their captors even when armed with a shield and machete. "Come here, you scums!" Under the bellow of Kong Tianyu, the prisoners carrying a shield and machete assembled at a corner waiting for further orders. The guards quickly spread out with and readied their guns. Several men also rushed forward, and 2 large stakes into the ground. Then they tied several lines of wires to the stakes to create a trip-wire barrier. This barrier could be used to trip the zombies. Once the team are ready for combat, Yue Zhong commanded White Bones, "Go and draw these things out." The eyes of White Bones seemed to glow with an eerie light as it walked into the county. White Bone was covered with flesh blood. Translator notes, White Bones waved his massive axe, and like a whirlwind of destruction, beheaded zombies near the entrance of the village. Smelling the blood on White Bones, the zombies in the village began to move. But unlike previous experience where the zombies were led out in manageable waves, the zombies residing in Big Cliff Villages could not be led out in small groups. Instead, thousands of zombies residing within the town walked out from all directions and combined together into a massive mob as they charged towards the village entrance. After killing slightly more than 10 zombies, White Bone was forced to retreat under the mob of zombies. All these zombies were wearing tattered clothes, and their body had rotted. They shakily walked out of the village towards the men. Looking at the massive number of zombies that were chasing White Bones, Yue Zhong frowned. "Why is there no S-level zombies here? Usually, the S-series type of zombies are much faster than ordinary zombies. In a horde of zombies, the S-series type of zombies usually were the first to charge in front. These S-series type of zombie were the deadliest zombie, and each of these creatures were of higher threat than normal zombies. When these zombies were less than 100 m away from them, Yue Zhong shouted, 'Fire at will!' Immediately, the sounds of gunfire rang out throughout the area. Many zombies were immediately killed with a headshot and collapse onto the ground. The zombies behind them trampled on their fallen comrades and continued to advance. Having actual battle experience is the best training. After many battles and using up countless numbers of bullets, Yue Zhong's team now have about 20 elite marksmen. These marksmen have a 70% chance to use a Type 03 rifle to blow apart the head of a zombie from less 100 m away. These elite marksmen were professional soldiers that had defected to Yue Zhong's camp. They had undergone rigorous military training, and most participants had fought in previous wars to regain Qingyuan City. After the baptism of combat, they adapt very quickly to the battlefield. The other marksmen's attack were less effective. Other than a headshot, the zombies were unlikely to suffer any damage at all. Although they had hit the zombies, they did not manage to get a headshot. The horde of zombies pushed forwards as one. The corpses of the zombies that were downed with a headshot did not even slow the charge of the horde of zombies. The prisoner's face turned pale when they saw the horde of advancing zombies. Although each prisoner is an expert in bullying other men, but they had never personally attacked or fought with zombies before. The massive numbers of zombies gave off a feeling that no matter how many they killed, there will always be more of them. This created a feeling of fear and helplessness among the men. In the area in front of Yue Zhong, there were several trip wire barriers that were already set up. As the zombies in the front passed by the trip wire barrier, they tripped onto the ground. The rest of the zombies behind stepped on their comrades' bodies and continued to walk towards Yue Zhong. Under the stampede of thousands of zombies, the ones that tripped were smashed into meat paste. These trip wire barriers continuously tripped waves after waves of zombie as the zombies in front were tripped and squashed by the subsequent trample of their comrades. But there were really too many zombies. These trip wire barriers could not hope to stop the zombie horde from advancing. Seeing the massive group of zombie continuously advancing towards them, all the men felt increasingly pressurized. Yue Zhong's men coped better in the face of danger. Many of the men had engaged the zombies on multiple occasions. However, the prisoner's face turned white with fear and were uncontrollably shivering. Just the thought that they had to engage the zombies in close combat was enough to frighten them. When the zombies were just about 30 m away from Yue Zhong's group, Yue Zhong shouted out a command, "Concentrate your fire." In that instant, all the firepower in Yue Zhong army shredded a path of destruction as it cut a swathe through the ranks of zombies. Most of the zombies had fallen onto the ground from the concentrated fire. The concentrated fire did not last long. As Yue Zhong relayed another command, "Stop!" Under Yue Zhong's instructions, all the men stopped firing. Yue Zhong's team has no way to create new bullet. Spent bullets could not be reused. With no way of replenishing their supplies, each bullet used will further depreciate their supply of bullets. If they do not learn to conserve bullets, they will soon use up all their bullets. To be continued. Chapter 168. Little Greenie show his might. After the ceasefire order, Yue Zhong was startled to see to that the village entrance was still filled to the brim with zombies. From all corners of Big Cliff Village, zombies seemed to continuously crawl out, with no end in sight. WTF? Why are there so many zombies? Yue Zhong was frowning as he looked at the swarm of zombies creeping towards him. Zombies were usually distributed all over the village. Last time Yue Zhong brought people to raid Stone Horse Village, he would draw about 100 zombies out. Then the team will clear this wave of zombies before drawing out and clearing a second wave of zombie. In this way, each subsequent waves of zombies are slowly cleared, with minimum danger to his team. But unexpectedly this time, all the zombies in the village were drawn out, and the numbers posed a significant threat to his team. Other than the zombies that continued to pour out of Big Cliff Village, many of the zombies that were shot from the earlier round of fire also slowly climbed up from the ground again, and shakily made their way towards Yue Zhong's team. Zombies were impossible to kill with bullets unless they were shot in the head. Unfortunately, most of the bullets hit the zombies in their body. Unlike humans who would be seriously injured by bullets, the zombies seemed to shrug off the bullets as they got up from the ground and continued to advance. All Close Combat Team 1 members, follow me. Yue Zhong roared an order and led a team of 12 men as they charged into the zombie horde. Each of these men were clad in water python snakeskin armor and wields a Tang imitation sword. If his men were strong enough to fight the battle without his aid, he would be more than happy to direct the battle from behind. This would allow his men to gain even more experience. However, Yue Zhong's team was currently relatively weak. Each of these elite troops were all valuable resources. He must fight alongside them to give them the courage to fight, and in times of crisis, save their lives. Yue Zhong, White Bones, and the Close Combat Team 1 members charged into the group of zombies, beheading a zombie with each strike of the sword. The Close Combat Team members were all evolvers. Most of them had continuously poured their stats points into strength and stamina, making them unstoppable close-quarters combat, zombie, killing machines. With enhanced strength, Each swing of the sword would cleave through a zombie easily and occasionally hit the zombie next to it. With enhanced stamina, these fighters were able to continuously hack apart the zombies without feeling fatigued. In a short span of time, over 100 zombies have been destroyed. However, the tide of zombies were endless, and no matter how many they killed, there were more to replace these fallen zombies. It was like fighting a hydra. For each zombie that was beheaded, it was replaced by 2 more of its mates. Over time, even the elite close combat team members began to feel afraid and helpless. After all, their stamina was limited, while the horde of zombies were never-ending. Translator notes, first combat team members retreat. After killing scores of zombies, Yue Zhong estimated that his team was reaching their limits, and promptly sounded the order to retreat. He had no desire to risk the lives of his men. From the entrance of the village, more and more zombies emerged. The first combat team members only comprised of 12 men. Even though they were wearing water python snakeskin armor, they would be killed without a doubt if they were surrounded by the sea of zombies. These first combat team members were all at least level 7 evolvers. To Yue Zhong, each of these members were invaluable, and he would be heartbroken if even one of these men perished. After receiving the command, all the men in the first close combat team immediately retreated at the first opportunity. Yue Zhong and White Bones continued to hold back the tide of zombies to buy time for his men to escape. After ensuring all his men had safely retreated, Yue Zhong and White Bones were also preparing to retreat. At this moment, suddenly the zombie horde parted to make way for another group of zombies. To Yue Zhong's horror, there were 7 S2 zombies, 8 L2 zombies, 36 S1 zombies, and 43 L1 zombies rushing out towards him. Holy shit! Even the zombies have someone directing them. Looking at the 100 or so elite zombies charging towards him, he could not help feeling that someone or something was controlling these zombies. Yue Zhong's suspicions were based on his experience. Normal zombies would not attack all at once. Also, the elite zombies seldom group together. But seeing the horde of zombies and the elite zombies as acting together as one made him believe that someone or something was controlling these zombies. Over time, he learnt to trust his instincts. His experience with the mutant rats was the best example. He believed that the mutant king rat was controlling the mutant rats, and he was proven right. Translator notes, looking at the horde of elite zombies, Yue Zhong immediately retreated. At the same time, he launched a fireball towards a L2 zombie. The fireball hit the L2 on its head and blew it off. The L2 collapsed onto the ground. As for the 7S2, if these creatures did not close in on Yue Zhong had no way to kill them. They were too fast, and Yue Zhong's marksmanship skill was too low to shoot them accurately. As expected, the 7S2 were the fastest of the lot, and immediately rushed towards Yue Zhong in a zigzag fashion, and attacked Yue Zhong from all directions. Their speed were insanely fast, and even the expert marksmen from Yue Zhong's team would be unable to accurately aim for them. Compared to the strength-enhanced L2 zombies, these S2 were more deadly. At the same time Yue Zhong was retreating, he shouted, "Little Greenie!" From the sky, a bolt of green-color lightning struck down and immediately crushed an L2 zombie's head into pieces. The green-color bolt of lightning was none other than Little Greenie. With a single strike, it destroyed an L2. Then it flapped its wings and flew upwards. A moment later, it became another bolt of green lightning as it charged towards another L2 and tore the head of the L2 off its body with its sharp claws. After having evolved, Little Greenie was now able to fully utilize the power of flight. Its claws and beak were extremely sharp, as befitting a level 36 beast. Although the L2 were powerful, it could not withstand a hit from these claws that could rip apart the scales of water python. Even though the L2 were monstrous strength-enhanced zombies, they could not fly and pose no threat to Little Greenie. Meanwhile, the 7S2 quickly caught up with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong had fought these creatures before and knew that with his current speed, he could not hope to take them on. He immediately activated Shadow Steps, gaining a large boost to his speed. Then he charged towards a S2 zombie. There were 2 flashes of light as the S2 and Yue Zhong cross each other. For just a second, both parties stopped moving. A spray of blood erupted from the S2 brain as it collapsed onto the floor, while Yue Zhong stood victorious. In the brief exchange, Yue Zhong had beheaded the S2. But Yue Zhong had no time to relax. Such is the speed of the S2 that even being stationary for a second was enough for another S2 to launch an attack on Yue Zhong. Its claws threatened to rip Yue Zhong into shreds and were just a few centimeters away from him. Suddenly Yue Zhong seemed to disappear into a wisp of smoke and reappeared behind it. Then there was another flash of light as another S2 was beheaded. The high-speed fight was almost invisible to the naked eyes of the soldiers. All they could see was a blur of movements and flashes of light as Yue Zhong's sword repeatedly slashed out. With each slash, an S2 zombie would collapse onto the ground, with its brain cleanly sliced open. In the span of a few breaths, the team of 7 S2 were completely annihilated by Yue Zhong. Super strong. So impressive. Kong Tianyu could not help admiring Yue Zhong. In the span of a few seconds, Yue Zhong managed to kill 7 S2 zombie. He was also an evolver, but he could not even take on a single S2. The speed of S2 zombie was too fast. Congratulations on reaching level 32. You have gained 2 points of stats. After killing the 7 S2, Yue Zhong gained massive amount of experience. This was enough for him to advance a level. Increase agility and stamina. Yue Zhong quickly made his choice. If not for the fact that he had continuously increased his agility, there was no way that he could handle 7 S2 zombies so easily. To be continued. Chapter 169. Title withheld. Yue Zhong quickly kept the items that the S2 had dropped and rushed back to his team. In front of Yue Zhong, there were still numerous S1, L2 and L1 zombies, in addition to countless number of normal zombies. As powerful as Yue Zhong was, if he was surrounded by the never-ending horde of zombies, he would be killed. Magic team attack. Once Yue Zhong returned to the camp, he immediately shouted out an order. In raids against the zombies, Yue Zhong would sometimes receive magic skill books. He had passed these magic books to a team of 10 people and created a team of mages. These mages include Lu Wen, Guoyu, Chan Yao, etc. After the apocalypse, each of these skills were very valuable. To save on bullets, these mages who could launch only a single spell were also deployed on the battlefield. This will allow the mages to gain experience orbs and evolve. Each of these mage activated their magic and began chanting their spells. From the air in front of them, several runes appeared as it gathered the energy to launch the spells. Fire at will, Yue Zhong roared. Although magic was very powerful, but the time required to cast a spell was also relatively long. While the mages were channeling their spells, he also need to stop the zombie horde from getting too close so that the mages will not be distracted. Once Yue Zhong gave the command, the men immediately let loose their ammunitions as a hail of bullets tore into the ranks of the zombies. Under the rain of bullets, several S1, L1 and normal zombies were like stringed puppets that had their strings cut and collapsed onto the floor. However, the L2 was built like a tank and continued to advance despite the bullet storm. Each bullet that hit the L2 were repelled and could not even slow its charge, with but one exception. The 12.7 mm heavy machine guns that were mounted on the top of the jeeps were able to penetrate the hide of these creatures. Each 12.7 mm heavy machine guns were able to shred a lightly armored jeep into pieces and have great penetrating power. Therefore, it was no surprise that the L2 zombies were unable to cope with the firepower. Cease fire. Seeing that the group of evolved zombies had been knocked down, Yue Zhong requested a ceasefire. All the men stopped firing. After the hail of the bullets stopped, more and more zombies emerged from Big Cliff Village. At the same time, all the evolved zombies that were shot got up again. These evolved zombies were much tougher than ordinary zombies. Unless you exploded their head, it is impossible to kill them. Translator notes. The 4 surviving L2 immediately got up. With massive strides, they charged towards Yue Zhong. Translator notes. However, the bullet storm managed to land lucky hits on several evolved zombies with headshots. At this time, Guoyu, Lu Wen had already finished chanting their spells. Fireball, ice cones, earth spike, etc. All these magic were focused on the evolved zombies and managed to kill 8 of these creatures. Close combat groups, Team 2 and Team 3, rush forwards with me. With a mighty roar, Yue Zhong led a team of 24 close combat team members into battle with the evolved zombies. Like the close combat team 1, each of these men were wearing water python snakeskin armor and wields a Tang imitation sword. Although magic was very powerful, it also had a long cooldown. After launching a single spell, Guiyu and the mage team were unable to cast any more spells for that day. Unless they reach level 10 and change their class to a mage, it is unlikely that they could continue to cast more than a single spell each day. The evolved zombies clashed with Yue Zhong and his team of 24 men. Like an arrow, Yue Zhong sped towards a L2 zombie and pointed a stinger gun at the head of this creature. Then he pulled the trigger. With a bang sound, the L2's head was decorated with a new hole, and it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. A mighty fist threatened to crush Yue Zhong into pieces as another L2 discovered his presence and raised his fist to smash Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong easily dodged the L2's fist as he stepped forward, pointed his stinger at the lower jaws of the L2, and busted its head apart. In the sky, little Greenie swooped down, and in a single swipe, managed to decapitate a L2 in each claw. 2 L2 lifelessly collapsed as their heads were ripped off their body. The 24 elite close combat team members were engaged in a fierce battle with the L1 and the S1. In the chaos that followed, some close combat team members were sent flying with each swing of an L1 fists, and some close combat team members were scratched by the claws of the high-speed S1. But many L1 and S1 were also killed by the close combat team members. F***K. Go and die. Kong Tianyu activated his skill, Enhanced Strength, and with a single swing of the Tang imitation blade in his hand, he managed to lop off the head of a mighty L1 zombie. But he had no time to relax as AS1 immediately clawed at his left shoulder as soon as the L1 zombie was dispatched. Damn King bastard. Go and die. With a sinister smile, his blade immediately separated the S1's head from its body. The water python snakeskin armor protected him from the claws of the S1. Unless the S1 landed a hit on his head, it could not hurt Kong Tianyu. But in comparison to the S1, the L1 were of a much deadlier threat. Many close combat team members were sent flying by the L1. Under the might of his Herculean strength, Kong Tianyu was able to kill even L1 zombies with a single swing of his blade. Therefore, he was unafraid and charged towards the other evolved zombies. The rest of the team found that dealing with S1 zombie were relatively easy. They could use their body as a bait to draw these creatures closer before taking a swipe at them. With their water python snakeskin armor, the claws of the S1 could not even scratch them. But the L1 were a totally different story. They need to repeatedly hack at the L1 multiple times before they could lop off a single L1's head. In addition, the L1 attacks were very powerful and sent men flying with each hit. Many team members managed to land a hit on the L1 heads, but they were left open to the L1's retaliation strike, and was seriously injured. If not for the water python snakeskin armor absorbing a massive portion of the impact, these men would have immediately perished. But once the level 2 evolved zombie had been cleared, Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Little Greenie turned their attention to the level 1 zombies. Under their combine attacks, the evolved zombies were quickly cleared out. 5 of Yue Zhong's team members were injured by the L1 zombies and could no longer participate in this battle. To be continued. Chapter 170. First Battle for the Prisoners of War. These evolved zombies were not so easy to deal with. Each evolved zombies had extraordinary abilities, especially the S-series zombies. If not for the water python snakeskin armor that protected the close combat team from the S-series zombie strikes, more than half of the men would already been infected with the zombie virus. But under the protection of the superior armor, only 5 men were injured. Retreat! After destroying the evolved zombies, Yue Zhong kept some of the items that were dropped by the evolved zombies in his spatial ring. Then he led the 2 close combat teams to retreat from the zombie horde. Little Greenie stood unchallenged in the sky, as it picked apart zombies at its leisure. From time to time it would swoop down and crush a zombie. Before any zombies could fight back, it was long gone, having flew out of reach of the flightless zombies. Not a single zombie could withstand its attack, nor could these zombies touch a feather on its body. Although the elite zombies had been destroyed, the ordinary zombies continued to stream out of every nook and cranny of Big Cliff Village. At first, it was a river of zombies as the streams of zombies merged together and filled a street with zombie. The rivers of zombies merged together on the main road to form a massive sea of zombies over 5,000 strong. After all the efforts that Yue Zhong and his team had expended, they had only managed to kill 600 plus zombies, a little more than a 1/10 of the zombie throng that were shuffling towards them. Although the route to Yue Zhong's camp were littered with the corpses of countless zombies, but the sea of zombies seemed to shrug off the loss of their kind as they continued to advance towards Yue Zhong's camp. Seeing so many zombies created immense pressure on the team. This was the first time that many of Yue Zhong's team members had seen such a massive number of zombies, and they were shaken. In the last encounter with zombies, Yue Zhong was able to lead the zombie out in groups of 100s, making the task much easier. But with 5,000 zombies walking shakily towards them, they could not help but tremble in fright. Having to fight 5,000s of zombie and 100 zombies were two different issues. In battles with groups of 100 zombies, they could afford to take a rest between fights. But in a tide of 5,000 zombies, the waves of zombies were unending, and there is no respite for these men. The elite marksmen in Yue Zhong's team had never stopped firing. Each hit would accurately blow apart a zombie's head. Although many zombies had fallen, it had no impact on stopping the mass of zombies from advancing forward. The zombies behind would step on the corpses of the fallen and continued to advance, slowly but steadily. Looking at the sea of zombies approaching them, Yue Zhong was alarmed and he thought, "Looks like this time we will suffer a big loss." Seeing the hordes of zombies unceasingly getting closer and closer, Yue Zhong immediately commanded, "All teams, fire at will." Following Yue Zhong's order, all his men let their guns rip. Torrents of bullet washed into the sea of zombies. Under the scythe of the bullets, many of zombies that were at the foremost of the zombie tide were cut down. But the number of zombies were immeasurable, and the zombies were without fear. They continued to advance, regardless of their lives or the number of zombies that were scythed down by the bullet storm. Some of the fallen zombies picked themselves up from the ground. Yue Zhong's team was also expending their ammo at a very rapid pace. The sea of zombie at the back of the tide seemed to slam into an invisible wall of bullets as they advanced, and were scythed down. In this way, a number of these zombies were temporarily held back, and created a zone of fallen zombies in the front. Looking at the carnage, Yue Zhong commanded, "Stop firing! All the prisoner team advance." Yue Zhong must let his team conserve stamina, so that they have the ability to continue to fight or retreat. Using the prisoners at this team will buy his team some time to regain their diminishing stamina. These prisoners shook uncontrollably and dared not advance. Kong Tainyu angrily shook his fists at the prisoners and shouted, "Damn you bastards! You shitheads better rush forward. Otherwise I will kill you with my own hands." The other men in the camp also pointed their guns at the prisoners. Their eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. If these prisoners dared not to obey the orders or attempt to flee, they will gun these prisoners down in cold blood. "I will count to 3. If you don't rush forwards by the count of 3, then do not blame me for opening fire. 3, 2, 1. Kong Tianyu's eyes were cold as he looked at the prisoners who refused to budge. He stepped forward and with a swing of his sword, he beheaded one prisoner. A spray of blood splattered onto the faces of some of the horrified prisoners. Then he looked into the eyes of the rest of the prisoners and bellowed, "Charge out! Go now!" Looking at the fierce look in Kong Tianyu's eyes, the prisoners also turned frightened. Nobody doubted that if they do not charge at the zombies, they would be killed immediately. Under the threat of death, these prisoners had no choice but to rush forwards. Perhaps Yue Zhong would let live if they kill enough zombies. But staying here would definitely result in their death. Wag hi! As if this war cry of the prisoners gifted them with courage, they charged towards the zombies. One of the prisoners chopped down on a zombie that was struggling to get up, and with a swing he chopped off its head. These ordinary zombies were very slow, and their bones were very brittle. Even an ordinary wooden club as granted by this system could smash apart these zombies. Therefore, the steel machetes were highly effective in decapitating the zombies. Although most of the prisoners fiercely fought against the zombies, there were some prisoners who were frightened out of their wits and tried to run away. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots rang out, and the prisoners who tried to run away were gunned down. Kong Tianyu shouted out, "All who try to run will be shot without exception. Since they will definitely be killed if they try to run." The prisoners continued to hack at the zombies until their eyes turned red from bloodlust. They could only hope that if they killed enough number of zombies, they would be allowed to live. The number of prisoners were not small. There was close to 100 prisoners. As long as they overcame their fear, these normal zombies that were slowly climbing up from the bullet storm were not a match for these desperate men. The prisoners' frenzied attacks were highly effectively as numerous zombies fell to the machetes of these men. One of the prisoners was a massive 1.9 m tall man. Armed with a machete, his performance was extremely outstanding as he chopped down like a fierce tiger on the zombies in front of him. While most prisoners only hacked apart 2 or 3 zombies, he had killed over 5 zombies. "Let these men retreat." After ensuring that each of these prisoners had at least killed 1 or more zombies, Yue Zhong then issued a command to Kong Tianyu. Under the system, men had limited stamina. Each kill would deplete their current stamina. Having killed a few zombies, their stamina had dropped a lot. If these prisoners had continued to battle, all these prisoners would be wiped out. After the apocalypse, each men were also valuable resources. Men are not solitary creatures. No matter how powerful a man was, there was a limit to how much he could do alone. Men could only survive this apocalypse if they worked together. These prisoners are all men with able bodies. Although they had committed crimes against humanity by engaging in torture, rape, murder, or cannibalism, Yue Zhong had no intent to waste their lives. To be continued. Chapter 171. Attack on Big Cliff Village. Kong Tianyu shouted in a very loud voice, "All you scums, retreat!" Listening to the order to retreat, these prisoners discarded their shields and machetes as they ran back with all their speed. The shields were quite heavy, and discarding them would enable them to run faster. In this short period of time, they had killed 300+ zombies. Each man's stamina had dropped significantly. Their bloodlust had also withdrawn as they focused all their efforts on running. Earlier, they did not have a choice. It was either to kill the zombies or be killed by their captors. Therefore, they gambled their lives on killing as many zombies as possible and had a bloodlust. But now that they were given a chance to retreat, naturally they would choose to flee and hold back their bloodlust. Kong Tianyu roared a command at the group of prisoners. "All of you put your hands behind your head and squat down immediately. I will shoot all those that dared to run." If the men ran in a disorganized manner, they could escape or, in the worst case, rush into Yue Zhong's camp and to spread confusion and chaos. With the zombies attacking them, Yue Zhong cannot afford to have confusion and chaos in his camp. Under gunpoint, all the prisoners ran towards the area that Kong Tianyu had designated and put their hands behind their heads and squatted down. 3 of the close combat team members quickly examined the prisoners and dragged out 23 prisoners who were injured in the battle with zombies. They shot these prisoners at point blank. The sounds of gunfire and the deaths of their comrades made the prisoners tremble in fear, and they dare not move a muscle, and as they looked downward and behaved. Individually, normal zombies are not that scary. Their strongest threat to mankind is the zombie virus. These creatures are extremely slow and are only dangerous in overwhelming numbers. In the short skirmish, none of the prisoners were eaten alive by the zombies. However, there were approximately 1/4 of the prisoners who were scratched or bitten by the zombies and infected by the zombie virus. Since there is no cure for the zombie virus, Yue Zhong sent his men to kill these infected men. He did not want any prisoners to turn into a zombie and infect other prisoners. "All close combat teams, follow me." Looking at the zombie horde that persistently creeped forward no matter how many times he mowed them down with gunfire, Yue Zhong finally lost his patience and gave the order for all his close combat teams to attack. The close combat team's members were more effective in killing zombies than gunfire. All the close combat team's members followed behind Yue Zhong as they charged towards the zombies. In the team of close combat personnel, not all of these men are equipped with Tang imitation sword. Yue Zhong do not have enough swords to equip each man with a sword. Therefore, some of these men also used the machetes. These machetes also easily cleaved apart the zombies, and the only disadvantage of using a machete compared to Tang imitation sword was that any zombies that were killed by a machete do not give its killer any experience orbs. These close combat team members hacked at the zombie in a mad frenzy. Yue Zhong and White Bones led the charge, and cut down several zombies with each swing of their weapon. These close combat forces then engaged the zombies. The close combat forces team were comprised of evolvers who had killed scores of zombies before. Ordinary zombies have no way to bite nor scratch through the water python snakeskin armor that the close combat forces were wearing. These zombies are also relatively slow. As long as a close combat team member took care not to be surrounded by zombies and retreated before his escape route is cut off, the close combat team member is not in any danger. But the same cannot be said for the zombies. Each hack with the sword or machete will kill at least one zombie without fail. Meanwhile, the elite marksmen continued to burn their bullet supply as they continuously dropped zombies with each headshot. With the aid of a team of about 50 men, Yue Zhong's group finally managed to whittle down the number of zombies to a more manageable number. But each close combat team member seemed to be drained of stamina, as they were breathing heavily from just the effort of standing up. Only Yue Zhong and White Bones have the strength to continue to kill the zombies as the close combat team members are exhausted. But the few dozens of remaining zombies should pose no threat to either Yue Zhong or White Bones. As he cut down the last of the remaining zombies, Yue Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally we won. These zombies might be level 1 creatures and are weak, but there were over 5,000 zombies. Even after several rounds of concentrated fire, the number of zombies remaining were still over 1,000 strong. The team of close combat fighters had managed to finish off these 1,000+ zombies. However, their stamina had depleted to a very critical level. They were unable to continue to fight until their stamina had recovered somewhat. The group of 50 close combat fighters were way too small in number to deal with the massive number of zombies. This time, I had really underestimated the enemy, thought Yue Zhong as he stared at his men who were perspiring heavily and panting. This time, Yue Zhong had only brought 1/2 of his troops to attack Big Cliff Village. This was because, having experienced the last clearing of villages, Yue Zhong thought that these men were more than enough to clear Big Cliff Village, and at the same time increase the experience of his men. But he did not anticipate that there was a zombie controller in this village. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong had evolved many times, this raid would have ended up as a massive failure. What the F***K is controlling these zombies? Yue Zhong is suspicious and curious about the controller of zombies. He headed out alone with White Bones towards the village. Yue Zhong had evolved much more than his regular troops and frequently allocated points to increase his stamina. As long as he did not continuously use his active skills, his stamina would not deplete so quickly. Therefore, although his men could barely move, he was not tired at all. The town of Big Cliff Village was practically empty. Also, there was a trace of dark-colored blood at various places, but there were no more zombies inside the town. It seemed that I was right. There is something or someone controlling these zombies. Yue Zhong looked at the empty and silenced town, and he frowned. In the last raid against Stone Horse Village, although the zombies were drew out in waves of about 100 zombies, but the center of the village had a massive number of zombies. But this town center did not even have a single zombie. This means that someone or something had controlled all the zombies in this town and forced these zombies to attack Yue Zhong's team. Having a mysterious zombie controller is not a good thing for Yue Zhong's team. If there was something or someone controlling these zombies, then Lijiang City, its name means Thunder River City, with its population of 100,000 zombies would be invincible, as there was nothing that could stop this massive army. Although the strength of the men in Yue Zhong's team were much stronger than the time when he raided Stone Horse Village, but the ammunition spent in this raid was several times the ammo used to capture Stone Horse Village. As well, each member of his team were more exhausted compared to the time they raided Stone Horse Village. A 100,000 zombie army was a very fearsome number. How much more ammo would they need to repel just a fraction of this army? Therefore, this zombie controller must die. It must not be permitted to escape into Lijiang City. Yue Zhong could not see any activity from the street where he currently was in. Therefore, he activated his combined armor defense skill and merged with White Bones. He launched a bone spike onto the ground, and used a bone ladder created from the bone spike to climb onto the rooftop of a supermarket. Standing at the top of the supermarket, he had an unobstructed view of the scenery and surrounding landscapes. Although he did not have the 1,000 Li eyes ability that would allow him to see as far as 500 kilometers, but his vision is relatively good. Somehow being an evolver had increased the range of his vision. At the east side of the village, Yue Zhong saw there were 8 L2 and 7 S2 zombies that were grouped together and fleeing towards the east side of the city, as if they were protecting someone important. Yue Zhong fired another bone spike into the ground and created another bone ladder to bring him safety back to the ground level. Once he landed on the ground, he immediately speed up and sprinted towards the direction where he had seen the group of zombies. Yue Zhong had spent a lot of points of his stats on agility. As well, he is wearing various agility-enhancing items. The L2 might be strong, but they are relatively slow. Although the S2 are very fast, these creatures were guarding something. Therefore, the whole group moved at the speed of the slowest member, the L2. With Yue Zhong's speed, he quickly caught up to the group of 15 evolved zombies. Once he had caught up with the zombie bodyguards, Yue Zhong was able to see clearly that in the middle of the group of elite zombies, there is single gray color zombie. This zombie is relatively small. Its limbs are very short, but its head is relatively big for its body. Its eyes are very long, and its mouth are very big and filled with sharp teeth. It sits on top of a massive L2 zombie as a man would sit on top of a horse. To be continued. Chapter 172. Spiritual Attack. Level 40 Intelligence Enhanced Zombie Variant. Type 1 Commander Z1. As soon as the Commander Z1 zombie saw Yue Zhong, it uttered a sharp cry. The L2 that was carrying it seemed to increase its speed as the group fled. However, not all of these zombies fled. Like a ghost, 3 S2 zombies rapidly drifted towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong smiled at the 3 incoming S2 zombies. Then he suddenly accelerated and sprinted with all his might. He seemed to become a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the Commander Z1 zombie. As he passed by the incoming S2 zombies, there was a flash of light. Then he continued to chase after the Z1 zombie at full speed, ignoring the S2 zombies. Shortly after, the bodies of the 3 S2 zombies collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The scariest thing about these corpses was that each of the corpses had no head. Then, as if answering the question of what had happened to the heads of these zombies, the heads landed a short distance away from their bodies. In the short period of time that the two parties had charged past each other, Yue Zhong had cleanly lopped off the heads of the 3 S2 zombies. Looking at the ease with which Yue Zhong had dispatched its guards, the Z1 began to panic, cried out a call of distress. Following its cries, 3 massive L2 zombies turned away from the group and charged toward Yue Zhong. Each of these L2 zombies could withstand massive amounts of punishment before collapsing in permanent death. Their rock-hard muscles were capable of repelling most ordinary swords and bullets. Even Yue Zhong found it very difficult to use the Tang imitation sword to hack apart a single L2 zombie's head. These 3 L2 zombies were indeed very formidable opponents for Yue Zhong. Luckily for Yue Zhong, although these creatures were very tough, they were relatively slow compared to him. Looking at the 3 L2 zombies smashing apart anything in their way as they charged towards Yue Zhong began to frown. He immediately activated his skill Devil Fire. In his right hand, an orb of devilish red-colored fire that could burn anything into ashes was formed. Taking advantage of his speed, he ran in front of a hulking L2 zombie. Before the zombie could react to him, Yue Zhong had already launched the orb of devil fire in his hands towards the head of the zombie. The devil fire was truly worthy of its name, as even the powerful and extremely tough L2 zombie's head was burnt into ashes. The power of the devil flame skill depended on Yue Zhong's spiritual power, stamina, strength, and vitality at the time of casting the skill. The stronger these 4 attributes were, the stronger the power of the devil flame. However, if Yue Zhong wanted to increase the power of the devil flame further, he could sacrifice more spiritual power and stamina to do so. Similarly, Ice King Zhongyun was able to take advantage of this loophole to create a wall that was able to withstand the might of a 12.7 heavy machine gun. Normally, his ice wall could not last even a few rounds of bullets. But by expending a massive amount of stamina and spiritual power, Ice King Zhongyun was able to strengthen his ice wall. By using the Devil Flame, Yue Zhong was able to one-shot kill an abomination L2 zombie. But this kill came at a cost to him. He had expended 2 points of spiritual power and 2 points of stamina to do so. He had already tried to minimize the usage of Devil Flame by using it only to burn the head of the L2 zombie, instead of using it to burn the entire L2. Looks like I will also need to increase my spiritual power, thought Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's body seemed to flicker as he temporarily disappeared, and reappeared in front of one of the 2 surviving L2 zombies. With a devil flame in his hand, he burned the head of the creature into ashes. Then he repeated his movements and dispatched the last L2 zombie that charged towards him. Although he had managed to destroy 3 L2 zombies, he had squandered 6 points of spiritual power and stamina to do so. After obliterating the 3 L2 zombies, Yue Zhong had rushed in front of the group of the bodyguards. With a stinger gun in hand, he pointed the weapon at the Z1 zombie and pulled the trigger. At that exact moment when Yue Zhong was aiming towards the Z1 zombie, the Z1 zombie dropped down from the body of the massive L2. As well, 3 S2 zombie appeared out of nowhere and used their bodies to block the bullet. The stinger gun blew apart the shoulders of an S2 zombie. Having missed his shot because of the interferences of the S2 zombies, Yue Zhong refused to give up. He stepped forward and attempted to chase the Z1 zombie. With a Tang imitation sword in his left hand, he beheaded an S2 zombie that was blocking his way. But he was greeted with the sight of a powerful fist smashing down towards him as an L2 zombie attacked him. One usage of Devil Flame later, the L2 zombie's massive body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground as its head was burned into ashes. The Z1 commander zombie's eyes turned bloodshot at the carnage Yue Zhong was wreaking on its forces. It stared at Yue Zhong with eyes filled with unbridled fury. Then it focused and launched a mental attack at Yue Zhong. A wave of spiritual power discharged towards Yue Zhong. At this exact moment, Yue Zhong was blocked by an S2 zombie and an L2 zombie from advancing any further. The spiritual power hit the S2 and L2 head-on, and their head exploded from the impact of the spiritual attack. Although the 2 zombies in front of Yue Zhong bore the brunt of the attack, Yue Zhong was also not spared from this powerful attack. He felt as if his head was hit by a baseball bat. His world spun in circles, and he could have sworn that he saw stars circling around his head. He could not maintain his balance, and collapsed onto the ground. The Mind Blast attack is an area of effect AoE spell that does not distinguish friend from foe. It directly blew apart the brains of the zombies near Yue Zhong, and almost knocked Yue Zhong unconscious with a single blast. Seeing that Yue Zhong had fallen, 3 S2 zombies immediately rush up towards Yue Zhong, intending to finish him off. 3 massive L2 also began to walk towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was shaken, and his vision was blurry. He seemed to see double or triple of everything. He bit down hard on his lips until he was bleeding. The pain seemed to jolt his brain into working again as his survival instincts kicked in. Finally, he regained control of his body. His first action was to rapidly retreat. Yue Zhong believed that the Mind Blast had a limited range. If not, Yue Zhong would have already been hit with the attack from afar, rendering him unable to fight the first group of 3 S2 zombies that charged towards him. From the sky, Little Greenie became a ray of green light as it charged down towards the zombies. A mighty swipe of its claw separated the head of an L2 zombie from its body. Yue Zhong was still feeling a bit groggy from the mental attack and was not as fast as before. The group of 3 S2 zombies were able to rapidly close in on Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong tried his best to focus and calm his mind. At that instant, when the 3 S2 closed in on him with their terrible claws swiping at his head, 3 bone spikes were launched from his bone armor and directly penetrated through the heads of the 3 S2 zombies. Their claws was but a few centimeters away from Yue Zhong's head when they lifelessly collapsed onto the ground. Yue Zhong was able to withstand the impact of the Mind Blast only because he had strong spiritual power. This ability was further augmented when he equipped several items that enhanced his spiritual powers. For instance, the white jade ring he had taken from the corpse of Ice King Zhongyun had provided a massive increase of 6 points of spiritual power. Hence, he was able to partially resist the power of the Mind Blast. Although the Mind Blast attack had not blown apart his head, it still managed to make him feel highly disoriented and dizzy. He had managed to shake off most of the effects of the mind blast, and his condition had improved somewhat. After killing the group of S2, Yue Zhong stepped forward and pat his hands on the head of an L2. He was intending to use his devil fire to burn the brain of the L2 into ashes. But suddenly he felt a massive headache, and his spiritual power seemed to be drained and unstable. The devil flame did not appear. Note: I used devil fire and devil flame interchangeably. The L2 raised both its fist and smashed down towards Yue Zhong. Like a gust of wind, little Greenie appeared behind the L2 zombie. With its mighty claws, it lifted the L2 zombie off the ground as it flew upwards. Then it flew downwards rapidly and sent the L2 zombie smashing headfirst against the concrete floor. The poor L2 zombie's head and its upper body turned into a spectacular display of bloodletting as the floor around it shook from the impact. Yue Zhong had no time to worry about little Greenie. There was still 2 more L2 zombies that were charging towards him. He used his superior speed to apply behind one of the L2 zombies. With the stinger gun in his hands, he blew apart the brains of this L2 zombie. The last L2 zombie suddenly did something very surprising. It turned and tried to run. Normally, L2 zombies were without fear. Perhaps this L2 zombie was trying to rush back to carry the Z1 commander zombie away to safety instead of fighting. But how could Yue Zhong let such a good opportunity slip by? He pointed his stinger gun at the back of this zombie and fired 3 stinger bullets. Each stinger bullet had explosive penetrating power. The bullets tore through the back muscles and bones of the L2 and blew apart its brains. The L2 zombie collapsed in a pool of blood. But when Yue Zhong saw the shadow of the Z1 zombie leaping off from the L2 zombie arms at the exact moment he fired the stinger bullets, he understood why the L2 had ran instead of fighting him. For some strange reasons, all the commanders he had met so far were cowardly in nature. This included the Z1 commander zombie and the mutant king rat. Although the Z1 zombie had very short limbs, its speed was not slow at all as it scrambled off to safety. If the Z1 zombie had chosen to fight and launch another mind blast, Yue Zhong would be in trouble. But for some strange reason, the Z1 zombie had chosen to run and exposed its back to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong had no qualms about killing an enemy from the back. In fact, there was nothing he liked better. He grinned and activated Ice Cone spell from his white jade ring. Runes appear from the air around Yue Zhong, and a cone of ice flew towards the Z1 commander zombie. It tore a massive hole in the Z1 commander's body and proceeded to encase the body in a block of ice. A massive globe of experience flew from its body toward Yue Zhong. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 33 and have gained 2 stats points. Put all the stats points into spiritual power, groaned Yue Zhong as he rubbed his head. He was having a spitting headache. Once he made his choice, he could feel some spiritual power entering into his body. His fluctuating spiritual power seemed to be stabilized somewhat. Chapter 173, Spiritual Solidification. Yue Zhong walked up the corpse of the Z1 and found that the Z1 zombie had dropped several items. A skill book, a green-colored treasure box, and 200 system coins. Level 3 skill book. Spiritual Solidification. This skill is a passive skill. After learning this skill, your spiritual power will permanently increase by 10. Yue Zhong immediately opted to learn this skill. Instantly, in Yue Zhong's brain, there appears a new rune. Once this new rune appeared, Yue Zhong's headache seemed to magically disappear. The mild feeling of disorientation he had as a result of the mind blast also completely vanished. Looking at the massive head of this Z1 zombie, Yue Zhong took out his Tang imitation sword and chopped off its brains. He tried to examine if there were any blood-colored beads or crystals inside it. Just as Yue Zhong was checking the corpse, little Greenie flew down, and with a peck, begins to eat the zombie with relish. After several big gulps, it quickly swallowed the entire zombie. There is no evolution this time? Seeing that little Greenie had not evolved, he was feeling quite disappointed. He opened the green treasure box, and bingo! Level 3 treasure, Power Gloves. Plus 10 to strength on equip. On the route back to the camp, he kept all the items that the elite zombies had dropped into his spatial ring. Once the Z1 zombie had been killed, the entire town had no further threats. Yue Zhong's men had also entered into Big Cliff Village and had began to look for survivors. While his men were busying searching for survival, Yue Zhong was greedily looking at the spoils of this battle. This time, the numbers of evolved zombies were relatively high. Therefore, the rewards were also much higher. Yue Zhong had managed to collect 63 white-colored treasure box, 3 green-colored treasure box, and 6 skill books. After opening all the treasure boxes, Yue Zhong found that he had 3 pairs of level 1 strength-enhancing shoes, 32 Tang imitation swords, 1 complete set of level 1 protective vest, 1 set of level 2 protective vest, 3 pairs of white-color gloves, 1 level 2 Tang saber, 1 level 2 wand. As well, the 7 skill books include level 1 fireball, level 2 strength boost, level 1 ice cone, level 1 minor healing, level 2 high speed movement skill, level 1 accelerate skill. Level 2 treasure, Tang saber. This saber is much sharper and more resilient than the Tang imitation sword. Level 2 treasure, inferior wand. With the aid of the wand, spells that take more than 15 seconds to cast may save 1 second off the casting time. Level 1 accelerate skill. Using this skill will consume 5 points of stamina. After using this skill, the agility will be increased by 10 points for 30 seconds. Looking at the 32 sets of Tang imitation swords, Yue Zhong was very happy. With this I can create another 3 teams of close combat evolvers, he thought. Each evolver's combat powers and stamina is way stronger than normal humans. With strict training and more combat experience, it is very easy to create a team of special elite troops. Most of the white-color treasure boxes that were dropped by ordinary zombies were empty. The drops were mostly taken from white-color treasure box dropped by evolved zombies. Big Cliff Village had a much larger number of evolved zombies than Stone Horse Village. As a result, the number of treasure box that were dropped was much more than that of Stone Horse Village. Having a new Tang saber, Yue Zhong can finally let go of his Tang imitation sword. Although the Tang imitation sword were effective against normal zombies, it was ineffective against creatures with high armor such as the snake mutant beasts or L2 zombies. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong had invested some points into strength, it would not be so easy for Yue Zhong to kill the S2 zombies. With each successive evolution, the zombies not only increase in their primary stat. Their skin and bones also harden, making them tougher to fight. The S2 zombies may not be comparable to an L2 zombie in terms of toughness, but these S2 zombies are almost as tough as an L1. If Yue Zhong had insufficient strength to behead an S2 zombie with a single hit, the battle against these zombies would be much harder. While Yue Zhong was busy looking into the spoils of war, the troops that rushed into Big Cliff Village had discovered many survivors. Almost all of these survivors were starving. The village that used to have more than 5,000 plus people had been reduced to less than 400 survivors. Of course, there were cannibals among the survivors who preyed on other humans. These cannibals were shot by Yue Zhong's men. For those who had commit other crimes against their fellow men, they were dragged towards the prisoner camp. The prisoner camp suddenly had 53 more prisoners. After considering the death toll from earlier, the total number of prisoners had a net gain of 20 plus new prisoners. Big Cliff Village had a steel factory. At the same time, there were many enterprises that used the steel from the factory to produce other items. Before the apocalypse, the steel factory and the coal power plant had massive amount of coal in their reserves. If there were sufficient men, it would be possible to restart the factory. During this time, Yue Zhong had repeatedly recruited men from Longhai Survival Camp. In addition, he had assigned men to find survivors from the surrounding area. If you include this group of survivors from Big Cliff Village, he finally had close to 3,000 men under his command. After he had taken control of Big Cliff Village, Yue Zhong sent 1,000 of his citizens from Stone Horse Village into Big Cliff Village. He began to process steel, and used this steel to create more items that he deemed were useful, such as machetes, steel shields, barbed wires, sharp iron staffs, etc. The amount of steel remaining in Stone Horse Village was very little. Creating 100 steel shields and machetes had already used up a majority of the steel in Stone Horse Village. Therefore, Yue Zhong could only let his men create these primitive weapons and armors to arm the prisoners. Therefore, capturing the steel factory was of paramount importance in the eyes of Yue Zhong. A construction site in Big Cliff Village had been surrounded with barbed wire. In this place, various clothes had been placed on the ground. These clothes are the bed for the prisoners who were held in Big Cliff Village. There were 10 sentries keeping watch over the prisoner camp. If these prisoners try to talk to each other or try to escape, these guards were authorized to shoot and kill these prisoners. In this prisoner camp, a group of men clustered together as they complained about the harshness of the camp. Damn it, Big Brother Gao. These men are really too much. This time we went out and fought, 20+ men died. If this continues on, all of us will die. A short, skinny man was complaining to the massive 1.9 m tall giant man beside him. The tall giant just stared at the short, skinny man. With a voice as cold enough to freeze the surrounding air, he rebuked, Nanlon Mingu, Pearl Nanlon. Shut up. You know the predicament we are currently in. If the top brass hears what you have just said, you and I will be shot on sight. The big prisoner is named Gao Daqiang, Strongman Gao. Before the apocalypse, he was a farmer. After the apocalypse, he drifted along and worked for Bai Kaishan. As a man working under Bai Kaishan, he had also committed several crimes. After Yue Zhong destroyed Bai Kaishan, he was sent to the prisoner camp. Listening to Strongman Gao, Pearl Nailan began to shiver and seemed to shrink smaller as he hugged himself and curled up. He carefully looked around at the guards surrounding the camp, and his eyes shone traces of fear. Chapter 174. Strongman Gao. In Yue Zhong's base, the prisoners do not have any human rights at all. If the words of Pearl Nailan reached the ears of the guards, even if the guards shot him immediately, no one will say a single word. These prisoners also have no power to object to this treatment. If they try to revolt, the Type 79 assault rifles of the guards are more than enough to kill them all. In addition, there were 2 heavy machine guns mounted on vehicles that were pointed at the group of prisoners. Pearl Nailan had a stupid grin on his face as he tried to brush what he said away. It is a careless rant. Who is Strongman Gao? A guard walked into the camp and shouted out aloud. All the prisoners' eyes turned to look at Strongman Gao. Many of the prisoners who were sitting next to Strongman Gao also shifted their body as they tried to put as much distance between them and Strongman Gao as possible. Although his face turned white with fright, Pearl Nailan continued to sit next to Strongman Gao. Strongman Gao also turned pale. He clutched his fist and slowly stood up. He was perspiring heavily as he declared, "Me, I am Strongman Gao." To these prisoners, having their name called out is not a good thing. Not long ago, there were 20+ men who were called out, and these men were all shot dead in front of the other prisoners. The soldier looked at his journal and shouted, "Today, Strongman Gao has shown his courage in battle and killed 7 zombies by himself. From now on, he is promoted to be a squad captain among you prisoners. The following prisoners are assigned to his squad with immediate effect: Pearl Nailan, Tiger Wong, etc. As a squad leader for the period of 1 week, he will be given a piece of fish every day. We hope that he can quickly kill 30 zombies and win back his freedom." Pearl Nailan's eyes shone with happiness for his friend as he congratulated Strongman Gao. "Big Boss Gao, please take care of me." The 12 men assigned under his command all came forwards to offer their congratulations. From now onwards, he will be in charge of them. Strongman Gao was stunned by the announcement and could not believe his ears. But listening to the stream of congratulatory messages from his team woke him up from his stupor. He immediately thanked the soldier. "Thank you. Thank you." The soldier smiled and looked at Strongman Gao with eyes that were much warmer than the cool looks of the guards. "There is no need to thank me. I am just here to carry out Captain Yu's orders." The soldier continued to list out the names of prisoners who shown promise in fighting zombies, and promoted 10 prisoners into squad leaders, and assigned team members to each squad leaders. All of these squad leaders gained the right to have 1 fish every day as a reward for their bravery. After announcing all the rewards, the soldier waved his hand, and several men pushed a trolley of food into the prisoners' camp. In the food tray, in addition to rice and buns, there were several pieces of fish. All of the prisoners looked at the fish, and their saliva dripped uncontrollably out from their mouths. After the apocalypse, food becomes scarce. Only the top brass in Longhai City could afford to have a fish to eat. Most of the prisoners have not even tasted meat after the apocalypse. Today, when they saw the freshly cooked fish and the nice aroma that accompanied the dish, their mouths could not stop watering, and they could not help staring hungrily at the fishes. The soldier then shouted coldly, "All of you, come and get your food. You are not allowed to make any noise, and you are not allowed to jump the queue. If anyone is caught infringing these rules, you will be given 20 lashes of the whip and double the usual workload." After listening to the soldier's words, the prisoners all behaved themselves. They queued up in an orderly manner to get their food. The behavior of these prisoners was much better than their behavior before the apocalypse. Strongman Gao gathered a big bun, a bowl of porridge, and a steamed carp and returned to his seat. Along the way, Strongman Gao could sense all the hungry looks of the other prisoners as they glanced at his fish. If not for the fact that there were guards manning the camp, and that he is relatively big and fierce compared to most of the men, there would be a lot of people who will attempt to snatch his fish. Pearl Nailan took a bowl of porridge and a bun, and sat next to Strongman Gao. Like all men, he had not tasted fish for months, and with great difficulty, swallowed his saliva as he looked at the fish. Strongman Gao placed the fish between them and said, "Pearl, come here, let's eat together." Pearl Nailan's face flushed with happiness as he thanked Strongman Gao repeatedly. Strongman Gao smiled and picked up a piece of steamed fish. In front of the envious men, he ate the fish and savored the taste. Although he was but a farmer before the apocalypse, he is not stupid. He understood that in order to take control of a team, he needs to take control of people's hearts. Only then will he have people who are willing to follow his orders. If his team refused to obey him, he would be nothing but a commander in name only. Having saved Pearl Nailan's life during the battle with the zombie and shared his fish with Pearl Nailan is naturally willing to follow him. Our current population is 2,786 men. Stone Horse Village has 1,438 men, while Big Cliff has 1,348 men. Yesterday, the men managed to find another 87 survivors. Inside the Stone Horse Village, Guo Yu was wearing a white dress and was reporting the status of the village to Yue Zhong. "We are still short of men." Sitting on the table, Yue Zhong was frowning as he seemed lost in his thoughts. As a commoner without any government authority, it is very hard for Yue Zhong to recruit more people. Even if he used radio or TV to broadcast his intent to recruit more men, the number of survivors who would come to him would be very small in number. The majority of the survivors prefers to go to Longhai Survival Camp as they believe more in government officials. Although Yue Zhong had been stealing people from Longhai Survival Camp and had tried his best to find more survivors in surrounding area, the number of people he could get is still very small in number. Without men, he could not build a stronger army. Longhai Survival Camp has more than 6,000 plus survivors, and is getting more survivors every day. This made Yue Zhong realize the power of just having a status as a government official. Chen Zhiguan has sent a secret message. Longhai Survival Camp had issued an order to prevent us from recruiting more men to build a wall in our village. They also began to build a wall around their camp. Yue Zhong's eyebrows raised as he said, "What? Let me see the report." Chen Zhiguan had already become a trusted man who will provide Yue Zhong with insider information in Longhai Survivor Camp. He is a local resident in Longhai Survivor Camp and well-versed in the ways of the city. He had been assigned to help Yue Zhong recruit more men from Longhai Survivor Camp. Most of the men in Yue Zhong's villages were recruited from Longhai Survival Camp. By banning him from recruiting more men, Yue Zhong's plans for expansion had been greatly affected. Should I forcefully attack the Longhai Survival Camp? Yue Zhong struggled with this decision. The presence of Longhai Survival Camp prevented Yue Zhong from expanding his base. Although they had worked together in the past to raid the granary, it was more like this matter was of mutual interests. Right now, it is hard to determine if Longhai Survivor Camp is an ally or a foe. Chapter 175, Attack of the Zombies. In restricting Yue Zhong from continuing to recruit survivors, Longhai Survivor Camp seemed to imply that they had already regarded Yue Zhong's group as a possible enemy, and is not willing to allow Yue Zhong to continue expanding his forces. Yue Zhong had considered attacking and taking Longhai Survival Camp many times, and snatch all the survivors' food and equipment. But Yue Zhong's forces were limited as a majority of his men were normal humans. In a battle, the strongest two groups of men are naturally the evolvers and the military. In a real war, the military group will be much more effective than an evolver. The military had taken control of all military weapons including but not limited to IFV, cannons, rocket launchers, etc. Although Yue Zhong had many militants who had defected to his camp, Yue Zhong had no confidence that they would listen to his commands and attack Longhai Survivor Camp. After all, many of their friends are still in the Longhai Survivor Camp. Also, the Longhai Survivor Camp group is not weak either. There are more than 6,000 survivors in Longhai Survivor Camp. In addition to the military, there are still countless numbers of policemen, commandos, military police, and several factions with power. Even if Yue Zhong tries to take them head-on, he does not have any guarantee that he will be able to win the war. But if he does not take control of Longhai Survivor Camp, he will need to leave at least half of his army to guard his camp. If he takes all his soldiers out with him on a raid, it is highly probable that the Longhai Survivor Camp will launch a sneak attack at his camp. All that he had worked to build up will be swallowed by the Longhai Survivor Camp. Similarly, Longhai Survivor Camp also feel threatened by Yue Zhong's group. They also dare not to take any large-scale actions in the event that Yue Zhong's group attack them when all their forces were engaged with the enemy. They could only send small teams of men to go to the surrounding areas to search for more food. Both parties are wary of each other and are placed in a difficult position by the presence of each other. At the same time, they are locked in a stalemate. Neither of them dared to use all their forces to try to recover surrounding villages. Looking at the pretty Guo Yu in front of him, he could not help feeling a bit better. "You 1, come here," he waved. Guo Yu approached Yue Zhong and sat on his lap. Feeling the soft feeling of Guo Yu's body and the lovely smell of her fragrance, as she slipped into Yue Zhong's arms, Yue Zhong felt very happy as he hugged Guo Yu. His troubles seemed to magically disappear. Yue Zhong hugged Guo Yu and slowly shared his troubles and frustration with her. "Yue, Longhai Survivor Camp is becoming an eyesore to me. I am hoping to move my soldiers and take the city by force and remove this obstacle. What do you think?" After listening to Yue Zhong, Guo Yu's big round eyes seemed to widen in surprise. She smiled and replied, "Master, I feel that now is not the time to forcefully launch an attack. For Longhai Survivor Camp, there is only one man standing at the top, Chen Jianfeng. All we have to do is to assassinate him. Longhai Survivor Camp will be in chaos as each faction fights for control of the city. All we have to do is to grab the opportunity created by the chaos to attack Longhai Survival Camp. This will allow us to get what we want with half the effort." Listening to Guo Yu, Yue Zhong's eyes also widened in surprise. He looked at the pretty and seductive Lolita in his arms. Never did he imagine that Guo Yu would come up with this devilish plan. But this plan is really not a bad idea. The officials in power Longhai Survivor Camp are corrupted and only care about their own powers. Only Chen Jianfeng and a few other officials are holding the fort by themselves. Also, Lei Cheng, the military commander, is standing at one side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If Chen Jianfeng is assassinated, there will definitely be chaos in Longhai Survivor Camp as various factions fought for power. It is just that Yue Zhong did not expect that the pretty and innocent-looking Guo Yu would come up with such a plan. Guo Yu also looked at Yue Zhong. Her big pretty eyes did not even blink or show any trace of impurity. She had racked her brains to think of this scheme to assist Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong hugged Guo Yu tightly and softly replied, "We cannot do that. Chun Yao and Ji Qingwu has strong ties to Chen Jianfeng. Ji Qingwu is also one of the generals under Yue Zhong. If he tries to attack Longhai Survival Camp, Ji Qingwu and Chun Yao will sit on the fence and will not help either party. But if these two girls know that Yue Zhong had ordered a hit-on and assassinate Chen Jianfeng, they will not take this lying down and may attack Yue Zhong's camp instead. Only a few very loyal men from Yue Zhong's team would be comfortable with the idea of Yue Zhong assassinating Chen Jianfeng. But as for the rest of his men, especially the newly recruited men from Longhai Survivor Camp, it would be difficult to predict their reactions." Guo Yu just smiled and said, "Then we have to wait for a chance. Lei Cheng is not willing to take orders from anyone, including Chen Jianfeng. I estimated that we need not wait for long before he will stage a coup. Yue Zhong was playing with Guo Yu's fingers, as he considered for a moment, and agreed. For the time being, we could only do this. Seeing that Yue Zhong had turned silent, Guo Yu is like a cat, as she enjoyed the pampering that Yue Zhong showers on her. Yue Zhong is often busy and seldom have much time to be with her. If he is not bringing men to search for more food supplies, he would be among the marksmen to practice his shooting skills. They have very little time spent together, and Guo Yu treasured each moment. Captain Yu! Captain Yu! Chun Zhiguang issued an urgent missive. De Go shouted as he entered into the room without knocking. Seeing that Yue Zhong was hugging Guo Yu, he turned beet red in embarrassment and stopped moving and shouting. Once Yue Zhong let go, Guo Yu discreetly walked away from Yue Zhong's embrace with a hint of disappointment on her face. She stood beside Yue Zhong, and her presence was like a pure and flawless lily. De Go quickly informed Yue Zhong of Wiseman Chen's missive. Shanglin County has a huge army of zombie that was marching towards Longhai Survival Camp. Longhai Survival Camp has requested for help from us, and request that we assign some soldier to protect the survivor camp. Yue Zhong raised his eyebrows and seemed to mull over this piece of news. Then he asked De Go, "How reliable is this piece of information? Has Chan Shi verified this piece of information?" Before the apocalypse, the population in Shanglin County has a population of over 100,000 people. It is much bigger than Qingyuan County where the survivor camp is located at. Although the number of people is lesser than Shanglin County, it is also easier for Li Jianfeng to control the city. Killing 5,000 plus zombies in Big Cliff Village is already the limit of what Yue Zhong's party could do. If there were 100,000 zombies, Yue Zhong feels that this is mission impossible. A town has various ancillary facilities that were much better than that of villages. Yue Zhong also knows this fact. But the problem is that a town has insanely high numbers of zombies. Capturing a town will need a massive amount of ammunition. With the Longhai survivor camp watching at the sidelines, Yue Zhong dared not to lead his men to capture any town. De Go quickly replied, "Chen Shi has already verified that piece of information. There is indeed a massive throng of zombies that were making their way towards Longhai survival camp. Chen Shi is a very careful man. He would definitely confirm the information before reporting it to Yue Zhong." Chapter 176. Title withheld. Each day, there were several teams that head out of the village to search for materials or to hunt zombies. In this evening, as soon as the search teams returned to the camp, their team captain was immediately summoned to a meeting in Big Cliff Village's conference hall. "This is the problem that we are facing now. I would like to listen to your opinion." In the conference hall, Guo Yu reported the news that Chan Shi has sent to all the men. Kong Tianyu spoke very loudly. "Captain Yu, we cannot send out soldiers. The Longhai survivor camp bastards dared to stop us from recruiting man, and they still expect us to send soldiers to save them? They think we are their servants." Kong Tianyu is a brave and mighty soldier. He is also loyal to Yue Zhong. This is the reason why Yue Zhong assigned him as the team captain for Close Combat Team 1. He had won the right to participate in decision-making process. De Go Z, Big Dog, also mulled over the question. Then he also gave his opinion. "Captain Yu, I also think that this is not the time for us to send our soldiers to help out. I feel that the men from Longhai Survival Camp just want to use us as cannon fodder. If we go to rescue them, all the guns and bullets are all taken from our supply of ammunition. The men over there are ingrates. Even if we save them, they will also attack us at a later date. De Go Z is the quartermaster, and he take care of supplies in the camp. Fighting the war in Big Cliff Village had expended a lot of supplies. Although Yue Zhong men had found some ammo in Big Cliff Village's police stations and armed forces, he still experienced a net loss as the ammo found was less than the ammo he used to capture the village. Lu Yan also agreed. "We should let them fight the zombies first. After the zombies had managed to enter the base, we can send people to save the survivors. At that time, those guys would no room for bargaining." Zhao Xing also spoke his mind. "Captain Yu, there are over 6,000 men over there. Lei Cheng has a big military base and 7 IFV. They also built a wall. Even if they had a battle with the zombies, they should be able to last for a few days. After they could not hold on, it is not too late for us to send soldiers to help them. Seeing that about half of the team captains opposed sending reinforcement, Wu Guang, Lang Zi, and the men that Yue Zhong had recruited from the military faction in Longhai survival camp chose to keep quiet. But against the backdrop of protests, Chun Yao stood up and say, "Yue Zhong, let's help. There are over 6,000 survivors in the Longhai survivor camp. If the zombies manage to break into the camp, 6,000 people will die." Although Chun Yao was disappointed with the high-ranking officials in Longhai survivor camp, but she was pretty concerned about the normal citizen survivors. Should the zombies manage to break down the walls, there will be countless numbers of death among these survivors. Yue Zhong mulled over Chun Yao's words and did not say anything. He looked at Qi Yang and asked, "What do you think?" All the eyes in the conference hall were on Qi Yang. They all knew that Qi Yang is Yue Zhong's best friend and buddy. As the first search team captain, he is often in the front lines of battle, and he found a lot of food and other supplies. All the men also acknowledge his leadership and the value of his words. "My view is that we should help," Qi Yang explained. "Our relationship with Longhai is intimately interdependent. After the Longhai survivor camp, our village has the most survivors. After the zombie horde had destroyed Longhai survivor camp, it is highly likely that their next target will be us. Once the Longhai survivor camp is destroyed, we also find it hard to find more people to defend our bases. We have less than half the number of people in Longhai survivor camp. It will be very tough for us to face the zombies by ourselves. After the apocalypse, the worth of a man's life is cheaper than that of ants. The strong bullied the weak and killed wantonly. A weak man who did not act accordingly to circumstances will be killed by the strong. But at the same time, men is also a valuable resource. Without men, it is not possible to use the machines to create more weapons. Without men, there will be no soldiers. Man could not survive alone. Having enough man is required to prevent others from attacking. Therefore, after the apocalypse, it could be said that the value of a man's life could be cheap but valuable. The Longhai survivor camp of 6,000 plus men is to Yue Zhong a big piece of fatty meat. If he could swallow this up, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yue Zhong slapped his palm on the table and announced, "I have decided. We will bring our soldiers to help. Kong Tianyu, Lu Yan, Xiaoming, Wu Guang, Zhaoxing, Ji Qingwu, Lang Zi team, Wang Shuang, Chengyu squad, all follow me to Longhai survivor camp. The rest of the men remain on guard here. In my absence, Qi Yang will be the commander. To go Zi, please prepare the required material. We will set off tomorrow morning." Qi Yang also said, "Yue Zhong, let me go to the Longhai survivor camp with you. There are over 100,000 zombies that will be attacking the survivor camp. Among the 6,000 plus survivors, less than 2,000 of them dared to fight with the zombies. In addition, the various powers in the survivor camp are not united. They fight as much among themselves as they fought zombies. This time, Yue Zhong will be bringing 6 squads and all the prisoners. Even then, the number of men does not exceed 400 men. He not only need to navigate the sea filled with treacherous politics among the various powers in Longhai survivor camp, but also face the might of a 100,000-strong zombie army. Any mistake on his part will result in death." Yue Zhong immediately rejected Qi Yang's request. "No, you can't. Qi Yang, it is not easy for us to come this far. We cannot stop the reconstruction efforts in Big Cliff Village and Stone Horse Village. We must continue to clean up zombies so that we can return things to normal. I need you here." Listening to Yue Zhong's decision, Qi Yang kept quiet. He had been buddies with Yue Zhong for so long. Of course he knows that Yue Zhong will not change his mind once he made a decision. "All of you go back and rest. Dismiss." After concluding the meeting, Yue Zhong returned to his villa. "I also want to go to with you the survivor camp." Once he returned to the villa, Lu Wan, who had kept her silence throughout the meeting, suddenly hugged Yue Zhong and made this request. She wanted to be with Yue Zhong in this difficult period. Zhang Xian was wearing a sexy black underwear and was massaging Yue Zhong's legs. Before the apocalypse, she often watched dramas about the struggle for power among the king's concubines. She knew that she is not very important in the heart of Yue Zhong, at least not when compared to Lu Wan and Guiyu, and hence behaved herself. Guoyu was sitting to the right of Yue Zhong and just listened attentively to their conversation. No way, it is too dangerous. Lu Wan was not satisfied with Yue Zhong's answer. I know how to cast offensive spells, and also can heal. I also have evolved to level 7. Why can't I go with you? Didn't I also help out during the raid against Big Cliff Village? Yue Zhong really lacked people who can fight the zombies. As the leader of the team, he is often fighting in the front lines. Guoyu, Luo Wan, Chan Yao, etc. All these female mages in training will occasionally take part in battles as well. On one hand, they can kill more zombies and gain more experience to evolve. On the other hand, they can help to conserve bullets. Yue Zhong explained, this time what we are experiencing is different from the time we attacked Big Cliff Village. This time we are not facing several thousands of zombies, but rather over 100,000 zombies. If we are not careful, all of us will perish. This is too dangerous. Chapter 177. Entering the City. 100,000 zombies and several thousand zombies are completely different concepts. And these 100,000 zombies are organized. The Z1 commander zombie in Big Cliff Village that organized several thousands of zombies had already given Yue Zhong a lot of pressure. A 100,000 strong zombie army with organization and hierarchy would be even more formidable. Lu Wan pouted and asked, then, why can Ji Qingwu go with you? Yue Zhong pinched Lu Wan's cheeks and replied, you also know about Ji Qingwu's strength. She can protect herself in a zombie horde. Even if she met with any danger, she is able to escape it by virtue of her skills. That's why I allowed her to come with me. Ji Qingwu was skilled in using the sword. After joining Yue Zhong's team, she often took the initiative to bring men to search for more food supplies, and constantly gained experience and evolved. Right now, she is the third strongest in Yue Zhong's team. Let's sleep. Yue Zhong bent down and kissed Lu Wan and Guoyu on their forehead and immediately closed his eyes. Although he had 3 beauties in his arms, he did not have the mood to engage in sex. He needs to conserve his stamina and energy for the events that will soon happen. Guoyu, who was sleeping beside Yue Zhong, kept looking at Yue Zhong's face. Power. If I have sufficient power to fight in battles besides him, how great would it be? The next morning, 2 IFVs, 5 military jeeps with artillery guns, a machine gun car installed with a Type 14.7mm dual-mounted machine gun, 7 trucks, 10 Hummers, a large tanker and 6 converted buses drove towards Longhai Survivor Camp. From the sky, Little Greenie was using its sharp eyes to keep a lookout for potential hazards. This time, Yue Zhong took more than half of his elite forces and half of his ammunition supply to Longhai Survivor Camp. An army that is greater than 100,000 zombies is no joking matter. If there are insufficient preparations, most his elite forces will end up dead. Of course, Yue Zhong is not so stupid as to offer his forces for free. He requested for the control of the North Gate in Longhai Survival Camp. All his men smoothly made their way into the Longhai Survival Camp. But in Phoenix Street area, the Longhai Survivor Camp had deployed 5 IFVs in that area. As well, sandbags and barbed wires were formed to make a makeshift barricade. There were many soldiers standing guard over that street. The area outside of Phoenix Street has been rezoned to make way for Yue Zhong's troops. The Longhai Survivor Camp may be using Yue Zhong's forces, but at the same time, they also need to protect themselves against Yue Zhong's forces. If not for the fact that there were massive numbers of zombies walking towards the camp, the authorities in charge will never agree to let Yue Zhong bring soldiers into the Longhai Survivor Camp. As soon as Yue Zhong disembarked from the vehicle, he immediately looked for Chen Shirtu and asked, what is the situation now? Quickly tell me whatever intelligence you have on the movement of the zombies. Chen Shirtu's eyes were bloodshot. For the last few days he had not slept well. As soon Yue Zhong asked, he immediately replied, the zombies are moving towards us, but their speed is very slow. If they continue to approach us at this pace, I estimated that they will reach here in about 10 days. Listening to Chen Shirtu's words, Yue Zhong could not help raising his eyebrows. Shanglin County is about 100 kilometers away from Longhai Survivor Camp. Although these zombies' movement speed is very slow, they are able to move continuously non-stop around the clock. They do not need to rest, nor do they feel tired. Yue Zhong could not help being skeptical that the zombies need 10 days to reach Longhai survivor camp. Yue Zhong looked at Chen Shi and asked, "How many able-bodied survivors have you recruited?" Chen Shi replied, "400 men." After getting news of the movement of the zombies from Qidian County, Chen Shi immediately started a mass recruitment for all able-bodied men. After some training, they would be able to fight against the zombie. After the apocalypse, man and woman are both valuable resources. C1. The women represent mankind's future. The men represent mankind's present. Women can do what men cannot do. They can give birth and increase the population of humans. Without women, humanity has no future. Men could not increase their population and humans will die out. Men are naturally stronger and more aggressive than women. Hence, this usually makes men more suitable for fighting than most women. At present, men are needed to fight, and Chen Shi naturally recruited the stronger and able-bodied men. Yue Zhong replied, "Make arrangement for these men to eat, then begin training as soon as possible. If you need more equipment, request it from Wang Shuang. When trained, 400 men is a powerful weapon against zombies." Chen Shi replied, "Understood. Tonight there is a gathering in the Special Administrative Region. Various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp will attend this gathering. Lei Cheng had sent an invitation, and hope you can attend. They said the purpose of this gathering is to discuss the zombie invasion." "Noted. Please let someone inform them that I will be on time." Yue Zhong walked towards Little Greenie and mounted it. Although Little Greenie cannot be compared to its parents, it is also a massive mutant beast with a wingspan of 15 m. It is not a problem for it to carry a man. Yue Zhong patted Little Greenie on its back, and Little Greenie immediately flapped its wings and soared up towards the sky and head in the direction of Qidian County. Chen Shi could not help looking at Yue Zhong with envy. He also wanted to have such a magnificent beast. Then he turned around and walked towards the 400 men he had recruited. 400 survivors were gathered in an empty field. Each of them had a bowl of porridge in one hand and a bun in the other hand and was eating their meal. Chen Shi walked in the front of these men and coldly shouted, "You have 30 seconds to finish your meal, and then assemble here immediately." After Chen Shi's announcement, the 400 survivors immediately wolfed down their bun and washed down the bun with the porridge and assembled. After raiding Qidian Granary, the lives of all survivors did not improve by much. The relief gruel was a bit thicker, but that all. Raiding Qidian Granary had provided very rich returns for Longhai Survivor Camp. They have accumulated a lot of food, and even 1/4 of their gains from Qidian Granary is enough for 10,000 people to eat for 2 years. But after the apocalypse, all the seeds could not germinate. To ensure that humanity can survive for a longer term, Longhai Survivor Camp did not distribute the food for all the survivors. And there are some people in positions of power who felt that if the survivors are well fed, it will become much harder to control them. It is no wonder that most of the survivors in Longhai Survivor Camp are hungry and dressed in rags. Having good food to eat, the bun and porridge are so much better than gruel, is a blessing for these survivors, and they will not easily let go of this marvelous opportunity. Chen Shi waved his hands, and several men carried in carts full of machetes and steel shields. There was a small mountain of these products. There are 400 machetes and 400 shields. These items were all created from Big Cliff Village. From the first day that Yue Zhong had conquered Big Cliff Village, the steel factory has been churning out all sorts of weapons and armors, and have not stopped production. Chen Shi shouted, "Each of you come and get 1 machete and 1 shield." All the survivor was surprised to see these items, but all of them stepped up to get their machetes and shields. To be continued. C1. Censorship again. Equals 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 equals. It directly translated as after the apocalypse, man and woman are also valuable. Women can give birth and increase the population. Man, blah blah blah. In the above sentence it sounds awful. The author seemed to imply that women are only good for giving birth and nothing more. I edited this too. After the apocalypse, man and woman are both valuable resources. The women represent mankind's future. The men represent mankind's present. Women can do what men cannot do. They can give birth. Without women, humanity has no future. Men could not increase their population and humans will die out. Men, blah blah blah. It says the same thing, women can give birth, increase the population. But the way I said it in the second paragraph does not discriminate as heavily against women and make it seem that women are only good for giving birth. It is much nicer, right? Your mums, sisters and wives or girlfriends would be proud of being a woman. For those critics who want to yell at me for making this change in my translations and not just translate the author's words as it is given, remember this. If you want more updates and faster releases, do not piss me off. When I am angry, I take long breaks to cool down. This means you wait longer for a chapter or have fewer chapters a day. I have no problem with discussions, correction of my typo and poor grammar, etc., but I do have problems with rude, insensitive remarks. Chapter 178. Investigation. Chan Shi Tong announced, "Some of you might have guessed. We are allocating machetes and shields to you because we want you to fight against the zombies. If you do not have the guts to do so, put down your weapon and your shield and walk out of here. From this moment onwards, you have nothing more to do with us. But if you are willing to fight against the zombies, I will guarantee that each of you will have enough to eat and you also have a chance to earn meat to eat." After listening to Chan Shi Tong, many men among the 400 survivors turned pale. The machetes and shields in their hands dropped to the floor as they shook uncontrollably. Fighting with zombies is not that easy. These zombies look horrible, and there is a high chance of being infected with the zombie virus. One hit is all it takes to turn you into a zombie. One survivor threw down his machete and shield and walked out. Even if he could have more food to eat, he also refused to fight against the zombies. This is especially true if he is armed with just a machete and a shield to fight. As if the first man leaving the camp had opened the floodgates to leave, one by one, more and more men chose to leave the camp. After a short while, over 200 men have chosen to leave. Only 100+ survivors remain. The most important aspects of this team were courage and guts. Without courage and guts, it is impossible for these men to fight. If Yue Zhong has more time, he will not allow a single man to leave this camp. He will make sure that all of these men will be brave and willing to fight the zombies. But at this moment, time is what Chan Shi Tong lacked the most. Slowly but surely, these zombies are coming. Right now, he can only let those without guts to fight to leave his camp. Those who left are all survivors that joined Longhai Survivor Camp relatively recently. They had not experienced hunger for a long, and still believes that the authorities will not ditch them and will provide help to them. But the men who stayed are all pioneers who had stayed in Longhai Survivor Camp for a long time. They were already so hungry and oppressed until they could not withstand the hunger. As long as there were food for them to eat, they were ready to do anything. If forced into a corner, a human will show extraordinary strength as he retaliates. However, if given a choice, almost all men will not choose to fight with their lives on the line. Now that these men had experienced hunger and were cornered by the authorities, these men were willing to fight. To kill zombies in exchange for food? Not a problem. Dying in combat is so better than dying of hunger. Chan Shi Tong looked at the 100+ remaining men and said, "Excellent. Now swing your blade downwards 100 times. All the 100+ remaining men began practicing swinging their machetes. Chan Shi Tong was assigned as the trainer for these 100+ men. He was the best hunter in Chun family village and have experienced numerous battles with Yue Zhong with his Tang imitation sword. This gave him some knowledge of using a saber. Although his skills are not as good as a master of a saber, but he had no problems teaching new recruits the correct way to swing their machetes for maximum impact. After the last survivor who refused to fight the zombies had left the camp, Wang Sheng walked towards a man who was recording down the details of these survivors, and asked, "Did you record down their name and particulars?" "Yes, sir. We had recorded all these information already." Wang Shuang had a cold look in his eyes as he said, "Very good. These cowards. When we recruit more men, make sure we don't recruit these rubbish. Wang Shuang was one of the men who had followed Yue Zhong since the apocalypse. His combat ability and qualifications was considered mediocre. But after experiencing the harsh and cruel world after the apocalypse, his mindset and personality slowly changed, and he had managed to evolve to level 9. Understood. Meanwhile, in the skies Yue Zhong was seated on little Greenie's back and soaring freely in the sky. Being able to fly is a dream for many man. But the feeling of flying on the back of a great eagle is far from the ideal landscape of freedom that was painted by false expectations and imagination. In reality, little Greenie is very fast. In the sky, hundreds of meters away from the nearest land, the wind resistance was like hundreds of blades of knives cutting into Yue Zhong, and threatened to push him off little Greenie's back and fall to his doom. Even with Yue Zhong's strengthened body, he also felt very pressurized by the wind resistance. Yue Zhong lay down on his front to minimize the wind resistance, and gently patted little Greenie and said, "Fly slowly, please." Little Greenie understood Yue Zhong's words, and slowed down, and leisurely flew towards the direction where Shanglin County lay in. After about 2 hours, Yue Zhong was able to see the army of zombies. From Shanlin County, the army of zombies was as thick as ants, and there seemed to be no end to the number of zombies. From the sky, it looked like a massive black-colored tidal wave that was slowly moving forwards, destroying everything in its path. In the land where the tide of zombie had moved over, it was eerily empty. There was no sound of insects, no mutant beasts, nothing at all. All that remains were bones of various beasts and blood-stained ground. In front of the massive, colossus army of zombies, all the mutant beasts in front of the army could be seen fleeing in all directions. From the zombie horde, hundreds of speed-enhanced S1 and S2 zombies broke apart from the zombie tide and hunted down all the fleeing mutant beasts. Then they ate these creatures. Not all mutant beasts choose to run, although some chose to fight. After all, the normal zombies that made up the bulk of the army were only level 1 and were much weaker than them. A mutant bull was charging among the zombie horde, and sent several zombies flying with its stampede. After sending about 10 zombies flying, its horns impeded itself onto the massive body of an L2 zombie. The massive L2 smashed its fists on the head of the mutant bull. The impact of the force smashed a dent in the thick skull of the bull and crushed its brain, killing it immediately. Once the mutant bull is dead, the normal zombies swarmed upon on the mutant bull's body as if they were files attracted a corpse, and began to eat it. In a short while, only the bones and the blood spilled on the floor were all that remained of the mutant bull. A mutant cat beast with a body like a leopard was constantly hunting down as many normal zombies as possible that had wandered into its territory. Each bite or claws would kill a zombie and it would retreat immediately after each hit. The normal zombies had no way to stop the hit-and-run tactics employed by the mutant cat. They were far too slow to keep up with its speed. Suddenly, 7S2 zombies rushed out from the zombie crowd, and with their terrifying claws, made short work of the mutant cat. In no time at all, the mutant cat joined the mutant bull as nothing but a pile of skeleton and pool of blood. As the zombie horde passed by the river, a water python emerged from the waters. It began to swallow the zombies and help itself to a feast. The normal zombies could not even scratch its scales as it wreaked carnage on the zombies. To the water python, the zombies are like snacks to be enjoyed at its leisure. From the zombie horde, 60S2 zombies each held a H1 zombie, one high above the rest of the zombies. The 60 H1 zombies opened their mouths and 60 balls of fire blew apart the head of the water python. It collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Although the water python scales may be immune to the attacks of normal zombies, the scales could not withstand the might of H1 fireball. A massive horde of zombies rushed up and devoured the water python. In a few minutes, all that remained are some bones and some scales. This is bad. If we engage these zombies in a battle, we need to destroy all the H1 zombie at the earliest opportunity. Yue Zhong was worried about his subordinates after witnessing the death of the water python. Even a massive and powerful water python mutant beast whose scales are immune to most physical attacks also ended up being nothing more than food for the zombies. His subordinates who were dressed in water python snakeskin armor would also be unable to withstand a single hit from the H1 zombies. Yue Zhong patted Little Greenie and requested for Little Greenie to fly lower. Little Greenie flapped its wing and immediately flew down towards the H1 zombies. From the sky, a fireball spell and a cone of ice runes suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a fireball and a cone of ice was launched and hit 2 of the H1 on their heads, and killed the 2 H1 in one hit. Chapter 179, Banquet. Having killed the 2 of H1, Yue Zhong took out his stinger gun and fired 3 shots at the H1 below. In moving at high speed on top of Little Greenie, Yue Zhong's accuracy was significantly affected. Of the 3 bullets he fired, 2 of these bullets ended up hitting the L2 zombies. 1 that were supporting the H1 zombies. Only one of these bullets managed to kill an H1 zombie. Seeing that his accuracy had been affected, he waved his hand and kept the stinger gun. From his hands several hand grenades appeared, and he tossed them towards the group of zombies without a thought. Bomb! Bomb! One explosion after another continuously resounded from the area, and 7 to 8 H1 and L2 were torn apart by the blast. After tossing about 7 to 8 hand grenade, Yue Zhong's danger sense triggered. He immediately patted Little Greenie and roared, "Fly upwards with all your speed." Little Greenie flapped its massive wings and seemed to tear through the sky as it flew into the clouds. After Little Greenie has flown into the cloud, several H1 zombies were also hosted up by L2 zombies, and aimed towards the direction Yue Zhong escaped in. This time, there were about 50 of these H1 zombies. If Little Greenie were to be hit by 50 fireballs, it would also be killed instantly. So hard to kill. If only we have a bomber plane, that would be much easier. In the clouds, Yue Zhong frowned as he looked at the sea of zombies. The zombies were packed tightly together. Before the apocalypse, several bomber planes with heavy bombs could easily blow these zombies into oblivion. But, let's not mention bomber aircraft, Yue Zhong did not even have an armed helicopter. Yue Zhong did not continue to toss out his hand grenades. After the battle with the mutant rat horde, his supply of grenades has dropped by a lot. He was unwilling to waste these valuable explosives on the regular zombies. Yue Zhong was lying flat on Little Greenie back as he observed the zombies' movement. He finally found the reason for the slow movements of these zombies. The sea of zombies did not make a direct beeline towards Longhai Survivor Camp. Rather, they walked towards the surrounding villages. For each village the zombies passed over, all the zombies in that village would shakily walk out and join the zombie army, making the number of zombies increase significantly with each village passed. The zombie horde was moving so slow because it continuously gathered more and more zombies from the surrounding area. If this continues, after 10 days, the number of zombies we face will definitely be a lot more than just 100,000. Looking at the number of zombies that crawled out of each village to join the sea of zombie, Yue Zhong felt very depressed. Although the zombie tide may be very slow, the general direction of its movements seem to indicate that it is moving towards Longhai Survivor Camp. Yue Zhong estimated that at most, it will take 10 days for the zombie to arrive. Where are the Z series of zombies? From the sky, Yue Zhong kept a sharp lookout, trying to find the Z type of zombies from among the sea of zombies. But the Z series of zombies are short, and there were like 100,000 zombies. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a fruitless search, Yue Zhong directed Little Greenie back toward Longhai Survivor Camp. Along the way, he grabbed the opportunity to observe the surrounding landscape. To fight in any war, the timing, geography of the land, and the men are 3 important factors. The geography is of particular importance. Throughout Chinese history, many generals have used the terrain to their advantage to win a battle even though the enemy troops outnumbered them. Yue Zhong had not been to these locations before. Therefore, he wants to observe the surrounding lands as he made his way back to Longhai Survivor Camp. That night, Yue Zhong brought Ji Qingwu and Chang Yu through the deadlock in Phoenix Street into the special administrative area to attend the banquet. Once he reached the outskirts of the villa where the banquet was held in, Chang Yu seemed to vanish into the shadows. He is an assassin. The darkness his best protection. His sneak attacks from the darkness are 10 times as efficient as ordinary men. Under the canopy of bright lights, Many sharply dressed waiters and waitresses in clean and neat uniforms were shuttling among the banquet and serving the guests. Smartly dressed men in suits and women in gowns formed a small circle as they chatted among themselves, while holding glasses of wine in their hands. In the middle of the hall there was a long table, filled with fruits, cakes, pastries, salads, drinks, and a variety of meat dishes, and about 24 vegetarian dishes. The scene inside the villa makes it very hard for anyone to imagine that they were living in a post-apocalypse world. The lavish feast seemed to ignore the fact that in the fields, seeds could not germinate, and there was a severe food shortage. The world inside the brightly lit villa is in stark contrast to the lives of the survivors outside the villa, where there was a widespread lack of food, and many survivors were wearing rags. Things were so bad that many women were willing to prostitute themselves for a slice of bread. Yue Zhong, you arrived. Once Yue Zhong entered the villa, a handsome man by the name of Gu Yanyi's eyes seemed to shine as he walked towards Yue Zhong. Gu Yanyi stopped in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was wearing a simple warrior outfit, and a tang saber hanged from a scabbard attached to his waist. Besides him stood the ever-lovely and beautiful Ji Qingwu. Gu Yanyi's eyes seemed to flash with mixed feelings as he smiled and said, "Isn't this Ji Qingwu? Yue Zhong, is she your girlfriend? You are really accomplished." Ji Qingwu is the dream woman for many men in Longhai survivor camp. Ji Qingwu and Chun Yao are also residents of the Special Administrative Region. The spoilt, wealthy men from the Special Administrative Region naturally know about this beauty. Yue Zhong just returned the smile and replied, "It a pity, but you guessed wrong. We are just good friends." Ji Qingwu's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light, but she did not say a word, and quietly stood beside Yue Zhong. Gu Yanyi smiled as he led the two guests towards a corner of the great hall. Ji Qingwu was dressed common casual clothes, while Yue Zhong was wearing a warrior's outfit. Their attire stands out from the crowd of well-dressed men and women in suits and evening gowns. Most of the glares that looked at the attire of Yue Zhong were snobbish, and had a hint of contempt at first. But when these glares saw Yue Zhong's face, most of the contemptuous gazes immediately disappeared to be replaced by one of awe and respect. All of the men who attend this banquet were heads or leaders of the various factions within Longhai survivor camp. They had either directly participated in or sent their men to participate in the raid on Shanglin Granary. They were very familiar with the strength of Yue Zhong and his team, and dare not to look down on Yue Zhong. After all, Yue Zhong's team was the only team that escaped from the mutant rats without a single causality. Also, Yue Zhong was the one who hunted down the mutant rat king, and hence scattered the horde of rats. Many of these leaders instead wanted to find some way to deepen their relationships with Yue Zhong. The future is uncertain, and nobody knows what will happen in the zombie attack. But all of them agreed on one thing. In this post-apocalypse world, having good relationships with a powerful evolver backed by a team of elite men is not a bad thing to have. Just when Yue Zhong and his date were casually chatting with some of the guests, a gorgeous, voluptuous lady wearing a red dress cut in the conversation. Her hair was very neatly styled, and she was wearing makeup on her face. But her attitude was cold as she sneered, "What country bumpkins, to come to this high-class banquet dressed in casual clothes. TSSK, you two do not know what etiquette is." Chapter 180, Fierce. Su Yi Dao. Equals Su equals surname. Equals One Blade. So I nickname him One Blade Su. Wang Tian. Equals Wang equals surname. Equals Sky. So I nickname him Sky Wang. Equals 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 equals. Another coquettish-looking woman decked in jewelry joined in to heckle at Yue Zhong. She threw cold look towards Yue Zhong, and spoke the man who Yue Zhong was chatting with. "Young Master Gu, are two hillbillies friends of yours? They seem to have no common sense. This is Battalion Commander Lei's banquet. How could you let these two commoners come in dressed like this? Isn't that being too disrespectful to the Commander Lei?" Flame King Gu's team is a relatively strong faction in Longhai survivor camp. But in Longhai survivor camp, there are too many factions fighting for power, and there is always someone more powerful. Although Flame King Gu is an evolver, in the eyes of the bigger factions, he is considered insignificant. Here, the military controlled weapons and bullets with an iron fist. If Flame King Gu dares to use his skills to attack any man from the Special Administrative Region, a Type 40 rocket is more than enough to send him to heaven. The two pretty women are the women of the Green Wolves clan's leader and the Big Knife clan's leader. These two clans were created by Lei Cheng to do all the dirty deeds that Lei Cheng cannot publicly do. These two clans often clashed with Flame King Gu's faction. The voluptuous lady wearing a red dress is the woman of the Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. Her name is Zhang Yan. The other lady decked in jewelry is the woman of the Big Knife clan's leader, Su Yi Dao, One Blade Su. Her name is Yen Hua. Listening to the two ladies chatter, Yue Zhong raised his eyebrows and coldly stared at Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. Wang Tian, Sky Wang noticed the cold look on Yue Zhong's face and immediately slapped Zhang Yan on her face and scolded her. Bitch! You better watch what you say. The one in front of you is Captain Yu. Quickly kneel down and apologize to Captain Yu. Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang, had also participated in the fight against the mutant rats Tide. He had personally witnessed Yue Zhong's might with his own eyes. As a subordinate of Lei Cheng, he is also aware that this man had the strength and power to fight on par with Lei Cheng's forces. At the same time, this man is also the man that his boss, Lei Cheng, wants to rope in. Furthermore, he knew that Yue Zhong was responsible for the overnight destruction of Ice King Group. He had no desired whatever to become the second Ice King. To Wang Tian, Sky Wang, Zhang Yan is only one of his toys. He did not place particular importance on her. After all, he had many more toys. Zhang Yan's face swelled from the force of the slap, and she immediately turned pale. She cried and kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and begged for forgiveness. Sorry, Captain Yu. I have eyes, but failed to see you and even offended you. Although Sky Wang will not do anything to her during the banquet, Zhang Yan knows Sky Wang's character. He is a man who would not hesitate to kill or torture his women if these women displeased him. Zhang Yan dare not to disobey Sky Wang's words, for fear or recuperations after the banquet. Sky Wang also apologizes. Sorry, Captain Yu. I am Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. It is my fault for not being strict enough. Please forgive my mistake. Yue Zhong then stared at Big Knife clan's leader, Su Yi Dao One Blade Su, coldly. Su Yi Dao One Blade Su felt a chill creeping up his spine, but he had long accustomed to being a leader in his clan, and is not willing to follow Sky Wang and beg for forgiveness. He just silently stood there, and did not let his woman and Yen Hua apologize to Yue Zhong. And Yen Hua saw that Zhang Yan was kneeling before Yue Zhong, and knew that today, she had offended someone she should not have. She also turned pale and walked towards One Blade Su, and hoped that her man can protect her. Yue Zhong saw that One Blade Su had kept silent, and he stepped forwards and hit One Blade Su. The force of his blow was such that One Blade Su's mouth was covered with blood and his head was swimming with stars. You better teach your woman what they should not say, Yue Zhong coldly said. You are asking for death. Ever since One Blade Su had followed Lei Cheng and became the leader of the Big Knife clan, everything goes smoothly for him. He had never been this humiliated before. His eyes turned red with fury, and he launched a blow at Yue Zhong in retaliation, without considering the difference in strength. Before the apocalypse, he was a Muay Thai kickboxing instructor in a martial arts school. His fists are heavy and quick. Normal humans find it hard to withstand his fists. He had joined Lei Cheng early, and, as a result, he was given the leadership of the Big Knife clan. Idiot! One Blade Su's fist may be useful against low-level evolvers, but against someone who has 7 times the speed of a regular human, the fist is slow as a turtle. Yue Zhong stepped aside and easily dodged the punch. He kicked One Blade Su's legs, and forced One Blade Su to fall onto the floor. Then he stomped his foot heavily on One Blade Su's back. One Blade Su spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and was pinned down like a dog under Yue Zhong's foot. Although Sky Wang and One Blade Su are both Lei Cheng's subordinates, They get along like oil get along with water. Both of them secretly plot against each other in their struggle for power. Looking at his rival who was pinned dog and unable to get up, he felt conflicted. On one hand, he gloated at his arch-rival's misfortune. On the other hand, he could not help feeling afraid. Seeing that one blade was pinned below Yue Zhong's foot, and Yan Hua immediately kneel and beg for forgiveness. "Captain Yu, it is me that had a foul mouth. It is me that talked rubbish. Please spare one blade Su. I am begging you. I am sorry. I am so sorry. After the apocalypse, human lives are as cheap as ants. And Yan Hua may be pretty, but if not for the fact that One Blade Su had protected her, she could not have such a good life. One Blade Su had treated her quite well, and is not like Sky Wang who discarded women like objects after using them. She also had some feelings for One Blade Su. Therefore, upon seeing One Blade Su in trouble, she unhesitatingly swallowed her pride and begged for forgiveness. This event had attracted the attention of the security guards, and 7 men dressed in security suits quickly made their way to the scene and surrounded Yue Zhong and One Blade Su. What happened? A burly, well-built and dark-skinned man stepped forward from among the guards and asked. Sky Wang also stepped out and smiled at that security guard. "Captain Fu, this is just a minor misunderstanding. Stone Horse Village leader, Captain Yu, and Big Knife Clan's leader, One Blade Su, had a minor misunderstanding. There is no trouble." Sky Wang quickly pointed out Yue Zhong's status. Lei Cheng wishes to have Yue Zhong serve him and control Yue Zhong's power. His ambition is not a closed secret. Sky Wang do not wish to create any conflicts between Yue Zhong and any direct subordinates of Lei Cheng. If not, Lei Cheng would not forgive him. This guard is one of Lei Cheng's strongest evolvers, Fu Ming. After hearing Yue Zhong's name, Fu Ming looked at Yue Zhong, as if asking Yue Zhong to confirm the words. Yue Zhong then lifted his leg and smiled towards Fu Ming and said, "This is really a minor misunderstanding." One Blade Su also slowly get up. With eyes full of poisonous hate for Yue Zhong, he swallowed his anger and killing intent and said, "This is a misunderstanding." Chapter 181. Law After Apocalypse. One Blade Su finally cleared his mind of any rage he felt when he was punched. He is not an idiot. He knows of Lei Cheng's plan, and must endure this humiliation. If not, Lei Cheng will give him a hard time. Although Big Knife Clan leader sounds good, in the eyes of Lei Cheng, it is no better than a dog. Do not make any trouble here. If there is a next time, we will escort you out. Fu Ming glared at Yue Zhong. Then he led his subordinate out. One Blade Su sucked in a deep breath, and with great difficulties, humbled himself as he apologized to Yue Zhong. "Sorry. It is my fault for not teaching my woman." Although One Blade Su had apologized, it did not clear the resentment in his heart. "Look after your woman properly." Yue Zhong did not even put One Blade Su in his eyes, as he walked off with Gu Yen Iwan. "Let's go." One Blade Su had lost a lot of face in his skirmish with Yue Zhong, and had no face to remain in the same area. He pulled an Yan Hua towards a corner of the banquet. At this moment, the looks of pity on each and every man's face were like daggers stabbing into his body. Sky Wang is relatively thick-skinned, and did not care about the looks of the men as he mingled with the crowd with Zhang Yan. Although Zhang Yan's face has swollen, she was able to socialize well with the rich ladies as they eased into polite gossip and chatter. Yue Zhong met a lot of people he recognized in this banquet. Gu Feifei, Ning Zixian, Ma Bu, Gu Li and Zhang Yang too entered the villa next, followed by 4 more women. The 4 women were dressed in evening gowns and look absolutely stunning as the heads of several men turned to look at them. These 4 of women sat next to 4 men and engaged the men in lively conversations. Soon, the sound of laughter and chatter from these group of beautiful women liven up the heavy atmosphere. Ning Zixian was immaculately dressed and well-groomed. From his looks, no one could tell his personality would change that much when he was drunk. See chapter 148 to 150. Gu Feifei was dressed in a purple nightgown. Her face has some light makeup and made her look a bit more matured. With her thick, sexy lips, it gave her a wild, matured charm. Seeing Yue Zhong walking over towards her, Gu Feifei's face seemed to break into a strange smile as she said, Yue Zhong, you had really created a big storm. Gu Feifei has seen how Yue Zhong had taught One Blade Su a lesson. One Blade Su and Sky Wang were very proud men and did not even put her dad Flame King Gu in their eyes. But they submitted to Yue Zhong so easily. She could not help to but take a dig at Yue Zhong. You flattered me. Yue Zhong just shrugged and did not seem to care as he sat on the sofa and helped himself to an apple. Gu Feifei looked at Ji Qingwu, who was standing next to Yue Zhong. She seemed unhappy as she asked, Where is Feng Chu? Why isn't she here with you? It has been but a few days, and you already changed your woman? You changed your woman like you change clothes. Gu Yanyi heard his sister's sharp remarks and immediately said in a strict voice, Feifei, mind your manners. Gu Yanyi is not a man who did not understand the current situation. Yue Zhong is now a man who holds the envy and fear of the men in Longhai survivor camp. He has 3,000 survivors, weapons that are not inferior to the military, and many evolvers under his command. Although their father, Flame King Gu, is a man with some power in Longhai survivor camp, his might could not be compared with Yue Zhong's strength. Gu Feifei may be rebellious, but she is not stupid. As soon as the words left her mouth, she already felt a tinge of regret, but she could take back the words that she had already said. Therefore, she immediately apologized to Yue Zhong. The scene of Yue Zhong teaching One Blade Su had left a mark of fear in Gu Feifei's heart, as she reevaluated her attitude towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong just smiled, and did not intend to pursue the matter. It's all right. From their first meeting, Yue Zhong knew that Gu Feifei's character is a bit rebellious. He had purposely picked a fight with One Blade Su to show off his might so that others dare not offend him. After the apocalypse, all order had collapsed, and a new law was formed from the chaos, the law of the jungle, or the survival of the fittest. The weak will be bullied time and time again by the strong. To survive in this world, you need to show your strength. In the Longhai survival camp, there were many factions fighting for power. If Yue Zhong had not displayed his feat of strength, many people would think he is weak and try to take his advantage. Many people will try to challenge him time and time again as they probed his strength in a struggle for power. Even if Yue Zhong is relatively strong, but there were many factions, like a pack of hungry wolves, they would work together and tear him apart if he shown the slightest trace of weakness. By displaying his powers, no one dares to challenge him anymore. Gu Feifei was just impulsive, and Yue Zhong would not turn the cheek on her just for her slip of the tongue. Gu Yanyi looked at Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, do you think we can defend Longhai survivor camp? Hearing Gu Yanyi's words, Ning Zixian and the rest of the men in the surrounding area all looked towards Yue Zhong. It is an open secret that a massive number of zombies from Shanlin County are headed towards Longhai survivor camp. The issue in most people's heart is whether Longhai survivor camp can be defended from the zombie attack. If it is impossible to defend, then all of them need to make preparations. Otherwise, they would die in the zombie attack. Among all the men in the villa, only Yue Zhong had brought soldiers to fight against the zombies and freed 2 villages. His words are the most trustworthy among all the men here. Yue Zhong considered for a while before replying. There is only a 20% chance of us successfully defending the base. This assessment of 20% is only if each and every one of you are willing to join and fight together as one. If we do not unite, then we don't even have 10% chance of successfully defending this base. Ning Zixian interrupted. It is not possible, right? Yue Zhong? Last time Lei Chang just brought 1 camp of men, and he managed to clear Qidian County. Qidian County is where the Longhai survivor camp is located in. But now that he had more than 1 camp of soldiers, and the Longhai survivor camp also have so many men, how come you feel that it is not possible to defend Longhai survivor camp? Shortly after the apocalypse, Lei Chang had just used 2 platoons of soldiers and managed to clear the Qidian County and set up the Longhai survivor camp. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that most of the people here believed that Longhai survivor camp can be defended. Yue Zhong explained, the zombies are continuously evolving. I think all of you know this. This time, there are over 100,000 zombies. The number of zombies that have evolved twice would be in the mid-hundreds range. The number of zombies that have evolved just once would be in the range of several thousand. Among the zombies, there are commander zombies with high intelligence that organize these zombies into a powerful army. With a commander, all the zombies are at least 10 times more formidable than previous. As for us, we have expanded most of the ammunition. Looking at the big picture, I think that it would be very difficult to defend Longhai Survivor Camp. After listening to Yue Zhong's words, all the men were stunned in silence. If Yue Zhong's words can be trusted, then the survivor camp would be in great danger. While most of the men were mulling over Yue Zhong's words, Lei Chang and his son, Lei Shang, walked into the banquet hall with several military evolvers. Once Lei Chang walked to the stage, all the lights in the room were turned off, except for a ray of light shining at him. "Thank you for coming to this banquet." Lei Chang was wearing a military uniform. Looking at the smiling man who seemed to be full of heroic spirit, no one was able to tell from his appearance that he is a narrow-minded and petty man, and excel in backstabbing others. Chapter 182, Conference of the Three Big Powers. After speaking some polite words, Lei Chang immediately drove straight into the main issue. "I think all of you should know by now. There is a 100,000 zombie army that is approaching us from Shanglin County. Now our survival camp has reached a point where its survival is at stake. I hope everyone will be able to put down their grudges and join hands together to fight against this threat." Lei Chang seemed to be a naturally born actor as he said, "If we humans can join hands together, we will be able to defeat the zombies. Right now, right here, I swear in front of all of you. I swear that our military will fight to protect everyone. I myself will fight alongside each and every one of you and live and die with Longhai Survivor Camp." After Lei Chang finished his speech, there is a sound of thunderous applause from the audience. The fact that there are over 100,000 zombies from Shanglin County that are making their way towards Longhai Survivor Camp is not a secret. If not for the support of the military and government officials who chose to make a stand in Longhai Survival Camp, most if not all of these survivors would have fled at the first whiff of this news. Truth to be told, most of the survivors had wanted to flee and leave the camp. Nobody is willing to stay. However, a majority of the survivors do not have much stamina and strength to do so. After entering Longhai Survivor Camp, they did not have much food to eat and were often hungry. As a result, even if they managed to leave the survivor camp, they do not have the energy to go too far. In the survivor camp, almost all the weapons and tools attained from this system must be handed over the government, military, or various faction heads. The regular survivors do not have any equipment to protect themselves. Even if they want to flee, they will not be able to survive out there without any tools to defend themselves with. Lei Chang's words brought hope and reduced the anxiety of many heads of factions. Lei Chang had control of a full camp of soldiers and 8 IFVs, giving them more confidence. Hearing the thunderous applause, Lei Chang finally revealed his true colors. "In this time of danger, we cannot allow conflicts among the various factions. We need to unite and stand together to overcome this crisis. But it is not possible to do so with a strong leader. To ensure that everyone will work together, we should choose a leader that will bring everyone to lead everyone to overcome this danger." As soon as Lei Chang has finished speaking, Sky Wang immediately said in a loud voice, "Commander Lei Chang is right. As he said, if we all remain distributed like grains of sands, we have no hope of standing against the zombie army. We need to choose a leader to ensure that all of us fight together as one and overcome the zombie horde. I elect Commander Lei Chang as our leader to direct this battle." One Blade Su announced, "Commander Lei is not wrong. We cannot continue like this. I second the nomination of having Commander Lei Chang as the leader of the expedition against the zombies." Among the men in the villa, there were also about 10 others who supported Commander Lei Chang as the leader. But the rest of the other faction leaders chose to remain silent. They knew about having a single commander would be of great help to fight against the massive army of 100,000 zombies. But none of them was willing to be directed under the command of Lei Chang. Knowing Lei Chang and his methods, Lei Chang would surely send them to the front lines without regards for their life. Even if the zombies were repelled, almost all or all of their men would undoubtedly die in battle. Without men, their power will be greatly reduced. Each of these men hoped to conserve their forces and power. To these men, it would be best if others and the zombies were both gravely injured in this battle. Only then will they step in to reap the harvest. Seeing that many of the men in the villa had chosen to remain silent, his eyebrow twitched. But he continued to smile as he announced, "Since everyone had supported me, I will step up and take leadership of all of you, and make sure everyone can overcome this crisis." Seeing that Lei Cheng just assumed leadership on his own without their approval, each of the leaders of the factions was appalled. They glanced at one another, and their eyes seemed to speak volumes. But not a single one of them dared to object to Lei Cheng's seizure of power. Lei Cheng represents the military, and is the strongest power within Longhai Survivor Camp. He not only had a camp full of soldiers, but he also had supported many factions such as Big Knife Clan and Green Wolves Clan from behind the scenes. It is rumored that he has close to 1/6 of the population of Longhai Survival Camp working with him. Among the rest of the men, only Yue Zhong has the power to challenge Lei Cheng for the post of the leader. If Yue Zhong did not object, none of the men is willing to jump out and face the wrath of the Lei Cheng. After all, Lei Cheng is a narrow-minded man and will get back at them in some way or another. Gu Feifei was in a panic as she quickly asked Yue Zhong, "Yue Zhong, why didn't you speak up? Right now, only you have the power to stop Lei Cheng." Gu Feifei is not stupid. She knew that once all the powers had been united under Lei Cheng, her father's group's power will be greatly reduced after the fight with the zombies. It is also possible that Lei Cheng will swallow the entire power. The only one who can stop Lei Cheng from uniting all the factions under his despotic rule is the man who is sitting in front of her, Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong looked at Lei Cheng, who was standing high on the stage. He calmly replied to Gu Feifei, "Lei Cheng is not wrong. Only if all the factions work together can we overcome this crisis." Scattered grains of sands could not even hope to stop the massive numbers of zombie. Did you not notice that not even a single government official attempt to stop him? If I am not wrong, they have already made an agreement with Lei Cheng and approved of his action. Right now, our biggest enemy is not Lei Cheng, but rather, it is the zombies. Although Yue Zhong did not like Lei Cheng's character, at this moment, Lei Cheng is the only one that could unite all the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp. Yue Zhong's strength is not inferior to Lei Cheng, but he is an outsider. Both the government and military in Longhai will not allow him to take control of the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp. Yue Zhong could only close an eye to his dislike of Lei Cheng in the interest of the bigger picture, the army of zombies that will be attacking the survivor camp. Longhai Survival Camp has less than 7,000 survivors, and not of all these survivors are willing to fight. In contrast, the army of 100,000 zombies is united. Each and every one of the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp must stand united if they were to survive. Yue Zhong could only watch in silence as Lei Cheng united the various factions under his banner. Gu Yanyi broke out in a bitter smile, and stopped Gu Feifei from saying anything else. "Feifei, stop it. Yue Zhong is not wrong. Right now, our mutual enemy is the zombie horde. If the zombies breach our defenses, we will lose everything. Lei Cheng is not a good person, but he is the only one with the qualifications to unite the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp." Ning Zixian and the rest of the men also kept quiet. After Lei Cheng had united the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp, his power will grow by leaps and bounds. The government will be greatly pressurized. But as Gu Yanyi had pointed out, if Longhai Survivor Camp is overrun with zombies, they will lose everything. The scenario of the day of the apocalypse was all chaos break loose reappeared in the minds of these men. Lei Cheng glanced at Yue Zhong, and saw that Yue Zhong had no intention of standing out to challenge his leadership. He smiled in happiness and announced, "Now that everyone is one family, some words are better said in advance. Right now we are in a crisis. A refusal to listen to orders may lead to the destruction of our camp. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, they will be punished under military law. I hope all of you are well prepared to follow my orders." Sky Wang and One Blade Su dared not to be rash with Yue Zhong a moment ago, as they were worried about spoiling Lei Cheng's chance of assuming leadership. If Yue Zhong had chosen to step up, it is debatable if Lei Cheng would win the support of the men. Once Lei Chang is angered, Sky Wang and One Blade Su will be killed. After all, there are many more men who are willing to be Lei Chang dogs. Listening to Lei Cheng's words, each of leaders of various factions within Longhai survivor camp also felt a chill. But not a single one of them dared to say a word. Even the government did not say a word. Yue Zhong also did not stand out. Of course, they would not dare to say anything. They all knew that Lei Chang would not hesitate to kill the first one who step out as an example to silence the rest of the critics. No one is willing to be the one who step out and made an example of. Lei Sheng walked towards Yue Zhong, looked at Ji Qingwu, and politely invited Yue Zhong. Captain Yu, my father invited you for a short discussion. Excuse me. Yue Zhong followed Lei Shang towards a room inside the villa. Lei Shang led Yue Zhong towards a secret room, and then left him. In the secret room was Lei Chang and Chen Jianfeng. Lei Chang smiled as he saw Yue Zhong, and introduced himself. You are Yue Zhong? I am Lei Chang. Looking at Lei Chang, Yue Zhong's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light, but he smiled and said, Pleased to meet you, Commander Lei. Now that the two strongest men in Longhai survivor camp are seated in front of him, Yue Zhong would only need to reach out and could kill them at his leisure. But he did not do so, because he is aware that if he kills them, the entire Longhai survivor will erupt in chaos. Right now, the most pressing issue is still the zombies. As well, being the heads of the respective factions in Longhai survivor camp, they should have some system equipment that will enable them to protect themselves. If Yue Zhong failed to assassinate them, the survivor camp would also be in chaos. Lei Chang is a cunning man. He tried to test Yue Zhong's loyalty to him by asking, Yue Zhong, what did you think of one commander commanding all the men? Yue Zhong seemed to be thinking over his question, before he finally said, Having one commander is a very good thing. Can unite all units to combat the zombies. Commander Lei is really superb today. In one move, you have for uniting all the factions and powers in Longhai survivor camp under your leadership. During the time of war, I am sure that they will be a great asset in battling the zombies. Yue Zhong had avoided mentioning his forces in his reply. Also, in saying that Commander Lei had united all the factions and powers in Longhai survivor camp, he is implying that his forces are not under the command of Lei Chang. After all, his forces are not a faction nor power within Longhai survivor camp. Lei Chang is not a fool, having played politics for years. He could infer what Yue Zhong is saying from his speech. He looked very unhappy and tried to grab Yue Zhong's power by saying, Yue Zhong, you are willing to bring soldiers to support our camp. This indicated that you were a man who has his country in his heart, and a hero who is willing to fight to protect his fellow man and country. Right now, you should be aware of the situation. If we cannot stand together as one, it would be impossible to fight against the 100,000 throng of zombies. Only by having a single chain of command can we maximize the use of troops to defeat the zombies. I hope you can reconsider the big picture and follow my orders. Let us fight as one to protect the citizens. Lei Chang was hoping that Yue Zhong will gift command of his soldier to him. Yue Zhong forces were quite strong, and is very good cannon fodder. Yue Zhong just ignored Lei Chang's words and immediately state his terms and conditions. 3,000 tons of food, 100,000 ammunition, 30 Tang imitation swords, 20 newbie staff, 5 tons of petrol. If you want me and my men to fight against the zombie with all I have, you must give me all these items. If you don't, I will immediately take all my men with me and leave the camp. Lei Cheng's face became green with rage as he barked out, You are taking advantage of the situation to rob us. Yue Zhong just coldly replied, I have no relationship with this camp. Why do I need to bring my men and I to fight with these zombies and die? I am just a mercenary group that you hire to bring my troops to fight with you. The fact that I am willing to risk my life for your camp is already an act of mercy. As a mercenary group, did you really expect me to expend my own food and ammunition supplies to fight for you for free? Are you still dreaming? As far as Yue Zhong is concerned, all the talk that Lei Chang had said is nothing but bullshit. If he really becomes the hero as spoken by Lei Chang, the only fate waiting for him is the life of a vagabond. After Lei Chang had used him, Lei Chang would not hesitate to discard him. Yue Zhong was willing to bring his troop to help the survivor camp is because of the 6,000 survivors. He did not come here to die. If Lei Chang tries to use him and his troops as cannon fodder, he will immediately forget about defending the camp and retreat. If there are insufficient ammunition, in the future all of Yue Zhong's troops could only engage in close combat with the zombies. Even if each of Yue Zhong's men took down 100 zombies before being slain, Yue Zhong would feel very heartbroken. After the apocalypse, each man is a valuable resource, and an elite troop is even more valuable. After listening to Yue Zhong's speech, the room temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. All three men did not say another word, and just watched each other silently. Chan Jianfeng broke the silence as he gave impartially. Yue Zhong, your demands are too excessive. 3,000 tons of food and newbie staff I can give to you, but I can only provide 10 Tang imitation swords, 30,000 ammo, and 2 tons of petrol. This is already the best we can give. I cannot give you any more than that. Ammo and petrol are both valuable resources. 30,000 ammo and 2 tons of petrol are not a small sum. Chan Jianfeng could not give Yue Zhong so many items before the fight with the zombies. Yue Zhong seemed to consider before nodding his head. All right, considering your relationship with Chen Yao, I will give you some face today. After Yue Zhong had agreed to fight the zombies together with Long Hai survivor camp, the atmosphere in the room seemed to brighten up. Each of the three men had their own reasons for wanting to defend the camp, but all of them were united in this. After this discussion, Lei Chang also knew that he had no say in directing Yue Zhong's army. Both of them were only working together. Chen Jianfeng knew that Yue Zhong had already scouted out the zombies. He asked, Yue Zhong, what did you think about the fight against the zombies this time? It is going to be a very hard fight. Today I have just investigated the zombies' movement. They were continuously increasing their numbers by absorbing all the zombies from the surrounding regions. I guess that after 10 days, when they reach here, we will be facing a massive sea of zombies that numbered over 120,000 and above. May I suggest that we recruit all the men in the survivor camp and train them. Then we arm them with weapons and have them fight the zombies. This is the only way we can protect the camp. In Big Cliff Village, I have a steel factory that can produce 150 machetes and 150 shields a day. If I focus on production on machetes, I can increase the output to 300 machetes a day. After 10 days, I should have 3,000 machetes. This is enough to arm 3,000 survivors. If you want, I can sell each machete to you for 50 bullets each. 3,000 machete is 150,000 bullets. Although Yue Zhong hopes that the survivor camp can overcome this crisis, he is not willing to give out his weapons for free. Big Cliff Village was taken with great difficulties. As well, making each machete requires a lot of effort. He will not give them away at a loss. The survivor camp has close to 7,000 people. About half of these are able-bodied men. If Chen Jianfeng is willing to issue an emergency order, he will be able to get 3,000 more men to fight against the zombies. Chapter 183, Arrival of the Zombies. After listening to Yue Zhong's words, Chen Jianfeng's and Lei Cheng's eyes seemed to shine with a bright light, then go dark again. This is a good idea, but 150,000 ammo is not a small sum. They were unwilling to give so many bullets to Yue Zhong. Chen Jianfeng seemed to consider for a moment before he said, No way! We do not have so many ammunitions to barter with you in exchange for the machetes. How about this? I will arrange for 1,000 survivors for you to train, and you will arm these men. These 1,000 survivors will be your man from now on. As an exchange, you gift us with 1,000 machetes. Yes, Zhong nodded and agreed without a thought. Sure. Previously, the survivor camp had restricted Yue Zhong from recruiting more men, and continuously inferred when Chen Shirtu was trying to recruit more men. Even now, Yue Zhong finds it hard to gather more men to his camp. The survivor camp lacks weapons, while Yue Zhong's team lack men. Now that Chen Jianfeng had taken out 1,000 survivors to exchange for 1,000 machetes, both parties had engaged in a win-win situation. Yue Zhong continued, But these 1,000 survivors, I only want young and healthy men. After the apocalypse, regardless if it is men or women, both are valuable resources. Men are usually, but not always, stronger than women, and trend to make better warriors. C2. Women can do what men can't: give birth to children and increase the population. But right now, Yue Zhong needs more fighters. Therefore, he chooses what he thought made better warriors, young and healthy men. Translator notes, it would not matter if they were young and healthy man or middle-aged man or woman. Mate. They all can fight. One hit from a zombie will result in zombie virus. Chun Jianfeng's eyebrows twitched. He actually wanted to take advantage of Yue Zhong by sending 1,000 old folks and the sick to Yue Zhong. On one hand, he could save on food supplies. On the other hand, he could prevent Yue Zhong from getting stronger. But Yue Zhong did not take the bait, and immediately asked for man who could directly fight. Chan Jianfeng reconsidered and renegotiate. I give you 500 young men, 700 women and 600 children. In the age of apocalypse, the children only eat up the food supplies and are a liability. In this survivor camp, the food is insufficient, and the living conditions suck. Many children will mysteriously disappear or are captured by men for carnal pleasures. Chun Jianfeng knows that Yue Zhong treats the kids relatively well, and wished to hand over the kids to Yue Zhong's side. It is because of these 600 children that Chen Jianfeng offered to give 200 more women more than the agreed amount of 1,000 survivors. Okay. Yue Zhong had seen through what Chen Jianfeng was thinking of, and did not press Chan Jianfeng further. Right now, the situation is not very favorable for all parties, and Chan Jianfeng had already shown some sincerely. Yue Zhong did not want to pressurize them too much. After all, both sides have a common enemy. Yue Zhong said, I have a personal request. I hope that the survivor camp can allow all survivors to have enough to eat during these 10 days. If needed, we can round them up and enable them to fight against the zombie as a last resort. The majority of the survivors in the camp seldom have enough food to eat and have no strength to fight. If this goes on, after the zombie breached the gates, these survivors do not even have the strength to flee or fight back. Longhai Survivor Camp may have jointly captured the granary in Qidian County and received a lot of food. But there is no new supply of food as the seeds could not germinate. The survivor camp only allows survivors to drink some watery porridge to preserve their lives. Most of the survivors were hungry until they were nothing more than skin and bones. In the entire camp, other than the men from the special administrative region, there is no fat people. Translator notes, what about Lei Chung? He is fat like a pig. He lives in the military camp and not the SAR. Chun Jianfeng considered for a moment and then he agreed. But he was thinking if we allow the survivors to eat, then they can work faster and harder to build barricade and walls. In this way, the main force can focus on attacking the enemy instead of creating these trenches, saving time and effort. The three parties struck an agreement, and all of them left the secret room. The next day, 500 men, 700 women and 600 kids were rounded up by Chan Jianfeng and handed over to Yue Zhong's side. Yue Zhong immediately sent the women and children to Big Cliff Village and Stone Horse Village. At the same time, Big Cliff Village continuously delivered machetes in batches to Yue Zhong and Chun Jianfeng. Chun Jianfeng also rounded up 1,000 men and handed these men to Lei Chung. Lei Chung assigned military trainers to train these men. He does not require these men to become elite fighting troops, but just hope they would be of some use against the zombies. Also, Chun Jianfeng also rounded up all the remaining men to dig holes and trenches, and there were many trenches surrounding the camp. The zombies are stupid and attack in swarms. Although these holes are useless against human, but it should trap several hundreds of zombies. From Qidian County to the survivor camp, there is nowhere to defend in safety. Yue Zhong did not wish to engage the zombies in an open field, where they had the advantage of numbers. Even he had several IFVs, the zombies have numerous H1 zombies that could blow these vehicles apart. If there are trenches, this will make it easier for the defenders. The evolved zombies had complicated matters. If it just regular zombies, 100 IFVs with enough ammo should be sufficient to destroy these rubbishes. But with the evolved zombies like H1 zombies, they could fight back. 10 days later, Yue Zhong was looking out of the wall of the camp when he heard a sharp cry from Little Greenie. Yue Zhong turned pale and told Kong Tianyu, "The zombies are here. Inform all of them to retreat inside the city walls." Kong Tianyu immediately left and carried out the command. All the people who were digging trenches outside quickly and fearfully rushed through the doors of the camp. In the mad scramble to get back to the city, Several men were knocked onto the floor and trampled to death by the horde of men. Nobody cared about those who died. Everyone was focused on their own safety as they rushed into the city. There was no order, and no queue as everyone jostled to get to safety. At the gates, it quickly became chaotic as there were sounds of scuffles, crying and shouting. The zombies had not even appeared, but the survivors were already in a state of chaos. After a while, the survivors finally had some resemble of order under the leadership of the government officials, and entered into the city. The survivors had just entered the city when the sentries on duty at the city wall noticed the horde of zombies. When they saw the sea of zombie that seemed to sweep aside all in its path, all the men on the city walls could not help feeling scared. Their zombie horde was very massive, and seemed to be never-ending, and it brings with it a feeling that could swallow everything in its path as it creeped towards Longhai survivor camp. Seeing the approach of these legions of zombies, almost everyone turned pale and began to shook uncontrollably. Once they thought that they must engage the zombie that were as numerous as colonies of ants, many of the men were frightened out of their wits. Only Yue Zhong's elite team of men who had fought against the zombies on numerous occasions could look at the sea of zombie with a keen and calm eyes. Even the 700 men who'd just been trained by Yue Zhong's team immediately turned pale, and they trembled uncontrollably. With each step the sea of zombies advanced, the more pressure the men on the walls felt. If not for the 6 m tall wall, almost all the men would be scared senseless and have long fled. "Captain Yu, there are surely more than 100,000 zombies?" Kong Tianyu, who was standing by Yue Zhong's side, remarked. His face looked very grim. The number of zombies was much more than when Yue Zhong first encountered them. It was like the march of a colony of army ants. The zombie horde in Big Cliff Village could not be compared to this threat. I think so. Yue Zhong also felt a suffocating pressure from the number of zombies. Seeing the sea of zombies, even with the wall, he had no confidence in successfully defending the camp. Although there were 6,000 survivors in the camp, those who have the courage to fight against the zombie numbered less than 1,000. 1,000 versus 100,000. Each man must kill 100 or more zombies. This is really mission impossible. Luckily, the Z series of zombies were not too smart. They only know of one tactic: to overwhelm with numbers. As they proceed forwards, Chen Jianfeng's trap of building trenches and holes went to work. Each zombie that fell into the trap ended up falling prone. Then the zombies behind them continued to fall into the pit on top of them and so on, crushing the ones at the bottom of the pit. This continues until each trench was filled to the brim with the bodies of zombies. Then the zombie horde behind will step on the corpses of the fallen to cross each trench. With the massive number of zombies crushing those who had fallen, those that fell into the trap never got up again. About 2,000 zombies were stuck in the trenches, and their corpses were used to fill the trenches. But the throngs of zombies did not even faltered or slowed at all. The loss of 2,000 zombies were quickly forgotten as the sea of zombies continued to surge forwards. When the zombies are about 100 m away from the wall where Yue Zhong was supposed to guard, Yue Zhong immediately commanded, "Fire at will." From Yue Zhong's team, each elite marksman continuously shoots towards the zombies, and many zombies were taken out of with headshots and collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Yue Zhong is in charge of guarding the east gate, while the north, west, south gates are under the supervision of Lei Cheng's subordinates. The majority of Lei Cheng's men are new soldiers who have not experienced combat with zombies nor have much military training. As soon as the zombies were in sight about 200 m away, they immediately panic and madly fire all their weapons at the zombie horde. Under the hail of bullets, many zombies were cut down by the heavy fire. But it also depleted Lei Cheng's ammo at a very rapid pace. Most of the soldier used up a magazine of bullets and quickly changed their magazines with trembling hands. After a short while, they emptied their clip and changed their magazines again. The hail of fire in the west, north and south wall never ceased. Each of heavy machine guns did not even rest once. Hundreds of zombies were torn apart by the bullet storm. "Stop firing. You are not allowed to fire without my orders. Those who failed to obey orders will be shot." A veteran soldier was able to see that something is wrong and immediately started shouting orders. Mankind has made rapid technology advancement, especially with firearms. The guns of today can continuously shot out a steady stream of bullets at a very rapid pace. If these untrained soldiers did not exercise restraint and continued to frantically shoot, all the bullet supplies in Long Hai Survivor Camp will be used up in one day. Without bullet, Long Hai Survivor Camp could not hope to withstand the might of a 100,000 zombie army. Most of the soldiers had been given less than 2 months of training. Each soldier only had 50 bullets. The sea of zombie were thick and everywhere. Even if they blindly shoot, their bullets would hit a zombie. But to have a headshot is a different matter. Their accuracy at a pace of 200 m away was still lacking. Under the command of the veteran soldiers, the soldiers stopped firing blindly and begun to shoot at the zombies in short bursts. With a brief respite, many zombies that were shot down by the bullet storm slowly got up and walked shakily towards the walls. Seeing the shooting of these recruits has little to no effect on the zombies, the officials began to change their strategy. Do not shoot. Let them come closer before we shoot. The walls around the area are 6 m tall. The 6 m wall is their best defense. Under the command of the officials, the west, north, and south gates all stopped firing and allow the horde of zombies to get closer and close to the gates. Not long after, there are countless numbers of zombies outside these 3 gates. These zombies tried to use their claws to strike at the city walls, but it was ineffective. Without the evolved zombies, even 100,000 normal zombies will not be able to break down the city door. Open fire! At this time, Lei Cheng's officials finally give the command to engage the zombies. Seeing that the terrifying zombies could not do anything but to remain outside the gates, the soldiers then relax a bit. Under the command of the officials, they begin to fire at the zombies below. At this distance, with a height advantage, each bullet quickly struck the zombies on their head, and these zombies collapsed. After seeing the scary zombies were easily killed by their bullets, the soldiers were more at ease and began to muster their courage. Lei Shang was on a city wall, and watching the zombies being slaughtered like dogs, he started to relax. These zombies are not scary at all. Don't say 100,000, even 200,000 of them is nothing. After killing these zombies, all I had to do is to raid the Shanglin military camp and get the guns and ammo. Thereafter, I just need to capture each town by cleansing it of zombies. If we continue like this, my dream of conquering the entire country is not just a dream. Lei Cheng's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. At first, all he wants is control of Long Hai Survivor Camp. Now he wants to control all of China. Just when the soldiers got things under control, there was suddenly change. From the horde of zombies, 200 L2 zombies appeared near the wall. Each L2 zombies had an L1 zombie in their hands. As soon as they were within range, these L2 zombies threw the L1 zombies up towards the top of the wall. These L2 zombies were all massive hulks and possessed incredible strength. Under their throw, the L1 zombie were like cannonball as they were launched on top on the walls. A few L1 zombies went splat on the city walls and decorated it with a ketchup stain. But most of the L1 zombies were successfully launched among the defenders on top of the wall. Zombies! Seeing the zombies that managed to drop among the mean, most of the new soldiers turned pale. Many of them immediately dropped their weapons and ran away. To be continued. Censorship again, Sci. Directly translate as men are much stronger than women, and are the best warriors. Woman can give birth, and is a valuable resource for increasing the population. Sounds like the author looked down on women's value, and make it look like giving birth is all a woman is worth. Many women in the police and military can fight as well as if not better than men. So what I did. Men are usually but not always stronger than women, and trend to make better warriors. Women can do what men can't. Give birth to children and increase the population. Censor 2. Blah blah blah. Directly translate as, but now Yue Zhong wants those that can fight, and he will naturally choose the young and healthy men. What happened to middle-aged men and women? They could fight too. So what I did, but right now Yue Zhong needs more fighters. Therefore, he chooses what he thought would make better warriors, young and healthy men. Chapter 184. Siege Tactics of the Zombie. If it was just shooting zombies from afar, it would be fine with the novice soldiers. But taking on zombies in close combat requires a lot of guts. Guts that these new soldiers do not have. Lei Cheng's soldiers were mostly comprised of new soldiers who only been trained for 3 months and have zero practical combat experience. Asking these soldiers to shoot at the zombies is all and well with them. But to get them to engage the zombies in close combat, that is mission impossible. The veteran soldiers immediately turned annoyed and shot the soldiers who fled, while shouting, "All deserters who flee will be shot on sight." The veteran soldiers killed several soldiers. Under the threat of death, the new soldiers dare not run away, and took up their guns and shoot at the L1 zombies. Some of the L1 zombies managed to land on top of a group of soldiers, and smash them into a pulp. Then these L1 zombies immediately began a biting spree as the zombies chomped down on the soldiers nearby. Each bite creates a horrifying wound, and the soldiers' flesh were ripped off. The soldiers' cries of pains and struggles under the L1 zombies' bite only seek to add fear to the atmosphere. The rest of the troops proved to be merciless towards the men who were bitten as a hail of bullets ripped towards the L1 zombies and the eaten men, tearing them into a bloody mash. Even more L1 zombies had yet to get up from the floor before a stream of bullets were fired at them. But the zombies are different from men. As long as their heads were not hit, they were able to get up and fight again. Even if the L1 bodies were filled with countless bullet holes, as long as its head or its spine is not broken, these creatures have no problems getting up again. At the same time, the L2 zombies began to grab the normal zombies around them and toss these zombies towards the wall. Many of these zombies were thrown into the ranks of the men, creating even more chaos. But the regular zombies were different from the strength and toughness enhanced L1 zombies. These ordinary zombies were relatively weak, and most of the standard zombies were either smashed into meat paste from the impact, or had their vertebrae shattered. Those standard zombies that had their bones broken from the impact could not stand up, but they continued to crawl towards the men in their insatiable lust for blood. These common zombies were not as dangerous nor as threatening as the L1 zombies. But seeing the zombies restlessly crawling towards the men with faces filled with bugs and maggots were especially terrifying to the fresh recruits. Many of these recruits' face turned white with fear, and they involuntarily peed in their pants. If not the fact that the veteran soldiers would shoot them if they try to run, they would have fled long ago. The zombies on top of the wall continued to increase in numbers as more and more zombies were lurched into the wall. The death count of the soldier continued to rise steadily. Not long after, the death count had risen to 30 men, and the defenders' situation looked more and more hopeless. The tide of the battle seemed to shift towards the zombies. Fire the cannons and concentrate all fire towards the L2 zombies. Under the roar of the commanding officers, the heavy artillery team finally let loose their power, and several explosive shells were launched towards the L2 zombies. Bomb! 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 Following the sound of the massive explosions, many of the L2 zombies and the zombies surrounding the L2 zombies were blown apart into dust. As if the heavy shelling had set off a chain reaction, all the firepower the military possessed were crazily fired at the sea of zombies. Under the scary golden hail of bullets, many of the zombies within the range of the weapons were like as if a massive invisible scythe mowed them. At the same time, the evolvers within the military began to take action. They grabbed their Tang imitation swords and rushed towards the zombies that managed to get on the wall, and began the grim task of clearing these zombies. Under the firestorm of bullets, the tide of the battle began to change and shifted towards the humans' favor. In the east gate where Yue Zhong was guarding, the elite marksmen were unable to stop the tide of zombies from advancing. Other than the elite marksmen, Yue Zhong had not allowed his men to open fire at the zombie horde. Therefore, Yue Zhong faced the same situation as the rest of the gates. A massive swarm of zombies soon filled the area below the walls, and several L1 zombies were launched into the top of the wall. Yue Zhong was surprised by this tactics employed by the zombies, but he was very pleased with this outcome, as he yelled, "Close combat Team 1 and Team 2. These are all yours." 24 men wielding Tang imitation sword and dressed water python snakeskin armor immediately took action as they rushed forwards and hacked at the L1 zombies. These L1 zombies had not even regained their footing before they were cut down by the close combat team members. Each of the L1 zombies was a level 10 creature. With each kill, a vast experience orb flew into the level 6 close combat team members and allowed these men to evolve. Without the threat of regular zombies distracting them from fully utilizing their teamwork skills, killing an L1 zombie did not pose much of a threat to the team of close combat evolvers. At the east gate where Yue Zhong was guarding, 50 L2 zombies continuously launched standard zombies towards the walls. The 24 close combat team members did not have sufficient time to clear all the zombies that attacked in the first wave before the second wave of zombies were flung towards them. White bones began to move and attacked the normal zombies tossed by the second wave of attack. Seeing the number of zombies was steadily increasing, Yue Zhong immediately ordered, Close Combat Team 5 and Team 6, engage this new threat. Close Combat Team 5 and Team 6 are new close combat team. Each of these team members was only about level 2. Although they could not be compared to the first 4 teams regarding evolution and battle ability, they were made up of men who have shown bravery and skills. After the close combat Team 5 and 6 entered the fight, the cleanup of the regular zombies proceeded relatively smooth. These zombies could only crawl on the ground and were to the faster-moving men an excellent source of experience orbs. As soon as the regular zombies landed on an area, the men surrounding it will quickly rush up to kill it. Luckily, these zombies are relatively stupid, or we would be in great danger. Yue Zhong was looking at the zombies that were thrown at the walls, and he could not help but to think in this way. If the zombies combined all their strongest forces and focused on one of the walls, 200 L2 zombies can toss 200 zombies at once into the wall. If this happens, the Lei Cheng's team would be in grave danger. Lei Cheng has 600 men, but these men were divided into 3 gates. Therefore, each gate only had about 200 men. Also, he needed to leave aside some men for emergencies. Stopping the advance of these zombies would be a colossal task for him. If one observed the battle from the sky, they would find a strange sight. Only in the east gate would the sounds of gunfire occasionally and rhythmically rang out in short bursts. But in the other 3 gates, the sound of gunfire and cannons were deafening and fierce. The firepower of the weapons of today was extremely vicious and powerful. The zombies were all mowed down by the best firepower that modern technology can boast of. In particular, the heavy artillery guns that use massive bullets were explanatory in mowing down scores of zombies. Each bullet can tear a huge hole through the body of humans, ripping apart flesh and bone in a single hit. These zombies could not hope to withstand the might of technology's finest firearms. The zombies in the west, north, and south gates were completely suppressed by the firepower, and most of the zombies within the range of the firearms were swallowed up in a sea of explosion and bullets. Su Zhengang saw the battle situation and immediately ordered his men. Stop firing! Stop firing! While the effectiveness of these firearms is indisputable, it is also a fact that these firearms were consuming the limited bullet supply at a very rapid rate. It was like there was a big hole in the bottom of a massive jar filled with water, and the bullets were gushing out of the jar extremely quickly like water. If this continues, all the bullets would be quickly used up. Under the command of the officers, all of the men in the west, north, and south gates stopped firing. Only the snipers in the army continued to pick off the zombies by firing at the head of each of zombies. Once there is a ceasefire, many of the zombies slowly crawl up again. Many of the zombies had holes in their bodies. Some of the zombies have lost an arm or leg, or their guts were dangling out of their bodies, but still they got up or crawled towards the gate. As long as their heads and spine were intact, they would be able to get up again and again. If these bullets were to be used against men, the men will be gravely injured and would be unable to fight anymore. However, the wounds were nothing to the zombies that uncaringly crept towards the walls again. The L2 zombies also got up from the ground. Although the cannon fire was very powerful and had a huge blast radius, it was not very good when it comes to directly targeting of zombies' head. Only about slightly more than 10 zombies were blown into shreds by a direct hit from the cannons. The rest of the L2 zombies were sent flying by the force of the explosion. But the majority of shrapnel pieces that explode outwards landed on their massive body or hands, and did not otherwise affect them at all. Of course, the standard zombies that were caught in a cannon's blast radius had been long turned into dust. But the L2 zombies had enhanced strength and toughness that allowed them to survive an indirect hit from the explosion and shrapnel bits. Looking at the L2 zombies that continued to get up, most of the men felt their hearts sank. Many of the soldiers were terrified. If the cannons could not kill these L2 monsters, they have no idea of what they need to use to kill the L2 zombies. As soon as the L2 stood up, they immediately walked towards the wall and continued to throw zombies at the wall. Evolvers, all attack! This time, the military had already made preparations. Under their command, the evolvers from various factions of Longhai Survival Camp were assigned to fight against the zombies that were thrown onto the wall. There were over 100 evolvers from both the military and the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp. Once these evolvers joined the battle, the regular zombies were quickly slain. Each evolver is different from the recruits. They had experienced combat with the zombies before and was not afraid of the standard zombie. Killing the regular zombies that had been thrown onto the wall is but a mere matter for these evolvers. It was like giving these evolvers more experience orbs. The tide of the battle slowly returned to a standstill. Each of the 4 gates rang out occasional sounds of gunfire. These are from the gunshots from the elite marksmen and snipers. If one bullet could kill a single zombie, the ammunition in the survival camp is more than enough to destroy the zombies many times over. But in reality, other than the snipers and elite marksmen, the rest of the men need to expand about 20 or more bullets to hit a zombie on its head. The throng of zombies was clustered tightly together. Hitting a zombie is not a difficult issue, but hitting the head of the zombie is the difficult part. The bullets that landed on other regions of the zombie body were ineffective against the zombie horde. Translator notes, I thought they were shooting from a height advantage of 6m. When you try to shoot from a height advantage, what you see are heads of zombies. Hitting heads should not be too hard. I mean, from the top view, you should see only heads and shoulders and not the body of the zombies. If you are on even ground, then it is harder to aim for the head of zombies. Yue Zhong's team of elite marksmen had been continuously shooting at the zombies with their Type 03 rifles. Their marksmanship is superb, and within 100m, each shot of their gun could blow apart the brains of a zombie with unerring accuracy. Several zombies were continuously fell from their headshots. The 12 elite marksmen were very calm and composed as they continually adjusted the aim, reload, and pick up new targets. Under their shooting skills, scores of zombies had already fallen. Of these 12 elite marksmen, about 7 of these are former professional soldiers who had joined Yue Zhong. 5 of the men are survivors who had shown extreme promise with their marksmanship during their encounter with the zombies. These professional soldiers had all participated in the battle to free Qingyuan County, where the survival camp was currently located in, and have survived various dangerous missions. Almost all of them are used to battle. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong needed some of them to operate the IFVs and heavy weapons, Yue Zhong could have got more marksmen. First shooting team, get down. Yue Zhong had just shot a zombie when he saw that L1 zombies hosted several H1 zombies in their hands. He immediately felt a sense of danger and roared out the warning. Immediately after, he lay on the floor, flat on his stomach. The 12's marksmen heard Yue Zhong's order, and although they did not understand why, they complied with Yue Zhong's command and immediately lie flat on the ground. At the next moment, over 20 H1 zombies launched series balls of fire on the walls. Each ball of fire was devastating effective, and blasted several shallow potholes, with the debris scattering everywhere. Had they acted a second later, the marksman would be killed by this attack. With the danger sense of Yue Zhong, the men in the east gate was much better off compared to the men in the other gates. The attack of the H1 zombies had killed 23 snipers and elite marksmen, dealing a heavy blow to the military. Under the covering fire of the H1 zombies, several level 20 boss hunters crawled out of the zombie horde and quickly reached the wall. Each boss hunter had a long tail, 4's limbs filled with sharp's claws, and a sleek black body. These agile hunters climbed onto the hands of the L2 zombie, and using the great height of the L2 zombies and their hands as a ladder, quickly jumped up and reached the top of the wall. Many S2 zombies also followed after the hunter zombies, and used the L2 zombies as a ladder to climb on the wall. As soon as the first hunter entered the wall, White Bones immediately rushed up with its massive axe and cleave apart a hunter. As well, Little Greenie also pecked a hunter to death with its sharp beaks. Yue Zhong was also alarmed by the hunters and immediately fired his stinger gun, and with 3 shots, managed to kill 3 hunters. 10 hunters made it to the east gate. Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Little Green had managed to kill 5 of these zombies. But the remaining 5 of the zombies rushed forwards toward the rest of the men. The 4 teams of evolvers also bravely charged towards the hunters. 3 of the hunters were quick and silent as a ghost and entered in the midst of the men in the span of a few heartbeats. Their claws flash out, and 3 low-level evolvers were sent flying for 7 to 8 meters and were seriously injured by strength of each blow. 2 of the hunters opened their mouths, and their dexterous tongues immediately impaled itself on the brains of 2 of these evolvers, and killed them outright. It was the first time that Yue Zhong's team have a casualty. At this time, several S2 zombies also joined the battle. Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Little Greenie were locked in fierce combat against these new threats, and were unable to make their way towards the hunters that were slaughtering their men. Damn it, Yue Zhong immediately launched his shadow step skills, and his speed increased exponentially. Like a ghost, he wove in and out of the zombies as he decapitated an S2 zombie with each swing of his tang blade. In the span of a breath, 3 S2 zombies were killed by Yue Zhong. Chapter 185. Zombie surprise attack caught Lei Sheng with his pants down. Little Greenie and White Bones also continuously killed the S2 zombies that scampered up the wall. The problem is the number of S2 zombies was too many, and they could not kill enough of these zombies. After activating the shadow steps, Yue Zhong continuously killed numerous S2 zombies, while protecting the vulnerable elite marksmen. These 12 elite snipers were not equipped with water python snakeskin armor, and if they were hit by an S2 zombie's claws, they would be infected. The death of each elite marksman will hurt Yue Zhong significantly. The important aspects of these snipers is that their skills are equally useful against zombies or human beings. The regular revolvers are very helpful when fighting against zombies, but against marksmen, 1 bullet is all it takes to kill them. The system level up only enhanced the physical attributes of a human, but it does not strengthen the body to withstand bullets. Without the aid of protective items, it is impossible for an evolver to resist a shot from a firearm. Team 13 and Team 15, come and assist. Yue Zhong continued to kill zombies as he shouted out aloud. Team 13 is under the leadership of Ji Qingwu, while Team 15 is under the guidance of Chen Shi. Under Yue Zhong's command, they swiftly entered the battlefield. With a swipe of its mighty claws, it swats aside one of the close combat team members as if it was swatting a fly. 3 Tang imitation swords cut into its flesh and created 3 long wounds. But these swords lacked the strength to cut any deeper into its body. The hunter flipped its tail and sent 2 of the men flying with but a single blow. Go and die, you fucker! At the time, Kong Tianyu activated his surge in strength plus 1 skill. The ability granted Kong Tianyu a colossal amount of strength for a short duration of 5 minutes. With his enhanced strength, his blade easily craved apart the skull of a hunter. A massive orb of experience entered into his body. After Ji Qingwu entered the battlefield, she immediately activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill, as well as her increased agility skill. As she charged past a hunter, there was a flash of light and the hunter was immediately cut into 4 pieces, and its blood and body parts were scattered in all directions. Another hunter flicked out its tongue and, like an arrow, aimed towards Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu immediately cut off the tongue of hunter with her blade, and moving very rapidly, closed in on the hunter that attacked her. The hunter was enraged with pain as its tongue was sliced off. It immediately strikes out at Ji Qingwu with a claw, and at the same time, its long flexible tail immediately lashed out towards Ji Qingwu's head. Unlike normal zombies, the hunter had evolved some ability to think. In fighting with the humans, it had learnt that these men are unique. Their bodies are robust and are difficult to hack apart. But the brains of these humans are unprotected. Against the hunter's deadly attack, Ji Qingwu did not show a trace of fear. At the time when the hunter and Ji Qingwu passed by each other, there was a flash of light. Then the hunter was spilt into 4 pieces, and its blood spurted in all directions. Under the effects of the cutting-edge enhancement skills, the Tang imitation sword in Ji Qingwu's hands was a weapon with unparalleled sharpness. This ability, combined with Ji Qingwu's swordsmanship skills, created a superb close combat fighter that is without peer. Of the 5 hunters that made it among the men, 3 of them were killed by Ji Qingwu and Kong Tianyu. The remaining 2 hunters did not engage in further combat with Yue Zhong's troops and immediately tried to creep down towards the residence. Yue Zhong raised his stinger gun at a hunter and pulled the trigger. The stinger bullet was fired with unerring accuracy, and it blew apart a hunter's head into bits. The last remaining hunter leapt down from the wall in an attempt to escape. But there was still an IFV that was waiting down below, and as soon as the hunter leapt down, the men manning the IFV immediately used the Type ZPT 90 25mm autocannon and sprayed a thick chain of bullets towards it. The hunter was unable to withstand the might of armor-piercing rounds of the autocannon, and was shredded apart by the hail of fire. Yue Zhong has placed the IFV and 2 jeeps armed with Type 89 QJZ 8mm heavy machine guns as the second line of defense against the zombie horde. After killing another S2 zombie with his blade, Yue Zhong roared a command, "All units fire, and destroy the L2 zombies." If the L2 zombies continued to send more and more zombies into the city, it would be impossible to defend. The S2 zombies that poured into the city are not what regular revolvers can handle. Under Yue Zhong's command, the 3 Type 89 QJZ 8mm heavy machine guns mounted on the walls let it rip. These bullets landed among the zombies, and most of the zombies were knocked down from the firepower of these heavy machine guns. Standard zombies would have a massive hole where the bullets hit them, and it is common for a string of 3 to 4 bullets to separate the top half of the zombie from its bottom half. These L2 zombies may be extremely robust, and it could withstand gunfire from most ordinary weapons, but its tough skin could not withstand the bullets from this heavy machine guns. One by one, the L2 that acts as a bridge was shot down. Although these L2 zombies had fallen, they were not killed. It just provided a brief respite from the unending stream of S2 zombies. Without additional reinforcements, Yue Zhong and the close combat men, the 6 teams, finally destroyed all the S2 zombies. This wave of zombies attack with its uncommon methods of siege warfare had cost Yue Zhong dearly. 2 of the 12 elite marksmen had been scratched by S2 zombies, and must be put down. Also, the 4 of the men from the close combat team has been killed, and 7 men were seriously injured. In one wave, Yue Zhong had lost 13 valuable men. But Yue Zhong's team had killed 9 hunters and 32 S2 zombies, and managed to hold the line. The second-generation zombies are somewhat rare, and are elite troops. Having killed so many evolved zombies, the men guarding the East Gate can finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Hello, Yue Zhong. Is that Yue Zhong?" The West Gate could not hold on. "Please, can you bring some soldiers to help out? Please? If you do not help out, the West Gate could not be defended." Just as Yue Zhong killed all the evolved zombies, the walkie-talkie rang out with Lei Shang's shouts for help. Yue Zhong immediately replied, "All right, I will bring men to assist immediately." In this time of crisis, where there is an army of over 100,000 zombies, all of the men must be united, or they could not even hold on for one day. "Kong Tianyu, you are in charge of defending this area. Chang Yu, Close Combat Team 1 and Team 2 members follow me." The first combat team and the second combat team members are all the elite members of Yue Zhong's team. After experiencing the last battle, many men had reached level 10. Yue Zhong also gifted these men with an assortment of skill books, and allowed all the men who broke through the level 10 bottleneck to learn a skill, hence increasing their combat effectiveness. 2 military trucks containing all the men steadily made their way towards the West Gate. The streets were clear and there were no obstacles in the way. As a result, they quickly reached the West Gate. As he disembarked from the vehicle, he found that the West Gate had already been breached. The military had already retreated towards the area under the West Gate walls, and there were 2 IFV, steel mesh wire fence, heavy machine guns and light firearms that were frantically trying to stop the horde of zombies from overrunning the defenses and pour into the city. One by one S2, S1, L1 as well as regular zombies continuously pour down from the West Gate walls. After that, most of the zombies were torn apart by the heavy firepower. Several hunters, recognizing the danger on walking on the street, chose to crept on rooftops as they stealthily made their way past the barricade. A burly middle-aged man seemed to cast a spell, and 5 balls of fire appeared in the air and flew towards one of the hunters. The hunter was very agile and managed to avoid 4 of the fireballs. But it was hit by the last fireball, and the fireball created a large hole in its body. It lost its balance and dropped down from the roof. The next moment, countless numbers of bullets created a barrier of ammunition and sent the hunter to meet its maker. The two Type 90 ZPT 25mm autocannon on top of the two IFVs had not ceased fire all these while. The massive firepower was particularly effective against zombies, tearing huge holes in regular zombies' bodies. Even the S2 series of zombies will be split apart if it is hit with an armor-piercing round from the deadly weapon. Lei Sheng walked towards Yue Zhong and faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Yue Zhong, you are finally here. Thank you for bringing soldiers to help out. The zombie horde suddenly activated H1 zombies, hunters, S2 zombies, etc., and within a short span of time, the number of soldiers in the West Gate that were lost to the zombies were terrible. The military and the various factions had lost more than 80% of their men, and all the snipers had been destroyed. The West Gate was deemed as lost, and Lei Sheng brought his soldiers and retreated to the second line of defense. The other two gates also suffered heavy loss in the zombie attacks. But one of the gates was defended by government commandos, polices, and military police. The reserved military forces secured the other gate. Both sides were engaged in fierce combat with the zombies, and have no men to spare. That was why Lei Sheng requested Yue Zhong for help. The wall is very important to the defenders. As long as there is a wall, the normal zombies could not swarm into the city and use their numbers to overwhelm the defenders. With the wall, the defenders are more likely to breathe easy and are more willing to fight. Therefore, the importance of the wall could not be stressed enough. Who is that man? Yue Zhong looked the man who continuously launched fireballs at the hunter. Lei Sheng just take a quick look and immediately replied, he is Flame King Gu. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Yue Zhong thought. Flame King Gu continuously launched one fireball after another on the evolved zombies and hunters, and killed these evolved zombies. Those that were injured were immediately torn into shreds by the rain of covering fire. But Flame King Gu was heavily panting, and perspiring heavily. After a short while he sat down on the ground, and no longer had the strength to stand out. Releasing each type of powerful attack had a drawback. It will rapidly drain stamina and spiritual power. Flame King Gu had expended a considerable amount of stamina and spiritual power to lay covering fire and to buy time for the last 20% of the defenders to retreat. Right now, he was totally drained. Chapter 186. Reinforcements. If not for the assistance of Flame King Gu, all the men guarding the West Gate would be wiped out by the horde of hunters and S2 zombies. Yue Zhong asked, how many more revolvers do you still have? Lei Sheng pointed towards 5 men who were sitting down with shocked expressions on their faces, and replied, only these men remains. Hunters and S2 zombies were really too strong. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong's men had water python snakeskin armor, there would be a lot more casualties. Also, a single strike from the hunters or S2 zombies will immediately infect the soldiers. Once the soldiers are infected, there is only death waiting for them. Lei Sheng's men did not have the luxury of equipping water python snakeskin armors. Therefore, the casualty were nothing short of horrible. Having proper equipment is essential for the men to fight well. Yue Zhong thought for a moment before replying. Chang Yu, Gu Tai, Zhao Ming, the 3 of you stay here and protect Lei Sheng. Let them stop firing. Also, let me take command of these 5 evolvers. I will bring some men to get back the wall. Yue Zhong and Lei Sheng may be working together, but Yue Zhong could not trust Lei Sheng. If Lei Sheng fired at them with the IFVs while Yue Zhong and his team are engaged in close combat, the entire team would be wiped out. The water python snakeskin armor may block normal bullets, but it would be useless against the armor-penetrating bullets of the ZPT-90 type 25mm autocannon. Lei Sheng also understood why Yue Zhong had left Chang Yu and the other 2 men. In this critical junction where the zombie horde is at risk of overrunning the West Gate, he chose to turn a blind eye. Instead, he asked the 5 evolvers over, Li Zhou, from now on, the 5 of you are under the command of Yue Zhong. Understand? Yes. Li Zhou replied loudly, and cast his sights on Yue Zhong and his men. About 80% of the men in Yue Zhong's team have evolved beyond level 10 and killed numerous zombies. Each of the men radiates killing intent from their body and look ferocious and terrifying. Woa! Under a tiger's leadership, there can be no helpless animals. 1. Thought Li Zhou, as he brought his team of 4 revolvers to join up with Yue Zhong's men. Stop firing! Lei Sheng gave the command to stop firing. All the men immediately stopped firing. At the same time, the zombie horde began to move again. After the loss of the West Wall, numerous zombies have taken advantage of the chaos to enter the city. The zombie horde now includes normal zombies S2, S1, L1 as well as hunter zombies. The East Gate also had 10 hunters that sneaked into the survivor camp to attack. These hunters are far more cunning and proficient in battle compared to the other zombies. In guarding the East Gate, Yue Zhong and company only managed to kill 5 of the hunters, while the remaining 5 sneaked towards the rest of the men, and used the rest of the men as a cover to prevent further attacks. It is fortunate that Ji Qingwu, Kong Tianyu, the IFV and Yue Zhong managed to finish off the last 5 hunters before they escape and wreak more carnage among the defenseless population in the survivor camp. Charge! Yue Zhong led his team and White Bones towards the wall and ran up to meet the zombies. Very quickly, Yue Zhong and his team clashed with the zombies. Yue Zhong's speed is almost 7 times the speed of ordinary men. Although his swordsmanship skills are not as remarkable as Ji Qingwu's, his speed and strength are extraordinary. The level 2 Tang saber in his hand did not cease as it relentlessly attacked, and with each swing of his blade, heads of zombies flew out in all directions. Even the mighty S2 zombies could not withstand a single blow from Yue Zhong's saber. Not a single zombie could halt the descent of Yue Zhong's blade. His saber was insanely fast, so fast that the men who were watching did not even see him attacking. They only saw flashes of reflected light from his saber, and then zombies near Yue Zhong would instantly be decapitated. White Bones, who was standing next to Yue Zhong, seemed to be a whirlwind as it swings its massive axe in a vast circular motion. As zombies around stepped into the whirling vortex, their flesh parted and their bones shattered. These body parts would be sent scattering in all directions. With Yue Zhong and White Bones leading the charge, they soon cleared a small path for the men to follow. But the men in Yue Zhong's team are not any less fierce or deadly. Each of them would occasionally strike out at zombies that got too close to them, and was able to kill zombies easily with just a regular swing of their sword. The standard zombies seemed to part like a hot knife through butter under their onslaught. Wow, that is incredible. What valor! No wonder he could bring soldiers to reclaim 2 villages. Flame King Gu was shocked by the sight of Yue Zhong and his team as they get to work on the zombies. He could not help feeling awed. The same zombies that wiped out most of the West Gate defenders could not even hold back Yue Zhong and his team. If it were just a comparison of power, Flame King Gu would be much more powerful than most of Yue Zhong's men. But he is only one person. His team may have 6 other revolvers, but the 6 revolvers were trained by killing zombies that he had caught and rendered incapable of fighting back. Compared to Yue Zhong's men, their performance in today's battle could be described as miserable. Sensing that Yue Zhong is the biggest threat to them, 4 of the 5 hunters that were hiding among the buildings rushed forward. They flicked out their tongue, aiming for Yue Zhong's head. The dexterous tongues seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and turned while heading towards Yue Zhong as fast as an arrow. White Bones immediately stood in front of Yue Zhong and used its body to shield him. The 4 tongues landed on White Bones and were repelled by the toughness of its bones. Yue Zhong raised his stinger gun and fired 2 shots at the hunters. Each of the stinger bullets hit a hunter on its head and blew the brain apart. White Bones also glared at the other 2 hunters, and with a blazing ghost fire in its eyes, it launched 2 sharp bone spikes at these creatures. The bone spikes immediately penetrated into the hunters' brains and exited from their spine. In the process, the hunters' brains, flesh and muscles were all smashed into pulp. The hunters collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. As Yue Zhong aimed for the 2 hunters, 2 more S2 zombies appeared near Yue Zhong like a gust of wind, and their mighty, sharp claws threatened to cleave Yue Zhong into pieces. Yue Zhong is wearing a cloak. Underneath the cloak is a water python snakeskin armor. Inside the water python snakeskin armor, he was also wearing a leather cloth made from the hide of the mutant rat king. As well, he had a level 3 protective vest that he secretly wore inside the leather armor. Under so many layers of protection, he did not even put the S2 zombies' attacks in his eyes. Yue Zhong felt the claws of the S2 zombies as they landed on his body. He lashed out with his saber, and immediately slain the two S2. Two large experience orbs entered into his body. Without any hunters threatening the soldiers, Yue Zhong and his team seemed unstoppable as they massacred their way up the walls. Along the way, hundreds of zombie corpses littered the street. Unlike the aftermath of a bullet storm, none of these zombies was even moving, nor did they get up again. If you observed carefully, each of the zombies was decapitated or missing part of their brain. That's incredible! As Lei Sheng watched how Yue Zhong led the two teams of evolvers up the city wall and destroyed all the zombies in his way, his eyes sparkled, and a dark killing intent emerged from his body. Right now, the military and Yue Zhong were only using each other. Neither of them has the power to resist the zombie horde on their own. They may even become opponents later. The more powerful Yue Zhong is, the greater the threat he will be to their future plans. As soon as Lei Sheng leaked out his killing intent, a stronger killing intent emerged from a figure next to him. He was shocked and turned around, only to see the cold stare of Chang Yu looking back into his eyes. Lei Sheng was frightened by what he saw. Looking into the eyes of this cold-blooded assassin, he was dead sure that if he dares to make any moves against Yue Zhong, he would be killed before he can even take action. Recapture the wall. Lei Sheng immediately discarded any notion of harming Yue Zhong and his men as he refocused his efforts on the current battle. Now is not the time to betray Yue Zhong. At least not yet. Although Lei Sheng is domineering and full of arrogance, he was also aware of this fact. If the city is breached, Lei Sheng will lose everything. 100 men armed with machetes slowly walked up the city walls, accompanied by several soldiers wielding assault rifles. The military evolvers were largely decimated, and Lei Sheng does not have enough men to retake the wall. Therefore, he could only rely on the conscripted survivors who had just a few days of military training. The soldiers with assault rifles were what remained of his soldiers. Just as the men entered the wall, a hunter quickly jumped onto the roof of a building and charged ahead like an arrow towards the survivor camp. Once the hunter appeared, the men with assault rifles began to panic and wildly fired at the hunter. But the hunter appearance was too sudden, and it did not have any intent to fight. Most of the bullets hit empty air, and only a few bullets hit the hunter. The hunter continued to flee and disappeared into the survivor camp. "Aren't you going to chase after it?" Lei Sheng asked Chang Yu, who was standing next to him, as he looked at the retreating figure of the hunter. Lei Sheng could feel that Chang Yu is also a powerful evolver. Chang Yu was a former assassin and is familiar with various weapons. After joining Yue Zhong's team, he had participated in numerous battles and is now a level 13 evolver. Against a hunter beast, Chang Yu would be able to hold out on his own. Chang Yu's reply sent a chill down the spine of Lei Sheng. "My job is to protect you. Anything else is none of my business." Not good. The hunter is heading towards the Special Administration region. Lei Sheng's eyebrows twitched, and his face changed. He immediately climbed the stairs leading to the top of the wall to find Yue Zhong. On top of the wall, the zombies in the area had all been annihilated by Yue Zhong and his men. Everywhere was strewed with the corpses of the zombies. He had also reached level 34, and he put 1 point into agility and 1 point into stamina. The survivors who came to the top of the wall found the area filled with various heads, arms, and other body parts of the zombies. Many of them turned pale, and some of them even puked at the sight. Some of the men were frightened out of their wits, and their machetes slipped out of their trembling hands onto the floor. They had not seen the aftermath of a battle with zombies before. Lei Cheng walked up to Yue Zhong and spoke in a hurry. "Yue Zhong, one of the hunters had managed to charge into the Special Administrative Region. Please help to get rid of it." Translator notes, "I thought this wall was guarded by Lei Sheng." Sudden Lei Cheng turned up. "See? Pity me, the poor translator. Just when I apologized and corrected my mistakes with the name, I was shocked to note that sometimes it is Lei Cheng, sometimes it is Lei Sheng. If the author himself is not clear, how would a translator make things clear?" Yue Zhong raised his eyebrows as he inquired, "Hunter? When did this happen?" "Hunter beasts carry the zombie virus, and it is relatively powerful. Once it reached the men, it could cause massive carnage as it infects most of the men. Lei Cheng bitterly smiled as he replied, "Just a moment ago, the hunter was too cunning and escaped through the roofs of buildings." Yue Zhong immediately ordered, "Xiao Ming, you lead all the men in Team 2 and stay here to protect the area. Chang Yu, protect Lei Cheng's safety. Team 1 immediately returns to the East Gate. If there are any problems, immediately inform me via the walkie-talkie." In this wave, most of the evolved zombies had been sent out, and Yue Zhong reckoned that there should not be any more threats to the West Gate. After all, his close combat Team 2 should be more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies. Lei Cheng saw that Yue Zhong had 2 teams of elite men. He wanted to ask Yue Zhong to gift him command of one group of men. After all, he had gifted Yue Zhong with 5 evolvers just now. But Yue Zhong had already disappeared. He rapidly chased the hunter. To be continued. Notes. 1. Actual translation is Tiger and Wolf's Trainer. Actual meaning, ferocious and powerful. In the context of this situation, I chose to translate it as, under a tiger's leadership, there are no defenseless animals. Chapter 187. Chaos. Yue Zhong drove to the Special Administrative Region and found that the 2 guards that were supposed to protect this area from the zombies were already dead. Each of the 2 guards had a big hole where their heart was meant to be. There was no sight of the hearts. Without a doubt, this is the handiwork of a hunter beast. Most of the men in the Special Administrative Region had not experienced the horror of the apocalypse. They were all in a panic when they received news of the hunter beast. Very quickly, all of them fled towards the exit of the Special Administrative Region. For the first time, the Special Administrative Region that was full of life seemed to be empty as all the people fled. In the chaos, many people were trampled on when they fell. At the same time, too many people were trying to get out of the Special Administrative Region, and throngs of people blocked the narrow exit. To ensure that they have a place to escape to, many of the evolvers had used their powers to push aside anyone in their way. Many children and women were shoved onto the cold, hard floor. They laid there wailing, and the scene was nothing short of utter chaos. Damn it! Looking at the stampede of humans, Yue Zhong could not help frowning. If this goes on, the death count of the people who were trampled to death in the jostle to get out of the area would be much higher than the number of people killed by the hunter. Without any hesitation, Yue Zhong activates his skill, Art of the Fear. This skill has the effect of making people lose their will to fight. A massive wave of spiritual power radiated from Yue Zhong's body. With haste, he reached the area where most of the men were in, and roared out, "Shut up! All of you queue and leave here in an orderly manner. The Art of the Fear is really impressive." The men seemed to fear Yue Zhong more than the hunter, and listened to Yue Zhong and left in an orderly manner. As he walked forwards, the men around him felt indescribable fear, and they unconsciously went out of their way to create a path for him to walk on. At the same time, the men behaved themselves and began to exit the area in an orderly manner. After the men had made way for him, Yue Zhong was startled to see that the hunter was covered in blood. It was chasing and killing the survivors in the Special Administration Region. The Special Administration Region was relatively untouched by the apocalypse. As such, most of the men do not have much ability to hide nor fight the hunter. It was like a herd of defenseless, fat sheep. The hunter flicked its tongue and penetrated a hole in the chest of the child. The little boy was not bigger than 10 years old, and his eyes shone a trace of fear. He struggled feebly for a few moments and collapsed onto the ground as his heart was ripped out of his body. Damn it! Seeing this, Yue Zhong's eyes turned cold, and he aimed his stinger gun at the hunter. The hunter is brilliant. Having seen how Yue Zhong killed scores of zombies and other hunters, it immediately chose to retreat rather than to fight. It flicked its tail and sent a corpse flying towards Yue Zhong. While Yue Zhong was distracted by the dead body, the hunter had hidden itself in a small alley. Yue Zhong stepped to one side to avoid the dead body and chased after the hunter. If the hunter had rushed towards Yue Zhong was confident of finishing it in one shot. But the hunter opted to run instead. With its incredible speed, it is not easy for Yue Zhong to kill it. The hunter proved to be extremely cunning, as it dodged into the maze of alleys and corridors. Yue Zhong fanatically chased after the hunter with all his speed. His agility had reached a frightening value of 69, and he was able to close the distance between them. If not the fact that the hunter kept turning and changing its path, Yue Zhong would have already caught up the hunter. As Yue Zhong rushed into a small alley, suddenly his passive skill danger sense rang out a warning. A tongue seemed to have been lurched from the sky and was rapidly closing towards his head. The hunter had suddenly climbed the walls of the alley with its dexterous claws. From high up in the wall, the hunter suddenly made a surprise attack on Yue Zhong, hoping to catch its pursuer unawares. Yue Zhong's eye flashed with cold light. He reached out his hand and caught the hunter by its tongue on his right hand. The mutant king rat hide protected Yue Zhong from the attacks of the hunter, and its tongue could not penetrate through the thick hide. Yue Zhong pulled the tongue with his right hand, while using his left hand to aim the stinger gun at the hunter and pulled the trigger. A massive bang rang out from the empty alley and echoed in the surrounding street. The shot had been a head hit, and the head of the hunter was blown apart by the force of the stinger gun. The headless corpse collapsed lifelessly from the wall. With a massive thud, it dropped to the floor and dropped a green-colored treasure box. The chance of having any items seemed to be getting lower and lower. Yue Zhong thought as he walked forwards and retrieved the box. Then he kept the box in his spatial ring. When Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu defeated 4 hunters in the newbie village, each of the hunters dropped a skill book and an item. This time, Yue Zhong had killed over 10 hunters, but there were only 2 green-color treasure boxes. The rest of the items were white-color treasure boxes. Not long after, a team of special police force finally reached the area and began to maintain order in the region. The forces in the survivor camp were spread too thin, and most of the special police force members had been assigned to defend the walls. Otherwise, the hunter would not find it so easy to enter this area. Save me! Save me! I am Secretary Zhang's wife. You cannot treat me like this. Save me, I don't want to die. I was not scratched by the hunter. This injury was due to me tripping on the pavement as I tried to make my escape. I am a delegate. How dare you arrest me? I am the chairman of the Ning group. Chen Jianfeng is my friend. If you dare to touch me, I will skin you alive. These special police force immediately began to act on the orders of their superiors and arrested all the men who were injured. If these men were normal survivors, these police would have immediately shot them. But the people from the special administration regions are all VIPs, and many of them have close relationships with their bosses. These special police could only handcuff them and restrain them. Even then, many of those who were arrested began to cry loudly. Some of them shouted as they tried to explain their wounds. Some of them tried to intimate the special police force members with their status, and the entire area erupted in chaos. A captain of the special police force was perspiring heavily as he shouted, "Everyone remain calm. All we are doing is to detain you for half an hour. If there are no unforeseen changes, everyone may leave." If these people were ordinary survivors, the special police force members would have used their baton to knock out the teeth of the survivors to get them to shut up. But the special police force members dare not to use force against these men who had connections to their superiors. Bang! At this time, from the side, there suddenly rang out a gunshot. A white dog was shot dead as the bullet tore a hole in its head. The captain of the special police force turned his head and saw Yue Zhong holding a Type 54 handgun as he mercilessly shot the dog. "Oh, my precious! My darling!" A woman who was about 32 to 33 years old, with fair skin, suddenly wailed out aloud in a shrill moaning voice as she rushed towards the corpse of her dog. Translator joke. Did anyone think of Gollum from Lord of the Rings? The gorgeous woman's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and at the same time, seemed to be full of grief. She rushed towards Yue Zhong and tried to slap him. "You demon! You killed my precious. I will not forgive you." The dog is her most treasured pet, and she had treated the dog like a daughter. Although this was after the apocalypse, the dog was still fed the most exceptional dog food. This high-class dog food was made from high-quality beef. If the dog food were placed in the survivor camp among the regular survivors, that would be a feast. For just a can of dog food, many men were willing to kill. "Fuck you. This thing has been infected. If I don't kill it, it will kill you all. Yue Zhong had been fighting all day since this morning, and had to travel around the survivor camp to save as many people as possible. He had rushed all the way here to save the people in the special administrative region from the hunter, only to yelled at by a woman who could not differentiate if her pet was infected or not. His heart was too tired to remain calm. Anger burned within him as he easily dodged the slap and instead slapped the woman. His slap knocked out several of her teeth. The woman's face also immediately turned swollen. This rich lady was knocked down onto the ground, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She pointed towards the captain of the special police force and shouted loudly, "You dared to hit me? How dare you? Zhang Jie, if you still want to be the captain of the special police force, you better arrest this bastard." The captain of the special police force walked forwards with 2 more men. When they saw Yue Zhong's face, they immediately turned pale and they walked towards the wealthy woman and discreetly whispered, "Madam Sure, this man is the Yue Zhong from Stone Horse Village." Listening to Zhang Jie's words, the woman also turned pale. But with eyes full of poison, she glared at Yue Zhong and screamed, "So what if you are Stone Horse Village's Yue Zhong? Does that mean you can anyhow hit anyone? You hit a woman, are you still a man? You are now in Longhai Survivor Camp and not Stone Horse Village. If you have the ability, come and kill me." The woman is the wife of the Deputy Secretary of Longhai Survival Camp. If Yue Zhong kills anyone here, then the men holding power in Longhai Survival Camp will not sit still. If he wants to work with the Survivor Camp, then she would not be in any danger. Yue Zhong just glanced at the woman and smiled. "Since you desired to die, I will grant you your wish." Zhang Jie felt a chill and drew his gun and stood in front of that woman. He wants to prevent Yue Zhong from hurting anyone. Yue Zhong moved at the same time as Zhang Jie, and he kicked Zhang Jie. The force of his kick sent Zhang Jie flying for a few meters. "Oh shit!" Zhang Jie had just landed when he quickly get up. "Save me! Save me!" At the same time, the woman was screaming aloud. Zhang Jie turned his head and saw a zombie cat that was fanatically attacking the woman. With each bite, it tore apart a large chunk of the woman's flesh. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, and she sobbed as she tried to drive away the infected cat. But she was frail and weak, and try as she might, she could not shake off the infected cat. At the same time, all the other people in the area all avoided her and cleared the area near her. Not one of them was willing to help the woman. The zombie cat was infected and now carried the zombie virus. If the cat had scratched them, they would also be infected. Nobody was willing to do such a dangerous thing. Chapter 188. The stage turns. Zombie cat. Agility type. Special skill, viral infection. Yue Zhong coldly stared at the zombie cat, and this information seemed to flash in front of his eyes. "Save me! Save me!" The gorgeous lady saw that the rest of the men had retreated to a safe distance away, and she despaired. She tried to fend off the cat while asking Yue Zhong for help. Yue Zhong just glanced at the struggling woman and stepped back, while replying, "Sorry. Saving you is not part of my mission." Yue Zhong is a petty man who bore grudges, and he refused to save this woman who did not appreciate the fact that he had saved her from her infected dog. Zhang Jie immediately shouted out a command to his men who were standing close by, "Kill the darn cat." The man replied, "Captain Zhang, the cat is currently on top of Madame Sher's body. We have no confidence that we can kill the cat without hurting Madame Sher." The infected cat was on top of Madame Sher. If the men shoot the cat, there would be no guarantee that the bullet would not accidentally hit Madame Sher. Zhang Jie considered for a moment. He gritted his teeth before approaching Yue Zhong for help. "Yue Zhong, please help to kill the zombie cat. Not for her, but for the rest of the men. Please, I am begging you." Right now, Yue Zhong is the only one capable of killing the zombie cat without hurting Madame Sher. Zhang Jie is not willing to risk his men's life to attempt to save MDM Sher, who had been infected with the zombie virus. He is also not prepared to shoot the cat and kill the cat and Madame Sher, at least not before Madame Sher had transformed into a zombie. He had no desire whatever to face the wrath of her husband. Yue Zhong glanced at Zhang Jie and looked at the crowd of the frightened survivors. Then he stepped forwards, and a flash of light from his Tang saber appeared, and the zombie cat was chopped into two. "It hurts. I want a doctor. I want a doctor." As soon as she discovered that the zombie cat was dead, she immediately cried out aloud, requesting for medical aid. By this time, her body was missing chunks of flesh, and she was covered with blood, scaring the onlookers. Yue Zhong looked the woman and immediately turned towards Zhang Jie. "She is already infected. You know that. Why didn't you shoot her?" Zhang Jie's face was full of bitterness as he replied, "She is the wife of Secretary Gu. If I shot her before she turned into a zombie, I can forget about being a police officer." Yue Zhong looked at the various animals in the special administrative region and raised his eyebrows as he advised, "In my opinion, you should shoot all the cats and dogs here. There is a high probability that these creatures are all infected with the zombie virus." Translator notes, "No, please don't do this. I love dogs. I used to keep a dog." Does the author had anything against animals? The cat and the dogs transform to turn into zombie very quickly once they are infected. And their changes are very scary. A standard zombie is level 1, but an infected cat is level 10. Just one infected cat was able to create chaos in the area. I can't do that. These cats and dogs are the pets of these influential men and women. Without the orders from the top, I cannot kill them. Each of the men in the special administrative region had high status and participated in the decision-making of Longhai Survival Camp at the executive level. All of the men in the special police force had no intention to offend anyone here, at least not without orders from their superiors. This matter concerned their survival. They might lose their job and starve to death like the commoners in Longhai Survivor Camp. Yue Zhong's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say a word as he left the area. Right now, he is not Big Cliff Village nor Stone Horse Village. In these two villages, just a word from Yue Zhong, and men will swiftly carry out the task. Currently, he is standing in Longhai Survivor Camp. Right now, the two parties are in a joint alliance to fight against the zombies. He is not willing to compromise their current partnership just because of a small matter. At this moment, Yue Zhong's team could not withstand a horde of 100,000 zombies by themselves. The alliance is needed to fight against this formidable common enemy. The special police force will have their hands full circumnavigating the swamp of politics while keeping the residents safe. As far as he is concerned, he had already achieved what he had set out to do, kill the hunter. Let these men deal with whatever else crop out. Seeing that Yue Zhong had turned to leave, Zhang Jie was about to say something, but he hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything and watched Yue Zhong as he left the area. As he returned to the east gate which he guards, he found that several zombies had been thrown onto the wall and was immediately hacked apart by the men guarding the gate. Yue Zhong silently observed the situation and found that most of the zombies were your standard, everyday zombies and posed little threat to these men. Only the evolved zombies could present problems for these men who were protected by their water python snakeskin armor. After watching for a while, he informed Kong Tianyu, "Please get the prisoners from the prisoners' first platoon." Kong Tianyu immediately carried out the order, and very quickly, 36 prisoners of war arrived. Strongman Gao was also assigned to the first platoon. He and the rest of the prisoners stood in an orderly manner in front of Yue Zhong and await Yue Zhong's orders. Yue Zhong activated his Art of Fear skill. Instantly a terrifying aura emerged from him. All the prisoners were cowed by the skill and felt as if they were tossed into the sea of zombies and being eaten alive. They could not stop trembling and shaking. So scary. Is this Captain Yu's power? It is really frightening. Strongman Gao was a brave man, but under the effects of the Art of the Fear skill, he could not help feeling weak in his legs. He dropped onto the floor and panted heavily as he tried to fight off the fear. But his eyes reveal his fears. The rest of the prisoners did not fare any better. Many of them also collapsed onto the ground and whimpered in fear. Some of the men even peed in their pants. Seeing that all of the men had been cowed into submission, Yue Zhong deactivated his skill. He spoke, "All of you had committed grave crimes. Normally I would shoot you, but I made a promise that if you surrendered, I would not kill you. Now I give you a chance to redeem yourselves. All you have to do is to kill 30 zombies to redeem yourselves. Once you hit the target, I will grant you the same rights as an ordinary citizen, or maybe you could be a warrior. Given your current strength, 30 zombies is not a small number. Most of you could not even reach this number with your current strength. Now I will grant you the keys to unlock your potential. Take these items and fight. Then you will grow stronger as you evolved. If you are willing to be my men and sell your lives to me, you will be well fed, have a home and even a wife. As soon as he finished his speech, he waved his hand, and 36 Tang imitation swords appeared in a pile in front of the men. Once strongman Gao saw the weapon, his eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and immediately grabbed a sword. This is a weapon from the system, he thought. Weapons from the system is a key to the door of evolution. Without items from the system, even if they killed hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts, they will not evolve. All of the prisoners understood this point. They immediately picked up a Tang imitation sword, and their eyes shone their will to fight. If they fight, they will have a chance to grow stronger. The thought of growing stronger gave them the courage to take a risk. Remember, do not touch any skill books, treasure boxes, or coins that were dropped. If you do, you will be shot. I recommend that after you have evolved, put your points on strength and stamina. Now, go and kill the zombies. Yue Zhong pointed at the zombies on the wall. The prisoners shouted out a weird battle cry as they took a steel shield and Tang imitation sword and charged towards the wall. The third and fourth close combat team members retreated to rest. These prisoners madly and crazily hacked apart the zombies with a fierce passion. Most of the men had some experience in fighting the zombies, and were no longer afraid of these slow-moving creatures. Now that they have a Tang imitation sword, they must kill zombies to evolve and grow stronger. In this post-apocalypse world, having more strength means a better life. After Zhao Xian had retreated, he asked Yue Zhong, "Captain Yu, why did you let us retreat?" Now that the wall does not have any evolved zombies, the third and fourth squad was having a merry time killing the zombies. To them, slaying a zombie was no different from killing a chicken or a dog. Also, they could gain experience orbs. Many men could not understand why Yue Zhong made this decision. Yue Zhong explained, "Our strength is currently too weak. We need to continuously strengthen our forces. You guys take a short rest first. We will need you and your team in battle again soon." Zhao Xian did not quite understand, but still he led his men away to rest. Skill book. After killing a zombie, a skill book dropped from the corpse of the zombie. Once the skill book appears, all the men in the nearby area seem to turn green with jealousy and greed. They crept nearer towards the skill book. One of the prisoner's eyes appeared to be full of desire as he stretched out his hands in an attempt to grab the book. A skill book represents a powerful skill, and all of the men knew about this. The lure of power tempted many prisoners. Bang! A shot rang out. The prisoner who grabbed skill book suddenly had a bloody hole in his head, and as he collapsed, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The rest of the prisoners were surprised, and they looked towards the direction where the bullet was fired from. They saw that there were men who had Type 03 assault rifles pointed towards them. The prisoner's heart turned cold, and they dare not even to take another glance at the skill book. Instead, they focused on killing more zombies. A soldier walked up and took the skill book and all the surrounding system coins. Many men also continuously dragged or tossed the corpses of zombies down the wall. Thankfully, the zombies' commander had no more new tactics and could only try to overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Zombies after zombies were continuously lurched at the gates and killed by the defenders. The corpses of these zombies were tossed into a massive bonfire. The battle continued until nightfall, and Yue Zhong rotated the prisoners and newly trained soldiers to take turns to slay zombies. A few men were careless and were injured by the zombies and became infected. They were shot immediately. Most of the prisoners and newly trained soldiers had evolved to level 2. At the same time, they overcome their fear of the zombies. A typical human only needs to kill about 3 zombies with a weapon from this system to evolve to level 2. But the level 7 evolvers needs to kill tens of zombies to gain a level. For high-level evolvers like Yue Zhong, he needs to kill thousands of zombies to gain a level. Having the prisoners and the recruits use Tang imitation swords and take turns killing the zombie horde could raise their level quickly. To ensure that they could withstand the might of a 100,000 zombie army, Yue Zhong had no choice but to allow them to become evolvers. Chapter 189. The Sea of Zombies Temporary Retreats. After carefully observing the zombies, Yue Zhong suddenly activated his encompassing body armor skill. White bone immediately merged with Yue Zhong to form a bone armor. Then he immediately ordered, "Fire all weapons!" Under Yue Zhong's command, the men guarding the east gate immediately let all hell break loose upon the sea of zombies. Under the combined storm of the machine guns mixed with heavy artillery shells, many of the zombies seemed to drop down by the dozens. The carnage among the zombies was fields of wheat being harvested by sickles. Everywhere the bullet flew, zombies would drop down. Even the massive and extremely tough L2 zombies were also mowed down, as the armor-penetrating bullets ripped holes in their bodies. "Cease fire! All elite marksmen, support me with covering fire. Our target are the H1 zombies." After Yue Zhong gave the order, he quickly stretches out his hand, and a bone spike reaches into the ground and quickly formed a bone ladder. With this bone ladder, he quickly descended the wall and faced the horde of zombies. Translator notes, "Holy shit, did he just do a Superman?" Little Greenie was soaring in the sky when it spot an opportunity. It also took advantage of the bullet storm where most of the zombies were still struggling to get up. Like a bolt of green lightning, it tore apart an H1 zombie. As soon as Yue Zhong landed, he immediately rushed at full speed towards where the H1 zombies were. These H1 zombies who can shoot fireballs with devastating effectiveness are the greatest threat to Yue Zhong's army. With the H1 zombies providing covering fireballs, the elite marksmen dare not to raise their heads too high to snipe at the zombies. Also, the power of the fireballs could not be disputed. Each fireball had the terrible destructive power that could bomb a jeep into oblivion. If these zombies continued to remain in the sea of zombies, even Yue Zhong's team would have a hard time with them. Without the oppressive power of the hail of bullets, many of these zombies slowly picked themselves up from the ground. For those that had their body cut into halves, their upper body continued to crawl towards Yue Zhong. Translator notes, "I thought the other zombies would trample on the zombies that were crawling on the ground." Laughs out loud? The area surrounding Yue Zhong was filling with the scene of zombies that were rising again. For each step that Yue Zhong took, he would involuntarily step on some limbs, rotten body parts, or disgusting bits of shredded flesh. With the numerous zombies that were slowly getting up, it was as if Yue Zhong had stepped into hell. The L2 zombies recovered much faster than the normal zombies, and got up relatively quickly. They attempt to surround Yue Zhong. The group of H1 zombies also changed their aim as they turned their heads towards Yue Zhong. The next second, Yue Zhong's sense of danger kicked into overdrive as he sensed impending doom coming his way. He immediately activated his Shadow Step skill. This skill grants him a massive increase in agility, and like a ghost, he seemed to disappear from the area as he navigated through the sea of zombies. 20 fireballs emerged and shot towards Yue Zhong. Although his speed was outstanding, he did not manage to escape unscathed from chained attack. 2 of the fireballs landed on his body. The Mutant King Rat Hide armor managed to prevent the fireballs from piercing holes in his body, but even then, the force behind the 2 fireballs was no joking matter, as the impact sent Yue Zhong flying for 7 to 8 meters. Many of his bones were fractured, and he felt pain all over his body. If not for the fact that Yue Zhong's body is thrice as sturdy as a typical human, even with the Mutant King Rat Hide armor, this blow would have shattered all the bones in his body, killing him instantly. Translator notes, "What happened to White Bones? I thought Yue Zhong had combined with White Bones and White Bone is his armor?" Bang! Bang! After the H1 zombies had fired their fireballs, the sounds of several gunshots rang out. One after another, holes suddenly appeared in the heads of the H1 zombies. Each H1 zombie that were hit collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The snipers on the wall had engaged the H1 zombies and took the opportunity to snipe at them. Each H1 zombie may possess incredible attack power, but they were physically fragile. Even regular bullets can penetrate their bodies, not to mention the sniper's specialized rounds. Each of the snipers had unerring accuracy. After 3 rounds of shots rang out, all of the H1 zombies had been decimated. But the hides of L2 zombies were too tough. Only at a very close range would the sniper rifles be effective, or only specially made explosive bullets that would blow apart the head with each hit could hurt them. Yue Zhong had a limited supply of large-caliber shells and large-caliber sniper rifle bullets. Therefore, if there is no need to, he prefers not to let the shooters use these bullets to bomb the L2 zombie's head. Looks like when there is a chance, I must also improve my vitality attribute as well, thought Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong crawled up from the ground and equipped the Tang saber. With this weapon, he was easily able to cleave through the standard zombies around him. He was very pale. The bone where the fireball had struck is likely to be shattered. His clothes were in tatters, and the pain screamed out each time he swings his saber. The Tang saber is much sharper than the Tang imitation sword by at least 5 times. It cut through the zombies like a hot knife through butter. The evolved L1, S1 and L2 zombies also surrounded Yue Zhong from all directions. On the wall, the sound of gunshots unceasingly rang out. Other than the L2 zombies, most of the evolved zombies were shot dead by the elite marksman. Without the threat of H1 zombies, Little Greenie shows off his might. It dived and ripped off the head of an L2 zombie, and escaped before the slow zombies could retaliate. Then it repeated its actions on other L2 zombies. Yue Zhong charged at full speed towards the L2 zombie. In no time at all, he reached the front of an L2 zombie. A massive towering fist crushed towards Yue Zhong as the L2 zombie tried to smash the puny human in front of it into pieces. With a very slight movement, Yue Zhong managed to avoid the blow and chopped his Tang saber at the neck of the L2 zombie. The sharpness of the sword and Yue Zhong's enhanced strength could only open a large hole in the neck, but did not manage to fully decapitate the L2 zombie. Another massive fist punched out towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong kept his saber and stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the death blow. The L2 toughness is really extraordinary. Looks that a level 2 Tang blade is not enough to finish off an L2 zombie. I need to have a much higher strength to cut off its head with one blow. Yue Zhong used his superior speed to reach the back of the L2 zombie, and kicked at the L2 zombie with all his might. He was able to knock the L2 off balance, and the L2 fell heavily to the floor, crushing a few zombies in its fall. He immediately stepped on the L2's head and activated his Devil Fire skill, and burned the L2 head into ashes. Translator notes, "It is real, man. He just took off his clothes and wore his red underwear. Using Devil Fire with his foot? Holy shit." Keeping the items that the L2 had dropped with a single swipe, Yue Zhong continued to wave his Tang saber, and easily cleaved apart an L1 and an S1 zombie that charged towards him. He then grabbed the opportunity to rush towards another L2 zombie. Like a panther, Yue Zhong used the L2 zombie's legs as leverage to climb to the back of the L2 zombie. He reached out with a hand and placed it on the massive L2 zombie's head. A blast of Devil Fire emerged, and the L2 zombie's head also turned into ash. Without the threat of H1 zombies under the protection of the snipers, Yue Zhong was like a shark in the sea of tiny fishes. There were too many zombies for Yue Zhong to avoid, and many zombies had managed to land a hit on him. However, the attack of the standard zombies could not even scratch the bone armor, while a swing of his Tang saber would readily cleave apart all but the mighty L2 zombies. Yue Zhong only dared to dive into the ocean of zombies as he had multiple layers of protective clothes. He had the bone armor that was formed from merging with white bones. He had a water python snakeskin armor. Also, he was wearing the mutant king rat's hide armor. As well, he was wearing a level 3 vest from the system to protect him. With so many layers of protection, he was quite safe even among the horde of zombies. Without these protections, he would have long been infected with the zombie virus and turned into one of them. As Yue Zhong used his Devil Fire to burn off the head of the 20th L2 zombie, suddenly the sea of zombies seemed to retreat like it was experiencing low tide. The evolved zombies were the fastest to run. They ran at the head of the pack, as if spearheading the retreat. These evolved zombies are the main weapons that the Z series of Commander Zombie used to kill the men. Without the evolved zombies, it would be tough, if not impossible, to destroy the walls of the survivor camp. Little Greenie was not going to let go of this excellent opportunity. Like Yue Zhong, it had no qualms about stabbing retreating zombies in the back. It rapidly drove down like lightning on the retreating zombies, and managed to slay 3 more L2 zombies before flying back to the city wall in satisfaction. It is unclear that there were how many H1 zombies among the sea of zombies, but Yue Zhong was not willing to risk the life of little Greenie to find out. Looking at the retreating zombies, Yue Zhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He used another bone spike to create a bone ladder to return to the top of the wall. After the wave of zombies were driven back, it is time to examine the loss and gains, clear up the battlefield, eat and rest, and so on. After the first day of battle, the entire survival camp had destroyed close to 15,000 zombies. But at the same, more than 400 men were lost. The west, north and south gates had lost the most number of men. Most of those who perished were killed in new tactics that launched the first wave of zombies, where the S2 zombies, hunter zombies and L1 zombies attacked in force. After these zombies had been taken care of, the number of men who fell in battle dropped significantly. But this fight was very costly for the Longhai survival camp regarding resources. In the span of one day, about 1/3 of the ammunitions were spent. The biggest waste of ammo was when Lei Cheng's new troops did not have much combat experience, and madly fired at the zombies from afar, losing an enormous number of bullets. After the evolvers and survivors had entered the fray, the wastage of ammunition was kept to a minimum. In this battle, Yue Zhong had gained 13 skill books, 42 white color treasure box, 4 green color treasure box, and 2,000 system coins. Of the 13 treasure books, there were 2 level 1 Earth Spike skill book, 1 level 2 High Speed Movement, 1 level 2 Solid as Rocks, 1 level 2 Mastery of Languages, 1 level 3 Night Vision, 3 level 1 skill book, Accelerate, 3 level 1 skill book, Summon Skeleton, 1 level 3 skill book, Illusion. Of the 42 white color treasure box, 10 of the boxes were empty. The rest of boxes yield 20 Tang imitation swords, 2 level 1 protective vest, 3 pairs of white gloves, 3 pairs of strength enchanting shoes, and 2 sticks of beginner's staff. The 4 green boxes yield a level 2 Tang saber, a level 2 protective vest, a level 2 white cloak, and a level 3 strength enhancing ring. Level 1 Earth Spike. You may summon a 2M spike of earth of attack your enemies. Costs 6 spiritual power points. The non-mage class may only cast the spell once a day, unless the user level the skill up to level 2. Will consume 100 system coins if you learn this skill. Level 2 Solid as Rocks. Using this skill will allow you to increase your endurance by 30 points for 30 seconds. Using this skill will cost 15 stamina points. Level 3 Night Vision. Allow you to see in the dark. Passive skill. Level 1 skill. Summon Skeleton. This skill will summon a weak skeleton to fight alongside you. Each summons will cost 5 points of spiritual power. You are limited to summoning 5 skeletons. Level 3 ability. Illusion. This skill can make enemies panic and create chaos and confusion among enemies. Activating this skill will cost 5 points of spiritual power and 5 points of stamina. Each second of maintaining the spell will drain 4 points of spiritual power. This skill is not effective against creatures who have more spiritual power than yourself. The greater the difference between your spiritual power and your target's spiritual power, the more effective the illusion seemed to be. Level 2 item. White Cloak. Wearing this cloak increase your endurance by +3. Level 3 item. Strength Enhancing Ring. Wearing this ring increase your strength by +6. Chapter 190. Lei Cheng fled. Yue Zhong gave all the items to his men, but he kept the strength enhancing ring and the white cloak. Having received the skill book and items, Yue Zhong's men seemed to grow in power. Ji Qing Wu's Tang imitation sword had been swapped with the much sharper Tang saber. With her enhanced cutting-edge skill, even the mutant Rat King would find it hard to resist being sliced apart by her skill. That night, after Yue Zhong had his dinner, he brought the first team and the second team to observe the situation. The Z series of zombies had suddenly displayed intelligence and was able to use the evolved zombie to spread chaos among the defenders. If not for the powerful evolvers in the Yue Zhong's team guarding the East Gate, the survivor camp would have fallen by now. Yue Zhong dared not to underestimate the Z-series zombie. The Z-series zombie may not be as smart as humans, but with an army of 100,000 zombies, it could overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Just one mistake and the survivor camp would be overrun. In a large villa, Lei Cheng looked at his son Lei Sheng and asked, "Have you finished your preparations?" Lei Sheng raises his eyebrows as he spoke. "Dad, do we really need to do this? Now, we should still be able to hold on." Lei Cheng scolded his son. "You idiot! Had you not seen the reality? If we go on, all our men will be killed. Even if we protected the survivor camp, if all our men are killed, there is no meaning to this. While we may not necessarily need to leave, we need to make the appropriate preparations so that in the case of emergencies, we will be ready to flee." Lei Sheng immediately fled from the room. "I will immediately make the necessary preparations." Lei Cheng sighed. He stood up from the chair and walked towards the window. He stared at the moon outside, and his eyes seemed to flash with countless thoughts. Under the cover of that night, although all seemed to be calm in Longhai survivor camp, under the facade, the schemes and ploys of men were set in motion. In the morning, at the first light, the sea of zombie returned like the high tide, and surround the area on all sides. Translator notes, "Zombies do not need light to see. I do not understand why zombie retreat at night and attack in the day." With the benefit of their previous experience, all the commanders guarding the gates only allow their men to shoot at the zombies, and aim for the head of the zombies. The zombies were nothing but target practice for the new soldiers to gain more shooting experience. What is happening? Why are there no evolved zombies? Yue Zhong observed the situation, and immediately discovered something is wrong. Although there are throngs of zombies there was no sight of a single massive L2 zombie. Without any L2 zombies, the standard zombies did not pose any threat to the soldiers, and were nothing more than target practice for Yue Zhong's men. Just as Yue Zhong could not make heads or tails of the situation, at the west gate, suddenly over 160 L2 zombies and L1 zombies appeared. They host up over 70 H1 zombies. As soon as the 70 zombies appeared, only 10 of these zombies fired the fireballs. These fireballs burn with searing intensity, and in a short while, 3 new soldiers and 2 snipers were turned into ash. The 160 L2 zombies immediately caught S1 zombies near them and hurled them towards the top of the wall. In a few moments, suddenly slightly over 100 S1 zombies were successfully launched at the wall. In the west gate, there were 3 evolvers and 46 survivors wielding machetes. The defender killed only slightly more than 10 S1 zombies. The rest of S1 zombies were like an unstoppable tornado as they ripped into the ranks of the evolvers and the survivors. Along the way, the defenders who were in the way of these whirlwinds of death were promptly torn to shreds. As the S1 zombies reached the ranks of the men, they used their claws to stab at the soft belly of the men, and then gorge on the intestines and stomach that spilled out from the wounds. The survivors that did not die from the hit howled in agony, and their screams lowered the morale of the other survivors. Seeing how fierce and scary these S1 zombies were, the rest of the survivors lost their will to fight and rushed down the wall like a torrent of water. Damn it! The situation had developed accordingly to what my dad had predicted, Lei Sheng thought. Seeing this situation, Lei Cheng turned pale and immediately grabbed Su Gang by the collar and shouted out aloud, "Platoon Leader Su, I command you to hold the fort. Even if all the men were killed, and you are the only defender left, you must not allow these things to enter the survivor camp. Do you understand?" Su Zhonggang's face was full of determination as he replied, "Yes, Commander Lei." As Su Zhonggang returned to the camp, Lei Cheng immediately sat in a military jeep and drove off. Not long after, the doors of the south gate was opened wide and 5 IFVs, 12 machine guns installed car, 26 Hummers, 12 Dongfeng lorries, 7 modified bus, and 4 tankers sped out of the Longhai survival camp. Looking at the vehicles, numerous zombies surrounded the vehicles and sought to block the road in front of the cars. The Type ZSL-92 armor IFV-1 was covered in thick armor. Along the way, it flung aside all the ordinary zombies as it knocked them down and crushed them underfoot. Regular zombies could not penetrate the armor of this vehicle. Under the might of the IFVs, the standard zombies could not even have the strength to resist. The reason the military could clear Longhai survivor camp of zombies was, in no small part, due to the might of these vehicles. The vehicles behind closely followed after the bloody path that the IFVs had opened up and escaped out of the survivor camp. Once the vast number of cars left, they left the south gate wide opened, and massive swarms of zombies entered into the city. Captain Yu! Captain Yu! Lei Cheng had fled with his men. Just when Yue Zhong was suspicious of the behavior of the zombies, the walkie-talkie suddenly ranged out. From the other end was the voice of a team member who was shocked and disappointed. "Damn this bastard!" Hearing this report, it was like a bomb had detonated inside Yue Zhong's head. Lei Cheng may not be a good man, but his military soldiers are not to be underestimated. If not for Lei Cheng's putting in all his strength to resist the zombie invasion, it is likely the zombies would have overwhelmed the survivor camp on its first day. Yue Zhong could not hope to defend the entire camp by himself. His men may be top-notched, but he did not have enough men. Which gate did he escape from? What is the situation there? With great difficulty, Yue Zhong forced himself to remain calm and asked the one who reported the situation. If all 3 gates were breached, Yue Zhong could only immediately lead his men to leave the area. Without the walls, nothing is stopping the zombies. Without preparations, there is no hope of fighting a 100,000 zombie army. The south gate is lost. A massive number of zombies had entered the city, and it is chaos in the city. I understand. As soon as the sound had stopped, from the walkie-talkie came the urgent voice of Su Zhenggang. "Yue Zhong, I am Su Zhenggang. The situation in the west gate is critical. I could only hold on for 5 more minutes. I need your help." Yue Zhong replied, "You hold on for 5 more minutes. Within 5 minutes, I will definitely bring men and arrive to help you." He immediately made his decision. "Kong Tianyu, Chen Shitu, Zhao Xing, Xiao Ming. The 4 of you bring all your men with you to the south gate. Lang Zi, bring 2 squad with you and follow Kong Tianyu. Your job is to maintain order. If you see anyone setting fire or robbing or raping, etc., kill them immediately. Ji Qingwu, Bai He and I will bring the 1st, 3rd and 4th Evolver Squad to support Su Zhenggang. Wang Shuang, you are the highest-ranked commander over here. If there are any refugees, accept them. Check for any injuries and shoot them if you suspect that they are infected. Also, kill any animals you see immediately." After giving out the commands, Yue Zhong brought 4 teams of evolvers towards the west gate. Along the way, there were chaos everywhere. The survivors had gone crazy and lost all hope. They began to kill, rob, commit arson, snatch items, rape, etc. It was as if all hell had broken loose, and the worst of humanity had emerged. Looking at the zombie entering the city, most of the survivors had lost all hope. They could not see tomorrow, and were carrying out their darkest desires. A man's eyes were red as he ripped apart a woman's clothes, as if he intended to rape her in front of everyone in broad daylight. The woman screamed for help and was in tears as she shouted with her might, but nobody appeared to help her. Instead, her screams brought forward 2 more men who were similarly driven insane with lust. Looking at the 2 men, the first man just smiled and said, "Let's gang rape her." The 2 men nodded their heads and rushed forwards. One of them tore off the rest of the clothes of the woman, while the other men took off his pants. Bang! A shot rang out. One of the would-be rapists collapsed as a bullet hole emerged from his head. Looking at the dead man, the other 2 men immediately fled in all directions. The woman who was saved looked up and saw a car driving past at high speed, and it did not show any intention of stopping. Yue Zhong had killed the man, but he did not step up to save the woman. Because right how, the situation is critical. He needs to bring men to support Su Zhenggang. He did not have the luxury of time to stop the car and rescue the woman. He could only leave this task for Lang Zi and his team. Very quickly, Yue Zhong brought his men towards the west gate. At this time, many of the guns had turned white-hot from overuse. The IFV had stopped firing. Flame King Gu continuously launched fireballs after fireballs to kill S1 zombies. The steel wire net and the steel wire trap had rendered great service, as the net caught several high-speed S1 zombies. Some S1 zombies fell prone as they tripped on the steel wire trap. The men quickly killed each S1 that were trapped. Chapter 191. A very difficult battle. In engaging the S1 zombies in close combat, many survivors had been scratched by the S1 zombies and cried out in pain. These S1 zombies were far more powerful than regular zombies. If Yue Zhong did not have various armors protecting him, he also dared not to fight with more than 20 S1 zombies at a time. Even if he is very careful, it is inevitable that he will be hit by at least one S1 zombie. The unlucky survivors found out the scariness of the S1 zombies the hard way. If not for the fact guns were being pointed at the survivors and that all who retreated will be shot, many of the survivors would have fled a long time ago. The steel wire nets, the trip wire trap, and supporting covering fire had helped some survivors to last a bit longer. Even then, once the heavy weapons stopped firing, more and more S1 rushed forwards, and the defense line is at risk of being overwhelmed. Yue Zhong immediately made his way to Su Zhengang and pointed towards an IFV and asked, "Why did you not use the autocannon?" In this critical time, the Type ZPT 90 25mm autocannon is a magnificent weapon. One swept could kill most of the zombies. Su Zhenggang's face was full of sorrow as he explained, "No more ammo. If you were just a bit later, we would have been overran with zombies. Without ammo, the IFV is just an armor carrier and could not show off its power. The lack of ammunition is a deciding factor in swinging the tide between men and zombies. Ji Qingwu, Team 1, Team 3 and Team 4, follow me." Yue Zhong immediately led his forces to attempt to hold the line. Bai He is one of the snipers who took command of the armed squad. He was very calm as he continuously provides covering fire. Each shoot of his will take out an S1 zombie with a headshot. The place seemed to be overran with S1 zombies. Yue Zhong led his team towards the S1 zombies. His speed is incredible, and with a flash of his Tang saber, 3 S1 zombies were instantly destroyed. White Bones, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, took out a massive white bone axe and destroyed all incoming S1 zombies like a whirlwind of destruction. Ji Qingwu was not inferior to either of them, as the Tang saber in her hands waved a deadly dance that decapitated a zombie with each hit. Yue Zhong's Tang saber continuously lashed and chopped out, cleaving apart S1 zombies with each hit. He did not use any special skills, and just constantly hack and slash with his saber. More and more S1 zombies perished until his blade. Occasionally, an S1 zombie got lucky and landed a hit on him, but his armor negated any damage done to him. The rest of the men fared no better, and was hit several times by the horde of S1 zombies. But with the water python snakeskin armor, the strikes of the S1 zombies could not hurt them. Instead, any S1 zombies that hit them were slain in the brief period these zombies stopped moving. Each of the S1 zombies are all level 10 beasts. Their deaths dropped large experience orbs for the men, allowing the team to evolve further. This is especially so for the weaker team members in Team 3 and Team 4 squad members. Each kill often results in an instant level up, giving them a huge morale boost. Under Yue Zhong, White Bones and Ji Qingwu's leadership, the 4 teams continuously kill as they pushed forwards. Each addition step forward was extremely difficult, due to the chaos and massive numbers of S1 zombie. Yue Zhong team may be powerful, but outside of the gate, there were more than 100 L2 zombies that were unceasing tossing zombies into the city. The number of zombies they killed could not keep up with the rate at which the L2 zombies toss more zombies onto the wall of the city. Each step forwards were getting increasingly difficult. Retreat! Yue Zhong saw that the tide of zombies were unending, and it is impossible to continue this way. Therefore, he sounded the order to retreat. If this continues, the 4 squads will exhaust all their stamina. It would be impossible to climb to the top of the tower gate this way. Under Yue Zhong's command, the 4 squadrons of men immediately retreat towards the makeshift fortification where Su Zhengang was. Ji Qingwu, come with me. Yue Zhong activated his skill-combined body armor and carried Ji Qingwu with one hand. Then he fired a bone shard and extended it as he flew up towards the wall. On the wall, Yue Zhong was able to see more than 100 L2 zombies that continuously tossed more and more zombies onto the wall. The wall was already filled to brim with zombies, and the number of zombies continued to increase. Almost all the zombies were evolved zombies. While the first few waves of zombies were all S1 zombies, the later waves of zombies were all L1 zombies. In an army of 100,000 zombies, there were only hundreds zombies that had their second evolution. But there were thousands of zombies that had their first evolution, and these zombies filled the wall. The Z-series Commander Zombie seemed to have learnt a lesson from yesterday's failure. It sent a large number of normal zombies to surround the entire area to prevent the leaders of the 4 gates from allocating more soldiers to help the other gates. Then it gathered all its forces to attempt to break down the weakest link, the West Gate. In no time at all, the West Gate was overwhelmed. Yue Zhong tossed a hand grenade into the wall. With a loud bang, the hand grenade cleared a large circle in the walls, as many zombies were blown into pieces. Yue Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and landed on the cleared area. Below the wall, the H1 zombies continuously fired balls of flames onto the walls and created large debris. All the surrounding zombies surrounded Yue Zhong. "Protect me." Yue Zhong took out a Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun and fired madly at the H1 zombies. Under the barrage of fire from the powerful weapon, several H1 zombies were shot and dropped onto the floor. Ji Qingwu stood by Yue Zhong's sides and waved her Tang saber as she slayed several S1 and L1 zombies. She guarded Yue Zhong's back. Little Greenie also reached the wall, and with a flap of its massive wings, 7 to 8 evolved zombies would be sent flying. His beak can smash apart an evolved zombie's head and kill it. As Yue Zhong was aiming at the H1 zombies, he suddenly felt a warning of danger from his danger sense skill. He immediately squatted down. The next moment, 3 balls of fire landed on the spot where Yue Zhong was standing a second ago, and one of the balls of fire destroyed the Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun. Damn it! Yue Zhong was saddened by the loss of this weapon. This weapon had very good power and could be deployed in numerous situations. He only had 2 of these firearms in his spatial ring. Yue Zhong took out his last Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun and madly fired at the H1 zombies again. In a short span of time, over 30 H1 zombies had been slain by the bullets. The H1 zombie fired at Yue Zhong again. This time, Yue Zhong was well prepared. As soon as the danger sense was activated, he immediately grabbed the gun and crouched down. After the fireballs had missed him, Yue Zhong then picked up the submachine gun and continued to fire at the H1 zombies. Seeing that the H1 zombies were being wiped out by Yue Zhong, the L1 zombies hosted the remaining H1 zombies. From the mouth of these H1 zombies, fireball after fireball were launched and struck the wall. All the 90 H1 zombies should have attacked by now. I should have about 15 minutes grace. Yue Zhong was shooting at the zombies, but at the same time, he was also counting the number of fireballs that were lurched towards him. He turned around and found that Ji Qingwu was perspiring heavily and seemed to be panting. Although the time spent is not very long, but she had to handle a massive number of zombies. This used up her stamina very quickly. "Do you still have any more stamina?" Yue Zhong stepped up and killed 2 L1 zombies, before asking Ji Qingwu. "Yes." Ji Qingwu looked at Yue Zhong and continued to decapitate another S1 zombie. Yue Zhong laughed and carried Ji Qingwu and jumped down from the wall, towards the zombie side. In the sky, Little Greenie also took advantage of the time when the H1 zombies could not fire any more fireballs and flew down and destroyed an L2 zombie. Under the wall, everywhere was filled to the brim with standard zombies. There was nowhere to land, nor was there any safe space. Yue Zhong continuously shoots out bone shards and using a series of bone shard ladders, made his way towards the group of H1 zombies. The H1 zombies are the greatest threat to Yue Zhong. As long as there is even one H1 zombie, his escape path would be filled with danger. After several bone spike ladders, Yue Zhong reached the cluster of H1 zombies. He immediately landed down and with a single stroke of his saber, sliced an H1 and the L1 zombie that was supporting the H1 into 2. The area was full of zombies, and Ji Qingwu began her waving her sword dance and start a massacre. 6 to 7 zombies were killed immediately, but the number of zombies were unending and continued to creep forwards. She could smell the disgusting thick smell of the zombies' rotten flesh. In the sea of zombie, everywhere was filled with standard zombies. It is very hard for agility-type evolvers like Ji Qingwu to battle. If Ji Qingwu was the only one who fell into the tide of zombie, she would, without a doubt, drown in the sea of zombies. This is not because she is not strong enough, but rather because the number of zombies is too overwhelming and did not give her any space to move about to take advantage of her agility. Yue Zhong's right hand fired a shard of bone and immediately took him and Ji Qingwu away, towards another H1 zombie that was lurking nearby. He easily cleaved the zombie into two. Little Greenie also followed Yue Zhong and attacked continuously and destroyed several H1 zombies. Under Yue Zhong's and Little Greenie's hunt for the H1 zombie, the H1 zombies dropped like files. Just when approximately 10 H1 zombies were remaining, the H1 zombies suddenly jumped down from the heads of the L1 zombies and hid themselves among the zombie horde. With the number of zombies in the area, looking for an H1 zombie is like looking for a needle in a stack of hay. Yue Zhong did not continue to chase the H1 zombies, but instead used the bone ladder to go towards the L2 zombies. These L2 zombies are the main siege machines that lurched more and more zombies to the wall. If these L2 zombies fall, it will reduce the pressure on the defenders within the wall. In a few seconds, Yue Zhong reached an L2 zombie. He raised his gun and burst apart an L2 zombie's head. After destroying the L2 zombie, Yue Zhong continued to move around and kill more L2 zombies. Congratulations on reaching level 35. You have gained 2 attributes points. After Yue Zhong had killed about 15 L2 zombies, he finally gained another level and became level 35. Chapter 192. The Mighty IFV. Yue Zhong chose to put his attribute points into agility and stamina, and carried Ji Qingwu as they continued to slay L2 zombies with his stinger gun. Then they would go to the next L2 zombie by swinging from Bone Spike's ladder to Bone Spike's ladders. After so many days of practicing his shooting, he could hit the head of an L2 zombie with 100% accuracy within a range of 50 m. Translator notes: think Bone Spike's ladders as Spider-Man's web. Having discovered this great enemy, the L2 zombies nearby shoved aside the zombies in their way as they charged towards Yue Zhong. With great speed, Yue Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and arrived in front of an L2 zombie. The L2 zombie fists connected on the bone ladder and shattered it in one hit. Ji Qingwu and Yue Zhong began to descend from the sky. Ji Qingwu immediately activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill, and her Tang saber seemed to flash out a ray of light. The extremely tough L2 zombies that could resist bullets could not resist the sharpness of her saber and was cleaved in two. Amazing! Her special skill is indeed the bane of these L2 zombies. Looking at the ease in which Ji Qingwu sliced apart the L2 zombies, Yue Zhong could not help praising Ji Qingwu. As soon as Ji Qing and Yue Zhong landed on the ground, the surrounding zombies all crept forward to attack. Yue Zhong ignored these zombies, and again, he held on to Ji Qingwu's waist as he fired another bone shard and rose upwards. Then he charged towards the next L2 zombie. The L2 zombie also quickly fell to Ji Qingwu's sword, and a massive globe of experience orb entered into Ji Qingwu's body. Ji Qingwu finally leveled up. Under Yue Zhong's guidance, Ji Qingwu continuously used her blade to kill the higher-level L2 zombies. Her level continued to raise, and she reached level 20. After Ji Qingwu, Yue Zhong and Little Greenie killed about 80 L2 zombies. Yue Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and jumped onto Little Greenie's back. Little Greenie carried them back towards the city. At this time, Ji Qingwu was running very low on stamina, and she could not continue to battle. Although the cutting-edge enhancement is very powerful, it also drains stamina rapidly. In one attack, over 100 L2 zombies were killed, and only about 60 L2 zombies remain. These L2 zombies continued to throw more zombies towards the wall, but the rate at which they were throwing had decreased by a lot. The pressure on the defenders also reduced by a corresponding amount. When Yue Zhong returned to the west gate, he found that the 4 squads of evolvers were still fighting the zombies, but many of them looked exhausted. In fighting with a huge number of zombies, the stamina and spiritual power deplete at an astonishing rate. Most of the evolvers can kill over 100 zombies in a day, but only if there are periods of lull time in between for them to rest and recharge their stamina. Against a horde of zombies, they could only kill about 20 each. When facing a group of zombies, they must continuously attack and hack apart the zombies without any breaks. The pressure is very taxing on them physically and mentally, and the rate at which their stamina and spiritual power get drained is also very rapid. Looking at the situation, Yue Zhong immediately summoned Wang Shuang and ordered, "Quickly make arrangements for men to bring 2 higher-level squads of prisoners. He needs to have 2 more squad of men before he could retaliate against the zombies and regain control of the West Gate." "Yes, Captain Yu." Not long after, 2 vehicles carrying the prisoners arrived. After equipping the Tang sword and the steel shields, the prisoners charged towards the wall. Yue Zhong had been investing his points into stamina at each level. At this time, he still feels energetic. He took the lead together with White Bones and brought his men to attempt to take back the wall. Without the threat of H1 zombies attacking it, Little Greenie continuously destroyed L2 zombies with its sharp claws. It took Yue Zhong over 1 hour to kill all the zombie and retake the west wall. But 12 of the prisoners were infected with the zombie virus. L2 zombies continued to perish under Little Greenie's might. When there were only about 20 L2 zombies left, Yue Zhong allowed Little Greenie to hunt the zombies as it desires. 20 L2 zombies could no longer pose any threat to the West Gate. Yue Zhong had not even taken a rest when the walkie-talkie sounded out Kong Tianyu's distress signal. "Yue Zhong, I am requesting support at the South Gate. Right now, we managed to stop the zombies from continuing to enter the city, but we do not have enough men to retake the South Gate. Please send us some support." "Is there a lot of evolved zombies in the South Gate?" Yue Zhong asked. Kong Tianyu replied, "No, there are no evolved zombies. However, the number of normal zombies is way too many. No matter how many we killed, there are always more to be killed. We were forced to retreat due to their overwhelming numbers." Kong Tianyu's 4 squads of men were all evolvers. But the number of zombies is unending. They were severely outnumbered and could only retreat. "All right, I understand. I immediately bring some soldier to support you. Before that, help me stop the speed at which the zombies enter the city." Yue Zhong had just finished his conversation with Kong Tianyu when he spied the IFV. He immediately asked Su Zhenggang, "Is this still operational?" Su Zhenggang replied, "It can still move for about 60 kilometers more. Drive. We need to support the South Gate." Yue Zhong grabbed Su Zhenggang leapt into IFV. The IFV was quickly started and driven towards the South Gate. All exits along the main road from the South Gate had been sealed with steel wire mesh. The alleys and streets branching from main road were blocked and sealed. There was only one way in which the zombies may travel on the main road. The main road was about 1,000 m long, and it was filled with massive numbers of zombies. At the front of the zombie horde, 46 evolvers were like monkeys as they jumped forwards to kill the zombies at the front of the zombie throng, and immediately leaping back to avoid the retaliation of the zombies. There were too many zombies, and the zombies seemed to pour into the street like a river. Those zombies that collapsed were stepped on by the next wave of zombies and continued to advance. Yue Zhong's men also dared not to charge into the river of zombies. They were afraid of being surrounded. Although each of them was wearing water python snakeskin armor, they would also be smashed into meat paste if they were continuously attacked on all sides, or even worse, stepped on by so many zombies. This type of attack and retreat tactics, while effective, trended to deplete stamina at a very fast rate. Many of the men were breathing heavily. If not for the fact that they all have continuously improved on their strength and stamina, they could not have lasted so long. Just when the men were feeling totally exhausted, an IFV charged in and rammed against the zombies. The standard zombies that knocked by the IFV fell onto the floor. The IFV weighs several tons. Therefore, it is no surprise that the zombies were crushed into meat paste under the wheels of the vehicle. The IFV seemed to open up a path among the zombies as it charged through the middle of the road and mowed down the zombies in its path. Only the zombies on left or right side of the road remained standing. Translator notes, "Did anyone play Plants vs. Zombies? This is the lawnmower. LOL?" Seeing this, the morale of the men all rose sharply. Kong Tianyu shouted loudly as he rushed towards the remaining zombies. "Captain, you had brought reinforcements. Attack!" Under the leadership of Kong Tianyu, the 4 squads of men renewed their vigor as they hacked the zombies apart. Under the might of the IFV, most of the zombies were mowed down. Under Yue Zhong's command, The IFV continued to charge out of the gate and continued to trample zombies in front of it. Right now, there were too many zombies, and the IFV could thin out the herd. Not long after, 2 more squads of men arrive and joined Kong Tianyu to decimate the remaining zombies. After making sure the situation is stable, Yue Zhong then allows the men to drive the IFV back into the city and closed the gate. The battle was physically exhausting. Even with 66 points of stamina, Yue Zhong was fatigued. Kong Tianyu was covered with blood. As he greeted Yue Zhong, "What is our next step?" Yue Zhong replied, "You lead a squad of men to defend here. If there are too many zombies, and you could not withstand the attack, you may retreat anytime." Yue Zhong had too little men. He also could not afford to spend too many soldiers in guarding the south gate. The east gate is his camp. In the east gate there were a lot of food, ammo, and other items and would not be easily lost. Kong Tianyu thought for a moment, and immediately brought some men towards the walls of the south gate. When Lei Cheng fled with some soldiers, the entire camp became a sea of chaos as anarchy reigns. Across the survival camp, many survivors displayed disorderly and violent behavior, such as rape, murder, rob, arson, etc. Everywhere was chaos. For men were carrying torches and continued to burn whatever they could. As they watched the fire burned everything down, they laughed as if they were mad. Only this crazy act of arson could let them settle the fear and unease in their hearts. Bang, a shot resounded, and a hole appears on a survivor's head. As it dropped onto the floor, its facial expression was showing complete disbelief. The other 3 survivors turned around and saw Lang Zi and 5 other armed men rushing towards them. The 3 survivors saw the gun in Lang Zi's hand and turned pale. They tried to flee. Bang! Another shot rang out, and another survivor was also shot died by Lang Zi. "Please don't kill me, I surrender. Don't kill me." The last 2 survivors saw their friend who was killed, and they immediately stopped running and squatted down while begging for their lives. "Captain, do we send these men to the prisoner camp?" One of the team members asked Lang Zi. Lang Zi's eyes were cold as he replied, "Kill them all. We don't have so many people to look after these massive number of assholes." After receiving Lang Zi's command, 2 of the men walked forward with a knife each and proceeded to slaughter the 2 men who surrendered. Chapter 193, Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Part 1. Chapter 193, Part 1, Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Many survivors watched Lang Zi and his team kill the 4 other survivors like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Their hearts felt a cold chill and they watched from far away. Many of the survivors hiding in their homes secretly watched Lang Zi and his team too. Lang Zi shouted a few words of abuse. "Kill the rapists, kill the murderers and arsonists, kill the looters. If you lot of bastards want to stay alive, all of you behave a bit better for me. Right now, the city has not been broken into yet. You can $% sensibly stay here, or go to the east gate side and wait for arrangements upon entering. You people are under the command of Captain Yu, and so we will protect your personal safety." After he finished speaking, Lang Zi brought people with him to continue advancing, shooting the violent survivors dead whenever they saw them. With Lang Zi's efforts, the city's chaotic situation gradually became under control and stability was restored. At the same time, a large number of survivors approached in the direction of the East Gate like refugees, bringing their families with them. Apart from the North Gate side's residents, a large number of survivors all came in the direction of the East Gate, densely packed like a swarm of ants. On the road leading to the East Gate, there were fortifications constructed from wire mesh, cables, and sandbags. A team of soldiers armed with rifles stood on guard in front of those fortifications. 2 LMGs, light machine guns, were about to create a total blockade of the roads, so that whoever wanted to forcefully break through this route would have to pay a painful price. Wang Shuang stood ahead on the road holding a whip in his hands and shouted, "Enter by order. Whoever dares to jump the queue shall receive lashes." 2 squad members stood outside lurking around, seizing men and women with strong bodies from time to time who had jumped the queue. They fiercely whipped the bodies of the queue jumpers until their skin split and flesh blossomed and they were screaming again and again. With the deterrence of such a cruel punishment, Those who once very much liked to jump queues crowded together to form a group of people who all sensibly formed a long dragon-like queue. Upon being registered and entering, they became people under the control of Yue Zhong. A large number of L2 zombies were hunted, and so the Z-series zombies hidden in the midst of the zombie hordes didn't have any great ideas. Only a few mechanically ordered the remaining L2s to throw more zombies into the city. Su Zhengang, how about working for me? Sitting inside the IFV, Yue Zhong tried to recruit Su Zhengang once again. This time, Su Zhengang didn't give a flat refusal like last time, but rather fell silent, his eyes flashing with an exceptionally complicated light. Yue Zhong lightly said, "Before you cried to me for help, you must have done the same to the other side as well, right? Yet the person who brought people over to save you wasn't another, it was I, Yue Zhong. They made you into an abandoned child. Do you still wish to sacrifice your life to these people in such a manner?" People like Su Zhengang who adhered to their own principles and methods were exactly those who Yue Zhong liked to recruit as his subordinates the most. As soon as Su Zhengang became one of Yue Zhong's subordinates, Yue Zhong wouldn't worry about Su Zhengang betraying him and could entrust him with the responsibility. In addition, Su Zhengang was also an officer who had undergone rigorous military training with outstanding military accomplishments. He was the sort of talent Yue Zhong needed the most. Yue Zhong continued to say, "If you enter my side with your ability, you can protect even more people. Your comrades and brothers can also have better lives." Su Zhengang fell silent for a while, then finally replied to Yue Zhong's soliciting, "All right, Yue Zhong. I will bring my brothers and join your side." When zombies raided the West Gate, many of Su Zhenggang's comrades were killed. At this point, there were only 13 soldiers still living. Nevertheless, these remaining 13 soldiers had all survived the war with rich combat experience and skillful shooting technique. After Su Zhengang agreed to join Yue Zhong, these 13 soldiers followed in his manner as well and joined Yue Zhong's army. From the West Gate, the remaining 40-plus survivors were also incorporated by Yue Zhong and joined his armed forces. Yue Zhong walked up to Gu Zhixing and directly requested, "Gu Zhixing, my man, I hope you can come help me." Gu Zhixing's ability to manipulate flames was extremely remarkable, to the extent that he could already agglomerate a fireball. He was akin to a small humanoid turret with extraordinary battle power. Yue Zhong hoped to also recruit him under his command. With a rather pallid expression, Flame King Gu Zhixing glanced at Yue Zhong, understanding his intention lightning fast. He gave a slight chuckle and said, "All right, Team Yue, since you respect my old bones, then I'll entrust you with this old life." Gu Zhixing was also an old fox. As soon as Lei Chang had fled, Yue Zhong and his troops became the strongest force inside the base. A cunning person like him naturally didn't hold any allegiance to the government in his heart. During the 2 days of fiercely battling zombies, the majority of his men were all killed. The best outcome for him would be to pledge allegiance to Yue Zhong. This way, he could let his children and family live a comfortable life. Gu Zhixing and Su Zhengang surrendered to Yue Zhong, and the base's west gate had also landed in Yue Zhong's hands. Yue Zhong then quickly mobilized 3 IFVs, 7 Dongfeng trucks and 6 modified buses to form a huge fleet, which rushed out through the east gate, crazily advancing towards the depths of the zombie hordes. Yue Zhong himself was lying on Little Greenie's back and looking down from the sky, giving out orders to that huge fleet to commence the assault. Right after that huge fleet had left the city, countless normal zombies began to surround it. Chapter 193, Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Part 2. Chapter 193, Part 2, Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. It was just that those normal zombies could barely even harm the 3 IFVs, which were akin to an invincible 3-headed beast as they led the huge fleet behind them. They crazily ground up the retreating zombie hordes until all of the zombies blocking the road had been steamrolled into meat paste. The huge fleet continued to assault within the zombie hordes, steamrolling a road of blood formed from meat paste. Following Yue Zhong's orders, it rampaged towards the depths of the zombie hordes. After the huge fleet had charged 1,000 m distance into the zombie hordes, there was sudden movement in there. The large number of evolved zombies attacking at the west gate were constantly approaching in the direction of the huge fleet. Along the way, countless normal zombies were pushed down onto the ground and trampled into meat paste by the evolved zombies. Those normal zombies also seemed to be driven by a mysterious force as they desperately collided with the fleet one after another. Nevertheless, those normal zombies had rather fragile bones, so that when they collided with the IFV's, Dongfeng trucks or modified buses, all the collisions did was make their brains rupture before they were ground into meat paste. Utilizing heavy-duty vehicles to carry out the assault and grinding up of zombies was also a tactic that Yue Zhong had long thought of. It was just that before, it was not the best time to implement this tactic. In the midst of the zombie hordes, there were 3 types of zombies which posed a great threat to the heavy-duty vehicles: L2, S2, and H1. An L2's attacks could cause damage to the battle vehicles by shaking them. An S2 could easily jump onto a heavy-duty vehicle and then use its sharp claws to slowly wear away the battle vehicle's armor. A H1 could directly use fireballs to bombard the battle vehicles. After a 2-day-long siege, a large number of these 3 types of evolved zombies had died. Hence, for the first time, Yue Zhong was able to mobilize the heavy-duty vehicles that were available and initiate a group assault on the zombie hordes. Under the group assault of those heavy-duty vehicles, countless zombies were ground up, and they began to crazily advance towards the depths of the zombie hordes. Those evolved zombies which had originally gathered at the west gate, however, were blocked by the densely packed zombie hordes with no way to quickly return and help. They were only able to watch the heavy-duty vehicles charge into the depths of the zombie hordes. Note: the author repeats himself so much. When the fleet's assault reached 2000 m into the zombie hordes, there was a steep rise in the number of mutated zombies. In the midst of the zombie hordes, there were almost 100 Type 2 evolved zombies consisting of types L2 and S2. They crazily fled out of the sea of zombies into the distance. A large number of zombies automatically parted, providing that small group of evolved zombies with an escape route. They finally appeared. Yue Zhong watched the elite army of nearly 100 evolved zombies flee with an emboldened light in his eyes. Little Greenie flew towards that small zombie horde. Once the Z-type zombies possessed wisdom, they became as cowardly as human executives. If the situation was just slightly bad, it would take the elite troops and flee. In the middle of the group of zombies, a Z1 held onto an L2's head as it watched Yue Zhong riding on Little Greenie in the sky. Upon seeing this, its very human-like eyes flashed with a hint of fear and it emitted a sharp whistle, pushing the L2 to go a little faster. Little Greenie took Yue Zhong and they caught up very quickly to the zombie group. Yue Zhong lightly jumped down from Little Greenie's back. As soon as Yue Zhong landed, 5S2S rushed over towards him like ghosts. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold light and he rushed towards those 5S2S, consecutively dealing 5 sword blows like thunder and directly beheading the 5S2S rushing over. Taking advantage of the situation in which Yue Zhong had finished 5S2S, Little Greenie surged towards the Z1. Upon seeing Little Greenie, the Z1's eyes immediately became crimson and a powerful spiritual shockwave bombarded towards Little Greenie. However, mutated beasts innately had extremely powerful spirits. The Z1's spiritual shockwave had no effect on Little Greenie in the slightest. In one pounce, Little Greenie snatched away the Z1 and vigorously scratched it, cutting the Z1 into several pieces with his sharp claws. When the Z1 died, the remaining zombies surrounding the outside of Qingyuan County immediately collapsed into a mess. They were simply relying on their instincts to chase after the noise the huge fleet made. I've already dealt with the zombie commander. Right now you must immediately return to the city and not spread this news. Yue Zhong pulled out a radio and sent an order to Wu Guang, who had launched the assault. Note: Wu Guang is the soldier who left Su Zhenggang first. Once he received Yue Zhong's order, Wu Guang immediately drove back in the direction of the east gate with the huge fleet. The zombie horde's commander had been dealt with and the remaining zombie strength didn't pose any threat to the people in the city, so they naturally had to immediately return since fuel was also a very precious resource. After the death of the Z1, those 100 Type 2 evolved zombies gathered around it immediately pounced crazily towards Yue Zhong, who glanced at them and ran away. Those 100-plus evolved zombies included over 40 L2S that had gathered together, so even Yue Zhong would find it difficult to defeat them. After Yue Zhong led the 100-plus zombies around in a circle, he suddenly activated his shadow step skill. His entire body was like thunder as he rushed in the direction of where the Z1 had died. Between a few ups and downs, he threw off those 100-plus evolved zombies. Where the Z1 had died, a skill book suddenly burst out of the Z1, as well as a green treasure box. Note: China novel translated as blue, whilst Eugene translated it as green, which I'll use as well, and 200 survival coins, all of which Yue Zhong put into his bag. After doing all this, Yue Zhong jumped onto Little Greenie's back and rode him back towards the city. Chapter 194. Seize Power. Level 3 Treasure. Dark Magic Sword. This is an extremely sharp-edged magic sword that has the power to slice through gold and split jade. Level 4 Skill Book. Second Order Shadow Steps. Advanced Shadow Step Skill. Only after Shadow Step skill has been enhanced 3 times can this skill be learnt. After activating this skill, agility can be increased by 90 points in a time span of 5 minutes and 40 points of stamina are consumed. Yue Zhong carefully examined the dark magic sword in his hands, a model similar to the Tang sword in sharpness. Its whole body was black. The blade was 1.5 m long and etched upon it were strange runes. The sword hilt had 3 grooves and the whole body of it exuded a cold chill. Yue Zhong played with the dark magic sword for a while and rejoiced in his heart, before immediately putting it back into his storage ring. As for the second order shadow step skill, it was directly thrown by Yue Zhong into the storage ring and stored there. When the Z-series zombie had died, the remaining 100,000 plus zombies were no longer able to organize a large-scale siege. Once Yue Zhong had returned to the base camp, he had immediately let most of his comrades go back and rest. After the present day's battle, Yue Zhong's elite troops went around putting out fires everywhere. Although they had gained strength, the amount of stamina they had lost wasn't small. Every one of them was tired, and once they lay down on their beds, they fell into a deep sleep like dogs would. From time to time, gunshots sounded from the north gate, where the governmental forces were guarding. It was the shooting experts among the police, special police, and armed police forces eradicating the normal zombies. Among the government-controlled armed forces, there were also many marksmen, especially the elites in the special police and armed police forces, who had already undergone rigorous training before the end of the world. After, they progressed very quickly, and so many of them became marksmen. As night fell, there was no moon in the sky and the whole earth was shrouded in a layer of darkness. There were only a few places that were illuminated by lights. Under the cover of darkness, Yue Zhong, Chang Yu, and Chen Shitu, as well as the first and second teams directly under him, sneaked quietly into the vicinity of the north gate. The north gate had the same defense system as the west and south gates, with an IFV as the core, as well as 2 light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns forming a barrage, which blocked the path leading to the inner city. A team composed of over 40 survivors and a dozen policemen was patrolling upon the city walls to prevent the zombies below from carrying out a siege. Near the north gate, more than a dozen houses had been converted to temporary barracks by governmental requisition. They were full of special police, armed police, and normal police. If there were any signs of trouble, those troops could emerge from the houses and provide reinforcements to the front line. Yue Zhong and his men carefully crawled forward and sneaked up to the IFV. Then they suddenly moved out and rushed in the direction of the IFV like thunder, whilst at the same time, Yue Zhong activated his Art of Fear skill. Under the powerful coercion of the Art of Fear skill, the 6 policemen and 3 soldiers surrounding the IFV instantly fainted out of fright. After Yue Zhong had instantly dealt with those 9 armed men, Chang Yu immediately brought people with him as he quickly approached those 9 people and firmly tied all of them up, at the same time gagging them with rags. Chang Yu took out a blowgun coated with powerful anesthetic and heavily blew, making a policeman standing guard in front of the building immediately faint. Almost simultaneously, Yue Zhong activated his Art of Fear skill and directed it towards the other policemen. The huge mental coercion turned into a straight line that bombarded the policeman's sea of consciousness, directly causing him to faint. After getting rid of those 2 policemen, Yue Zhong and his men rushed into the building. The team of elite soldiers closely followed behind Yue Zhong and quickly rushed into the building too. When Yue Zhong arrived in front of a room, the dark magic sword in his hand lightly struck towards the room's lock and broke it off like cutting through tofu. Upon opening the door to the room, he saw that there were only 8 policemen who were fast asleep with barely any defenses. They had never thought that Yue Zhong would attack right when the zombies had retreated. A team infiltrated the room and very skillfully stunned those 8 policemen, before tying them up and gagging them. Using this method, Yue Zhong and his men raided room after room, capturing the policemen, armed policemen and special policemen who were all asleep and stunning all of them. What are you people? When Yue Zhong and his group reached the 7th floor, a policeman who came out to urinate saw them. His complexion paled and he loudly shouted. Yue Zhong's figure flashed and he rushed towards the policeman in just a few moments. He used his hand like a knife to hack at the policeman's neck, and the policeman fainted. TL, like this. However, that policeman's sharp cry alerted the other policemen. After Yue Zhong and his men took advantage of the opportunity to capture all the policemen in a room who didn't have time to arm themselves, they finally faced resistance from the remaining police. 6 policemen with Type 54 pistols guarded over a path, unceasingly opening fire to stop the advance of Yue Zhong and his men. Yue Zhong activated his encompassing body armor skill for the first time, and bone armor with astonishing defense quickly covered his entire body. He endured the shots coming from the 6 policemen and crazily rushed forward. The bullets hit the bone armor on his body and ricocheted away, not even able to leave a trace on it. In under 6 seconds, Yue Zhong covered a distance of 100 m and appeared in front of those policemen. With 1 strike for each, he chopped at the policemen's necks and they all fainted. After finishing off those 6 policemen, Yue Zhong and his men directly charged up to the police and special police, blocking the way, stunning all of them in one move. In situations without devices like 40mm rocket launchers, grenades and other heavy weaponry, normal bullets simply couldn't penetrate through the bone armor covering Yue Zhong. Grinding up the enemies like a tank, Yue Zhong rampaged like a devil, chopping at all of the policemen blocking the way and making them faint. He KO'd all the way up to the top floor. Qian Jianfeng, leader of the survival camp, saw how Yue Zhong took big steps into the command room, covered in bone armor by means of activating the encompassing body armor skill. He let out a long sigh, saying, "So it turned out to be you, Yue Zhong. There are some things that I still don't understand. Why would you launch a raid at this sort of time? In the present situation, only if our 2 sides join forces can we block this time's zombie siege." In the whole base, there was only Yue Zhong's faction that had the power and ability to launch a raid on the governmental forces. When Qian Jianfeng heard the gunfight from below, he inferred who the intruder was. It was just that he wasn't able to understand why Yue Zhong would launch a raid on the base at this sort of time. Even if Yue Zhong had forcibly seized the base's power, as well as the police, special police and armed police forces, he would temporarily have no way of making use of them. Without the test of time, if Yue Zhong gave weapons to those police, special police and armed police forces, there was a possibility that the other side would immediately turn on and open fire towards him. Behind Chen Jianfeng stood Wei Fei, who was glaring at Yue Zhong with an appearance full of the desire to battle. Note: Wei Fei is the dude who we saw a while back. He's the captain of the special police squadron, likes to think he's good at fighting and has decent strength. Yue Zhong stared at Chen Jianfeng and said slowly, word by word, "Mayor Chan, I have already gotten rid of this time's zombie horde commander. Although there are still 100,000 zombies outside, there is nothing to fear. Eradicating them is only a matter of time. You should surrender. Over half of your subordinates have already been captured by me. If you continue to stubbornly resist, both sides will only suffer from meaningless casualties and nothing more." It was only because he had gotten rid of the commander amid the zombies that Yue Zhong dared to launch a raid on the government side. Otherwise, in order to keep hold of the base, he would choose to temporarily get along in peace with the government. Chen Jianfeng fell silent for a while before sighing, "All right, I surrender." The current balance of power was already very clear. Yue Zhong's side had control over a large number of survivors and troops. Also, over 70 of the base's combatants were gathered in this building. If Chen Jianfeng continued to let people resist, that would only create more casualties and hold no meaning. There were relations between Chen Jianfeng and Chen Yao, therefore he knew that Yue Zhong counted as a qualified leader. Therefore, in a hopeless situation, he was unwilling to let others die in vain. The tides have been set. After hearing the words of Chen Jianfeng, Yue Zhong lightly let out a sigh of relief as well. If Chen Jianfeng let people continue to resist, casualties might appear in his men. Amid the ranks of the police, special police, and armed police, there were also many snipers. In street fighting, they were the most formidable killers. If the battle was with Yue Zhong's first and second squads, in which every member was an elite evolver whose level exceeded 10, even they might be hit by a headshot from far away. Just then, Wei Fei, who was standing next to Chen Jianfeng, stepped out. He looked at Yue Zhong and spoke in a voice full of the desire to fight. "Yue Zhong, I want to have a fight with you." Yue Zhong glanced at Wei Fei and he frowned. "If I fight with you, what's in there for me?" Wei Fei's eyes flashed and he said word by word, "If you have a single victory against me, I will work for you. If you lose, help me properly take care of Mayor Chen's family. Let me bring my God and Devil World equipment and leave the base." Wei Fei had once received Chen Jianfeng's kindness. Only now would he be able to dedicate his life to Chen Jianfeng. With his current power, as long as he did not encounter a massive wave of zombies, he could live alone outside the base very comfortably. He wanted to continuously strengthen himself and not be bound by leveling up by wantonly killing zombies. Subsequently, he proposed to have a battle with Yue Zhong as he wanted to gain satisfaction. Yue Zhong glanced at Wei Fei, then said in a low voice, "Good." Right after Yue Zhong's words had landed, a light flashed in Wei Fei's eyes and an invincible murderous aura spread out from his body. He took a step then rushed forwards like a cheetah towards Yue Zhong, waving a tang sword in his hand as he chopped towards Yue Zhong's body. Wei Fei had already gone through many wars and at this time his enhanced level had already reached up to level 26. Also, he had enhanced the level 2 skill high-speed movement twice. At this time, when he activated his high-speed movement skill, his whole person became like a ghost. It actually overwhelmed Yue Zhong's agility, which had been enhanced many times. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yue Zhong, and the sword cut fiercely into Yue Zhong's waist. The sharp tang sword struck onto the tough bone armor and emitted a clashing metallic sound, whilst simultaneously leaving a shallow sword mark. Chapter 195. Wipe out the zombies. TL note: Dark magic knife has been changed to dark magic sword. The term used is rather ambiguous and can mean both. This chapter seems longer than usual, crying face, but it seems to be the end of an arc. I'm really quite curious about what happens next. I hope that Lei Cheng hasn't been forgotten yet. How fast? He is also a speed-type evolver. Yue Zhong was caught off guard when Wei Fei chopped at his body. He immediately brandished his sword and chopped at Wei Fei's right shoulder. Wei Fei's reaction was highly sensitive and his swordplay was superb. He flicked his sword upwards and fiercely clashed with Yue Zhong's dark magic sword that chopped down. The two swords met with a huge, explosive force. Yue Zhong and Wei Fei both took 2 steps back. Based on physical strength, they were equal. The God and Devil World equipment on Yue Zhong were excellent, but Wei Fei had the backing of the base. The majority of the base's good equipment landed on him. Therefore, the enhanced strength provided by his items wasn't far from Yue Zhong's. After probing the disparity in strength between both sides, Wei Fei's figure flashed and like a phantom, he moved at high speed in a series of blurs. He launched a hurricane-like attack towards Yue Zhong. One attack after another, he slashed at Yue Zhong from all directions. Yue Zhong could only retract his line of defense, barely withstanding Wei Fei's slashes. Before the end of the world, Wei Fei had already practiced brilliant swordplay with famous masters. His accomplishments in swordplay were much greater than Yue Zhong's, and every time Yue Zhong struck out with his sword, it would easily be negated by Wei Fei. In addition, his strategic attacks were even able to leave hints of scars on Yue Zhong's bone armor. If he didn't have the protection of the bone armor, Yue Zhong, who had never been properly trained, would long have been defeated. Ever since the end of the world, it was the first time that his plot armor had been broken through Yue Zhong had faced this sort of expert. Even Ji Qinggu, whose swordplay was exquisite, didn't give him that much pressure. This tortoiseshell-like defense is truly too hard to deal with. Wei Fei evaded an attack from Yue Zhong and slashed towards his right arm. However, there was the clashing, metallic sound and the attack only left a shallow mark. Seeing this scene, Wei Fei couldn't help to start feeling a trace of powerlessness. He had already slashed Yue Zhong's body 9 times. If the protection of the bone armor wasn't present, then every slash could make Yue Zhong lose power. However, with the protection of the bone armor, He couldn't even leave light injuries on Yue Zhong. In front of Yue Zhong's strong defense, the speed that he was initially proud of now seemed a bit weak. Not bad. This fellow's power isn't weak. I should deal with him now. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he activated his gravity manipulation skill. Continuous ripples of gravity spread out with him acting as the center. Wei Fei was affected by the gravitational ripples and his body suddenly sank, making his movements become contorted. At that moment, Yue Zhong activated his shadow step skill, and his whole person's speed surged, overwhelming Wei Fei. He took one step out and fiercely bombarded Wei Fei's abdomen with a meteor-like punch, sending Wei Fei flying backwards a few meters. Wei Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground with no strength left. Do you want to continue? Yue Zhong pointed at empty space and a sharp bone spike shot out of his palm, looming at Wei Fei's throat. If Wei Fei moved, that sharp bone spike could pierce through Wei Fei's throat. No need, you've won. Wei Fei let out a wry smile and was panting heavily. The power of the bone armor defense on Yue Zhong's body was too amazing. From the moment he had no way to break the defense, it implied that he had already lost for the most part of the battle. Since Wei Fei had been defeated, there was now nobody who could stop Yue Zhong. With Chen Jianfeng's cooperation, the whole base's remaining police, special police and armed police had surrendered to Yue Zhong. The whole base's authority had also landed in Yue Zhong's hands. Once the base's authority had landed in Yue Zhong's hands, the troublesome matters had only just began. A series of troublesome things like the base's security, the distribution of goods, hygiene, the distribution of food, appeasing the people's hearts, and so on all approached Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong dismissed all the officials in the base of their duties, only letting them keep some of their private belongings. However, the first people to seek refuge with him, Kong Tao and Qin Jiguang, as well as others who were worthy, were able to be kept and help deal with some home affairs. Chen Jianfeng was also removed from his duties, and only assisted Yue Zhong in dealing with home affairs with his identity as a chief of staff. Note: Kong Tao does public relations. He led Yue Zhong to a nightclub a while back to try and please him. Chen Jiguang welcomes people to the base. After learning Yue Zhong's an evolver, he tried to curry favor with him. Chen Jianfeng had strong capabilities and he was handy in dealing with home affairs. Nevertheless, Yue Zhong didn't dare to completely hand over the governmental powers into his hands. Moreover, for the officials and their children who liked to extort and rape women, the most heinous crimes resulted in being directly killed. The rest were all sent by Yue Zhong into the scum battalion for use as cannon fodder. In front of Yue Zhong's powerful army, even those people who held complaints in their hearts didn't dare to disobey his orders. From the police side, all sorts of inner, familial connections and the trash who did nothing but eat were eliminated, only leaving the policemen with ability and a sense of justice. They had rich experience in maintaining law and order, and were much better in this aspect than Yue Zhong's comrades who had half-baked backgrounds. The two strong special police and armed police powers were directly disbanded by Yue Zhong, and the members were divided into small, individual squads. Before, the special police and armed police were actually the strongest armed forces that Chen Jianfeng grasped, and so there were many sharpshooters with extraordinary skill among them. Some of the special police's individuals even had battle power above that of Yue Zhong's elite first and second teams. After going through the simpler procedures, Yue Zhong mobilized his troops and launched a large wipe out of the zombies outside the town, with the IFVs and other heavy vehicles as the center of the attack. The 4 IFVs and the battalion of heavy vehicles led the assault, grinding back and forth over the zombies. Then all the units took turns to battle, using the replica Tang sword to crazily behead those normal zombies. The evolved zombies were fought by Yue Zhong's most elite, immediate first and second teams, who beheaded all of them. Without the orders of the Z-series zombie, those normal zombies were just a complete mess. Against Yue Zhong's troops, who were armed to the teeth and were continually being strengthened, they had almost no strength to fight back. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Yue Zhong finally wiped out the 100,000 zombies surrounding the outside of the base. The price paid was that a lot of fuel was consumed, 20 people from the scum battalion were infected and 30 normal survivors were also infected. Victory! Victory! The 100,000 zombies outside of Qin Yuan County have already all been wiped out by the men under Captain Yu. Not long after the last wave of zombies was eradicated by Yue Zhong, news of the victory immediately spread across Qingyuan County. Upon hearing news of the victory, the slightly lifeless Qingyuan County became excited again, and cheers sounded throughout the town. The matter of the 100,000 zombies outside of Qingyuan County was constantly suspended above all the townspeople's heads like the sword of Damocles. If the town was broken into, all of the people in Qingyuan County would be torn to pieces by those zombies. The event of Yue Zhong and his men wiping out the 100,000 zombies was truly uplifting. Due to wiping out most of the zombies, Captain Yu has decided that for today's rations, everyone will get an extra sweet bun. Note, the Chinese characters used actually mean welfare meals, but I thought that rations would work better. If you think that I should change it back to the original, please leave your thoughts in the comments. The second announcement immediately then spread among the crowd. Hearing this message, the survivors of Qingyuan were even happier and praises of Yue Zhong were constantly heard. The majority of the survivors had always relied on rations to survive and had almost never eaten until they were full. For a bun, many women would even be willing to sell their own body. Right now, Yue Zhong had announced that everyone could receive an extra sweet bun, so naturally that would make them excited. When the rations were being handed out, every survivor had a greedy, starved light exposed in their eyes as they saw hamper after hamper of white buns. The survivors that had received those sweet buns ate them in large mouthfuls, their eyes full of a brief happiness. Most of the survivors felt very content towards the white buns that Yue Zhong had distributed. However, there were also those who were unsatisfied with such treatment. Note, so the next part can be considered slightly racist, but in a lot of stories the bad guys are always the government officials and or foreigners. In one residential area, 43 foreigners of different skin color each held a bowl of gruel and a sweet bun. They looked at each other with bitter faces. Before, they were among the privileged residents of the specialty region. Although they were unable to eat as they wanted there, like before the end of the world, they would definitely not go hungry. They simply didn't put meals like gruel and buns in their eyes. A black man looked at the bowl of gruel in his hands and said in a slightly vulgar way, "Damn, it's gruel again. We've already eaten this sort of stuff for 3 days now. Right now I've got diarrhea. Oh God, this bastard Yue Zhong is really too stingy." TL note, so I said I wouldn't censor anything unless absolutely necessary, but out of courtesy to those who may be eating something while reading this, I changed the diarrhea part from the original because, well, just copy this into some machine translator and you'll know. A blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged woman with a slightly obese figure called Felicity frowned. She looked at the black man and said, "Echo, please can you be a bit more civilized when you talk? Your statement has made me lose my desire to eat." Note, wow, loads of notes in this chapter. Anyway, I have no idea on how to translate, despite searching it up in loads of online dictionaries and stuff. If anyone knows, please tell me in the comments. For now, I'm using Echo because is also the name in Chinese for the League of Legends hero. Echo shrugged, coldly smiled, and continued to disgust Felicity. "These disgusting things are just like my vomit from this morning. Watching you eat those things is just like watching you eat my vomit. Oh, God. This is really too amusing." Echo's words made the foreigners gathered around lose their appetite. They glared at him one after another. A gentle-looking young man wearing glasses called Choi Minho said, "This will not do. I suggest that we should come together, find this place's supreme ruler Yue Zhong and have a talk with him. To fight for the rights we should have." "Good. Choi Minho. You should be our representative." "I choose Choi Minho to be our representative." One after another, those 43 foreigners elected Choi Minho as their representative, hoping that on their behalf, he could negotiate with Yue Zhong to obtain the treatment that they wanted. This was the principle of shoot the bird that takes the lead, which was not only understood by the Chinese people but also by the foreigners living in China, who were very clear on this. Note, equals shoot the bird that takes the lead, a Chinese proverb that basically means that the foreigners want Choi Minho to take one for the team. Choi Minho finished his sweet bun in a couple of mouthfuls, stood up and righteously said, "Good. I will represent everybody and go fight for the treatment that everyone deserves. Choi Min-ho also wasn't a fool. He understood the principle of shoot the bird that takes the lead. However, if it was well maneuvered, the bird that takes the lead wouldn't necessarily be unable to turn into the leader. Risks and opportunities always coexist. Wang Shuang, third-year uni student saved by Yue Zhong near the start of the series, found Yue Zhong practicing shooting at the shooting gallery and said with a headache, "Captain Yu, those foreigners are making trouble and want to see you." Yue Zhong put down his gun and his eyebrows furrowed. He slowly asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Shuang let out a wry smile and said, "The 43 foreigners in the base have formed a group and are strongly requesting us to give them humanitarian aid and fair treatment in accordance with international practice." Humanitarian aid? Chun Jianfeng and his people have really fattened up these foreigners' courage. I am just going to see them once. Yue Zhong smiled coldly and strode outside. Chapter 196. Deal with the foreign friends. Very quickly, Yue Zhong reached the Western District Square, only to see that 43 foreigners stood there. There were both men and women among those 43 foreigners, and they were all well-dressed. Like dogs, their appearances hadn't been baptized by the end of the world in the slightest. Before, when the base was in its most difficult time, it didn't let these foreign friends suffer any hardships. 7 of Yue Zhong's official members stood at the side armed with rifles, coldly staring at those foreigners. If they moved in the slightest, a bullet would mercilessly penetrate through their bodies. Yue Zhong walked up to the center of the square, overlooked the 43 foreigners below and said icily, "I am the one called Yue Zhong. If you have anything to say, then quickly speak, as you only have this one chance." Yue Zhong did not actually hate foreigners. It was just that the base's treatment towards the foreigners was much better than to the country's people themselves. Whilst a large number of compatriot survivors were starving, those foreigners were living carefree in the specialty region. It was this that made Yue Zhong feel very uncomfortable. Receiving worse treatment than the foreigners upon their own country's ground, Yue Zhong really didn't know whether this country was the foreigners or his own. "Chief Yue Zhong, hello. I am Choi Min-ho, Chairman of South Korea DY Group's Asian Division. I hereby submit a request on behalf of the following friends from Japan, America, Italy, and the United Kingdom. We hope that you can comply with international practice and provide us with humanitarian assistance. We are very fond of China, this beautiful, mysterious, friendly, and culturally advanced country. We have always followed the rules of your country, China, and have not done anything that has violated your country's laws. Therefore, we hope that you protect our private property and give us fair treatment." Choi Min-ho lightly smiled towards Yue Zhong and said, "Foreigners as despotic and arrogant as Toshi Kameda were not that many. The reason he could behave that way was because he was closely colluding with the base's senior officials. Toshi Kameda had the resources to be arrogant. The 43 foreigners gathered on the square basically did still abide with China's laws. Even within the base, their behavior was still much better than that of the senior officials and their children. This was also something they relied on to dare to come up with a request for Yue Zhong." Note: previously, China Novel translated Toshi Kameda as Gue Tianshou, which is what it is in Chinese. However, it said that he's Japanese, so I tried my best to translate the name into its Japanese version. To remind any readers, Toshi Kameda was a Japanese VIP who was trampled over by Yue Zhong and later assassinated or something. I say this with much regret, Mr. Choi Min-ho. All things like international practice and humanitarian aid don't work here in my place. The only thing I can do is be fair and treat you and other people equally. If you want enough to eat, then you must do the same as other people and work. If you don't work, then you can only receive an amount of rations that will not be able to fill up your stomach. Of course, if you think that the treatment at my place is harsh, as compensation for you abiding with China's laws, right now you can all take your personal belongings with you and leave. I will not stop you. Wang Shuang, you can just follow this principle to deal with them. If they make trouble again, send the men to the scum battalion and the women will be incorporated into the 3rd labor camp." Yue Zhong lightly said those words, then turned around and left. After the end of the world, order collapsed and morality fell. Many men released the dark incarnation from their hearts and committed various crimes. The majority of women were weak, but in the same way, many of them also cruelly committed various felonies like eating, killing, and abusing people. These women were dealt with mercilessly by Yue Zhong in the same way. Those who deserved death were directly killed, whilst the women who didn't quite deserve the death sentence were put into labor camps. Note: the idiom used here literally means, with a cruel heart and poisonous hand. Basically, cruelty. These slave laborers had no human rights. Not only were they held in prisons, they also had to do heavy labor. If necessary, they would be given to soldiers who had made great merits to enjoy. One of the most important reasons for the existence of females was that they could give birth. As long as there were offspring, the race would be able to continue. With the keynote that Yue Zhong had set down, Wang Shuang's courage was boosted. He looked at Choi Min-ho and the other foreigners, all of them looking rather pale, and said loudly, "All of you, come over here to report your specialty. We will allocate jobs to you depending on your specialty, and those without any ability will become laborers. Of course, if you take your private property and leave this place right now, we will also not stop you." Note: the original phrase for laborers was actually coolies. Coolies, which is a proper word, just sounds kinda strange to me, so I stuck with laborers. At this time, there were still many zombies littered around Qingyuan County. Without any methods of transportation, if normal people left the city, they might immediately be devoured up completely by those zombies. Choi Min-ho and those foreigners naturally weren't stupid and could only go up sensibly to report their own specialty one by one. Then let Wang Shuang make arrangements. As he watched the foreigners who, before the end of the world, had a social status far above him obediently come up to him one by one and report their specialty, a sense of superiority spontaneously welled up in him. There was even a French woman who threw him a flirtatious look. By now, Wang Shuang had already grown to become a level 13 evolver, and he kept 2 beautiful women. Back then, if he hadn't been determined to follow Yue Zhong, right now, he would either have landed in the mouths of zombies or he would be the lowest level survivor bitterly struggling amidst cold and hunger. Yue Zhong had just returned to the shooting gallery when Su Zhengang came up to him. Looking at Su Zhengang, he felt a bit surprised and asked, "What happened?" After Su Zhengang had accepted Yue Zhong's recruitment and joined his forces, as always, he didn't have the intention of improving their personal relationship. He always stayed among his own squad members and trained them. During battle, he was also the first to rush up to the front line with a very strong desire to fight. Su Zhengang really was the perfect role model of a soldier, the best knife. Note: best knife sounds somewhat strange, but I couldn't think of any other way to put it than to literally translate the term. This meaning should be clear though. With a straight face, Su Zhengang slowly said, "Captain Yu, I believe that there is a problem with the current establishment of our armed forces. Not including the Scum Battalion, our current armed personnel have already exceeded 500 men. Using the crude establishment of teams, squadrons, brigades, and the like to command the troops to launch a coordinated attack is very problematic. If our armed forces continue increasing, this sort of model is not conducive to our command and control over them. Personally, I think that we should initiate a formalized reorganization of the troops whilst our armed personnel are still not that many in number." When Yue Zhong had originally reorganized the teams at Always Bright Village, he didn't think too much at the time. It was just that he had wanted to organize an elite squad, pass through the zombie hordes, and go back to Guangxi to find his loved ones. Yue Zhong didn't have a military background, and he also didn't have much experience. Therefore, he only ended up forming a bizarre, crude establishment consisting of a team, squadron, and brigade. Note: Always Bright Village was where Yue Zhong overthrew Tiger before he headed to Longhai City Base. For searching for supplies and battles on a small scale, this type of crude establishment didn't have many problems. However, with one glance, professional military officers like Su Zhengang would be able to make out the shortcomings of an establishment as such, that it wasn't conducive to the control and mobilization of a large force. Also, the prospects of promotion for the squad members wasn't clear enough. Being promoted to the official team meant already reaching the peak. Yue Zhong understood everything instantly. "You mean to carry out a reorganization of the troops in accordance with the establishment and model of the regular army?" Su Zhengang rigidly handed a copy of the information to Yue Zhong. Right? The current military establishment has already undergone the test of time and practice. There are basically no major oversights. I believe that we should reorganize according to the establishment and model of the regular army. This is the establishment that is able to emerge from our current military strength. Please have a look. Yue Zhong received that copy of information to have a look, only to see that upon the copy, it was written clearly that the military strength of his powers could be reorganized into a reinforced battalion, with 4 reinforced companies under its management. Even the number of people in each company and the basic equipment required was clearly written down. It was only for the military officers of the individual companies and platoons that nothing was written. After Yue Zhong finished reading that information copy, he said towards Su Zhengang, "I know now. I will consider it. You withdraw first." Yes. Su Zhengang performed a standard military salute towards Yue Zhong and then withdrew. The rumor of Yue Zhong preparing to reorganize the troops spread very quickly among the captains of each team. Many people had their hearts heat up and people began walking around in Yue Zhong's area more frequently. In the establishment of that battalion, Yue Zhong himself would naturally serve as the commander. The person he chose as deputy battalion commander was Qidian, which no one objected. However, regarding the officer positions below battalion commander, company commander, deputy company commander, platoon commander, and deputy platoon commander, people couldn't help but be tempted. 3 days later, Yue Zhong summoned all of the main personnel under his command to Qingyuan County to have a meeting. The seats in the meeting room had long been filled up with the captains of each team under Yue Zhong's command. All of them from different social classes. Before the end of the world, some were farmers, some were villagers, some were soldiers, some were prisoners, some were students. There were all kinds of people gathered together here due to a strange combination of circumstances, yet between them they still formed small groups in accordance with their status and motives. Sitting beside Lu Yen, Kong Tianyu cracked a smile and said, "Captain Lu, this time I will congratulate you first. You began following Captain Yu the earliest. It looks like the position of a company commander won't escape from you." Note: Kong Tianyu is a ruthless guy under Yue Zhong's command. I have no idea when he appeared. If anyone does know, please tell me in the comments. Lu Yen is an ex-gunman of Tiger, whom Yue Zhong overthrew. Lu Yen glanced in the direction of Chen Shirtu and slowly let out a sigh. Not necessarily. Qidian can definitely become the commanding officer of a company. Ji Qingguo will maybe become the commanding officer of a company as well. Captain Yu always holds De Guzi in high regard. Maybe he can also become the commanding officer of a company. There is also Chen Shirtu, whose daughter has an ambiguous relationship, affair, with Captain Yu. He also isn't weak in strength, and so he is another candidate for the company commander positions. Wang Shuang is actually Captain Yu's classmate and his earliest follower. That fellow Su Zhengang has outstanding military accomplishments and puts his whole heart into developing the armed forces. He has the support of Wu Guang and others from the former army as well, and is also a candidate for the company commander positions. Ah, the competition is fierce. Kong Tianyu's eyebrows furrowed and he thought for a moment. It really was as Lu Yan had said. The competition for the company commander positions truly was fierce to the extreme. The captains of the other individual teams were also discussing between each other in low voices, mainly about the 4 company commander positions. One company commander would be able to have 100 subordinates. Even amid Yue Zhong's influence, they would be a vital officer. Just then, Yue Zhong strode into the meeting room with Guo Yu, who was wearing a professional suit, following behind him as if she were his shadow. As soon as Yue Zhong entered the meeting room, all of the captains quietened down, their eyes full of glows as they looked towards him. After he sat down and observed the surroundings, Yue Zhong said to Guo Yu, "The meeting officially starts. Guo Yu, come read out my decision." Chapter 197. Reorganize the troops. We'll now announce Captain Yu's personnel appointments. From today onwards, the official teams will be disbanded. All personnel will be converted to military personnel, and supplies can be obtained in accordance with the corresponding military rank. In accordance with our side's current armed forces, the regiment will consist of 4 battalions. The post of regiment commander will be held by Yue Zhong. who shall also hold the post of commander of the 1st Main Battalion. The post of regiment vice-commander will be held by Qidian, who shall also hold the post of commander of the 2nd Main Battalion. The vice-commander of the 1st Main Battalion will be Su Zhenggang. The vice-commander of the 2nd Main Battalion will be Lu Yan. The commander of the 3rd Defense Battalion will be De Guzi, and the vice-commander will be Wang Shuang. The immediate commander of the 4th Special Combat Battalion will be Ji Qinggu, and the vice-commander will be Chang Yu. Note: Chang Yu is an assassin whom Yue Zhong recruited a while ago. The 1st Main Battalion will manage 4 companies. The commander of the 1st company will be Lu Yan, and the vice-commander will be Zhao Xing. The commander of the 2nd company will be Kong Tianyu, and the vice-commander will be Lang Zi. The commander of the 3rd company will be Chen Shirtu, and the vice-commander will be Xiao Ming. The commander of the 4th Armored Company will be Wu Guang, and the vice-commander will be Lang Zi. Note: Zhao Xing is from the Chen family's village. Lang Zi used to be under Su Zhenggang's command. Chen Shirtu was the best hunter from the Chen family's village. Xiao Ming is an ex-gunman from Always Bright Village. Wu Guang also used to be under Su Zhenggang's command. The 2nd Main Battalion will manage 3 companies. The commander of the 1st Company. The 3rd Defense Battalion will manage 2 companies. The commander of the 1st Company will be. The 4th Special Combat Battalion will be directly under Captain Yu, and no one else has the right to mobilize the battalion. After the entire base had landed in Yue Zhong's hands, the number of people under his control had already broken past the mark of 10,000. After the end of the world, men had relatively strong bodies, and thus their survival rate was quite high. Among the 10,000 people there were over 5,000 men, whilst the rest were women and children. If Yue Zhong engaged carelessly in military activities, he would be entirely capable of pulling out a large army of 4,000 men. Nevertheless, the result would be that there'd be a shortage of manpower in all aspects. Subsequently, Yue Zhong only established 4 battalions with just over 1,000 men. The 1st Main Battalion under Yue Zhong's command had over 400 people altogether, grouping a large number of the elite soldiers and evolvers together. Moreover, those who previously had a military occupation were greatest in number and formed one of the strongest battalions. The majority of the soldiers in Qiang's 2nd Main Battalion had already experienced the battle in Qingyuan County. Those who had fought with the zombies also gained an enhanced element of survival, but their strength was still much less than that of Yue Zhong's 1st Battalion. Nevertheless, they were all evolvers and didn't lack courage when fighting zombies, so as long as their training was stricter, their strength would not be weak. De Guzi's Defense Battalion only had 2 companies, platoons of veteran evolvers, while most of the rest were newly recruited survivors, whose strength in melee combat might not even exceed that of the Scum Battalion. The Special Combat Battalion that Ji Qinggu presided over assembled the outstanding evolvers whom were under Yue Zhong's command. Chang Yu, Wei Fei, Gu Zhixing, and others who had extraordinary strength or whose level exceeded 15. These evolvers had great ability, and the aim was for them to be used like a sharp, indestructible blade. Note: Wei Fei equals guy Yue Zhong fought with a couple of chapters ago. Gu Zhixing equals Flame King Gu. With assassinations and blasting, each one of them could fight 1 against 10 when hunting high-leveled zombies and mutated beasts. However, evolvers like this were very rare, and currently, Ji Qingwu's Special Combat Battalion only had 23 people. Once the integration of the military was complete, Ji Qingwu's Special Combat Battalion received rigorous training from the former elite Special Soldier Wei Fei and the former top killer Chang Yu. The evolvers of the Special Combat Battalion had all been enhanced to a very high degree and had all hunted over 100 zombies. It was just that the majority of them were like Yue Zhong and didn't come from any particular background, killing weaklings such as normal zombies, which they could rely on their absolute power to easily pulverize. However, in order to deal with the cunning of humans, without the corresponding military achievements and fighting capability, it wouldn't be possible. For instance, with a skill like scouting, if the person had not undergone rigorous training and hadn't received guidance from their seniors, it would be very hard for them to become an excellent scout. The difference between evolvers and normal humans was that after undergoing enhancement, an evolver's physique would be much stronger in quality than the average person. In this way, as long as an evolver underwent rigorous training, their strength would be able to rival that of those special forces from before the end of the world. Apart from the Special Combat Battalion, Yue Zhong's other individual forces all started their formal military training. The two main battalions practiced combat whilst also starting their military training under the guidance of Su Zhanggang and those other former government army officers. Yue Zhong had even specially opened a military academy, with himself as principal. The few platoon leaders who had come to his side to seek refuge from the government became lecturers and explained a variety of military combat skills to each of the commanding officers of Yue Zhong's forces. The zombies in the vicinity of Shanglin County, who were preparing to attack Qingyuan County, were all swept away. Yue Zhong immediately sent people to Shanglin to search for a large quantity of supplies. The supplies that Yue Zhong controlled instantly became even richer and more diverse. In that battle, the fuel consumption was great, but that was compensated for by what was obtained from the petrol stations in Shanglin County and its vicinity. Thus, there was still a surplus. Shanglin County was renowned for producing imitations of well-known electric vehicle brands. In the county, therefore, there was a large amount of components involved in the production of electric vehicles and motorcycles. At the same time, there was a large number of half-completed electric vehicles and motorcycles. Those electric vehicles and motorcycles were transported back, and the two main battalions were equipped with them. In a situation as such, where there weren't enough APCs, armored personnel carriers, these motorcycles and electric vehicles could greatly strengthen the mobility of Yue Zhong's side. Right after the consumption of fuel had been solved, another urgent issue was placed in front of Yue Zhong. The ammunition that they had stocked wasn't enough to support them if they were to fight a large battle. Even if Yue Zhong was frugal, after going through many large battles like recovering the granary, protecting Qingyuan County and recovering Big Cliff Village, the consumption of the ammunition that he had stocked up was inevitable. Currently, all that remained of the ammunition Yue Zhong had stocked up on was 1/3 of what he had once recovered from the military compound. As for the IFVs, his trump cards, each one only had 2 boxes of ammunition left. When going to Shanglin County to search for supplies, Yue Zhong and his team had also discovered many pleasant surprises. They had found 2 mutated water snake scales en route. Apparently, those zombies were only interested in the flesh and blood of the mutated beasts and not the scales, which they had no way to digest. At the shooting gallery, Yue Zhong had just began his shooting training. Both of his hands were steady, and with a Type 03 rifle, he fired 10 consecutive shots at a target 100 m away. After those 10 shots, 10 bullet holes appeared in the place of the 10 ring on the target bullseye. In just 10 shots, Yue Zhong had actually reached a terrifying score of 100. Yue Zhong looked at that target from afar, and his eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Ever since the end of the world, there wasn't a single day where he stopped training his shooting skills. His hard work had finally brought him a huge achievement. Yue Zhong turned his head around to look at the little lowly Yao Yao, who was wearing a small-sized military uniform and also holding a Type 03 rifle. He wriggled his finger at her provocatively. Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him and lifted up the Type 03 rifle, which to her was gigantic. She aimed at a target 100 m away and fired 10 consecutive shots. After those 10 shots, 7 bullet holes appeared on the 10 ring of Yao Yao's target. 2 bullet holes appeared on the 9 ring and 1 bullet hole appeared on the 8 ring. This lowly Yao Yao had actually also received a good score of 96. Yue Zhong looked at Yao Yao's target from afar, and the little bit of smugness in his heart vanished into thin air. He had been continually improving, yet this lowly Yao Yao's progress was even more monstrous than his, making him feel slightly depressed. It's important to know that the first time both sides competed at shooting, Yao Yao's shots were all off target. As Yao Yao watched the target in the distance, her adorable little cheeks showed a depressed expression. This time, she had lost to Yue Zhong again. Yue Zhong glanced at this lowly with outstanding talent and lightly smiled. He questioned, "You've lost. This time, what have you decided to lose to me?" Normally, Yue Zhong and Yao Yao would place some bets on their competition. Yao Yao mostly sought for free time to hang around outside. On the other hand, Yue Zhong liked seeing this genius lowly Yao Yao's difficult appearance. Yao Yao hesitated for a moment before having a feel in the pockets of her military uniform. She pulled out a sharp dagger and handed it to Yue Zhong, saying, "I lose this to you." To Yao Yao, this sharp dagger for self-defense was a very important item. Right when Yao Yao was going through her pockets, with his sharp eyes, Yue Zhong spotted something that shouldn't have been there appear in his field of vision. His face instantly darkened, and with one hand, he grabbed the lowly Yao Yao. From her pockets, he turned out a grenade. Note: the Ross say, sweet potato grenade. I assume this is not an explosive root vegetable, but rather a grenade that is shaped somewhat oddly. Wait a moment. What's this thing? Yao Yao looked at the grenade in Yue Zhong's hands, and her little face paled. She twisted her petite body and tried to escape. This grenade was what she had just stolen from the Special Combat Battalion. She also knew that this sort of thing could not be seen by Yue Zhong, otherwise it would be over for her. However, Yue Zhong's big hands were like pincers. No matter how much Yao Yao struggled, she was unable to break free from his big hands. This should be what you've stolen, you little rascal. Yue Zhong pressed Yao Yao down firmly onto his thigh with his left hand, his right hand spanking Yao Yao's little buttocks with a pa-pa-pa. Note: now, I know some people enjoy the XXX scenes, but I don't think this is what you're looking for. Wah! After Yao Yao's bottom had been hit by Yue Zhong a few times, her eyes were red and she started crying loudly. And you're still crying. Stealing things isn't right in the first place. If this was in an Arab country or somewhere similar, your hand would be directly chopped off. Moreover, this sort of thing is too dangerous. Even with a moment of carelessness, your small physique would explode into pulp. And you still dare to play with anything. Yue Zhong scolded as he stared at Yao Yao. If naughty children like her weren't given a bit of a lesson, she could overturn the heavens. Yao Yao clenched her teeth and stared at Yue Zhong with her slightly red eyes and an extremely unyielding, stubborn appearance. Never mind. This time I'll let you off. This grenade is confiscated. Go back and properly attend lessons. Originally, Yue Zhong had wanted to detonate the grenade himself to teach Yao Yao how dangerous they were, but then he changed his mind and did not do so. This was because grenades were also scarce resources. Back then, if he didn't have a large number of grenades, he wouldn't have been able to kill that mutated rat king. As soon as Yue Zhong loosened his grip, Yao Yao leapt off of his thigh and both of her red eyes stared at him, looking reluctantly at the grenade in his hands. Then she swiftly ran off, until not even her shadow could be seen. Right after Yue Zhong had taught Yao Yao a lesson, Xiaoyu and Gaoying were brought by two soldiers up to him. Note: those two people told Yue Zhong where this military base was in exchange for being taken back to Longhai City base. Yue Zhong glanced at Xiaoyu, who always seemed elegant and attractive, and lightly said, "Miss Xiaoyu, would you please tell me what you're here to ask me for?" After Qing Yuan County had landed in Yue Zhong's hands, Xiaoyu and Gaoying hadn't really been living well. Yue Zhong's treatment towards them was the same as to normal survivors. Only by doing work could they have food to eat, or otherwise, they would only be able to eat rations. Xiaoyu was of noble birth, although before the end of the world, she was really nothing more than a college student without any particularly outstanding ability. There were a lot of students with a master's degree or PhD here in Yue Zhong's place, and there were also many with rich work experience. Compared with other people, her only advantage was a beautiful appearance and body. Xiaoyu had no way of finding the job she wanted. Therefore, she ended up looking for Yue Zhong. Chapter 198: Xiaoyu's Trade. Slightly weird spacing here, will try to change in the future. Xiaoyu looked towards Yue Zhong and laughed heartily. I hope to join the new government as an official, with a rank not lower than major. The separation between the government and army ensured that those of higher positions would not be overcompensated from both sides. After Yue Zhong had carried out the reorganization of the troops, he also began separating government officials from the military into two divisions. However, due to the fact that they were in a war situation, the government also implemented a rank system. Officials would be compensated accordingly with their rank. Amongst the new government, the rank of a major would represent one of the core members. Yue Zhong frowned and looked at Xiaoyu. He slowly said, "Miss Xiaoyu, I am truly grateful that you pointed out the compound to me at that time. However, I did guarantee your freedom as well as a smooth journey to Longhai Survival Base at your request. We had a clear deal then. If you want to become an essential member of the new government, may I ask, what can you offer in return?" Yue Zhong knew that Xiaoyu was not a fool. He wanted to know what she could offer to exchange for a better life in the future. Xiaoyu pointed towards Gowing beside her and lightly smiled. Gowing possesses the complex knowledge of reusing ammunition and he has plenty of experience in it. I assume that you do need someone of his caliber, right? Yue Zhong's eyes brightened, but then he shook his head. I already have several people with knowledge in the reusage of ammunition under my wing. Just based on this, it is not enough for you to become a major. After obtaining the base, the first thing Yue Zhong did was to scout for talents. In the midst of those thousands of people, there were 6 who possessed the skill of knowing how to reuse ammunition. Of course, none of them possessed actual experience. After all, in China, the reusage of ammunition only helped for a short while during the Sino-Japanese War. In the age of New China, with the aid of large-scale manufacturing, the prior technology and knowledge were not worth advancing. Currently, Yue Zhong had neither the power nor skills to make new ammunition. If he had the skills to, there was no need to rely on the complex reusage of ammunition. Yue Zhong's refusal did not cause Xiaoyu to even blink. She still maintained her charm and said, "What about an entire arsenal of armed weaponry? Are you interested?" Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Yue Zhong's reaction was greater than that of seeing beautiful ladies. What he sorely lacked right now was weapons. Advanced weaponry. He could only improve the overall fighting capabilities of his team with enough weaponry. Yue Zhong stared at Xiaoyu and warmly said, "Deal. As long as you help me obtain that arsenal of weapons, I will arrange for you to be a government official with the rank of major." An exchange of a major rank for an entire supply of weaponry. This transaction was beneficial to him no matter how it was looked at. Xiaoyu looked at Yue Zhong while smiling brightly. As long as Yue Zhong obtained that arsenal of weapons, she could lead a comfortable life. Although she knew the location of weapon storage, she did not possess the capability to obtain it herself. By giving it to Yue Zhong, it would be most beneficial to her. When Gowing joined the ammunition research department, he quickly imparted the technique and knowledge to the 300 people that Yue Zhong had selected to join the department. In the midst of these 300, the ratio of males to females was 50-50, and all of them cherished their jobs, as it meant that they would be able to earn their keep. However, things were not that simple as Yue Zhong originally thought. While Gowing had taught the skills required, the core materials needed were beyond what Yue Zhong's camp could produce on a large-scale basis. Due to the fact that there were no specialists who could manufacture ammunition, Gowing could only head to the processing plants and lead the manufacturing of ammunition heads. The gunpowder and primer required also needed Gowing to assign people to manufacture. In a short time, it was not possible to start large-scale ammunition production. When Gowing had finished assigning duties with regards to ammunition, Yue Zhong started his preparations for the assault on the weapon storage facility. The location of the facility that Xiaoyu was referring to lay between Longhai City and Sy City, somewhere in the mountainous area. It was about 300 kilometers away from Qing Yuan country. If it was before the Z-Day, it would have been just a day's journey. However, now that times had changed, the various transportation channels had been blocked, and there was the possibility of meeting with different types of accidents and situations. Yue Zhong could not afford to be hasty, and he wanted to be fully prepared. Not long after, a huge fleet led by 2 IFVs left Longhai City, consisting of a machine gun-mounted car, 5 fully loaded Dongfeng warrior vehicles, 20 Hummers, 15 other Dongfeng trucks, 4 large modified tankers and 10 modified buses. It was heading towards the weapons facility under the directions of Xiaoyu. "Captain Yu, there are cars blocking our way in front. There is also a large mob of zombies walking around. Please give your orders on how to proceed." On that highway, the entire fleet under Yue Zhong had come to a halt. At a distance of about 200 m in front, there were many abandoned cars and zombies shambling around aimlessly. The reason for zombies appearing here was that these were the previous owners of these private vehicles and they were trapped here. When the world was turned upside down, a huge majority had scrambled in an attempt to flee the city by private transportation. Unfortunately, the moment there was a pile-up, they left their lives here. Yue Zhong came down from one of the Dongfeng warrior vehicles, gazed at a blocked tunnel in the distance and furrowed his brows. These various blocked tunnels were costing him a lot of time. If there was no blockage, this journey of 300 kilometers would have been smooth sailing, completed in a day itself. The various zombies around the blocked highway started struggling and making their way towards the fleet as they became attracted to the sound of the vehicles. There were over 100 zombies in total, and among them, there were even 16 L1S and 6 S1S. Lu Yen, take the first company and handle them. It would be best if you don't use any guns. Yue Zhong took one look at the hundreds of zombies and gave his command to Lu Yen. Yes, Captain Yu. Lu Yen drew the replica Tang sword hanging at his waist and shouted at the warriors of the first company. Brothers, let's charge. Kill. The warriors of the first company drew out their replica Tang swords in sync and shouted with valor. Their aggression surged as they advanced towards those zombies. The first company was formed by various elite warriors after the reorganization of the previous smaller teams 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they were extremely well adapted to melee combat. Under the lead of Lu Yen, they quickly made their way into the middle of the horde, slashing their blades non-stop as if they were mowing their lawns. They beheaded many zombies as they went without a single scratch on themselves. Against these normal zombies, the members of the first company did not even need to utilize any special skills. Kong Tianyu, clear the road, Yue Zhong ordered. Yes, Captain Yu. After receiving the command, Kong Tianyu shouted towards the second company, Brothers, follow me. After he finished speaking, Kong Tianyu brought his men and started to clear the vehicles on the road carefully. Amongst those cars, there were still a number of corpses trapped between or within them. When the team encountered these zombies, they would immediately cut off the zombie's head viciously. After clearing the zombies, those evolvers who focused on their strength helped push the cars to the sides. This was followed by warriors who carried equipment to suck out the fuel from these cars and load them into fuel tanks. The absorbing of fuel from these abandoned vehicles was an important and necessary step when searching for resources. In the short term, fuel was a non-renewable resource. Yue Zhong's strength was partly due to his conservative measures as well. Other than the officials of the government and military, no one else had vehicles that they could use as they liked. Currently, in Qingyuan County, the preferred mode of transport was by bicycle. Many workers opted to cycle their way to work. These bicycles also naturally became an indispensable and preferred mode of transport within Yue Zhong's establishment. Many felt proud to own one. In truth, be it in Qingyuan County, Big Stone Town or Stone Horse Town nearby, all those abandoned cars would usually be stripped and dismantled, and any sort of parts and engines would be brought back. Even the steel casings could be brought back to be recycled and processed. The spare tires would also be brought back for other uses. However, they came across these cars during an expedition. Yue Zhong prioritized the recovering of the fuel only. He could only ignore the other usual practices for now. The cars were pulled aside one by one and emptied of their fuel. Right at this time, a giant approximately 3.5 m tall with thick arms and feet walked out of one of the highway exits. It had a body covered with extremely hard scales, and its eyes were filled with intelligence and were emitting a terrifying aura. It held a mutated cow's carcass in its right hand, and its mouth was smeared with fresh blood. Level 45 Type 2 Infection Evolved L3. Possesses strange strength and extremely tough scales. It possessed the infection ability and can turn a living being into an infected one. Yue Zhong received the notification the moment he laid eyes on that L3. That L3 also saw Yue Zhong and his troops. It tossed the half-eaten carcass of the mutated cow aside, before striding forward towards them with big steps. Yue Zhong looked at the L3, pointed his finger at it, and magic flames appeared out of thin air. He rapidly shot a fireball at the L3's body. With a boom, the L3 received the fireball directly, yet its body only shook slightly. Its steps did not waver, and it continued advancing towards Yue Zhong. There was not even a single burn or scratch on its face. Due to its height of 3.5 m, with every step the L3 took, its stride was twice that of normal humans and its speed was seemingly faster than an S1 by 3 times. All units stand by. When Yue Zhong saw that the L3 was unharmed by that fireball attack, he gasped silently. After giving the order, he rushed towards the L3 with haste. Chapter 199. L3. Yue Zhong approached the L3 while continuously firing at it with a Type 03 rifle. The rifle bullets hit the scales of the L3 and ricocheted off it one after another, unable to cause any traces of damage in the slightest. Yue Zhong had long been mentally prepared for a situation in which the Type 03 rifle had no way of causing harm to the L3. After he rapidly drew closer to the L3, he brandished the dark magic sword and slashed at the L3's thigh. The L3's body was much too large. It would be very difficult for Yue Zhong to behead the L3. Yue Zhong's sword chopped onto that L3's thigh, and there was the sound of metal clashing. With Yue Zhong's huge strength that was 4 times a normal person's, that dark magic sword, which could even cut through gold and jade, only just cut open the L3's scales when the force of the attack erupted. It merely penetrated less than 1 centimeter into the L3's flesh. To the 3.5 m tall, giant-like L3, that 1 centimeter deep wound simply didn't amount to much. It waved a fist, and with a piercing whoosh sound, the attack bombarded towards Yue Zhong like an incoming artillery shell. Too hard. Fucking bastard. Yue Zhong swore in a low voice and took 1 step to the left, evading the L3's vicious blow in an extremely graceful manner. The L3's fist didn't lose any strength as it pounded onto the earth, and that incomparably huge strength erupted, blasting out a large hole in the concrete ground. The surrounding ground shook slightly. Upon seeing this, Yue Zhong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If that fist full of strength had bombarded onto Yue Zhong's body, even with his enhancements, his bones would still be fractured and his body doomed. Note: I translated, rather literally, as fractured bones and doomed body. You can guess the meaning anyway. Tongue sticking out. Yue Zhong's figure flashed, and he went around to the back of the L3 with 7 times a normal person's agility. He raised the stinger and fired 2 consecutive shots at the back of the L3's head. The 2 stinger bullets struck the back of the L3's head and left 2 holes that were 2 centimeters deep. It's still good. The stinger bullets can still harm it. Seeing this, Yue Zhong lightly let out a sigh of relief. If even the stinger bullets couldn't harm the L3, that L3 was too terrifying and tricky. After being hit in the back of the head 2 consecutive times by Yue Zhong, that L3 was also enraged. It turned around and sent another fist bombarding towards him. Yue Zhong's speed was far above that of the L3's, and there also weren't any surrounding zombie hordes to block the way. His figure flashed, and he easily evaded that, before going behind the L3 again. Yue Zhong took out a grenade and directly threw it at the L3. The majority of zombies didn't have the concept of dodging, and so the grenade successfully collided with the L3's right leg, producing a tremendous noise. That grenade made a huge explosion on the L3's thigh. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Yue Zhong looked closer and saw a scene that made him incomparably panic-stricken. The explosion of the grenade had actually only left a big hole in the scales of the L3's thigh, exposing the gray bones within, which had a very metallic luster. Not even the bones had been fractured. That L3's eyes flashed with an ominous hint, and it chased behind Yue Zhong, waving a fist and striking towards him. Yue Zhong's body bent, evading that L3's attack, before taking advantage of the opportunity to appear near the L3's thigh. He slashed at the dense area where the bones were exposed. The sharp dark magic sword chopped onto the L3's gray bones and actually made a few sparks fly out. The huge recoil was transmitted along the hilt of Yue Zhong's sword and shook his right hand until it stung. His attack had only left a shallow mark on the L3's gray bones. If he wanted to fracture the L3's bones, he might be able to do so only if he slashed at the same spot for dozens of times. The L3 waved a fist that bombarded towards Yue Zhong, forcing him to retreat again. Yue Zhong went behind the L3 and activated the encompassing body armor skill. After he was covered in bone armor, a bone spike shot out of his right hand into the ground, supporting him as he rushed forward to the back of the L3's head. Rapidly, he pressed the stinger against the back of the L3's head and fired 4 consecutive shots. The 4 rounds of stinger bullets were constantly fired through the same wound in the L3's head. After the 4 shots, that L3 actually still hadn't died. Instead, it angrily waved its hands behind itself, and a fist came bombarding towards Yue Zhong. What a hard skull! Yue Zhong was greatly startled. The bone spike extended, and he evaded one of the L3's vicious attacks. Only the bone spike supporting him was bombarded into pieces by the L3's fist. When Yue Zhong landed on the ground, he immediately put away the stinger and whipped out the dark magic sword. With a few flashes, He moved up to the front of the L3 and slashed many times at the L3's gray bones, hoping to break the bones in its feet. The L3 was furious and waved a fist that bombarded towards Yue Zhong, forcing him to retreat. Note: best fight scene ever. L3 waves fist and bombards. Yue Zhong retreats, rinse and repeat. I suppose it's kind of realistic though, that L3 possessed both outstanding defensive power and incomparably tyrannical attack power. Its only weakness was that its speed was slow, and so the L3 simply couldn't even touch Yue Zhong's body, which had undergone many enhancements. Nevertheless, its tyrannical defensive power gave Yue Zhong endless headaches. Damn it! After Yue Zhong had slashed at the L3 for dozens of times, he rapidly took a few steps back and with the flick of a hand, a Type 40 RPG launcher appeared out of thin air. Yue Zhong pulled the trigger, and a rocket shell bombarded that L3's right leg with a huge bang. That L3's right leg was finally broken by the terrifying power of the rocket shell, and the L3 itself was also sent flying by the explosion. It lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Yue Zhong also let out a light sigh of relief. If even the Type 40 RPG wasn't able to get rid of this L3, then the situation would be troublesome. Yue Zhong instantly activated the Devil Flame skill, and a group of crimson-colored flames arose from his right palm. His figure flashed and he rushed towards that L3. That L3, which had collapsed to the ground, swatted at Yue Zhong as if he were a fly. Yue Zhong jumped up and evaded that L3's vicious attack, before jumping onto its back. With the violent flames on his right hand, he fiercely bombarded the L3's head. The violent flames enveloped the L3's head, and the searing heat made its brains begin to boil. As long as it kept on burning, even if the L3's skull could withstand being shot with a large-caliber bullet, its brains would still be cooked by Yue Zhong's flames. However, zombies relied on their diseased brain tissue to coordinate their actions. As soon as their brain tissue was cooked, they would also die. The L3 had already evolved to have vision and was able to feel some pain, and also had an awareness of danger to some degree. It waved its large hands and swatted behind itself at Yue Zhong, wanting to chase away this fly that it hated. Yue Zhong instantly activated his Shadow Step skill and his speed surged to the limit. He dodged the L3's attacks whilst continuously using the Devil Flame to crazily burn away the L3's head. That crimson-colored flame constantly enveloped the L3's head and didn't stop. 15 seconds later, both of the L3's arms were finally powerless and it dropped to the ground. A large, glowing spiritual ball entered Yue Zhong's body. Congratulations on rising to level 36. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on rising to level 37. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Enhanced stamina by 2 points and spirit by 2 points. Only after he got rid of that L3 did Yue Zhong finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought for a while and chose to enhance his physical strength and spirit. In this time's fight with that L3, Yue Zhong had employed 3 skills in a row. Thus his consumption of stamina and spirit was not little. In order to have sustainable battle power and the ability to activate skills at any time from this day onward, he chose to enhance stamina and spirit. This Yue Zhong really is frightening. He can actually even kill a monster like this. Xiaoyu watched Yue Zhong get rid of the giant-like L3, and her heart was filled with shock. She had witnessed Yue Zhong's tyranny before. It was just that this time, it gave her the most tremendous shock. That L3 was an invincible, terrifying existence that not even grenades could kill, yet it was actually killed by Yue Zhong. This naturally made her endlessly horrified in her heart. After that L3 had died, a skill book, a green treasure box and 200 survival coins burst out from beside its body. Level 4 skill. Rebirth. This is a passive skill that can only be learnt in situations where vitality is above 100 points without the assistance of equipment. In addition, the evolver's profession must mainly be that of the battle type in order to learn this. After learning this passive skill, even heavy injuries like broken limbs or crushed bones can slowly recover unless the person has died on the spot. Lost limbs can be regenerated, and the speed of regeneration depends on your body's vitality and how much energy is absorbed during the recovery process. Level 3 Treasure. Power Belt. After equipping this, strength increases by 6 points. This skill is truly too good. Yue Zhong looked at that level 4 skill rebirth and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He had to learn this passive skill. After learning this, even if he lost an arm, it could grow back again. It was only that upon seeing the requirements to learn the rebirth skill, Yue Zhong's eyes lightly flickered. Having to reach 100 points of vitality without the boosts from any equipment wasn't an easy condition. Currently, Yue Zhong only had 61 points of vitality without his equipment on. If he wanted to reach 100 points, it would be too unrealistic to achieve it purely through leveling. He would need to distribute 20 levels worth of points to vitality. Right when Yue Zhong was putting his spoils of war into his inventory, a large L2 walked over in front of him, and its fist fiercely bombarded towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's figure flashed, and he immediately went behind the L2. He slashed at the L2's head and instantly sent it flying. The dark magic sword was extremely sharp, and in Yue Zhong's hands, it could already send an L2's head flying. However, if he wanted to kill an L3 with it, the dark magic sword wasn't sharp enough. Continue to clear the road. Yue Zhong didn't look at that L2 again and ordered. With the efforts of Kong Tianyu's second company, the cars blocking the road were all pushed aside and a big path was cleared for the main forces. During the clearing process, there were also 4 intact Hummers that joined Yue Zhong's fleet, and once again, the fleet had expanded. The fleet traveled for another day and stopped beside a branch road in accordance with Xia Yu's instructions. The arsenal is right inside there. As long as you keep on walking along this lane, you'll be able to see it. Xia Yu said to Yue Zhong as she pointed at an ordinary lane leading into the remote mountains and ancient forests. Note, basically leading into the wilderness. Yue Zhong looked at that area of wilderness and his eyebrows lightly furrowed. The tyrannical mutated beasts were greatest in number in this sort of undeveloped remote place. Even the slightest mistake would result in the destruction of his only elite main battalion here in this place. I will first go to scout, you people wait here for orders, Yue Zhong ordered. Chapter 200. Mutant Wolves. Yue Zhong and a driver rode in a Hummer, following the lane leading into the weapons facility that was hidden deep within the mountains. Liang Hu, fall back. Fall back. All of a sudden, Yue Zhong had a premonition and he immediately shouted at the warrior responsible for driving. Liang Hu immediately set the Hummer in reverse and retreated crazily. From the forest, a number of giant wolves with gray fur and bodies as sturdy as lions leapt out like lightning, landing on the ground. If Su Zhengang had advanced earlier, he might have crashed into the midst of those giant wolves. Yue Zhong activated his eyes of perception skill, and the information of the giant wolves immediately flooded into his brain. Level 35 Mutant Beast Type. Mutant Gray Wolves. They possess tough skin and sharp claws which can even tear through steel. Furthermore, they are usually gathered in packs. Hence, they are a tougher opponent to face. Yue Zhong lifted his gaze, only to see that the total number of wolves actually exceeded 100. He could only imagine how tough these wolves were before the end of the world, and his scalp went numb. Those 100 mutant gray wolves immediately rushed towards Yue Zhong and his subordinate with horrifying speed. Retreat quickly. Yue Zhong quickly took out his Type 03 rifle, aimed at the mutant wolves and fired 3 shots. Those 3 bullets were aimed specifically between the eyebrows of 3 of the wolves. However, they become embedded in the fur and didn't penetrate the skin. It was obvious that while the toughness of the fur could not match the mutant water python scales, it was not that weak either. On the contrary, the speed of the wolves was much greater than the water python's equals. By running at their maximum speed, they could still chase the Hummer and the distance between was gradually decreasing. Go call for backup. Let them come with reinforcements. I will hold them off. Yue Zhong activated his bone armor and jumped down from the vehicle. If there was no one to hold the wolves off, even Liang Hu would be killed alongside with the Hummer. Receiving Yue Zhong's command, Liang Hu knew he would not be of much help by staying, and hence he sped off. The moment Yue Zhong landed, he pointed his ring at the mutant wolves and a huge fireball instantly shot towards one of the wolves. It exploded upon impact, killing it immediately. After killing a wolf in one attack, Yue Zhong shot out a bone spear with his right hand, supporting his leap towards higher ground on the side. Those wolves had claws that could cut through steel, and so Yue Zhong did not dare get surrounded in their midst. Note: alright, it's bone spear from now on. It sounds better than spike, although it's not really what the Ross say. When the unfortunate wolf died under Yue Zhong's fireball, 7 or 8 of the other wolves immediately made short work of its carcass, tearing into it aggressively. The rest of the wolves were leaping towards Yue Zhong as they jumped up onto higher ground. With a single slash, Yue Zhong killed the foremost mutant wolf and followed up with another shot of his bone spear to send himself up onto a tree. When he was up on the tree, Yue Zhong immediately retrieved the stinger and fired 2 shots at the wolves below. With Yue Zhong's superb marksmanship, 2 more wolves died miserably when their heads exploded. Their corpses were also cleaned out by their companions without a thought. With the flip of his hand, Yue Zhong drew out a JS 12.7mm sniper rifle into his hands. This was one of the items he had recovered when sweeping through the army barracks. Yue Zhong supported the JS 12.7mm rifle in his arms, then immediately aimed and fired at the wolves below him. With a single loud pong, a hole appeared in the mutant wolf's head and it fell lifelessly onto the floor. Likewise, it was torn apart by its companions. Luckily for me, wolves don't know how to climb trees. If not, it would be problematic. Yue Zhong sat on the tree, calmly picking of the wolves one by one with the JS 12.7mm rifle. The only regret was that the killing of these mutant beasts with the usage of non-system weapons did not give him any experience. After Yue Zhong had killed about 7 of the wolves with the rifle, one of them suddenly leapt upwards and stuck its sharp claws into the tree, making its way up the tree 1 step at a time. 10. More like paw by paw, eh? Divina Celestial Beanglol. That's very funny, Kuan. Yue Zhong's face paled and he immediately fired a shot at the wolf, making its head explode. However, it was too late. As if they had all gained the instinct, one by one, they started to throw themselves onto the tree and made use of their claws to climb up it. It was just that before Z-Day, wolves were not beasts that could climb trees. But after the events of Z-Day, their bodies had undergone huge enhancements. Yet to suddenly gain the ability to climb trees well, that was not too plausible. Those making their way up the tree proceeded slowly. After Yue Zhong observed for a while, he kept the JS 12.7mm rifle and made use of his knife to behead one of the mutant wolves that had just managed to climb up the tree, sending its head flying. Even when the wolves were climbing up from all directions, Yue Zhong remained calm and beheaded each and every wolf that made its way up as if he were harvesting grass. After killing 5 wolves in a matter of seconds, the rest of the mutant wolves jumped down from the tree. They were not as unintelligent as the normal zombies. When they failed in an attempt, they would think of other methods. As the wolves came down from the tree, Yue Zhong reverted to using the JS 12.7mm rifle to take out the mutant wolves. Staring at Yue Zhong atop the tree, one of the mutant wolves' eyes flashed and it took a vicious bite out of the tree. After evolving, these wolves had teeth and claws that could pierce through steel. The force behind their bites could only be imagined from this. With just one bite, a huge hole appeared in the tree. The rest of the wolves noticed and immediately started attacking the tree with a crazy fervor. Wood chips flew everywhere and huge holes appeared one after another. As the wolves bit frenziedly, Yue Zhong shot down 2 of the mutant wolves. At that moment, though, the tree was finally bitten into 2 and it fell to the ground. Just before that, Yue Zhong had extended the bone spear with his right hand, piercing through a tree someplace else before retracting it. The bone spear brought him towards another tree, rendering the efforts of the mutant wolves for naught. Seeing how slippery Yue Zhong was, the mutant wolves patrolled for a while before heading off. Had they been normal zombies, they would have waited there dumbly and be picked up off one by Yue Zhong. However, these mutant wolves had left in the end, highlighting the differences between mutant beasts and zombies. Yue Zhong saw that the wolves were leaving and his face changed. He immediately jumped down from the tree. He lifted the stinger and fired 2 shots at the escaping wolves, killing 2 of them by exploding their heads. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's taunts, the mutant wolves changed directions immediately like a tornado and rushed towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange light and he slashed 6 times almost instantaneously. 6 of the wolves which had just pounced towards him were cut into 2 in midair, blood spraying everywhere. Out of the 7 wolves that had charged at Yue Zhong, one of them had dodged Yue Zhong's fatal attacks. It came up in front of him and bit down furiously on his bone armor. Under the ferocious attack of the mutant wolf with teeth like steel, Yue Zhong's armor cracked and bits of bones were sent flying. However, it was not bitten through. Yue Zhong waved the sword and directly sliced towards the head of the mutant wolf. As for the parts of the bone armor that were bitten, with just a small squirm, the cavities were filled. Upon seeing this, Yue Zhong's mood calmed down. Relying on the safety of the tree, he slashed everywhere, and each and every wolf that reached him died under his blade. If there were too many mutant wolves gathering around, Yue Zhong would then immediately make use of the bone spear to travel atop the tree. After Yue Zhong had made short work of another 23 mutant wolves, the rest of the wolves decided not to be swept into his pace and set off escaping into the woods, ignoring his taunts and challenges. These mutant beasts are really tough to deal with. Yue Zhong leapt down from the tree, looked at the 30-plus mutant wolves' corpses, and furrowed his brows. While these wolves were vulnerable to Yue Zhong's attacks, with regards to the main battalion that he had just established, only the heavy machine guns and infantry making use of the ZPT-90 Type 25mm cannons could deal serious damage to these wolves. Other than that, the normal warriors could only use grenades or rocket launchers to even pose a threat to them. That was not to say that they could be used freely, as those weapons were powerful yet scarce resources, their amount dwindling with every usage. As of now, Yue Zhong's encampment did not possess much heavy weaponry. Yue Zhong looked at the various corpses lying around, and used his dark magic sword to slice open one of the mutant wolf's head, searching for its nucleus and blood essence. However, he did not manage to find any nucleus, just blood essences of various sizes. Yue Zhong was delighted, and quickly kept all the corpses into his storage ring. After cleaning up the loot into his ring, Yue Zhong immediately set off towards the direction he came from with haste. Within moments, Yue Zhong saw his first company already on their way to provide reinforcements. With the two ZPT-90 Type 25mm cannons, even if the wolves were to attack again, Yue Zhong had confidence in annihilating them. Lu Yen saw that Yue Zhong was covered in the wolf's blood, and asked worriedly, "Captain Yu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." He waved his hands, looked towards the front and hesitated for a while before ordering, "Let's continue onwards." Upon receiving Yue Zhong's orders, the entire fleet embarked on their route forward, the arsenal of weapons providing them with a strong sense of temptation, as only a peerless beauty could. "Stop!" After advancing for quite a distance, Yue Zhong once again called for a stop. At the same time, he got down extremely quickly from the Hummer. Right in the middle of the road, a Dongfeng warrior vehicle loaded with machine guns seemed to have been stepped on by some gigantic monster. It was flattened beyond recognition and dark red blood was scattered around the vehicle, giving the entire scene an extremely strange vibe.